The virtual character I personally raised wants to marry me. Chapter 36 to Chapter 62. Su Silly opened the game cabin and entered the virtual room. Star Alliance welcomes you, brother. Little Five's cute and adorable voice sounded. It was no different from before. Su Silly raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled softly. Then Xiao Wu doesn't welcome me? The navigation AI paused. It seemed that it couldn't calculate the difference for a while. The virtual room was quiet for a while, then Xiao Wu's voice sounded again. Xiao Wu welcomes you, brother. Su Silly shook his head with a smile and stopped teasing it. He said, Xiao Wu, open the back end of the Star Chu network. I want to see the data of the past 2 days. Okay, please wait a moment. While waiting, Su Silly leaned back on the sofa, stretched out his arms, and put his legs on the coffee table. For the first time, he looked at the virtual room in a more relaxed posture. The room was not very big, but Xiao Wu was well equipped. It could be seen that the former owner had good taste. The decoration style was exquisite and gorgeous, and it made people feel very comfortable. The old emperor knew how to enjoy life. Thinking of the holographic games that he threw into the garbage folder, Su Silly shook his head. He could only say, the city knows how to play. A white transparent light screen slowly appeared in front of him. Because the Roland Empire was remote, there was only one base station funded by the Star Alliance, so even if no one fought with Su Silly for the network, there was a certain delay in the network speed. He didn't know how the old emperor could play such exciting holographic games with this network speed. After being abused by the dismal data last time, Su Silly had now calmed down. He didn't expect to make money from selling songs. It was more reliable to be down-to-earth and hope that Su Lin could successfully grow Snow Valley. Moreover, after knowing the value of Snow Valley, he felt that he could negotiate with the buyer. Of course, the premise was that Snow Valley was really rare in the interstellar. The main reason he went to the Star Network this time was to check the information about Snow Valley and the situation of the blood medicine made with Snow Valley. The back end of the Star Chu network appeared, and Su Silly glanced at it. Balance, 5458. 50. He blinked, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. When he looked again, he found that the numbers were real. F***ck, Su Silly was tortured by One Piece last time. His mentality collapsed and he didn't want to care about this album. Who would have thought that his account balance would increase so much in just 3 days, more than 5,000 yuan, which meant that more than 5,000 people had subscribed to him. The young man stared blankly with a look of disbelief on his face. At the same time, he felt a bit sad. In the past, he would never have thought that he, Su Silly, would one day be so happy that his eyes turned red over a mere 5,000 yuan. It was too tragic, but there was no harm without comparison. Before this, he was really a pauper. The old emperor didn't leave him a single cent. He was so poor that he couldn't even afford a $2 lottery ticket. But now, he had more than 5,000 yuan, and this number was still increasing. Su Silly grinned in excitement. Although it was still a drop in the bucket compared to 10 million, it couldn't stop him from being happy. You can't achieve 1,000 miles without taking a few steps. 5,000 yuan was the first solid step. Su Silly smiled silently and then clicked on the income details to see the specific situation. However, to his surprise, the total number of subscribers to his album was only 3,258, and the remaining more than 2,000 came from the single subscriptions. Among the 4 original songs, Blossom had the highest number of subscriptions. Su Silly thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. These 4 songs were all works that he had never published in his previous life, and there were some imperfections in them that made him feel. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have chosen to publish these 4 semi-finished songs. Among them, Blossom was the one with the highest degree of completion. It was also the last song he wrote when he knew that his life was coming to an end. This song was different from his previous style. The process of writing was actually very painful. In the middle, it was almost difficult to give birth. But when it was really finished, he could clearly feel his breakthrough. But it was not perfect. He didn't want to fool the audience with these semi-finished songs. He planned to slowly perfect them, but he died prematurely because of the plane crash. And now, to be honest, he couldn't find his original state of mind. After coming to this world and becoming the emperor of a planet, it could be said that he gradually let go of himself. Although the pressure was great and the burden was heavy, in fact, he was very happy. He was so happy that he could fly. He could remember the half-dead state of mind, but the feelings were not that deep. In short, the song Blossom was currently in the best state. He wanted to continue to improve, but there was no good way. Writing this kind of thing depends on inspiration, and now, the data gave the best feedback. This song had the highest number of subscriptions, but it was only the highest among the original songs. He also had a non-original song, Roland's Goodnight Song, which only charged 0.1 universe credits for the song. But it was this song that earned him a profit of 1085 universe credits. Does this mean that tens of thousands of people subscribed to this song? When he came to this conclusion, Susili couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although he had the advantage of small profits, an original song only sold 0.25 per song. The difference wasn't that big, right? But the number of subscriptions was a little too low. Susili, who didn't understand, opened the comment section to take a look. Compared to the previously empty comment section where there was only one comment, it was much livelier today. There were more than 1,000 comments, and it was still slowly increasing. Susili glanced at the comments in the comment section. I saw it on the Tao Song chart. It's a pretty good album, especially the song Bloom. It's struggling in despair and finally rebirth, blooming with the most dazzling brilliance. I really got goosebumps when I heard it. My friend told me that he found a big shot. I didn't believe it before, but now I still don't believe it. Your Majesty Roland, tell me, are you a sock puppet account of a big shot? I agree, above. I also think it's a big shot, but I can't tell which immortal came down to earth. Yes, his singing is very classical, very much like the style of the ancient King Susili, but it has a different feeling. Especially the song Blossom, it sounds very interesting. Seeing his name again, especially with the word ancient in front of it, Susili couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This feeling is too strange. It's all the game group's fault. Not only did they add his song to the game, but the two eras were so far apart, how could it still be spread to the present and be known by everyone? This setting itself was unreasonable, but he was dead, and there was no one to talk about it. Susili shook his head and stopped thinking about this terrible thing. He continued to scroll down the comments and roughly understood the reason for the surge in traffic. His album was on the Tao Song chart yesterday. The Tao Song chart was for newly released album songs, and it was selected according to short-term data growth. It was a measure of the Star Melody network to support newcomers, and also a promotional means. But the chart was updated very quickly. It was updated every half a day, but in this half a day, it brought him more than 5,000 yuan, and one of the songs had tens of thousands of subscriptions. And he also saw the reason why this non-original song was so popular. Roland's Goodnight Song, this ballad is really good. Ah, what a gentle song, although I don't understand the lyrics, every time I listen to it. 0.1 universe dollar is really too cheap, it doesn't deserve this song at all. You may not believe it, but His Majesty's Goodnight Song cured my insomnia. Yes, His Majesty Roland is too amazing, only those who have suffered insomnia understand this pain. From today on, His Majesty Roland is my god. The Goodnight Song is really good. I went to check. Roland seems to be a very remote small country. I didn't expect there to be such great music. I really hope this song can become popular and let more people hear it. Susili didn't expect that Roland's Goodnight Song would have such a miraculous effect, although the skill of this song can indeed hypnotize people, but the recorded version uploaded to the Star Melody network should not be able to hypnotize people without the magic blessing. Is there a little bit of residual effect? Susili couldn't understand, but he was a little happy when he saw that most of the comments in the comments section were about this song. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat that can make money. Moreover, after the number of subscribers exceeded 10,000, the singing fee of this song also increased, from 0.1 universe dollar to 0.15, although it was not much, it was a very good start. If this song could really cure insomnia, with such a miraculous effect, it was only a matter of time before it became popular. He believed that in the future, the singing fee of this song would only increase, not decrease. Susili felt a little excited. Good news came one after another today. it was hard not to be happy. At this time, he saw a familiar ID. Brother Tao who loves music, ha ha ha, it's not in vain that I've been guarding the comment section every day, I can't hide the treasure that I discovered. I didn't expect to like this album so much at first, but the more I listened to it, the more I got addicted. I've been playing it on loop these days. Quickly ignite it. If it doesn't become popular, it'll be a waste of His Majesty's awesome stage name. Susili smiled. This was the first listener to leave a comment in the comment section, and he also found that the first 20 or 30 comments in his comment section were left by this brother Tao. The first time he left a comment, he said that he would continue to pay attention to him. It seemed that he wasn't just saying it. He could be considered his first loyal listener, right? Susili recalled when he first debuted. At that time, he was still calm on the surface because of the affirmation of his fans, but at night, he was so happy that he couldn't sleep. Later, as he became more and more famous and received more and more support from fans, he didn't have the pure happiness that he had at the beginning. Now, he was experiencing that feeling once again. He was a little emotional, but he cherished this rare experience very much. After silently feeling it, he called out to Xiaowu again. Brother, Xiaowu is at your service. A soft and cute voice sounded, but the words that came out were actually a bit mechanical. Susili didn't care, but said, Xiaowu, help me look up related information about Snow Valley, and the potion that Snow Valley makes, the one that you mentioned in the information before. Okay, please wait a moment, brother. On the screen in front of Susili, the background of the Star Melody Network disappeared, and the words searching were displayed. Search complete. The information collected this time is 99% the same as the information collected last time. The duplicate information has been removed for you, please review. Susili was speechless. He looked at the remaining 1% of the information. There were only a few lines of words, and the amount of information was not much, but he still got a clue. Recently, several countries were trying to cultivate this kind of Snow Valley, but they all failed. This showed that Snow Valley was indeed very precious. This information was enough. If he could really grow Snow Valley, he would be able to challenge the buyer. Susili felt that Su Lin still had a high chance of success. After all, other countries didn't have elementalists, and even if they did, there weren't many of them. Coincidentally, there were also wood elementalists, so the probability of cultivating Snow Valley was not high. Without elementalists, they would take too long to cultivate the seeds. In other places, Dark Valley matured twice a year. But in AI Snow Star, it matured once every 3 days, or even less. This was because he still had more elementalists to invest. This was their biggest advantage. In terms of plant cultivation, Susili believed that there was no one more suitable than wood elementalists in the entire galaxy. It was even rumored that when a wood elementalist reached a high level, they could directly change the direction of the mutation of the seeds, making the originally ordinary plants become unusually fierce. Of course, this was something that would happen a long time later. Susili didn't care about it for the time being. He only asked Xiaowu to continue paying attention to news about Snow Valley and blood medicine, and then gave a new order. Xiaowu, I want to record a new song. Okay, I'm transferring virtual instruments for you, please wait a moment. Xiaowu's voice quieted down, and after a while, images of various instruments appeared on the screen. Brother, please choose the instrument you want to use. With the previous experience, Susili was very familiar with the process this time. He quickly selected on the screen. After clicking confirm, a recording studio appeared in the virtual room. Susili got up and walked in. He saw that all the instruments he had just chosen were already placed in the recording studio. After adjusting everything, he started to arrange the song. He was going to upload another song, which was the song that he had just learned today, Germinal. He wanted to try and see if this song had the same effect as Roland's Goodnight song. Germinal gave people a feeling of vitality and vitality. If there was really any special effect, it would probably be to inspire people, right? Susili guessed, feeling a little curious. Anyway, there was no harm in trying. This recording made Susili clearly feel that his strength had increased. When he was recording the song last time, he felt that it was very difficult. When he finished recording, he was so stunned that he directly fell asleep after going offline. But this time, it was obviously more than enough. According to Xiao Wu, it should be related to the increase in his mental strength. After the song was recorded, Susili officially started to sing. As he sang, he recalled the scene when he had an epiphany. Now that he had calmed down, he suddenly figured out the things that he didn't understand before. The epiphany of the song skills, it should be related to whether he could feel the atmosphere and state of mind that matched the song, right? Just like Roland's goodnight song, when Ollie was humming this song for her son, the warmth and care of a mother was clearly transmitted through the song. That was also the state of mind that he felt at that time, so he was attracted and hummed along. This had nothing to do with whether Ollie sang well or not. It was the same situation with Germinal. In the green field full of vitality, feeling the breeze, listening to the little girl's happy and lively voice, he was easily brought into that kind of atmosphere. That was why he could learn such a powerful skill like Germinal. As for the 3 days that he had wasted, although he had put in a lot of effort to learn the song, he was still short of a breath. The maids who taught him how to sing were very nervous when facing him, so he could not expect them to sing the atmosphere of the song. Therefore, learning the song skills could not be done recklessly. This kind of thing still depended on fate. Previously, when he was building a cart behind closed doors, he was completely going in the wrong direction. But now, with the help of magic, even if he could not return to his previous state of mind, he could still sing the atmosphere of the song. After knowing the problem, Susili roughly knew what direction to work towards. It was not easy, but it was better than blindly trying. He curved his eyes, and his mood was clear. The recording of the song was quickly completed. Susili played it a few times, and when he felt that there were no flaws, he uploaded it to Star2 Network. This song was not included in the album, but it was released as a single. After the song was successfully uploaded, Susili was just about to listen to it on the homepage to see if there were any problems. However, when he refreshed the page, he saw a message pop up. Brother Tao of Love Songs, good guy, look what I found. Susili blinked and then smiled. Was this guy guarding his song list? He could even get the sofa. He shook his head and casually replied to him as a way of thanking his loyal listener for his support. After that, Susili did not care about it. It was almost time. He still had to go back to the mercenary town to arrange for the group of students. He did not know where they were now. They should have all set off, right? He hoped that no one would really fall behind. Although he had measures to deal with it, it was still troublesome. Therefore, it was better for these children to obediently work for him and not cause any trouble. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him. Xiao Wu, I'm going offline. Don't forget about the lottery. He did not have much money now, but at least he could afford to buy lottery tickets. For some reason, Xiao Wu did not reply to him this time. Susili did not care. After saying that, he directly exited the game cabin and left the dark room. After he left, the dark room became quiet. In the darkness, the indicator light of the game cabin was slightly lit, blinking. In order to let Xiao Wu buy the lottery ticket for him, Susili did not turn off the power. After a long period of silence, the game cabin suddenly trembled slightly. It woke up from its standby state. Then, a beautiful melody slowly sounded. After the prelude, a young man's clear voice sounded. It was actually, Susili had just recorded Germinal. A line of words slowly appeared on the screen of the game cabin. Meng. Yeah, Susili, who had already walked out of the dark room, did not feel anything. He was still worried about the group of students who were rushing to the mercenary town. After hesitating for a while, he sent a message to Li Jiu to ask about the current situation. He did not immediately receive a reply. He probably did not see it, so he turned off the communication device and left the bedroom. Greetings, Your Majesty. The guards shouted in unison. Compared to before, their mental state and appearance had greatly changed. Susili nodded. He was not surprised that Xixing was not outside. This guy could not have been guarding him all the time. As the marshal and the regent appointed by the old emperor, he must have a lot of official business to deal with. As an emperor, he could not deny that Xixing had contributed a lot to the fact that he was able to do something so leisurely these days. But, the more it was like this, the more he could not set him free. Everything was getting better, and he felt that it wouldn't be too long before he was able to stand on his own. Xixing was not there, so Yingjiao and Yingxi appeared again. This time, Susili saw them at a glance. Because of his stronger mental state, he could even vaguely see their figures. When he saw them, the two figures seemed to tremble, as if they were in disbelief. Susili smiled and did not continue to disturb them. Instead, he walked towards Janice's residence. Little Ash was brought back by her to freshen up, so he should have recovered by now. Little Ash was also very important. Passively increasing the concentration of elements in the environment would be of great help to his elementalist training plan. The child was still young, so he did not ask her to do anything. As long as the elementalist apprentices could stay by her side and cultivate, she could also learn from them. Such a good talent could not be wasted. Oh, there was also Xiaoqiang. Speaking of children, Susili thought of this cheap little brother. Except for that one chance encounter that night, he did not see him again. According to his maid, he was very hard-working in his cultivation. He even applied for accommodation at the academy, as he did not want to waste time traveling back and forth. This child was really too hard-working. Should he also bring him to Mercenary Town and let him cultivate with Little Ash? There was no reason not to give benefits to his own family. Moreover, this child was his die-hard fan. Listening to his conversation with the maid that day, he felt that this child was also very thoughtful. While everyone thought that a mental elementalist was very powerful, Xiaoqiang already understood the importance of a warrior's body training. He was right. When one's magic power was exhausted, only the body was the last thing one could rely on. Perhaps, when his vitality and spirit reached a certain value, he would also need to increase his strength and dexterity. Looking at the mercenary town's interface, the construction was still progressing in an orderly manner. Perhaps by tomorrow, he would be able to level up again. The feeling of leveling up while lying down was really great. Moreover, when he was at level 5, he had awakened the very practical skill, insight. He wondered if there would be a keen skill at level 10. Susili was looking forward to it. He felt that this world was getting more and more interesting. The silver-haired boy walked slowly on the long corridor, thinking absent-mindedly. As he walked, he caught a glimpse of something from the corner of his eyes and suddenly stopped. Susili frowned and turned his head to look at the other end of the corridor suspiciously. He blinked his eyes blankly. Did he see wrongly just now? Why did he seem to see a big yellow dog walking over slowly? Where did this big yellow dog come from in the Imperial Palace? After looking around for a while, he didn't see any big yellow dog. Moreover, Yingjiao and Ying11 didn't react. Could he have seen wrongly? Susili shook his head, feeling that he really might have seen wrongly, so he continued to walk forward, preparing to find Little Ash. However, what he didn't notice was that when he withdrew his gaze, at the end of the corridor, at the corner of the corridor, a yellow figure was swaying its big furry tail, retreating step by step. Then, it looked at Susili's back and tilted its head. Susili didn't notice anything. Along the way, from time to time, he would encounter patrolling guards, but he didn't disturb them. Every time, he would just nod and greet them before continuing on. But this time, Susili wasn't immersed in his own thoughts. So, as he walked, he heard, there seemed to be footsteps behind him. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da, it was very soft. If not for the support of the sound element, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Was it an assassin? But those patrolling guards and those two shadow guards, didn't they notice it? Susili was a little surprised. He didn't look back, but he walked a little slower, and then, he extended his spiritual force behind him. The range of his spiritual force detection had increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, enough for him to detect any abnormalities behind him. Then, Susili turned his head with a dumbfounded expression and met the big yellow dog's brown eyes. The big yellow dog was also looking at him with some confusion, as if asking, "Why did you stop?" Silence. There was silence in the long corridor. After a long time, Susili looked around. After confirming that Yingjiao and Yingxi were still guarding him, and that there was no one else around, he walked towards the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog was about taller than his knees. Compared to the majestic shadow leopard, his body could be described as petite. It looked a little ordinary, like a dog commonly seen in the countryside. Of course, its appearance in the dog world could be considered delicate and somewhat handsome. Especially his pair of brown eyes, which were as special as Xing's sea green eyes. Susili looked at the big yellow dog, and after confirming that he was not aggressive, he squatted down in front of him. Ah Huang. Looking at the dog in front of him, Susili was still a little confused. He had seen a big yellow dog in Mercenary Town, but he did not look at it carefully at that time. However, the similarity was too high, so he immediately thought of that one. Oh woo, the big yellow dog squatted on the ground and tilted his head at Susili. His round eyes were full of intelligence. It's really you? Susili blinked and tentatively reached out his hand. Seeing that the big yellow dog had no intention of attacking him, he slowly landed on its head and gently patted it. Oh woo, the big yellow dog barked, and his furry tail stood up high, wagging left and right. His closeness to others was truly pleasing to the eye. Susili used to have a dog, a very beautiful golden retriever. He raised it when it was young until it died of old age, which made Susili sad for a long time. Susili rubbed its head. When he raised his hand again, he found that his palm was covered in yellow dirt. He did not care. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it while asking with a smile, "You're here for Xing, right?" After asking, Susili was suddenly stunned. From Mercenary Town to the inner city, it would take an ordinary person 2 days and 2 nights to walk, not to mention running into the Imperial Palace. This was obviously not something an ordinary dog could do. He looked at the big yellow dog in front of him with a dignified expression. Without any hesitation, he directly threw an insight spell over. Cha-mo, race, silver wolf, ancient beast of the Esh star, level, LV 40 HP, 5000/198500 mana, 850/75000 talent ability, space control negative status, weak, heavily injured, unable to fully recover, deep sleep, main consciousness in a coma, body controlled by the subconscious. Susili was stunned. F***CK. Big Yellow was the ancient beast of Esh star? An ancient beast like the shadow leopard? Wait a minute. Silver wolf? He looked at Big Yellow's khaki fur and became suspicious. Could it be that there was a mistake? How could this be a silver wolf? Although it was small, it looked very healthy. How did he look like he was severely injured and weak? Susili stared blankly at the information he had obtained from the void insight. There was even an innate ability, space manipulation. What was this? Was it the kind of spatial manipulation that he imagined? Did it use this ability to run all the way here in such a short period of time? He looked at the big yellow dog in front of him, who was wagging his big tail and sticking out his tongue and giggling foolishly. He probed, "Cha-mo?" Then, he stared at Big Yellow. Big Yellow looked left and right, then tilted its head and looked at him. Its small eyes were filled with confusion, as if it was asking, "What did you say?" Susili glanced at its attribute panel again. The detection technique had never made a mistake so far. He hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "You're going to find Xing, right? Come with me, I'll take you to her." How the big yellow dog wagged its tail and barked happily. Susili lowered his eyes and looked at Big Yellow with a complicated look in his eyes. It was actually an ancient beast. It seemed to be very powerful. Even though it was heavily injured and in a deep sleep, it could still control space. He could not help but have the thought of subduing it. But soon, he suppressed the thought. It was obvious that Big Yellow had a good relationship with Xing, and Susili had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have heard Xing mention Cha-mo before. Yes, when he asked her why she was so afraid of being sold, she said Cha-mo told her that aristocrats liked little girls like her the most. It seemed that Xing had been in contact with Cha-mo before, or perhaps Cha-mo was Xing's contracted beast. But why was Big Yellow called Huang? Susili frowned. He could not figure it out, so he put it at the back of his mind for the time being. It was not an important matter anyway. He lowered his head and looked at Big Yellow again. When he thought about how his hand was covered in dirt when he touched it, Susili suddenly understood something. He walked forward quickly, his speed slightly faster than before. Big Yellow's footsteps were light as he followed the young man closely. It stuck out its tongue and looked left and right, as if everything was new to it. Janice's residence. In front of the dressing mirror, Little Ash had taken a bath and changed into a tutu skirt. She sat on a stool and looked at the woman in the mirror, gently combing her hair and braiding her hair. She looked at Janice, her pair of sea green eyes shining brightly, and there was a hint of joy and admiration in the bottom of her eyes. Little Ash could feel Janice's love for her. She had been wandering around since she was young, and she rarely experienced such warmth. Sometimes, when she saw children around her age who had parents to take care of them, she would feel envious. But she was just a wild child who no one wanted. She did not have parents. Miss Ashing, what do you think of this? Do you like it? Janice tied the hair tie and looked at the little girl with silver hair and green eyes who looked like a doll in the mirror. Her fondness for her was beyond words. She had always liked children, and little Ash was really too cute. With her fairy blood, her facial features were perfect as if she had walked out of a painting. Little Ash nodded. She actually felt that the clothes she was wearing were a bit cumbersome, but since Janice liked them so much, she would wear them to make her happy. That was fine. She said seriously, I'm not a miss. I still have to work for Brother His Majesty. You can just call me Ah Sheng. Janice smiled and nodded. Okay, Ah Sheng. Are you hungry? I have pastries here. She took out a box of pastries from the cabinet, put it on the dressing table, and moved it in front of the little girl. Are they all for me? Little Ash confirmed. Yes. Janice nodded and touched her thin face. She said with some pity, Ah Sheng can eat as much as you want. His Majesty told me to take good care of you. Little Ash grinned. Then she reached out her two small hands and grabbed a few pieces of pastries. She wanted to put them in her pockets, but she found that there were no pockets in her tutu skirt. Janice sensed her intention. She did not say anything. Instead, she took out a small cloth bag from the drawer and handed it to her. Use this. Little Ash smiled shyly at her. Thank you, Janice. She said politely, took the cloth bag, and put the pastries into it one by one. Janice looked at her and finally could not help but say, Ah Sheng, you don't have to save. I still have a lot. Tell me what you want to eat. Okay. Little Ash nodded vigorously, but still put most of the pastries into the cloth bag, leaving only two for herself. She held the pastry and nibbled on it like a little squirrel. Seeing her like this, Janice smiled again. She poured a cup of tea and told her to eat slowly. Little Ash quickly finished the two pastries. Suddenly, footsteps came from outside the door. At the same time, the little maid's voice sounded. Greetings, Your Majesty. Janice heard the voice and hurriedly went to greet him. When she saw the young emperor standing in the corridor and asking the little maid to rise, she hurriedly walked over. Your Majesty, why are you here? Susili looked at her and smiled. I'm here to find Ah Sheng. Janice disagreed. You can summon us. Why did you come in person? Susili ignored her and looked at the little tail behind her. Ah Sheng, who was wearing a tutu skirt, did look like a little princess. However, at this moment, the little girl's eyes were not on him. Ah Huang. Little Ash ran over happily. The big yellow dog wagged its big tail. It was obviously very happy, but its eyebrows were raised. It made a whining sound, as if it was complaining about something. I didn't leave you behind. Little Ash patted its head and showed it the small cloth bag. Look, this is for you to eat. The big yellow dog immediately became happy. It whined and looked very easy to coax. Susili shook his head and looked at Janice. Take this silly dog to wash. It's too dirty. Janice accepted the order and told Little Ash. The two of them then led the big yellow dog to the bathroom. The big yellow dog did not know what it was going to face. It just followed them and looked very happy. Susili looked at the dog and smiled. Its silly and cute appearance was very similar to his golden retriever. Your Majesty. He was feeling a little emotional when he suddenly heard a male voice. Susili's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw Xixing standing beside him. A pair of grayish-blue eyes were looking at him faintly. Susili widened his eyes slightly. His heart was beating wildly because of the shock. You. When did you come? He questioned and even stuttered a little. Xixing pursed his lips, looked in the direction where Janice and the others left, and said expressionlessly, I just arrived. Susili calmed his heartbeat and looked at the cold outline of the man's face. He could vaguely feel that the man was not in a good mood. He could not help but feel a little confused. He glanced at him and followed his line of sight to the end of the corridor. After a moment of silence, Susili could not help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Xianxia did not answer immediately. The wind blew his golden hair and made it flutter gently. He seemed to be a little angry. But soon, the indifference and alienation faded and was replaced by depression. Just when Susili thought that he would not answer, the man turned his head and looked at him. A pair of beautiful grayish-blue eyes looked at him attentively. They were soft and bright, with a hint of grievance. "I thought your Majesty left alone. You left me alone again." The man's voice was faintly filled with complaints. Susili was stunned. He looked up at Xianxia. At this moment, all of his coldness was gone. His eyes were wet and slightly glistening, reminding him of that night. When they came back from touring the imperial city, he also looked at him like this under the corridor. He was completely different from his usual dignified, domineering, and cold iceberg. Apart from being handsome, he was also a little cute. The youth pursed his lips and unconsciously ran his fingers through the long strands of hair at his temples. His gaze inadvertently fell on the man's chest. He saw a blue stone hanging in front of his chest, swaying slightly. It was very small, but it seemed to hit his heart. Susili felt that he was a little strange at this moment. He tried to ignore the strangeness in his heart and looked away. He explained, "When I left the palace, you were not outside. Moreover, the entire imperial palace is within the range of your spiritual power. Wouldn't it be easy for you to find me? Just like now. This is different." Xianxia's voice was low. Susili couldn't help but frown. What's different? He didn't feel that there was anything different. After all, as long as he was in the imperial palace, Xianxia could find him and teleport over. What's different? Xianxia pursed his lips and looked at Susili. He said seriously, "Next time, you can let me know. If I suddenly realized that you were gone, I would be worried." His expression was so focused and serious. Susili didn't dare to look him in the eye. "But you weren't there at that time." He avoided eye contact. "The imperial palace is still safe. Even if there is danger, I can still summon you." This skill required Xianxia's permission to be summoned. Susili didn't believe that as a puppet, he didn't know about the existence of this skill. However, he heard the man ask, "Will you really summon me?" Susili paused. In the past, he really didn't want to use this skill because he didn't trust Xianxia. Therefore, he didn't want to count on him. But just now, he just blurted it out. Could it be that he now subconsciously believed that Xianxia could be trusted? This realization made Susili frown slightly. Xianxia, his performance in the past few days had indeed won him some trust, but he still hadn't taken his revenge. Previously, he had stepped on his chest, pointed a gun at him, and used the fury of thunder. He had almost killed him twice. He wasn't done yet. He was a petty person, but he was very vengeful. Susili pursed his lips and said, "Probably, if there is really no other choice." Xianxia lowered his eyes and looked at him for a long time. Then, he took a step back and knelt on one knee. "I await your Majesty's summons at any time." The man spoke sincerely and solemnly, but Susili didn't know what to do. Apart from being petty and vengeful, he was also amenable to coaxing but not coercion. If Xianxia was as domineering as before, it would have been fine, but now, Susili was very vexed. He said impatiently, "I know. Get up first." Xianxia looked at him, his eyes slightly dark. He didn't say anything else and stood up silently. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. Susili glanced at him and suddenly felt very irritated. He scratched his head and thought of something. He asked, "What's your communication number?" Xianxia looked up slightly and looked at him in surprise. He quickly gave him a string of numbers. Susili raised his wrist and entered his communication number. After sending him a message, he turned off the communication device. "I'll send you a message in the future. Is that okay?" He glared at Xianxia and said unhappily. Xianxia looked at the communication device and saw the smiley face sent by the youth. He couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. I look forward to it. He looked at Susili and said warmly. Look forward to what? Look forward to him sending him a message. Susili's face was full of question marks, but when he saw the faint smile on Xing's face, he seemed to be very satisfied. Slowly, the corners of his mouth curled up. This guy, he really didn't know what to do with him. So what did you do just now? At this time, Susili took the opportunity to nitpick. He was the one who left on his own accord. He didn't even punish him, but this guy had the nerve to question him first. The smile on Xing's face faded a little. He lowered his eyebrows and said, there are some clues about colluding with the remnants of the traitors on planet Bavat. I went to check it out, but I didn't find anything special so far. Susili's expression also became serious. He still remembered the first night he came to this world. The maid who hid in the shadows and wanted to take the opportunity to control or kill him to create chaos. That maid had accompanied Snow Roland for many years. She was also an elementalist, but she was still infiltrated. The lizard men of the Bavat Empire were definitely not to be underestimated. At the very least, they had wealth that the current Roland Empire couldn't afford. Wealth moved people's hearts. There would always be some people who would waver and be willing to take risks. Get people to keep a close eye on them. Susili's face turned cold. When these people are caught, kill them without mercy. Those who dared to commit treason naturally had to pay the price. Not to mention those who wanted to kill him and hurt him. Susili wouldn't be merciful to these traitors. Xing nodded. His expression was also cold, and there was a trace of ruthlessness in the depths of his grey-blue eyes. Those who dared to hurt Lord God, no matter who they were, deserved to die. The two of them were still talking when suddenly, a figure madly dashed out from the direction of the bathroom. Awoo! Awoo! It was a very familiar sound, but the appearance of the big yellow dog had changed. Its originally yellow fur was revealed after being washed clean. Its original silver-gray fur was now howling, and it did look somewhat like a wolf. Unfortunately, its fur hadn't been completely dried, and water was dripping down from its fur. It ran wildly, and behind it was Janice, who chased after it with a helpless expression. Her clothes were completely drenched, and she was in a sorry state. Xing looked at the creature that looked like both a wolf and a dog. He slightly frowned and stepped forward to block Susili. Ah Huang, who was running wildly, was frightened by Xing's momentum. It hurriedly stopped and slid forward a few meters before stopping in front of him. Ah Huang, don't disturb His Majesty. Janice's angry voice sounded, and then she chased after Ah Huang, followed by two little maids. However, as soon as they came close, Ah Huang slightly bent down and launched an attack without hesitation. Water fling attack. Janice was splashed in the face again, but Susili was unscathed because he was protected by Xing's wind shield. After Ah Huang crazily flung the water, its fur became fluffy. He vaguely had a handsome appearance. It raised its head and looked at Janice, who was accumulating anger but couldn't do anything because of Susili's presence, and hurriedly swung its tail. Then, everyone present was stunned. This was because Ah Huang's tail seemed to have turned into a knife and cut a crack in the void. Ah Huang, who was scared, wanted to dive in. It was too scary. It was too scary here. They caught a dog to bathe. Ah Huang. Little Ash also chased after it. Ah Huang looked back at her and hesitated for a moment. It howled as if it was saying something to her. Then it turned its head and tried to crawl into the gap. It slipped away. However, what everyone didn't expect was that after Ah Huang got into the gap, it didn't disappear as expected. It seemed to have jumped a circle, jumped from one side to the other, and landed back on the same spot. It even slipped and fell. Ah Huang was lying on the ground, obviously a little confused. Huh? Why couldn't it? Its tea-colored eyes were filled with confusion. Then, it saw a huge black paw appear in front of it. Ah Huang blinked and tilted its head to look up. It saw a black panther that was countless times bigger than it was standing in front of it, looking down at it. The black panther's green eyes narrowed slightly. Cha Mo, it's you? Ah Huang was still confused, and then it asked, how? Ha, you're actually still alive. The shadow panther sized up the little guy in front of it. You're seriously injured. I didn't expect you to have such a day. You deserve it. Susili was just as confused as Ah Huang. F***ck, September can actually talk, and looking at the situation, it seemed to have a grudge with Ah Huang. No, Chimo, he looked at this scene with some gossip. However, the Shadow Panther didn't say anything to Ah Huang. Instead, it looked at Xing. Master, I came out without your summons. Please punish me. After saying that, it bent down slightly with a respectful look. Xing frowned and ignored it. Instead, he looked at Ah Huang. He didn't notice it before, mainly because Ah Huang's aura was too weak. Moreover, it thought that it was a dog, so he had misjudged it. Spatial ancient beast, silver wolf? He said softly. Ah Huang squatted on the ground and looked up at him. Its face was pure and harmless, but it was actually stupid and cute. Xing pursed his lips and suddenly turned to look at Susili. Your Majesty, are you interested in taking a silver wolf as a servant? Huh? Susili blinked. If you're interested, I can form a contract with this silver wolf for you. Susili couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the confused Ah Huang on the ground and frowned slightly. It seems to be seriously injured? I can heal it. Xing said lightly, this is a small matter. It and Ah Xing, this silver wolf has never formed a contract with anyone. Then, can you restore its consciousness? Ask it? Xing frowned, his expression cold and domineering. It's the silver wolf's honor to be able to form a contract with your Majesty. If it wasn't for its talent and your Majesty's fondness for it, I would never form a contract with such a weak ancient beast for your Majesty. If this silver wolf dares to refuse, Xing looked down at the white dog on the ground and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Meanwhile, the Shadow Panther had a smug look on its face. Haha, Chimo, you also have such a day. The corridor was a little quiet, as if even the wind had stopped. Xing lowered his eyes and looked at the silver wolf in front of him condescendingly. The words of worry that he had told Susili just now were not false. The remnants of the Bavad Empire colluding with them were still hiding in the dark, and he really could not protect Lord God all the time. Even if Lord God could summon him, in a battle between experts, it was usually only a matter of a moment. Lord God was now in a weakened state, and he did not want to take any risks. The appearance of this silver wolf gave him some inspiration. Perhaps he could use the method of contracting with an ancient beast to strengthen the protection around Lord God. There was a restriction in this world, and except for him, all the experts of the human race were stuck at the 2-star level, but the ancient beasts did not have this restriction. Moreover, the ancient beasts usually had special abilities, just like the silver wolf in front of him. Space manipulation was a very practical skill when escaping from the enemy's pursuit. Xing's idea was very simple. In this world, no one was more important than Lord God, and no one was more honorable than Lord God. Since this ancient beast had no master, there was no reason to reject it. If it did not know what was good for it, the power that could not be controlled should be destroyed. The aura emitted by Xing was too strong. Only those who had seen this guardian god who could sweep away thousands of troops could understand how strong his murderous aura was. Everyone did not dare to speak. Although Ah Huang's main consciousness was not awake yet, its instincts as a beast made it feel danger. It clamped its tail, lowered its head slightly, and trembled. Xing stepped forward. He looked at Ah Huang and raised his hand slightly. Just as he was about to use the contract spell on it, he heard the young man's somewhat suppressed voice. Xing, that's enough. Xing paused, turned around, and looked at the young emperor behind him. The young man did not look at him. His lips were tightly pursed, and there was a hint of displeasure in his light purple eyes. Janice, take Ah Huang back and clean it up. He said in a deep voice. Janice did not dare to be negligent. She quickly walked over and carried Ah Huang. She was an elementalist of the warrior class. Carrying a dog, no, a wolf, was a piece of cake for her. This time Ah Huang didn't resist and let Janice hold it obediently. Its big furry tail was clamped tightly, and it shrank its head, looking like a coward. The shadow leopard glanced at it with disdain in its green eyes. Although she really wanted to cause trouble for Chimo, after looking at Xing, Jiuyu decided to settle down and tried her best to reduce her presence. The current master felt very dangerous. Susili watched as Janice picked up a Huang and called for little Ash. They quickly ran back into the room. Only then did he look away. Let's go to Mercenary Town. He turned and walked towards the open space outside. After taking a few steps, she heard some movement behind her. Xixing had followed her. It was the sound of military boots hitting the ground. Susili did not say anything. He silently walked into the courtyard and looked at the shadow leopard lying on the ground obediently. It was huge, but very docile. He did not climb up immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked at the silent Xixing. The man lowered his eyes slightly. The hair in front of his forehead fell and covered his eyes. Susili sighed in his heart. He pursed his lips and hesitantly raised his hand to gently push the light golden hair away. Xixing was slightly stunned. He looked up and met the young man's light purple eyes. The young man paused for a moment and continued to help him tidy up his bangs. This action was actually a little intimate. Susili did not think too much. He felt that this was what he wanted to do, so he just did it. I know you did it for me. He retracted his hand and said softly, but you can't force a melon to be sweet. Besides, not just any ancient beast can form a contract with me. Although the Silver Wolf's space manipulation ability is special, it is very injured now. If you want to heal it, you might have to pay a price. Like you said, it is too weak now. Moreover, its main consciousness is in hibernation. Only its subconscious. Who knows what kind of personality its main consciousness has? Jiuyu is not on good terms with it, so it is not suitable. Susili patiently explained to him. He would remember those who were really good to him. In this world, he was all alone. He had no family or friends. In fact, the closest person to him was Xixing. Regardless of whether he had ulterior motives for being good to him, he still owed him a favor. Xixing felt it. The barrier between him and the Lord God seemed to have loosened a little. His heart throbbed involuntarily. He looked at the young man in front of him and could not control his emotions. Yes, Xixing's voice trembled slightly. He paused and took a deep breath. I have not thought it through. Susili smiled slightly and reached out to pat him on the shoulder. It's okay. Don't be so scary next time. I think little Ash was about to cry just now. Xixing pursed his thin lips and did not say anything to refute. After explaining clearly, Susili did not care about him anymore. He grabbed the shadow leopard's neck and rode on its back. After sitting firmly, he patted the leopard's head. Come to think of it, it was unexpected that Jiuyu could talk. Could all ancient beasts talk? While Susili was wondering, Xixing jumped on the shadow leopard's back and sat behind him. He was already used to Xixing's scent. At this moment, he naturally leaned into Xixing's arms and found a more comfortable position for himself. Xixing carefully hugged him, and his mind moved slightly. The shadow leopard received the order and grew a pair of shadow wings again. It flapped its wings and flew into the blue sky. Susili looked at the scenery below. After flying a few times, he was no longer as excited as before. He raised his wrist and sent a message to Janice. Since little Ash was staying in the palace, he could not let it go to waste. He told her to stay at Xiaoqiong's place tonight. After all, Xiaoqiong's bedroom was quite big. He wanted to increase the density of the elements in Xiaoqiong's body and let the two little guys cultivate their relationship. After sending the message, Susili felt a little bored. He couldn't help but look at the shadow leopard beneath him, stroking its soft short fur. He thought of something and asked, Jiuyu, did you know Chiamo before? The shadow leopard did not expect him to talk to it. It paused for a moment and saw that Xixing did not respond. It then said, yes, I would recognize that guy even if he turned into ashes. Seems like you have a deep grudge? Susili raised his eyebrows. The shadow leopard was silent for a while before it said, some unpleasant things happened. I haven't seen him in a long time. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but seriously injured and weak. At this point, it cursed again. Humph, serves him right. Seems like they really have a deep grudge, Susili nodded. Seeing that Jiuyu did not want to talk about the unpleasant past, he did not ask in detail. At this time, they flew over the inner city wall and entered the outer city. The outer city's slums were still the same. The densely packed low buildings and the people at the bottom of the society were as busy as ants. Susili took a few glances and then retracted his gaze. They continued north towards the outer city gate and prepared to go to Mercenary Town. During this time, Susili lowered his head and saw a long line of people walking on the only main road in the outer city. It was the group of Elementalist college apprentices. There were more than 100 people in the line, and it looked like a mighty group. With so many people and so far away, the favorability tag was not very useful. Susili could not see where Li Jiu was, but he thought that guy would not dare to disobey. Moreover, he was originally a student of Elementalist College, so he should care about these juniors. At this time, his communication device vibrated. It was from Li Jiu. Speak of the devil. He had sent a message to ask about the situation of the students in the palace, and now he had replied. Li Jiu, Your Majesty, there are no problems for the time being. We should be able to arrive on time. Susili looked at the team below. It was true that there were no problems, but it was uncertain whether they would be able to arrive on time. It was getting late. Captain, will we be able to make it in time? Below, sitting in a carriage pulled by an interstellar beast, a long-haired girl looked up at the sky and asked worriedly. There will be no problems. Don't worry. Suyi smiled. His smile was warm and bright, giving people a sense of security. The girl was affected by his smile and calmed down a little. Feeling the bumpy carriage, she could not help but mumble, Gu Lai and the others should be here already, right? In order to wait for the remaining students who had not yet taken the test, and because there was not enough transportation, they split into two groups. The first group set off early, led by Vice Captain Gu Lai. He was born in a noble family, and his family was rich. He immediately borrowed a large hover car and left with 60 to 70 people. These 60 to 70 people were naturally close to Gu Lai, and their families were all very well off. They were either old nobles or new nobles who had risen in recent years. The social class distinction between nobles and commoners started when they were still students. The remaining 100 people could only rent carriages. Not every family could afford a hover car, and now that the Star Alliance was no longer supporting the Roland Empire, even if they had money, they could not buy one. The carriage they took was pulled by an interstellar beast called the Wind Horse. After many years of domestication, this interstellar beast had become very gentle, and it was a very important transportation tool in the city. The Wind Horse was not slow. It took about half a day to go from the inner city to Mercenary Town, but it could only carry 5 people at a time. Including the students who passed the test later, the first batch of elementalists who were delayed from the test had a total of 188 people. When Vice Principal Chrissy received the final data, her expression was very ugly. Suyi was also shocked. 188 people. Just the students of the 4 age groups had detected so many of them. Behind them were the juniors from 5 to 14 years old. It was hard to imagine how many elementalists the Empire would have lost if Su Lin did not fight bravely, and without His Majesty's wisdom. Gu Lai took a total of 65 students, and there were 123 left. All of them were transported by interstellar beast carriages to Mercenary Town, which required 25 carriages. It was very difficult to organize so many carriages in such a short time. Fortunately, His Majesty did not restrict them, and did not say that they could not ask for help. Vice Principal Chrissy helped them. However, because this was His Majesty's test, she did not completely pave the way for them. She only provided them with contact information. Suyi mobilized his teammates and tried to find all the carriages. Everyone was racing against time, including the students who passed the test later. They had all watched the video of His Majesty's speech. They were a group of 15 or 16 years old children. After watching the video, their feelings of loss and despair turned into passion. They were going to Mercenary Town. They were going to serve His Majesty. The journey was long and tiring, but they were full of hope. However, as the sky darkened, everyone became more and more nervous and anxious. They had to reach Mercenary Town before the sun set. Could they really make it now? Suyi looked at the time and said, Gu Lai and the others left earlier than us. They should be here by now. "Captain, if Gu Lai and the others arrive, do you think they will send a hover car to pick us up?" At this time, the girl whispered. Suyi paused. Because of the battle for the captain position, his relationship with Gu Lai was a little tense. He could not be sure if Gu Lai would consider the big picture. However, very soon, a commotion came from the front of the team. Then, the team slowly came to a stop. Suyi frowned slightly. What happened in front? He was in charge of bringing up the rear and was sitting in the last carriage. He did not know what was happening in front of the team. When the speed of the carriage slowed down to a certain extent, Suyi comforted the other students, then quickly jumped off the carriage and ran to the front of the team. He had half a star strength and worked hard on his physical training, so his speed was much faster than ordinary people. Soon, he rushed to the front of the team. "Reed, what happened?" he asked the student in charge of the front row while observing the surroundings. Reed was a brown-haired young man with a few freckles on his face. He looked ordinary, but he was quite smart. When he saw Suyi, he quickly pointed in front and said, "Suyi, look over there. It looks like Gu Lai's hover car." Suyi saw it too. He thought that Gu Lai and the others had driven the hover car back to pick them up after reaching the town. However, when the team slowly approached, they found that the hover car was parked by the side of the road. There was not a single student in the car, only the driver was squatting by the side of the road and smoking. Suyi frowned and jumped off the carriage to ask the driver about the situation. He was wearing the Elementalist college uniform, so the driver recognized him and quickly said, "There was no more energy in the middle of the journey. Young Master Gu and the others could not wait, so they walked. Continue forward. You should be able to catch up to them." Suyi was stunned. They ran out of energy in the middle of the journey? His expression was a little ugly. He quickly returned to the team and asked the carriage to speed up. His Majesty had said that not a single person could be missing, not to mention whether they could arrive on time. If something happened to these students on the way, he would be held responsible. These people, especially Gu Lai's team, were all noble young masters and young ladies. Many of them might not even walk through the entire inner city, let alone walk out of the city. Moreover, Gu Lai was impulsive. He did not know if he could safely send the students to Mercenary Town. "Driver, please go faster. We need to arrive before sunset." Suyi urged the coachman with an anxious expression. The driver at the front waved his whip and said leisurely, "Young master, don't worry. We will definitely arrive before sunset. We have been going back and forth on this road for more than 10 years. We are very experienced." Suyi did not say anything. He knew that the drivers were very experienced, but he could not handle it. There might be 65 more people later. They only had 25 carriages, which meant that each carriage had to have 2 to 3 more people. This kind of heavy load would definitely reduce the speed of the carriages. He could only pray that Gu Lai and the others had safely arrived at Mercenary Town. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Susili, who was hidden in the sky, also noticed the problem. He could see further than Suyi and the others. Because of the favorability system, he could see a bunch of die-hard fans floating not too far away from Suyi and the others. They were very eye-catching in his eyes. Susili looked at this scene with interest. He could tell the difference between these two groups of students at a glance. Levitating carriages and interstellar beast carriages were clearly two different classes of existence. He actually did not want to see this difference. Because of his relationship with Naya, he knew that the nobles had deep prejudice against the commoners. The inherent concept of the nobles could not even surpass Naya's sense of responsibility as a doctor to her patients. This was very uncomfortable. In the eyes of a doctor, gender might not even be recognized, let alone class. Susili did not want this class concept to be brought to the students, especially this group of young elementalist apprentices. He had said that they were a team. If they dared to bring the bad habits of the nobles and commoners into the team and corrupt the overall atmosphere, Susili would not let them off easily. Although he would be in trouble if the students were late, because he had given a death order. Not one could be missing. If one was missing, all of them would leave. However, if these students did not experience any setbacks on the way, it would not be the purpose of setting up this mission. Perhaps, they could improve their relationship through this ordeal. Wasn't this a good opportunity? At the same time, this was also a time to test the abilities of the two captains. If the two captains only had strength and did not have leadership skills, then sorry, he could only let the capable one take the lead. Xing, do you think they can reach Mercenary Town on time? Susili looked at the carriage team gradually approaching the walking team in front of them and could not help but ask. Xing glanced down and nodded. Yes. You trust them so much? According to the calculation of the distance, there should be no problem, as long as they do not drop the ball. Susili smiled and lowered his head to look down. While they were talking, the two groups of students had already met. He even saw Gulai's iconic red hair. He and the black-haired Sui had met. These two people did not seem to get along well. Susili rubbed his chin. Alright, since Li Jiu is guarding them, we will not watch. It did not make sense for him, the emperor, to personally protect this group of students. They would all be his subjects in the future. This is the first test for them. Whether they can complete it or not, and how well they complete it, will depend on this group of children. Let's go, we will go to Mercenary Town first. Susili did not have the interest to continue watching. Hearing this, the shadow leopard roared at the sky. It was full of vigor, but halfway through, it suddenly froze. No, it could not roar. In case the students below heard it, it carefully listened to the movements on its back. When it did not hear what the little emperor said to its master, it secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The shadow leopard flapped its wings and increased its speed as it flew towards Mercenary Town. Its speed was very fast, and there were no obstacles in the air. The journey was smooth, and in a short while, it reached the entrance of the town. Under Susili's request, the shadow leopard bent down and finally landed in front of the town. Here, Susili unexpectedly saw Naya. The disaster victims who had been affected by the three-star beast's rampage were mostly settled in the open space outside the town. They had set up temporary tents and were waiting for the town to be rebuilt before moving back. At this time, the disaster area, which was originally quiet and even a little deathly still, suddenly became a little noisy. Everyone, listen up. Not only did His Majesty send elementalists to rebuild the town, but he also sent the Royal Water Healing Division to treat the wounded. The Water Healing Division has arrived. Everyone can be saved. A figure held a loudspeaker and shouted at the thousands of wounded lying in the disaster area. When his voice fell, those who could walk dragged their sick bodies out of the tents one by one. When they saw the old mayor holding a loudspeaker and shouting, they could not help but look at each other. An old woman with a hunched back and a walking stick walked towards the old mayor. Trembling, she asked, "Mayor, is what you said true? Is there really a water healing division coming to save us?" "Of course it's true," the old mayor said loudly to ensure that the people around him could hear. At this time, his face was flushed red, and he was so excited that he danced with joy. There was no trace of his usual steady appearance. "Do you see over there? The Water Healing Division's tent will be set up soon." The mayor looked at the old woman and said joyfully, "I know that your son is from the Inferno mercenary group. When he fought against the three-star beast last time, he suffered serious injuries. He can be saved now." During the three-star beast's rampage, there were fortunately no deaths, but there were many injured people. Currently, there were no cases of serious injuries that could not be treated, but some injuries would be troublesome if dragged on. For example, this old woman's son. One of his legs was frozen by the frost beast. Although it thawed later, he had lost feeling and was now facing the danger of amputation. Amputation was absolutely fatal for a mercenary who had to fight at the front lines. In fact, he would not be able to live like a normal person in the future. He might not be able to do some work. For a family that was not rich to begin with, this was simply one disaster after another. It could be said to be an extremely heavy blow. And now, not only did His Majesty see that they had no home to return to, but he also understood the suffering of the wounded. He actually sent the Royal Water Healing Division over, the Water Healing Division, the legendary Water Healing Division that could bring back flesh and bones from the dead, the Water Healing Division that could snatch people from the hands of the Grim Reaper. Many of them had never seen an elementalist in their lives, let alone the Water Healing Division, which had an extremely high status among elementalists. In these few short days, the old mayor felt like he was in a dream. I heard that this royal water healing division is the most powerful in the empire. Her healing skills are well known throughout the country. And now she's here. She's come to Mercenary Town. This is His Majesty seeing our suffering and empathizing with us. The old woman who had inquired had tears streaming down her face as she listened to the mayor's solemn vow. She looked at the old mayor and said, "His Majesty. His Majesty is really a benevolent monarch. I'll go back now and tell my son this good news. He'll definitely be overjoyed." After saying that, she walked back with the help of her walking stick. The old mayor did not stop her. He continued to shout to the people who were walking out of the tent one after another, "All the wounded, according to the number of people who are seriously injured, come first. Those with lighter injuries come later. All of you, line up. Everyone has a chance. Don't crowd. Only those who cooperate with the work arrangements can get the best treatment." The wounded were very conscientious. A large part of them were mercenaries and often worked in teams. They had also been in the army before and understood the importance of obeying orders. The originally lifeless disaster area suddenly glowed with new vitality, and the noise rang out again. Naya's tent was set up. Wearing a plain white dress and a cloak and hood, she walked into the tent, surrounded by maids and guards. Then, under the organization of the old mayor and a group of soldiers, the wounded lined up and walked into Naya's tent one by one to receive treatment. It was clearly close to evening, but Mercenary Town was still bustling with activity and full of hope. Susili watched this scene from afar, and then looked at the light screen that popped up in front of him. The notification of new die-hard fans had refreshed the screen again. In the tent, Naya was wearing a veil and sitting on a chair. She looked elegant and noble, without any trace of the embarrassment she had when facing Susili and Xixing in the morning. The first seriously injured person was carried in. He was also a member of the Inferno Mercenary Group. The Inferno Mercenary Group was responsible for transporting the 3-star beasts. When something happened, the Inferno Mercenary Group did not shrink back and directly stood at the forefront. This also led to the fact that they accounted for the most seriously injured residents. And the first person to be carried in was undoubtedly the one with the most serious injuries. During the battle, he was directly knocked away by the 3-star beasts. The huge impact caused his internal organs to shatter, and he had been unconscious for the past few days. Now, he was on his last breath. The medical conditions in the town were average, and he would probably die if this dragged on. Wen Jishan was also at the side. When he received the news from Naya, he was actually very surprised. Although he was the chief governor, because of his commoner background, Naya did not like him very much. In other words, Naya did not like many people very much. Of course, as a member of the Royal Water Healing Division who could rescue people from the hands of the Grim Reaper, it was understandable that she was a little arrogant. But Wen Jishan never expected that Naya would take the initiative to contact him and ask him to arrange for the wounded. She was coming to the town to treat the wounded. Moreover, she seemed to be quite anxious. Fortunately, the wounded were originally housed in a centralized place, so it was convenient to dispatch them. From the moment she arrived in the town, Naya did not say much nonsense. After a few words of greeting, she quickly entered the tent and began to work. Even though she appeared to be very arrogant and cold, when Jishan keenly saw, she seemed to be very anxious. This could be seen from the maidservant that accompanied her. So what was this situation? Did something happen that he did not know about? When Jishan pondered, his eyes quietly watching Naya. Even with a cloak and a veil covering her whole body, he could feel the temperament that was cultivated in a superior environment. She wore a pair of lace gloves and gently pressed on the back of the wounded man's hand. Everyone held their breath. Under everyone's gaze, a gentle blue light shone from the wounded man's hand and gradually spread to his entire body. Unfortunately, the veil on her face hid her expression. Otherwise, Wen Jishan would really like to see what kind of expression she would have at this moment. After all, this person used to be someone who didn't even care about His Majesty. Now, he wanted to save the commoners. Even if she was wearing gloves, this kind of direct contact would make this noble lady feel uncomfortable, right? Therefore, her expression at this moment must be very interesting, Wen Jishan thought mischievously as his eyes fell on the heavily injured mercenary. He was really quite pitiful. He looked very young. Under normal circumstances, with such serious injuries, he probably wouldn't be able to survive until the next day. However, under his gaze, the mercenary's bloodless face recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wen Jishan watched in silence. Once again, he was amazed by the wonders of elementalists. How enviable. As he thought of this, he recalled what His Majesty had said before. Promote the basic cultivation method to the commoners. Wen Jishan smacked his lips. Not to mention whether it could be successfully cultivated, there would definitely be a lot of people who would want to try it. This was a business opportunity. He wondered who His Majesty was going to assign this task to. The Elementalist College? That group of high and mighty elementalists, they would probably just foolishly announce it directly. What a waste of God's gift. Wen Jishan secretly shook his head, feeling a little distressed. Then, he couldn't help but think of the speech video that His Majesty had just sent to him. He had to admit that this little His Majesty was really good at inspiring people. And some of his ideas were very clever. Things like being assigned to a local garrison was a second chance given by the Empire, the goodwill and expectations of the Empire being wasted. The garrison would send less than 51-star elementalists to the front line every year. It was too cruel. His heart ached when he heard it. That was all money. He used to feel the pinch of the annual subsidies that were wasted on these people, but he couldn't do anything about it because this had always been the rule. Breaking this rule was going against the entire elementalist system. He was only one person and was not an elementalist, so he didn't dare to act rashly. And he was indeed like many people. He didn't realize that the elementalists that were assigned to the local garrison were the Empire's hope for them to further improve, not to let them retire. If this speech video was spread widely, it would definitely change the minds of many people and set off a wave of frenzy in the Empire. So, under His Majesty's hint, he had already used some means to use the hands of a student to release the video on the internet. Although AI Shuexing didn't have the equipment to connect to the Star network, the local network was still developing well. Now, there was still a short time, so he needed to wait and let the bullets fly for a while. But he believed that it would definitely achieve good results in the end. After all, that speech made too much sense. No matter what the local garrison thought after hearing it, the people would definitely be dissatisfied. Maybe they wouldn't express it directly. But if there was something that could trigger it, for example, the local elementalist system reform, at that time it would definitely garner public support. The number of elementalists was still very small compared to the entire empire. Moreover, some elementalists might support it themselves. For example, the elementalists who were fighting on the front lines, or the academies that trained elementalists. He believed that there would definitely be people who would support this reform. Thinking of this, Wen Jishan beamed with joy. He was very much looking forward to that moment. At this time, Naya retracted her hand. The mercenary who had been lying unconscious on the hospital bed opened his eyes at this moment and looked around in confusion. He's fine now. He'll be fine after a day or two of rest. Naya said faintly, next. That was too fast. It had only been 5 minutes, right? A person who was about to die from serious injuries recovered immediately. As expected of the water healing division that could bargain with the Grim Reaper. Wen Jishan sighed again. Seeing that there were more people carrying him in, he didn't continue to watch. He was very busy. Then, Lady Naya, I won't disturb you anymore. Wen Jishan said with a smile and left Naya's tent. There was a long line outside. When the first seriously injured patient who was healed walked out of the tent on his own, everyone who saw this scene cheered. Hearing about it was one thing, seeing it with your own eyes was another. It was really amazing. The person who was so seriously injured and was about to die walked out on his own after just a while. Although he still looked very weak, he was really much better than when he was first carried in. Son, you really can be saved. The old woman who asked the mayor supported her son and said with tears in her eyes. The young mercenary also recovered from the shock and disbelief. His face was full of joy and excitement. He didn't say much. He just wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. His eyes shone with a warm light as he looked at the tent. At the same time, a strong sense of belonging to the Empire rose in his heart. His Majesty saw them. His Majesty didn't give up on them. At this moment, there were many people who had the same thoughts as him. When Jishan saw this and his eyes flashed. In his heart, he thought a lot more highly of His Majesty. He lifted his feet and prepared to go to Su Lin's tent to take a look. After giving him 2 acres of land, he didn't care about that kid anymore. However, he just sent him a message saying that his 2 acres of land had a good harvest and that he could arrange for someone to harvest it tomorrow afternoon. He thought that this kid was bragging. Although Su Lin was also an elementalist, he heard that this kid didn't even have half a star strength and had just transferred to the spirit element. In short, he was very weak. Now he was telling him that he had planted 2 acres of grain in 3 days. When Jishan didn't believe it no matter what, so he planned to see for himself. Just as he took 2 steps, his communication device suddenly rang. His incoming message notification was set to a special note, so when the sound rang, he knew that it was from His Majesty. When Jishan raised his eyebrows and quickly opened the message. The first batch of transfer students from the Elementalist College were coming to Mercenary Town. They were coming tonight and he still needed to arrange their accommodation. When Jishan touched his chin and felt a little excited. These people were like Su Lin, seedlings of the spirit element. Although they wouldn't go to the front line, they could shine in the construction of the empire. After seeing the efficiency of Dean Justin and the others in building houses, when Jishan didn't doubt this at all. It was really awesome. However, how many elementalist apprentices would there be? Although he watched the video of the speech, the students were not in it, so he didn't know how many there were. Judging from the replies, there must be more than 10. When Jishan thought for a while and sent a reply to Su Silly. On the other hand, Su Silly, who was standing not far away, received the message and took a look. When Jishan, Your Majesty, I understand. May I know the approximate number of students in this batch? I'll let someone arrange it. Su Silly tilted his head and thought for a while. Then he smiled and typed a reply. Guess. When Jishan looked at the 2 words and was a little speechless. Little Majesty was a little too bored, wasn't she? He hesitated for a while and deliberately said a higher number. When Jishan, 50? Guess again. When Jishan, is it more or less? It's less. When Jishan sucked in a cold breath. In fact, he expected about 20 or 30 students. After all, this was the number of spirit element students in the entire Elementalist College, but it was actually more than double the number he deliberately said. Was Her Majesty lying to him? He thought for a while and carefully said a number. When Jishan, then 80, that's 3 or 4 times. It shouldn't be more than that, right? However, it's less. It was still less, when Jishan's heart was beating wildly. This was not possible, right? He gulped and typed and deleted. After a while, he finally said another number. When Jishan, 110, Su Silly watched him type for a long time and finally reported another number. He could not help but laugh. After thinking for a while, he replied, well, it should be about that. 157, in addition to the later ones, it should not be more than 200. It should be close to 101. He was not lying. When Jishan waited. When he saw Little Majesty's reply, he was stunned. Good Lord, he heard from Old Man Justin that there were only slightly more than 3,000 people in the first batch. There were still 7 or 8,000 people in the later batch. According to the ratio of 30:1, there should be at least 200 or 300 more. In total, there would be more than 400. Happiness came too suddenly. When Jishan was stunned. When these children grew up and became spirit element elementalists, how much wealth could they create by participating in the infrastructure? There was also the water healing division. He looked at Nia's tent. Yes, all water elementalists could be trained in this direction. The water healing division was the weakest in terms of combat power, but its value at the front line was very high. This was because it could greatly reduce casualties. In this way, the front line could clear out the interstellar beasts much faster. Perhaps the roads to the other main cities could be opened sooner. According to the data he received, the nearest city, Starcatcher City, had only opened a third of the roads between the 2 cities. Although the interstellar beasts that filled the main cities were generally 1 or 2 stars, and a few were 3 stars, one should not forget that the highest level elementalist among them was only 2 stars. These 2 and 2 star interstellar beasts were basically living in groups. Fighting one might attract dozens or hundreds of interstellar beasts. Fighting one type might attract more than 10 types, so it was very difficult to fight. Wen Jishan thought about the front line and shook his head worriedly. Just as he was thinking, his communication device vibrated again. Nia has issued a military order. She must heal all the injured residents in Mercenary Town within 3 days. Otherwise, the Chris family will strip her of the title of Count. Chief Wen, do as you see fit. Looking at this message, Wen Jishan read it back and forth twice before he finally understood. He finally knew why Nia was in such a hurry. It turned out that she was the same as old Justin. She was also tricked by Her Majesty. She was influenced by Her Majesty and actually issued a military order herself. Stripping her of the title of Count was almost as ruthless as old Justin. If she could not complete it, Nia would become a sinner of the family. At this moment, Wen Jishan was sincerely convinced by the little Her Majesty. Perhaps he did not have the halo of the strongest person in Xixing, but when it came to management and the ability to drive the country to prosperity, he was much better than Xixing. Like now, this hint, when Jishan adjusted his glasses, his dark green eyes flashing with a shrewd light. 3 days, although it was a short time. However, how many injured people could be healed completely depended on Nia's ability. As for how many injured people, wasn't it up to him? An able person should do more work, and, Wen Jishan, Your Majesty, if Master Nia can't complete it in such a short time, can you give her a little more time? After all, there are many injured people in the Mercenary Town. Looking at Wen Jishan's reply, Susili rubbed his chin. He could clearly see that the chief consul had seen through his hint. However, if he gave her a little more time, it would not be a deterrent. He thought for a moment and began to write a reply. Wen Jishan waited, and finally the communication device vibrated. The original time given to Nia was calculated from today onwards. Wen Jishan's eyes lit up. The word original was used very cleverly. Because the day was almost over, it was equivalent to Nia needing to treat all the injured people in 2.5 days. Therefore, if she could not complete it, the time could be calculated from tomorrow onwards. Nia would definitely be looking forward to it, and would even be grateful for Her Majesty's tolerance. And with another day's delay, it would only take Nia 5 minutes to treat critically ill patients. Wen Jishan laughed unkindly. He seemed to see countless AI snow coins waving at him. The treatment fee of the Royal Water Healing Division was very high. Wen Jishan, Your Majesty, I understand. Susili looked at Wen Jishan's reply and nodded with satisfaction, but he was still a little worried and reminded him again, the residents of the Mercenary Town will have to depend on Chief Consul Wen. After replying, he put away the communication device. He had made it so obvious, Wen Jishan was a smart person, he would definitely understand. If he did not, in that case, he might have to reconsider the ability of this chief consul. Putting away the communication device, Susili watched the injured people line up to enter the tents one by one, and the injured people who were being treated walk out one by one. Looking at the increasing number of messages from his die-hard fans, he felt very satisfied. The increase in die-hard fans was an unexpected gain. His main purpose was to reduce the injury rate of the town's residents to increase the speed of the town's construction. With Nia's desperate efficiency, he believed that within 3 days, the injury rate of the town's residents would be very low, or even close to 0. This would also increase the speed of his leveling. Susili did not go far. He walked back and forth among the injured people. With Xixing's passerby's halo, almost no one paid attention to them. As he walked, he sifted through the new die-hard fans' messages. None of the town's residents were elementalists, but there were still a few who showed up in the elemental inclination category. This meant that they could actually become elementalists through the cultivation of the basic incantation. However, many of them were already old, so it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. For these new die-hard fans, even if they were mercenaries, the highest level they could reach was level 5, which was half a star. However, compared to the Elementalist College's apprentices, their half-star strength should be somewhat weaker. After all, they could not absorb or control the elements. Just like Wen Jishan, although he had reached level 5, he was actually just a normal person. Susili analyzed and soon had a vague idea. Just like when he reached level 5, he had to go to the Elementalist College for an Elementalist test to determine his development direction before he could continue to level up. level 5 was a threshold. Although it was difficult, normal people could actually rely on their personal growth to reach level 5. However, this level might be the limit. Only after becoming an elementalist would the future be more and more limitless. In the future, when players enter the game, they should also need to go to the elementalist college to change their class. This was very practical. Susili silently noted down this discovery. This was very important. It could firmly bind the players to the Roland Empire in the early stages. If the players wanted to continue leveling up, they could only rely on the elementalist college. And now, wasn't he in charge of the elementalist college? Susili was very excited as he thought about his future plans. After noting down this discovery, he continued to sift through the messages of the die-hard fans. He wanted to see if there were any NPCs with special talents like Xianxia and Little Ash. Unfortunately, after looking through the messages of dozens of new people, he still found nothing. It seemed that NPCs with special talents were still very rare. They had all kinds of special abilities and could exert great power. He must not let go of any of them. After looking through the messages of the die-hard fans, Susili set his eyes on the townsfolk. Inspect, required 10 magic points to use. He still had more than 1,000 magic points, so he could use it to inspect a lot of people. Now that his spirit had increased, Susili realized that even if he did not meditate, his magic points would still slowly recover, just like his HP. However, this recovery speed was very slow. He noticed that it was only 10 magic points per hour. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. This also meant that when his spirit continued to increase, this recovery speed would continue to increase. Susili waited for the students while using Inspect on the townsfolk who were not die-hard fans. He was trying to find another NPC with special talents. The sun gradually set in the west and slowly hung over the mountains on the horizon. The sky was rendered beautiful and charming. However, although it was beautiful, it also meant that the sun was going to set soon. Susili glanced at the main road outside the mercenary town. He still did not see the figures of the elementalist apprentices. Naturally, there were no guardians like Li Jiu. Could it be that these students were really going to fail? Although he wanted to give them a test, Susili still hoped that they could complete the mission. If they could not complete such a simple mission, what would happen to the more difficult missions in the future? There would not be any guardians like Li Jiu in the future. Susili stood at the entrance of the town and silently looked at the intersection of the main road. His expression was calm, but the disappointment in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, the sun had set, and only a few rays of light could be seen. Xianxia also stood at the intersection and waited. The video Susili gave him was edited, so he did not know about the agreement between him and the students. However, when he thought about the 100 or so elementalist seedlings that would arrive at night, he could not help but feel excited and nervous. He did not know when they would arrive. Finally, under the disappointed eyes of Susili and the expectant eyes of Xianxia, the sun finally sank completely into the mountains and the sky became dark. Looks like it still won't work, Susili muttered. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves at the end of the road. Susili was stunned. Did they really catch up with them? He looked as far as he could, but because of the distance and the many tents and crowds in the middle, he could not see the scene in the distance at all. Susili was too lazy to run over. He was the emperor, how could he run over to welcome them? Naturally, he had to stand there and wait. However, he was also very curious. How did these students manage to do it at the last moment? Did they let the dozens of new students ride in the carriages as well? But weren't those carriages only able to carry up to 5 people? Any more and their speed would be affected. Susili hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at Xing and grabbed his hand. Xing, who was still looking into the distance, could not help but be stunned. Lord God took the initiative to hold his hand. His heart suddenly beat wildly, but he heard the youth say, "Xing, help me." As he spoke, Susili extended his spiritual power. Although the range of his spiritual power had increased to 10 meters, it was still not enough. Soon, it reached its limit. Xing quickly understood his intention. He extended his powerful spiritual power and guided the youth to see the scene in the distance. He looked at the serious expression on the youth's face, then looked at the two of them holding hands. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Perhaps he would never tell Lord God that he did not need physical contact to guide his spiritual power. Under the guidance of Xianxia's spiritual power, Susili finally saw the scene on the main road. In the midst of the flying dust, a majestic fleet of carriages was rushing forward. The young boys and girls in the carriages were all wearing the black elementalist college uniform, so they were very easy to recognize. There were a total of 25 galactic beast carriages, not too many nor too few, but the number of people in the carriages had changed. The galactic beast carriages, which originally could only carry 5 people, now had an average of 2 to 3 more people. However, the strange thing was that the speed of the carriages did not decrease by much. Susili's spiritual power increased his ability to sense the elements. Soon, he noticed the reason. It was the wind. Green wind elements gathered behind each carriage, pushing the carriages forward quickly. There were not many wind elements in the direction they were going. Reducing resistance and increasing momentum was a smart idea. Susili glanced at the team and saw that there were about 9 wind elementalists. All of them had their eyes closed, and their faces were pale. Obviously, for them who had just been tested with spiritual power and had not had time to learn how to effectively control the elements, it was very difficult to use the wind elements to push the carriages forward. However, they still did their best by dividing up the work. They were still unable to control the elements too precisely like Xianxia, so they chose to compromise. One group controlled the wind elements in front, while the other group controlled the wind elements behind. They then tried to get the carriages as close as possible to reduce the range. Although it was not precise enough, it was effective. Apart from the wind elementalists, there were also earth elementalists. The number of earth elementalists was obviously much higher. Almost every carriage had 1 or 2 earth elementalists. Their responsibility was to fill the uneven road with earth elementalists. Of course, because the carriages were very fast and their abilities were weak, it did not seem to be of much use. It was better than nothing. In addition to the people in the carriages, Susili also saw about 10 people running behind the carriages. They were basically level 4 or 5. Although they seemed to be struggling, they managed to catch up with the carriages and maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close. Susili saw the 2 captains, Suyi and Gulai, among them. Under the premise that they were cultivating in the wrong direction, they were still able to reach the half-star level. Their perseverance and aptitude were evident. Seeing that they were doing their best, Susili nodded in satisfaction. After this experience, no one would come here with the mood of a holiday. While he was observing and pondering, the convoy of students had already left the main road and entered the empty space at the entrance of the small town. They stopped in front of the tents used for disaster relief. The students were all covered in dust. The sandstorm on the main road had completely ruined their originally elegant image. Even their black uniform couldn't cover up the dust that was kicked up. This was especially true for the 10 or so people running at the very back of the team. Each and every one of them was drenched in sweat and looked battered and exhausted. When Xianxia stood at the entrance of the disaster area with a face full of excitement and joy, he began to count the number of people in high spirits. But soon, when he counted to 110, he was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? How could there be more, when Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he continued to count? When he reached 150 and realized that there were still more, he began to tremble. He forced himself to calm down and continued to count. In the end, he discovered that there were actually 188 of them. There was no mistake. He confirmed again. There were 188 of them. Including Su Lin, there were a total of 189. There were a total of 79 more than what he had guessed. This was not a simple number. They were all young lives, seedlings of spirit elementalists, when Xianxia was extremely excited. However, the exhausted students all had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They raised their heads to look at the sky with despair in their eyes. Some even started to cry softly. This made Wen Jishan restrain his expression. At the same time, he was a little confused. What was going on? Why were they all looking like that? Was there something in the sky? He couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sky was dark and night had fallen. He could vaguely see a few stars shining brightly. It was a very clear and ordinary starry sky. Just as when Jishan's doubts reached its peak, he heard footsteps. He retracted his gaze and saw a black-haired youth with red eyes walking towards him. Looking at his facial features and temperament, he felt a little familiar. He looked a little like Su Lin? Excuse me, are you Chief Governor Wen Jishan? The black-haired youth suppressed his emotions and asked politely. Wen Jishan sized him up and nodded. The youth bowed. Greetings, sir. He asked again, excuse me, have you seen His Majesty? His Majesty? Wen Jishan shook his head gently. He only received a message but did not see him. Then, he saw the light in the black-haired youth's eyes dim. It was a kind of incomparably heavy despair that made Wen Jishan feel a little moved. Su Yi bit his lip. He was the oldest of all the teammates and was also part of the batch of students who were about to graduate. This opportunity was no less important to him than anyone else. Moreover, he was the team leader. He was the most responsible for not organizing everyone in time. Thank you, Chief Governor. Su Yi took a deep breath and finished speaking in a choked voice. His body trembled as he looked at his teammates who were not far away. They already knew the result, but they could not help but look forward to it. They hoped that His Majesty would give them another chance. They had really tried their best to rush over, but who would have thought that the hover car would run out of energy halfway, leading to a series of problems later on. Su Yi met their expectant gazes. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head with great difficulty. He then watched as those pairs of hopeful eyes dimmed. At this time, a red-haired youth suddenly walked in front of everyone in silence. Under the gaze of all the students, Gu Lai bent down hard. Then, with a sobbing voice, he spoke. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If he had not wanted to be in the limelight, if he had not urged the driver to set off earlier, causing the driver to not have time to refuel, they would not have been forced to stop and walk halfway. Su Yi had even caught up with them. If it were not for their carriage, he would probably still be on his way with more than 60 people. But even so, they were still late. His Majesty had said that if anyone fell behind or was late, all of them would be kicked out. Everyone was ruined by him. It was all because of him. Gu Lai bent down very low. He was only 15 years old, but he had never felt like this before. He felt like the whole world had collapsed, and his vision was dark. He did not dare to raise his head, afraid of facing the blaming and resentful gazes of his classmates. I am also partly responsible for this. At this time, a gentle voice sounded beside him. Gu Lai was stunned. He turned his head and saw that there was a figure beside him. He did not look at him. Instead, he stood side by side with him, facing the baptism of all the students' gazes. I am the captain, and I agree with Gu Lai's suggestion. I did not expect the energy issue. Also, I should have thought of a backup plan in advance to deal with unexpected situations. I didn't do it, and I caused everyone to lose this opportunity. I'm very sorry. Gu Lai stared blankly at Su Yi, intense emotions flashing in his eyes. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he could not say anything. Seeing Su Yi bend down, he followed suit and bent down again. But this time, he felt that the pressure on his body seemed to be lighter. It was not as hopeless as before. This has nothing to do with the captain, you've already done very well. A girl forced a smile. The others followed suit. Yeah, if the captain didn't think of a solution, we would still be on the road. Even if we can't do it this time, we can still cultivate when we reach the local army. As long as we continue to work hard and improve ourselves, we can still do it, but will Her Majesty be very disappointed in us? At this time, a blue-haired boy said, I thought I could finally turn over a new leaf and make those who looked down on me regret. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere that had eased up froze again. Everyone fell silent. They sat in the cold night wind, and no one moved. Wen Jishan looked at the group of students and frowned deeply. He was a little confused. Did something happen that he did not know about? Susili saw that it was about time and retracted his spiritual power. At the same time, he let go of Xixing's hand. Let's go. He did not walk towards the students. Instead, he turned and walked into the town. Xixing followed behind him. He looked at his palm and could not help but feel a sense of loss. But he quickly composed himself. He looked at the young man's back and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Anyway, there would be a chance in the future. Susili did not know what Xixing was thinking. He was busy sending a message to Wen Jishan. On the other side, Wen Jishan heard his communication device ring. He knew that it was from the little majesty and quickly looked at it. "I'll leave the students to you." It was a simple sentence that did not explain anything. Wen Jishan hesitated and did not ask. Instead, he directly asked the depressed students. The black-haired boy gave him the answer. Combined with the message he had just received, Wen Jishan roughly understood what was going on. He looked at the group of children speechlessly. That's right, the oldest was 18 and the youngest was 15. They were indeed a group of children. That was why they were so innocent. But, Her Majesty was only 18, right? Was there such a big gap between people? You believe whatever Her Majesty says, Wen Jishan criticized in his heart. He gently adjusted his glasses and said, "You're the captain?" "Yes, I'm Suyi." Suyi said respectfully. Wen Jishan looked at him in surprise. He thought to himself, could he really be related to Su Lin? Of course, he did not say it out loud. "Yes, gather everyone first." He pointed to an open space for them and said, "And stop the carriages at the horse farm over there. Don't block the road." Although Suyi treated people gently, he also had a tough side. At this moment, he had barely managed to calm down. When he heard Wen Jishan's words, he could not help but apologize. "I'll arrange it right away. I'm sorry to have troubled you, sir." It was not good for them to block the road. At this time, there were already many rescuers looking in their direction. He did not want to be surrounded by people in such a sorry state. "Everyone, pull yourself together and get off the carriages first." Soon, under Suye's command, all the students got off the carriages and gathered at the open space Wen Jishan had pointed out. This time, Gulai did not disagree with Suyi. Instead, he restrained the other disobedient noble children, greatly increasing the mobility of the group. When all 188 students had gathered, Wen Jishan looked at them and said loudly, "You may all recognize me. I am the Empire's chief magistrate, Wen Jishan. This time, I was in charge of the reconstruction of Mercenary Town with Dean Justin. At the same time, Her Majesty ordered me to wait for you here. Since it has already happened, there is no use in feeling sad and blaming yourself. What you need to do now is to summarize the gains and losses and strive not to make the same mistake in the future." Wen Jishan said solemnly. "It's already night. It's not safe to travel at night. You should stay here for the night. You should have seen the broadcast from the mercenary town. The people there are homeless victims waiting for rescue," Li Yao said. "That's why there are no extra houses for you to stay in." Wen Jishan waved his hand, and the soldiers moved the prepared tents over and threw them in front of the students. "You can set up your tents here tonight, but you have to do it yourself. I will send someone to teach you. Since you are here, you should be mentally prepared. I don't want to hear anyone complain or request to change their residence. This is not your home, nor is it the academy. No one will help you. You have to rely on yourself." Wen Jishan made it clear. He already knew the young emperor's intention. These elementalist apprentices were not invited here to serve, but to work. There was no need to be so delicate. Although there were many noble children among them, Wen Jishan was not afraid at all. He was not afraid even when facing the big ones, let alone these small ones. The students looked at each other and looked at the tents on the ground. Some of the noble children were obviously unhappy. However, when Jishan continued, "If you don't want to stay in tents, you can choose to sleep outdoors. The weather is good now, and you won't freeze to death." Hearing this, the stubborn children who were about to express their opinions immediately shut up, afraid that their tents would be confiscated. Sleeping outdoors, it was better to live in tents. Suyi stepped forward and said, "Governor, please don't worry. Lord Consul, don't worry. I will take good care of all the members. Thank you very much for providing us with the tents." Even when Jishan had a good impression of Suyi. He patted Suyi's shoulder and whispered, "Rest well tonight. There is work to be done tomorrow." Then, he ordered the soldiers to prepare some hot food for the students and left. Suyi stood there with a dull look in his eyes. There was work to be done tomorrow. Was this the governor's idea, or His Majesty's? Suyi frowned and thought. Suddenly, he felt a bump on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Gulai holding a tent. He didn't know when he appeared beside him. Gulai's eyes were wandering, and he was a little hesitant. Suyi blinked and looked at him, then at the tent in his hand. He suddenly said, "Junior Gulai, do you want to sleep in the same tent as me tonight?" Gu Lai was stunned. He actually wanted to thank Suyi. However, when he saw Suya's face, he couldn't bring himself to say it. At this moment, he was amused by Gulai's self-righteousness. How could he, Gulai, sleep in the same tent as a commoner? Moreover, this was Suyi, who was better than him. However, just as he was about to explain, Suyi had already turned around and instructed the students to set up the tents. He was obviously experienced. He quickly set up a tent and then continued to help the other students. Whether they were nobles or commoners, he took care of them all. Gulai looked at him and slowly stopped trying to say anything. Instead, he followed him to learn how to set up the tents and help the other 100 or so students. In this way of helping each other, they became familiar with each other and gradually understood what it meant to be a team. After they finished setting up the tents, they sat around the campfire and ate the hot food that the soldiers brought them. Tired and hungry, they only felt that there was nothing more delicious than this simple meal. "Captain, are we really going back tomorrow morning?" At this moment, someone suddenly asked. This topic made the atmosphere, which was rarely relaxed, become heavy again. Suyi put down his spoon and pursed his lips. He suddenly said, "No, we're not going back." Under everyone's shocked gazes, he said his thoughts. "We can't give up so easily. Why did Her Majesty ask us to come here?" "To help Dean Justin build the town. Mercenary Town is in need of manpower now. As long as we help here and prove our usefulness, Her Majesty will definitely see us." When Jishan's seemingly unintentional words made Suyi see hope again. She no longer tried to beat around the bush. That's right. One failure was nothing. They still had a chance. Dean Justin was in need of manpower. Even if they couldn't release a complete skill, they could help out and gather elements. When the same skill was used frequently, the concentration of elements in that area would decrease temporarily. This would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of casting the skill. With people like them gathering elements, it would be more or less helpful. "Everyone, don't forget that we're here to learn and cultivate," Suyi said seriously. Just like how the wind elemental students gathered and dispersed the wind elements to increase the speed of the carriage, this is also a kind of cultivation. Her Majesty didn't chase us away. She even asked the consul to give us tents. If we really leave, Her Majesty will be disappointed. That's why we have to stay and do our best in the town. We have to seize every opportunity to cultivate. Now that Dean Justin and the others are here, if we encounter any problems while helping out, they won't be stingy with teaching us. This is an environment that you definitely can't have in the local army. Suyi usually didn't talk much, but at this moment, she spoke clearly. The originally depressed students all cheered up again. Yes, if Her Majesty didn't chase them away, then they would shamelessly stay, when Jishan hadn't actually gone far. At this moment, when he heard the commotion from the student area, he couldn't help but smile. Very good, it seems that they aren't really stupid. But the most astute one is still Her Majesty. She's so simple, and she's so eager to work for me. It's really an eye-opener. He smiled and turned around, took out a notebook from his pocket, and flipped to the latest page. There was a list of names on this page, all of which he had just recorded down from memory. The characteristics of these people were very simple. 1. They were rich. 2. They weren't familiar with the Chris family. 3. They had injuries in their family. Naya, the Imperial Water Healing Division, was very arrogant and didn't do anything easily. In the entire Imperial City, other than the half-baked Water Healing Division teacher from the Elementalist College, Naya was the only one. And now, when Jishan glanced at Naya's tent and chuckled. The funds to provide relief to the mercenary town should be available soon. He would not collect the treatment fees privately. He would directly ask those who needed treatment to donate to the Empire. When the time came, even if he accidentally exposed himself, Her Majesty would take care of it. It had nothing to do with him. As for Naya, would she dare to make trouble for Her Majesty? When Jishan closed the notebook in a good mood. In the end, Her Majesty is the best. It's so delightful to have a smart leader. He didn't even have to think about how to increase his income and reduce his expenditure. Her Majesty had already paved the way for him. He just had to follow the lead. Was Her Majesty this smart in the past? When Jishan thought back, but found that his memory of the third prince when he was still a prince was a little blurry. Perhaps the mediocrity and cowardice in the past were all due to Her Majesty's incompetence. After all, at that time, he already had 2 outstanding older brothers and sisters. If those 2 hadn't died unexpectedly, when Jishan shook his head and didn't think about such a heavy matter anymore. Instead, he took his notebook and hurried to contact people in the middle of the night. On the other hand, Susili strolled around the mercenary town. As night fell, the town was already lit up. The old street lamps were not particularly bright. They illuminated the surroundings hazily, as if a layer of gauze was draped over them. There were many pedestrians on the streets, and the noise of the night market could be heard from afar. Dean Justin and the others temporarily stopped construction and were eating. Susili also felt hungry, so he casually walked into a restaurant and prepared to have dinner there. This restaurant in the town was small and cramped, but it was clean. Susili chose a seat by the window and sat down at the small round table. When he looked up, he saw Xixing still standing next to him. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This guy, he didn't seem to follow the rules in the palace. Why was he so reserved outside? Sit down. He pointed to the seat opposite him and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Only then did Xixing sit down. He was tall, so when he sat down at the small round table, it seemed a little cramped, but he was barely able to sit down. This was not the first time Susili and Xixing ate together, but it was the first time they sat face to face at such a small table. Susili glanced at him and then looked away, worried that he would be immersed in this guy's beauty again. Maybe it was because they were too close. The impact of this beauty was many times stronger than usual, and it made him feel a little uncomfortable. Xixing, this guy, was a freak. The waiter delivered the food very quickly, and he didn't recognize them. He put down the plates and left after saying, "Please enjoy your meal." After a busy day, Susili was really hungry. But, the food in this world was really crude, especially in this backward town. After a few bites, Susili lost his appetite. Fortunately, there was still milk, so he didn't have to go hungry. He glanced at the leftover food, and with the spirit of saving and shameful wasting, he put the untouched half of the noodles into Xixing's bowl. He said that he needed to eat more because he had used up a lot of energy. Xixing paused and didn't say anything. He just ate in silence. He was elegant, charming, and graceful. Just by watching him eat, one couldn't tell how fierce he was when he fought. In fact, Xixing was a little nervous under the young man's stare. They were too close. He couldn't even control his heartbeat. But this dinner with only the 2 of them was not as romantic as he thought it would be. After eating hastily, Susili sat there and glanced at him occasionally, but most of the time, he was looking at the scenery. Outside the window. Those sparkling eyes, who knew what kind of wicked idea she was thinking of? In the end, after Xixing finished eating, they returned to the palace together. After washing up, Susili didn't do anything else and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He didn't wake up until the next morning and went to the secret room to check the star web. Because he did not turn off the power last time, the game cabin was still running slowly. Susili did not care and laid down directly. "Xiao Wu, welcome, brother." As soon as Susili entered the virtual room, Xiao Wu's cute voice sounded. He could not help but smile. This little guy has improved. Finally, he is not the only one welcomed by the Star Alliance network. "Xiao Wu, good morning." He smiled and said, "Show me the background of Star Melody Network." "Okay, brother." Xiao Wu responded, and then a screen slowly appeared in front of Susili. In one night, it should have increased a little, right? Susili thought so and glanced at the balance, only to find that it was 19,858. 66. Compared to yesterday afternoon, it increased by more than 10,000, and this number was increasing rapidly. This was a bit out of Susilly's expectations. He opened the system message and found that because his album had more than 10,000 subscribers, the price had increased from $1 to 1.5. Moreover, it was on a new list, potential weekly chart. This chart was for new songs that were released in a week and whose data increased in the top 10. Susilly's album happened to be ranked 10th at this time. It had to be said that Star Melody Network's support for newcomers was really strong. The speed of his rise was faster than Susilly expected. If it was not for the heavy burden of 10 million, earning nearly $20,000 in just a few days, this was already considered a good income. But it was not enough. Compared to 10 million, 20,000 was still a drop in the bucket. Susilly shook his head and extinguished some of his anxiety, then said, "Xiao Wu, help me withdraw $10,000 to my account." "Okay, brother, please wait a moment." After Susilly finished speaking, he looked at Germinal that was just released yesterday. The data growth of this song was not as good as the other album, but under the lead of that album, at least it was not as bad as it was at the beginning. In just one night, more than 500 people subscribed. However, releasing this song was mainly to do an experiment to see if Germinal would have any special effects. Susilly glanced at the comments section. "It's another Roland folk song from Roland's Goodnight. It's so nice, this song is different from Requiem. If Requiem makes people sleepy after listening to it, then this song is like the morning sun. After listening to it, you are full of hope for life. I'm so curious about what kind of country Roland is. There are so many beautiful and moving songs. These two songs don't lose out to the hottest pop songs now. A national song is a world song. What a great song. Today, I found out that my grandfather was born in the Roland Empire. When he heard me play this song, my grandfather suddenly cried. I was shocked. I'm currently playing the song for Old Master." Susilly raised his eyebrows. "Interesting, there are descendants of the Roland Empire outside of us know. This grandpa was probably one of the elementalists who had left that time. If it weren't for this group of elementalists pulling strings from the outside, the Roland Empire wouldn't have received so much help from the Star Alliance. It was a pity that the Roland Empire didn't rise again. These elementalists were getting older and less useful. Their descendants probably had a stronger sense of belonging to the country they immigrated to." Susilly sighed, but he didn't dislike these elementalists who chose to emigrate. After all, many of them weren't born in the Roland Empire. There were many countries on us now, but after the disaster, only Roland was left. They were still willing to help the Roland Empire. It was already a sign of nostalgia. Susilly continued to scroll through the comments section. Compared to Roland's Goodnight, the response to Germinal seemed to be less. Maybe it was because this song didn't have any special effects. He was slightly disappointed, but on second thought, it was good enough to have a good night. One shouldn't be too greedy. With that in mind, Susilly stopped reading. He didn't expect the album to bring him much income in the first place anyway. Looking at the balance of 10,000 in his account, Susilly's eyes fell on the door of the virtual room. He got up and walked over. "You are entering the galactic community. You need to pay 10 universe credits. Do you want to continue? Note, your mental strength is lower than level E, you can only stay in the galactic community for half an hour. If you don't leave after the time limit, you will be forced to leave." In addition to the virtual room, there was also a large virtual community that connected all the countries of the Star Alliance. You only needed to pay 10 universe credits to enter. Of course, because the old emperor didn't leave any universe credits, Snow Roland only went out once. In Snow's memory, his mental strength was only the lowest level F, which only allowed him to stay for 10 minutes. It was also those 10 minutes that opened the door to a new world for him. It made him yearn for the high-tech world outside. It was also one of the reasons why he agreed to give up the throne of the Bavad Empire in exchange for the green card of the Franda Galactic Federation. Looking at the level E evaluation, Susilly's eyes flickered. Snow Roland's original mental strength was only 12. Now that his mental strength was increased to 39, he was only level E. He wondered what the power system of the alien planets was like. According to his understanding of history, the Elementalist was a special class that was born on SB Star. It was only produced on SB Star in the entire universe. In fact, from the perspective of the game, it was understandable. SB Star was a novice planet, and the 5 main cities were novice villages. It was estimated that the map of the alien planets would only be opened after the players finished exploring SB Star. As for the alien planets, the gameplay would definitely be different from the novice planets. Susili thought and looked forward to the galactic community. Although it might be a long time before he could set foot on the alien planets, since he was already part of the Star Alliance and had to pay such a high alliance fee, he still had to fight for some benefits. Now was the time to understand it in advance. Looking back at the virtual room, Susili smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, let's go out and play for a while." The room was quiet for a while, then Xiao Wu's tender voice sounded. "Okay, brother." There was a hint of imperceptible joy in her voice. Susili paid 10 universe credits, then he saw the transparent barrier in front of him flash, and the thing that was blocking him just now seemed to have disappeared. He tried to step through the door. Susili felt that he had stepped into a door of light, only to see a bright white light in front of him. When the light faded, he had already arrived at a brand new world. There were many tall buildings, all kinds of shuttles in the air, and he could even see mechas that were dozens of meters tall chasing each other on the ground. On the ground, passers-by were constantly appearing and disappearing. They were probably like him, logging in and logging out of the galactic community. "Brother, you have arrived at the galactic community, Sector E. If you need anything, you can call Xiao Wu at any time." Xiao Wu's cute voice sounded in his ears. Susili thought for a while and asked, "How many sectors are there in this galactic community?" "Brother, there are a total of 6 ordinary sectors, AF, 3 advanced sectors, S, 2S, and 3S, and 1 top-level sector, SP," Xiao Wu answered. "So there were only 10 sectors?" Susili raised his eyebrows slightly and asked again, "Is there anything special about these 10 sectors? How can one enter the advanced or even top-level sectors from the ordinary sector?" Xiao Wu answered, "The entry conditions for each level sector are different, and the resources to be enjoyed are also different. Take Sector E as an example, it is most suitable for people with spirit level E to play." Susili nodded. "In other words, these 10 sectors are divided according to spirit level? You can simply understand it this way," Xiao Wu said, "but the entry conditions for the advanced and top-level sectors are not limited to this. Only countries that are ranked in the top 10 of the Star Alliance in terms of overall strength are eligible to enter." Susili paused. Although he didn't have much hope, he still asked curiously, "Then what is the Roland Empire's ranking?" "Brother, the Roland Empire's overall strength was ranked 265th in the Star Alliance country evaluation last year," Xiao Wu answered. Susili suddenly had an ominous premonition. "How many countries are there in the Star Alliance?" He couldn't help but ask. 266, brother." Susili, "Okay, second to last." Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt that it was a bit too miserable. "Then what about the Bavad Empire?" he asked. The Bavad Empire was ranked 210th in the country evaluation last year. Okay, although the Lizardman Empire was also ranked last, it was dozens of places higher than the Roland Empire. If they were to fight directly, the Roland Empire would probably suffer heavy losses. Susili frowned and then sighed. It seemed that in the short term, the best choice was to pay the Star Alliance membership fee. With the protection of the Alliance, they could at least develop for a while and wait for the players to come. "Brother, why are you sighing?" At this time, he heard Xiao Wu's childish voice. Susili smiled and said, "Nothing, let's continue to stroll." They had just arrived at a bustling street. The street was crowded with people, bustling with noise and excitement. Everything around him was very real. Susili could even feel the wind and smell the fragrance of the surrounding shops. If it wasn't for the people appearing and disappearing from time to time, it would really be like reality. Interstellar Community was actually a bit like a virtual holographic game, but this holographic game was a large-scale social game. Also, it was said that one could train their mental power on the Star Network. Anyway, there were many benefits, he just needed to slowly discover them himself. At this time, a fierce whistling sound was heard. Susili looked in the direction of the sound and saw a mecha running from a distance. The mecha was running very fast, but it looked like it lost its balance and was charging straight at him. Susili was shocked and subconsciously stepped back, but how could he outrun a mecha that was dozens of meters tall? After just 2 steps, the mecha was already in front of him and its huge foot stepped on him. Susili's eyes widened, his heart beating wildly. But soon, he suddenly remembered that this was the Star Network. It wouldn't be a big deal even if he was stepped on. Didn't you see that the people around him were very calm? Sure enough, when the mecha's foot landed on his head, he felt his body suddenly become a shadow, and the huge foot directly passed through his body. Susili blinked his eyes and carefully sensed his current state. It seemed, his head was a bit dizzy. Xiao Wu's voice sounded in his ears. Warning, you are under attack from Big Cute Meow's mecha. Protective measures have been activated. Remaining time has been reduced from 25 minutes to 15 minutes. Please leave the attack range as soon as possible, in case your time runs out. F***ck, how could it be like this? Susili quickly dodged to the side, but the mecha had already run away, and he could only see its back from afar. His figure, which had turned into a shadow, solidified once again. Hey, is this your first time on the Star Network? Susili was still in a daze when he suddenly heard someone speak. He turned his head and saw 2 girls standing leisurely next to him. One of them, who had long hair, smiled and said to him. Susili paused, but still nodded. The girl covered her mouth and laughed, saying happily, I knew it, why do you look so silly? I haven't seen a newbie like you in a long time. Did you adjust the age of the characters too much? Little brother, are you 12 years old? Susili's face turned green. He looked at the girl coldly and didn't say anything, but the aura of a superior made the girl slowly withdraw her smile. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Oya looked at the silver-haired young man in front of her, and for some reason, she felt a little scared. She was attracted by his good looks, especially his pair of light purple eyes, which were very special and very beautiful, and that was why she talked to him. But she didn't expect that this young man, who looked so harmless, would give people a very scary feeling when his face darkened. Now, she no longer doubted this young man's age, and even felt that he might have adjusted his appearance to look younger. But if that was the case, why did he look like he didn't know anything? Seeing that the atmosphere had become cold, the cool-looking short-haired girl next to them spoke up to smooth things over. Young man, don't mind her. My friend is like this, but she means no harm. She actually wanted to remind you that you didn't buy a protective shield, right? Susili put away the coldness on his face. He nodded hesitantly. It's my first time in the Star Web community. What's a protective shield? He ignored Oya and changed the topic. A protective shield can protect you from the interference of those big iron shells, the short-haired girl said. Although the Star Web provides basic protective measures, they are very trashy. You can open the shop and take a look. You have many types of protective shields. Like ours, she touched the hair clip on her head. When you are attacked by mechas or other types of attacks, it will be reflected on the attacker. In this case, the attacker's time will be reduced, and this protective shield can also protect personal information, such as this. She was talking, but suddenly, her facial features became blurred. See, this way, you can't see me, right? She didn't know how she said it, but her face gradually became clear again. And then you can set up sound insulation. Halfway through, her voice suddenly stopped. Her mouth was clearly opening and closing, but Susili couldn't hear her at all. Yeah, isn't it fun? Oya on the side, with the support of her companions, suddenly came back to life. Susili nodded. These functions were indeed very convenient, and it made him feel like he was experiencing the reality of futuristic technology. You must have skipped the beginner's tutorial. I remember when I first went on the Star Web, there was a tutorial. But that tutorial was so bad that I didn't have the patience to watch it, Oya muttered. Susili couldn't help but understand. No wonder he didn't know about this. Snow Roland probably skipped it when she first entered. Because he could only stay for 10 minutes, and the beginner's tutorial was too long, he skipped it. Thinking of this, he was just about to thank her when the long-haired girl suddenly approached him and looked up at his face, her red eyes full of curiosity. So you didn't disguise yourself, right? Do you look like this in real life? Susili was forced to take 2 steps back. He didn't like people getting close to him like this. It made him feel very uncomfortable. No. He pursed his lips and said coldly. Wow. Your voice is so nice too. Oya widened her eyes and said suspiciously, and, it sounds a little familiar? Susili paused and said in a low voice, you heard wrong. Thank you for telling me this. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After that, he quickly opened the map, clicked on a random shop, and directly teleported. Of course, this teleportation also cost money, 1 universe coin per trip. When the young man's figure completely disappeared, Oya was still frowning. Xiaolan, I really heard his voice before. She said to her friend Xu Xiaolan. Xu Xiaolan shrugged, you must have heard wrong. It's his first time on the star web. It's impossible that he heard it in real life, right? How can it be so coincidental? Saying so, she clicked on the operation light screen. The interface of the star web was opened, and the song was playing. She set the non-public mode so that only the two of them could hear it. Yu Yang's song is good, but it's the same one over and over again. I feel a little tired of listening to it. Xu Xiaolan looked at the song list and muttered unhappily. Hearing this, Oya couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who told you to keep playing the single song every time you hear a good song? You listen to it hundreds of times a day. It would be strange if you don't get tired of it. Xu Xiaolan shrugged, then what's the good one recently? She flipped through the homepage of the star web and said in a picky tone, the star web is getting worse and worse. There aren't many new songs on the homepage. It's the same one over and over again. Then you should go to the new song section. How can I have the time? And it's easy to step on a landmine. Oya curled her lips and shared a song list with her. My cousin recommended this to me. He said that they are all great seedlings and will definitely be popular in the future. Really? Xu Xiaolan glanced at the song list. Roland's Goodnight Song? Non-original songs? Can this be popular? This song is very magical. It is said that it can cure insomnia, Oya said. When I listened to it, I did feel sleepy all of a sudden. Xu Xiaolan felt that it was very unreliable. Are you sure this song is not too boring? Of course not. Oya said loudly, didn't I have a mecha exam 2 days ago? I was so anxious that I couldn't sleep that night. In the end, I fell asleep while listening to this song. When I woke up the next day, I was full of energy. Xu Xiaolan was curious. Okay, I'll remember this song first and listen to it when I go back tonight. If it really has such a magical effect, I'll spend money to promote it to the homepage. Oya shrugged. Anyway, Xu Xiaolan was rich and often spent money to support the singers she liked. She was used to it. Okay, let's continue shopping. I heard that a cake shop has opened recently. The taste is quite good. Anyway, one wouldn't get fat in the virtual world. On the other hand, Susili escaped from 2 girls. He didn't know that the 2 girls were still talking about his song. At this moment, he appeared in front of a shop. There were tall mechas displayed in the shop. They were of different shapes and looked very cool. Susili was attracted to them. He walked in and came to the most eye-catching mecha in the middle. This was a silver-gray mecha. It was about 30 meters tall. Standing in front of it, he looked very small. He glanced at the price. 180,000,000 universe credits. Susili silently looked away. Okay, 1 mecha was enough for him to pay 18 years of alliance fees. He couldn't afford it. He took one last longing look, then turned and left the mecha shop. The main reason was that he didn't have time to wander around. Recalling the words of the 2 girls just now, he couldn't help but call out, Xiao Wu, help me open the system shop. Okay, brother. A light screen appeared in front of Susili. The system shop's homepage appeared. There was a dazzling array of products on it. But to sum it up, they were all very expensive. Just like the protection shield that the 2 girls mentioned just now, the cheapest one was $5,000 and only had the most basic anti-damage function. As for the short-haired girl's hair clip, Susili also saw it. This one had a unique design and was priced at 50,000 universe credits. In addition to the ones she just introduced, there were actually other small functions that she didn't mention in detail. Susili was speechless. He could only spend $5,000 to buy the basic protection shield. Seeing that his balance was suddenly reduced by half, he couldn't help but sigh. Star Alliance was really good at making money. Entering the Star Network community required money. Map teleportation required money. Buying protection shields also required money. Although the first two items looked cheap, with many people using them, it would add up to a large sum. Purchase a protection shield, basic model is successful. Do you want to wear it? Wear it. Susili responded and saw a white ring appear on his wrist. After studying it, he found that other than the fact that it glowed, it was really an ordinary bracelet. He could only stop paying attention to it. At this time, he only had 2 minutes left in the Star Network community. Shopping online really killed a lot of time. Susili took advantage of the last 2 minutes to quickly browse the nearby food. He found that they were basically cake shops and coffee shops. There were no special snacks. He had no choice but to order a cup of milk tea with stockings. Probably because it was a virtual product, as soon as he bought it, he didn't have to wait in line. A prepackaged milk tea appeared in front of him. Susili reached out and grabbed it. The next moment, a countdown interface appeared in front of him. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Returning. Susili felt his vision blur. When he could see his surroundings clearly again, he was already back in the virtual room, but there was an extra cup of milk tea with stockings in his hand. He looked at the light door behind him. A prompt appeared on it. For safety reasons, you need to wait 30 minutes before you can re-enter the Star Network community. Susili shook his head and sat down on the sofa. He opened the packaging of the milk tea, inserted the straw, and began to enjoy the first food he tasted in the virtual world. The taste was very real, and very ordinary. For someone who was used to drinking all kinds of milk tea in the real world, this milk tea with stockings was really too ordinary. Susili couldn't help but sigh. Did he really have to be self-sufficient? But, if he could open a shop on the Star Network, at this time, Xiaowu's voice sounded again. Big brother, why are you sighing? Susili raised his eyebrows. Why did this question sound so familiar? Of course it's because there's something bothering me. He shook his head and said, let's not talk about this. By the way, Xiaowu, can you normally go on the Star Network community? Only when Big Brother enters can Xiaowu follow, Xiaowu said. Susili was stunned. So you can only stay in this game cabin and can't go on the Star Network? Yes, Big Brother. Wouldn't that be very boring? Susili said with some sympathy. Is there anything you want? Big Brother is rich now, so I can buy it for you. Of course, it can't be too expensive. Xiaowu's voice was so cute that he unconsciously treated him as a real child. He waited and heard Xiaowu say, I want to hear Big Brother sing, Germinal. Hearing Xiaowu's words, Susili blinked. She wanted to hear him sing? Sing Germinal? He frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Although he had accidentally mistaken Xiaowu for a real child, he knew that Xiaowu was just a navigation AI. Although its voice was very cute, its language was unavoidably mechanical. But what she said just now, Susili frowned, vaguely feeling that something was wrong. Just as he was about to say something, a screen popped up. Ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, transformed, wooden house, into, 2-story wooden house, plus 200 EXP. Ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, transformed, wooden house, into, 2-story wooden house, plus 200 EXP. Ding. Imperial City, Mercenary Town, transformed, brick house, into, 2-story brick house, plus 400 EXP. With the 800 EXP, and the 276 EXP from before, his EXP bar was filled up again. Ding. Full EXP, personal level increased from LV9 to LV10, all attributes +1, Omni points +10. This was what Susili had expected. According to his calculations, according to the construction speed of Dean Justin and the others, he should have leveled up today. But there was more. Ding. Personal level, LV10, leader skill unlocked, mentor, you can designate a person to enhance a certain attribute for a short period of time. The enhancement lasts for 10 minutes. Special effect, ignores level difference mana consumption, 500 when he saw the new leader skill appear, Susili could not help but be stunned. He had been looking forward to it, but he did not expect it to actually happen, mentor. Enhance attribute, another support type skill, but he did not know how much this enhancement could enhance. It required 500 EXP, and with his current EXP, he could only use it 3 times at most. As usual, Susili spent 10 Omni points on constitution and mental strength. Then, he glanced at his personal panel. Sino Roland, personal level, LV10 level up distance, 76/2000 health points, 51,000 mana, 1900 attributes, constitution, 51, intelligence, 38, strength, 11, spirit, 44, agility, 10, defense, 10, elemental affinity. He had finally reached the strength of 1 star, and all of his attributes had increased to 2 digits. However, Susili looked at the experience bar that had been extended by half. He couldn't help but be speechless. The experience required for the next level had increased from 1,000 to 2,000. As expected, 1 star was just the beginning. It would probably be more difficult to level up later on. However, Susili was not afraid at all, because he had the construction team. He could level up even if he was lying down. With that in mind, he brought up the town's interface. Mercenary Town LVL1, status, upgrading under construction. Person in charge, Justin, Wenjishan, 100% increase in revenue, completed. Wooden House X1, 2-story Wooden House X3, 2-story Brick House X1 under construction, 2-story Wooden House, 90%, Brick House, 10%, Wooden House, 5%, Wooden House, 5%, Wooden House, 1%, Financial Expenditure, 157,684x on new population, none special status bonus, resident injury rate 1, 7%, construction speed -8, 5%, resident hunger rate 25%, construction speed -25%. In addition to the new construction, the resident injury and hunger rates had also decreased. Naya and Wenjishan were still very helpful. Susili turned off the light screen with satisfaction. When he saw the virtual room, he remembered Xiao Wu's request. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Xiao Wu, why do you want to listen to Germinal?" After waiting for a while, Xiao Wu's young voice sounded again. "It's good." Susili smiled. "Can you tell what's good and what's bad?" Xiao Wu. "I don't understand." "I want to listen." The originally smooth speech suddenly became sluggish. Susili frowned again. "This is very strange. Did something really happen to Xiao Wu?" Susili touched his chin and looked at the virtual room around him. He secretly used the insight technique. Virtual space, affiliation, Star Alliance network level, normal area, 30 square meters price, 89,999 universe credits owner, His Majesty Roland, Snow Roland. Susili originally wanted to use the insight technique on Xiao Wu, but he did not expect such a message to pop up. 30 square meters was really small. 90,000 universe credits for such a small virtual space, he felt that it was a bit of a loss. However, it was using the old emperor's money, so it was still okay. "Xiao Wu, do you have a real body? I want to see you." Susili did not sneak in again and directly asked Xiao Wu. "Navigation AI should have a real body, right?" "Okay, brother, please wait a moment," Xiao Wu replied obediently. Thus, under Susili's expectant gaze, a pocket-sized robot slowly appeared in front of him and floated in midair. Its appearance reminded Susili of the service robot he saw in the Star Web community, but it was many times smaller. "I'm Xiao Wu's real body, brother." The little robot's mouth opened and closed, full of mechanical feeling, but surprisingly, there was a sense of cuteness. Susili could not help but reach out and gently touch it with his finger. It was a metallic sensation, cold to the touch. He felt that it was a bit magical, so he simply used the insight technique on it. Navigation AI 58462, Xiao Wu, affiliation, K2576 Game Cabin Origin, Flanda Interstellar Federation Special State, Artificial Consciousness in the Process of Being Nurtured. Success rate, 56%. Susili looked at the detected information and could not help but be stunned. Artificial consciousness in the process of being nurtured? What does it mean? He pondered, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he could not help but widen his eyes. Xiaowu is about to have self-consciousness? F*CK. Artificial intelligence, F*CK, F*CK. Is this for real? However, the words behind the success rate of 56% made Susili calm down. The success rate was only a little more than 50%, and it was easy to fail. In that case, Xiaowu's self-consciousness should only be in the budding stage. Wait, germinal? Susili suddenly realized something. Could it be what he was thinking? He looked at the little robot in front of him, and his heart was in doubt. So, Xiaowu started to have self-consciousness because of germinal? If that was really the case, then the song Germinal was awesome. He frowned, thought for a while, and asked, Xiaowu, how about I go on Xianxia and play Germinal for you? Want to hear, brother, sing? The little robot's mouth opened and closed, and it spoke very slowly, like a baby learning to speak. Susili looked at it, and suddenly had a guess in his heart. Life was always good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Although Xiaowu could not be considered a life at the moment, it should have instincts. Its instincts told it that listening to him sing Germinal was useful for it. And the recorded version of Germinal should have no effect, or the effect should be very bad. Looking at the little robot floating in midair, Susili touched his chin. Anyway, he would know after giving it a try. He took another sip of milk tea, and then a virtual guitar was born. As the accompaniment sounded, he softly sang in the virtual room. The song Germinal was one of Susili's favorite songs to date. When the melody sounded, it made him feel like he was in a green field, experiencing the vigorous vitality in the wind and rain. Maybe it was because of this that the artificial intelligence had developed self-consciousness. Susili quickly got rid of all the distracting thoughts. As the prompt of magic consumption 100 proficiency +1 appeared, he also ended the song. When he looked up, he saw the little robot looking at him blankly, and its eyes seemed to have a little more spirit. Susili's heart moved, and he once again detected Xiaowu's information. Navigation AI 58462, Xiaowu, Ownership, K2576 Game Cabin Origin, Flanda Interstellar Federation Special Status, Artificial Intelligence in the Process of Being Born Success Rate, 66%. Susili blinked, wondering if he had seen wrongly. Did the success rate increase by 10%? Yes, there was no mistake. Just now, it was indeed a little more than half, but now, it had increased by a lot. Xiaowu, how do you feel now? He asked carefully. The little robot opened and closed its mouth. Big. Brother, Xiaowu feels very good. Susili looked at it with a complicated expression, thought about it, and continued the experiment just now. He opened the StarTune network and played the recorded version of Germinal. After the song finished playing, he used the insight spell on Xiaowu again, and then eagerly looked at the information. Navigation AI 58462, Xiaowu, Ownership, K2576 Game Cabin Origin, Flanda Interstellar Federation Special Status, Artificial Intelligence in the Process of Being Born Success Rate, 66. 1%. This time, it increased by 0.1%. Sure enough, the effect of the recorded version was much weaker, directly 100 times the difference. Moreover, Susili felt that there might be other opportunities for Xiaowu's artificial intelligence to be born. Otherwise, wouldn't it be able to give birth to consciousness after listening to the recorded version of Germinal 1000 times? It definitely couldn't be that simple. Susili looked at the little robot in front of him. Artificial intelligence. Was he going to cultivate an artificial intelligence with self-awareness? Would this cause any trouble? With the technological level of AI Xuexing, even if the artificial intelligence lost control, it might not cause any big losses, but if it went to the StarNet, Susili was a little hesitant. In the face of the unknown, he felt that there was no harm in maintaining a certain level of vigilance. After hesitating for a while, Susili did not immediately make a decision. Xiaowu, you stay by yourself first, I'll come back to see you at night. Okay, big brother. Xiaowu was as obedient as usual, and this made Susili feel a little guilty. He suppressed this strange feeling, exited the virtual space, and left the game cabin. This time, he turned off the power and let the game cabin go into hibernation. Susili felt like a bad person who was preventing the birth of a new life. He frowned and walked out of the bedroom with a heavy heart. As soon as Susili walked into the dining hall, Xixing looked over and saw the young man frowning, and the gentleness on his face disappeared. What happened to God? What was bothering him so much? Susili also saw Xixing, but what surprised him was that there were two other figures in the dining hall. Joan and Little Ash. Brother Emperor. As soon as he saw him, Xiaoqiong jumped down from his chair. The young man with black hair and purple eyes was dressed like a prince. At such a young age, he already had a stable temperament. He was like a little adult, handsome and cute. Susili looked at him with a little surprise, walked over, and touched his soft black hair. Xiaoqiong, didn't you go to the academy today? He liked this little brother of his very much. He also knew that he worked very hard every day. At least, they had not eaten breakfast together for so many days. Joan was not angry that his hair was messed up, and her face was faintly flushed. He tried to keep a straight face and said seriously, I don't have morning classes today, so I came here for breakfast. As he said this, he stole a glance at Little Ash. She was still sitting on the chair, and other than smiling at Susili, she had no intention of jumping down to greet him. Joan pursed her lips and looked at her brother. Her brother did not seem to be angry. Then you can take a break. Susili patted the top of Joan's head. I heard that you are very hardworking, which is a good thing, but you have to balance work and rest, okay? I know, thank you, Brother Emperor. Joan relaxed a little when she heard her brother's concern for her. She looked up at him and her eyes were bright and full of admiration. But soon, he blinked his eyes in confusion. She felt that her brother's aura seemed to have become stronger, and, Brother Emperor, did you grow taller? Hearing this, Susili was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at himself, then smiled and said, I do seem to have grown taller. As his physique attribute continued to increase, his height and figure seemed to have improved unknowingly. He did not feel it, but in the eyes of others, it was probably a big change. Perhaps one day, he would be able to catch up to Xixing? Susili looked at the blond man beside him. When he thought of the day when he would surpass him in the future, his mood suddenly improved. Xixing was observing the interaction between the two brothers. Lord God, he seemed to like this younger brother very much. Or rather, adults like children. He looked at Little Ash, who was opposite him. The delicate little girl was wearing a tutu skirt. She was holding a piece of bread in her hand, and while eating, she did not forget to throw some to Ah Huang, who was on the ground. She looked very serious and devout when it came to food. Even if His Majesty the Emperor came, he could not stop her from eating. After looking at her for a while, Xixing retracted his gaze and looked at the young man again. However, he was not prepared. His eyes met a pair of smiling eyes. His eyes were like falling stars, curved into a beautiful arc, and smiled faintly. It was so touching. Xixing was slightly stunned. Lord God smiled at him, although he was puzzled. Looking at the young man's bright and beautiful appearance, he could not help but smile. His grayish-blue eyes flashed with a gentle light. Susili did not expect that he would suddenly show such a gentle expression. It was a little, he was being killed. He suppressed the strange feeling in his heart and sat down at the head of the table. Because of the addition of the two little ones and the dog, the table, which was usually cold and quiet, became much livelier. Susili took a sip of milk and looked at the little girl. Ah Sheng, after dinner, you and Ah Huang will go to Mercenary Town with me. After that, he ordered the captain of the guards to prepare the flying shuttle. Little Ash nodded obediently. Are we going to work? Seeing that she was still thinking about work, Susili smiled and said, yes, from today onwards, you will work in Mercenary Town during the day and go back to the palace to sleep at night. Li Jiyu, arrange for someone to pick her up every day. Yes, Your Majesty. Little Ash looked at the big dog at her feet. At this moment, Ah Huang was no longer the big yellow dog. After washing up, its original yellow hair had turned back to silver gray, fluffy and soft. Together with its brown eyes, it looked very handsome and handsome. Of course, if it did not always hang out its tongue, it would probably look more like a wolf. I'll ask Ah Huang to take me back. It won't be long, Little Ash said seriously. Susili paused. That was true. How could he forget about Ah Huang? Okay, But you have to promise that you will be there on time every day and come back on time. Yes, yes, Xing will be punctual. The little girl nodded and continued to eat her breakfast happily. The food in the palace was so delicious, she would live here from now on and would not leave even if he chased her away. The young boy at the side could not help but purse his lips when he heard this. He looked at Xing and could not help but say, "Brother, I want to go to Mercenary Town to help too. I'm already half a star. I can help too." Although, he did not know how he could help. Looking at his sensible younger brother, Susili was somewhat gratified. He thought for a while and gave the little guy a difficult question. "Xiaoqiong, can you meditate while walking?" Qiong was stunned. Meditate while walking? This? I've never tried this before. Is this my brother's cultivation method? Is this why my brother became so powerful in such a short time? He looked at Susili with burning eyes. Susili looked back at him and said with a chuckle, "A spirit elementalist's greatest reliance is the mana in his body. When the mana is depleted, a spirit elementalist will be in a passive state. At that time, if he is surrounded, it will be difficult for him to escape on his own. However, what if you can meditate while walking and replenish your mana in battle?" His words made Qiong's eyes light up. That's right, this had always been a knot in his heart. His eldest brother and second sister were both very powerful spirit elementalists. However, in the end, because they ran out of mana, they could no longer resist the astral beasts and died in the astral beast tide because they could not rescue them in time. Because of this, Qiong had been working hard to train his body. Although his physical attributes had improved, it could not be compared to the warrior element. It even affected his spirit element talent. Although it seemed good to have half a star at the age of 10, it was only average among the spirit element apprentices. Qiong had been a little stubborn before. However, he had always insisted on his own ideas. He rarely communicated with others in the academy, so no teacher noticed his problem. Now, Susili's advice had helped him find a new way. "Brother, I'll do my best." The little boy's beautiful purple eyes shone brightly. Then, Susili realized that, Xiaoqiong had leveled up. This little guy's aptitude was really good. He had an epiphany just like that, Susili sighed. It was good for him to become stronger. After all, no matter how strong he became, he would never be able to catch up with him. "Okay, then you will follow Xing to the mercenary town. You will be responsible for protecting her. During the process, you will also be in a meditative state. As for the academy, I will help you apply for 2 days off." Susili directly asked Xiaoqiong to follow Xing. Where else could be more suitable for cultivation than beside the human-shaped spirit gathering array? He had felt that Xiaoqiong was working too hard. Now that he was going out to play, even if he couldn't learn how to cultivate while walking, it would be good for him to relax. Qiong opened his mouth, but in the end, he agreed. This was his brother's order. He wouldn't disobey his brother, nor would he disappoint him. "Your Majesty, what about me? What do I do?" Little Ash asked at this moment. Susili hesitated for a moment. Right now, the most important thing was Su Lin's Snow Valley, so, you will go to Su Lin's place. He is the brother who gave you the biscuits yesterday. He will farm, and you will sing beside him. Little Ash blinked. Is that all? Yes, just sing beside Su Lin all the time, Susili said. Don't you like singing? I like it. Isn't that good? Little Ash thought for a moment and nodded. It was good, but it was a little different from what she had in mind. Brother Xiaoqiong, do you want to go with me? Huang can take us. Little Ash looked at Qiong and asked. Qiong looked at her, and then at Susili. In the end, the little boy nodded resolutely and said seriously, okay, let's go together. Thus, after hurriedly finishing their breakfast, the two energetic little ones disappeared from the palace under Huang's lead. Susili didn't have time to arrange guards for them. He could only send a message to Wen Jishan and ask him to send some people to protect the two little ones. As for himself, he leisurely finished his breakfast and leisurely walked out of the palace. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was shining brightly. When he arrived at the garden, he couldn't help but turn around and look at Xixing. Marshal Xixing, don't you have anything else to do? He had been following him for the past few days, and he seemed to be very free. The golden-haired man stood under the sunlight, and his grayish blue eyes were devoid of all coldness and hostility. He only looked at him and smiled gently. "Nothing is more important than you." Susili felt his heart beating faster. This guy, why is his words getting better and better? It's as if his mouth is smeared with honey. His gaze unconsciously fell on the man's lips. Xing's lips weren't thick, which made him seem sharper and colder. However, his lips were very bright, and under the contrast of his cold white skin, he looked sexy and charming. Especially when he pursed his lips and smiled. Susili felt that he was very strange at this moment. Why would he pay attention to Xing's lips for no reason? And why did he feel that his mouth was dry? He looked away and shook his head. "You're just coaxing me." Xing's smile faded. He wanted to say that he wasn't coaxing him. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. However, looking at the young man's indifferent side profile, he couldn't say it. He smiled bitterly in his heart and changed the topic. "Your Majesty, is there something bothering you?" Susili looked at the sky in the distance. There were a lot of things that bothered him, but at the moment, I want to promote the birth of a new life. He didn't know why, but he actually said this to Xing. But I'm worried that if I don't control it well, it will cause a backlash. Xing, if it were you, what would you do? Xing frowned slightly. After a long time, he tilted his head and looked at him. He said seriously, "If they don't listen, then destroy them. If you can't do it, I'm willing to be the knife in your hand and help you get rid of those who dare to resist." Hearing his cruel words, Susili was speechless. Xiaowu was an artificial intelligence and didn't have a physical body. How were you going to kill her? But slowly, he smiled again. To be honest, it felt good to have someone to back him up no matter what he did. Perhaps with Xing's strength, even an artificial intelligence would be able to deal with her. Moreover, it would be a long time before Xiaowu could pose a threat. Susili turned to Xing and smiled. "You only know how to fight and kill all day. How boring is it to kill all of them?" Xing looked back at him in a daze. He couldn't help but raise his hand, wanting to touch his smiling face. However, halfway through, he was grabbed. "Let's go. Send me to the mercenary town. I haven't made arrangements for those students yet. I don't know if they're obediently working." Susili pulled Xing to the open space in the garden. There was a flying shuttle, but for some reason, he wanted to take a flying beast. Maybe, the shadow leopard was cooler? Dang, 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 dang. Early in the morning, an urgent bell rang in the quiet town. It started from the center of the town and spread to the surroundings. By the time it reached the entrance of the town, it had already weakened a lot. In the open space at the entrance of the town, rows of tents were gathered together. In front of the tents closest to the town, there was already a long queue. The wounded were supported by their family members or nearby residents who were helping out. They queued up and ate porridge. There was also a camera at the side, recording this scene. "We are at the entrance of Mercenary Town. You can see that there is a long line here." Reporter Pei Lin was standing in front of the camera, holding a microphone and doing a live broadcast report. Because of her heroic performance during the Three-Star Beasts rampage, she was sent to the town by the television station to do a special report on the mercenary town's recent actions. Currently, the Colosseum was no longer broadcasting the fights. Instead, it was broadcasting the process of the elementalists rebuilding the town in real time. Although it wasn't that exciting, the viewership ratings kept rising. "We've just received news that the Royal Water Healing Division has arrived at Mercenary Town yesterday. They're currently treating over 1,000 injured people who were injured by the Three-Star Beasts rampage." Pei Lin stood in front of the camera and displayed a very professional attitude. Everyone can see the tent in front. Lady Naya of the Royal Water Healing Division is in the tent, treating the wounded. This reporter has received reliable news that since Lady Naya's arrival yesterday, she has already healed more than 100 wounded people, most of whom are critically injured. This is truly a shocking number. Now, let's go and interview him. Pei Lin greeted the cameraman and then walked to the tent that belonged to Nia at the front. Unfortunately, before he could enter, he was stopped by two expressionless soldiers. "This is a medical facility. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." The two tall and sturdy soldiers looked majestic and domineering. At first glance, people couldn't help but feel apprehensive. "Brothers, I'm reporter Pei Lin. This is my press pass." Pei Lin showed her identification. "We want to go in and interview Lady Naya. Can you help us ask for instructions?" The two soldiers were impartial. "Master Naya is currently treating the wounded. Every minute we delay, one more person will lose their life. This reporter, please do not disturb the Lord's work." All of a sudden, they stood on the moral high ground. Pei Lin didn't want to force her way in. Although she was curious, she still thanked them and retreated to the side. "Unfortunately, we can't see Lady Naya's true face, but we can go to the other side and interview the patients who have been cured." At this moment, a wounded person was being carried in. Pei Lin asked the cameraman to give a close-up shot of the injured man. She captured his dying appearance. As everyone can see, this person is very seriously injured. He has already been carried into the tent. Now, let's wait outside for a while and see what happens after he receives the treatment. Is it as miraculous as the rumors say? The cameraman aimed the camera at the exit of the tent. Pei Lin retreated to the back. Just as she was about to take a sip of water, a familiar figure suddenly walked out of the town. Her eyes lit up and she hurriedly ran over. "Lord Governor." Pei Lin stood in front of Wen Jishan and raised the microphone high. Wen Jishan blinked and took a good look at the female reporter in front of him. He adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "Good morning, Reporter Pei." "Good morning, Lord Governor. Would you be interested in an interview?" Looking at the female reporter's sparkling eyes, and then looking at the camera not far away, he smiled gently. He had a good relationship with the media because he knew the importance of public opinion. In this era, even those nobles could not ignore the voices of the common people. "What does Reporter Pei want to interview?" he asked gently. "Some questions about Naya's water healing division." "Okay, but I still have things to do later." Reporter Pei's questions should be brief. Okay, thank you, Lord Governor." Pei Lin hurriedly called the cameraman over and secretly looked at the real-time ratings feedback. She was relieved when she found that the ratings had not dropped but increased. This Lord Wen Jishan was still very popular among the common people. In addition to his outstanding talent, there was also, he was handsome, he was gentle. Not only did the young girls like him, but he was also deeply favored by the elders. Every time he was interviewed, the ratings would skyrocket. "Lord Governor, I heard that Lady Naya of the Royal Water Healing Division cured more than 100 patients yesterday. Is this true?" Pei Lin asked. "Of course it's true." Wen Jishan nodded with a smile. "Many of them were seriously injured, but they have basically recovered and are recuperating in the next area. They can return after the destroyed houses are rebuilt. If Reporter Pei is interested, you can interview her." "Okay, thank you, Lord Governor, for reminding me." Pei Lin nodded with a smile. As the head of the Royal Water Healing Division, Lady Naya actually went to the disaster area personally. Such spirit is really admirable. Indeed. Wen Jishan nodded. He knew that Naya had now been stripped of her title as a noble and as a member of the Royal Water Healing Division. Before she cured 10,000 people, she could not return to her original status. But he would not say this in public. After all, the Water Healing Division was precious, and he still had to give some face. His Majesty empathized with the common people and specially sent the Royal Water Healing Division over to help the residents of Mercenary Town get back on track as soon as possible. Wen Jishan did not forget to mention His Majesty the Emperor. Although Naya was the one who did this, she could not monopolize the good reputation alone. At the same time, His Majesty also intends to use Mercenary Town as the center to seek development in the surrounding areas. Wen Jishan revealed a little bit of his future plans. Of course, these are still early. Let's talk about it after the current reconstruction and resettlement is completed. Pei Lin's eyes lit up and she wanted to continue digging, but Wen Jishan had already ended the topic, so she could only tactfully not ask any more questions. His Majesty is really a benevolent monarch. It is the blessing of the Roland Empire to have His Majesty. She flattered him a little. Yes, in addition to his benevolence, His Majesty's wisdom is also not something we can compare to. Wen Jishan said very seriously, compared to His Majesty, I am still far from enough. Pei Lin was stunned when she heard this. In fact, she was just saying it casually. The little emperor, the image of the silver-haired, purple-eyed young man appeared in her mind. In front of the violent three-star beast, he was still fearless and even shot the three-star beast in the eye. That video was still circulating on the internet until today. She laughed. Yes, that young monarch may really become a wise monarch, but he still needs time to grow. You are right. Everything that His Majesty has done for Mercenary Town, we have all seen it with our own eyes. Pei Lin said again, I heard that you seem to be busy helping the poor these days? Yes, this is another wise move of His Majesty. Wen Jishan flattered again. Mercenary Town is far from the inner city, and the living conditions are terrible. Many people in the town have no fixed place to stay and do not have enough to eat. His Majesty saw this, so he ordered me to take charge of the relief work. Of course, the relief work is only temporary. It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them a fish. In the future, we will create more jobs for the town's residents so that they can solve the problem of food and clothing by supporting themselves. If it is those lazy people who only eat and do not work, then I can only say sorry, the Empire does not support idlers. Pei Lin agreed, Sir Consul, you are so right. Then, she glanced at the dozen or so residents behind Wen Jishan. They were all dressed in plain clothes with patches on their oversized clothes. It was obvious that their living conditions were not good. When Pei Lin looked at them, they smiled shyly. Pei Lin looked at them and asked Wen Jishan, I wonder what Sir Consul is going to do next. Is it about the relief work? Wen Jishan curved his lips. Yes, it is related to the relief work. The wood elementalists are improving the rice crops. Maybe after a while, the people in the Empire will not be troubled by famine anymore. Pei Lin was slightly stunned, then she said with surprise, Sir Consul, is that true? There is no need for me to lie about this. Wen Jishan still had a gentle smile on his face, but it is still in the experimental stage, so please wait and see. Pei Lin was a little excited, but she suddenly realized a problem. But Sir Consul, the Empire suddenly transferred so many elementalists to the construction and production. Will it affect the battle at the front line? Although the deans of the Elementalist College are in charge of the construction now, they still have other duties. When Jishan looked at Pei Lin and nodded with satisfaction. This female reporter was very smart. He kept his smile and said, indeed, the deans still have teaching duties. After the reconstruction of the mercenary town is completed, they will soon return to the normal track, but, the wood elementalists who are in charge of the rice crops are not teachers of the college, but students who are about to graduate. Pei Lin could not help but frown and asked sharply, if that is the case, won't it cut off the living forces at the front line and cause a gap? Of course not. Wen Jishan said confidently, as everyone knows, only graduates with 1-star strength will be assigned to the front line. And the elementalists who are now in charge of the rice crops are only half-star strength. Wen Jishan emphasized the last 4 words. He had already started to plan for the reform of the elementalists in the defense army. Although with Xixing's prestige in the empire, no one would dare to disobey his orders, Wen Jishan still wanted to be foolproof and maximize the results. The batch of spirit elementalist apprentices who came to the mercenary town was the best experimental field. Their success would be the best example. Although most of the soldiers in the army were warriors, with the video of His Majesty's speech, the 2-pronged approach might be able to reduce the resistance to the lowest. Moreover, there was a large number of elementalists. If he wanted to convert all of them into mercenaries, he would need to set up a perfect management system. The more than 180 elementalist apprentices could also provide some reference to slowly figure out a mercenary management system suitable for elementalists. With this in mind, Wen Jishan smiled slightly. Although they are only half-star strength, every elementalist is not to be underestimated. Let's talk about the one who is in charge of the rice crops research. In just a few days, he has successfully planted the seeds of the Dark Valley that the Star Alliance previously assisted. Now is the time to test the results. Dark Valley? Are you talking about the rice that is said to have high nutritional value, 2 crops a year, and a good yield per mu, but has never been able to grow on a snow star? Pei Lin's knowledge was not bad. She actually knew about the Dark Valley. When someone answered, Wen Jishan nodded comfortably. Seeing him admit it, Pei Lin's interest was immediately piqued. Sir Governor, can we follow you and take a look? I believe that many Empire citizens will be very interested in this matter. Wen Jishan shook his head and refused. It is still a confidential period, so I can't show you the rice crops, but the results, if reporter Pei is interested, we can show you what the legendary Dark Valley looks like when we return. Pei Lin could only express her regret. Then, when Jishan was about to leave, she did not dare to stop him and quickly ended the interview. In this country ruled by the imperial power, although there were media-like reporters, they could not be as unscrupulous as in the Federation. Seeing Wen Jishan leave, Pei Lin asked the cameraman to aim the camera at Naya's tent. Coincidentally, the injured person who had just been carried in just happened to walk out from inside. Seeing him alive and kicking, although his blood was still not enough, at least he was no longer seriously injured and dying, Pei Lin could not help but widen her eyes. She quickly took the microphone and ran over to interview the wounded man. At this moment, in the Empire's imperial city, as long as there was a signal, there would be people watching this live broadcast. In a small tavern in the slums of the outer city. Wow, as expected of the Imperial Water Healing Division. With such a serious injury, she can walk and jump in just a few minutes. Yeah, too bad we can't film inside. I think Naya must be very hot. That's the Imperial Water Healing Division, what does it have to do with you? Do you believe that she can kill you with one finger? Some people were chatting and laughing, while others were lost in thought as they watched the television. Looks like the mercenary town will develop well in the future. A bearded man said. Why? Eddie, do you want to try? The person next to him laughed. The bearded man took a sip of wine and raised his eyebrows. Are you interested in going together? The mercenary town. It's only half a month's walk. Are you serious? Of course, at least you don't have to worry about food. As long as there's work, why worry about food? Maybe you can even get a house. Haha, you dare to dream. How about it? Do you want to do it? Sure. Then we'll pack up and leave tomorrow. Similar conversations took place in different places. At this moment, countless people yearned to go to the mercenary town. For people at the bottom of society like them, the inner city was out of their reach. Even if they wanted to work, no one would want them. But the mercenary town was different now. Through the live broadcast, they saw a lot of things. There was work to do and food to eat there. Moreover, His Majesty was paying attention to the mercenary town. A big shot like the chief governor was also building there and had a long-term plan for the future. This gave them hope. No one didn't want to live a better life. No one wanted to live in the mud forever. But now, His Majesty the Emperor gave them a chance. There was no need to call for help or advertise. There were already people who wanted to work hard and had a unique vision. They began to pack up and leave for the mercenary town. In the inner city, a woman sat on the sofa and watched the Colosseum. She was knitting a sweater in her hands. Io, Governor Wen is so handsome. She smiled and pulled the wool. As for what Wen Jishan and Pei Lin said, she didn't really listen to them. At this moment, there was movement from the stairs. She turned around and saw her son walking down the stairs with a backpack on his back. Just as she was about to tell him to boil some soup in the pot, she suddenly saw something. The smile on her face was replaced by confusion. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Ikeda looked at his mother and said hesitantly, Mom, I'm quitting. What? The woman widened her eyes. Why? Is your work not going well? Were you bullied? Ikeda shook his head. My colleagues are very nice to me. It's just that. I want to go to the mercenary town to develop my career. The woman was stunned. She stared blankly at the television. It was still broadcasting the news about the mercenary town. Ikeda looked at her stunned expression and lowered his head guiltily. Mom, I think there will be more opportunities there than in the inner city. I can better utilize my talents there. I know Dad won't agree, so I'll take my leave now that he's not here. After I settle down there, I'll come back to see you. After Ikeda finished speaking, he didn't dare to look at his mother's expression and turned to leave. In the end, Xiao, wait. At this moment, the woman called out to him. Mom, I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me. Ikeda turned around to look at his mother. In the end, he realized that she had rushed over with a fruit basket and stuffed it into his arms. He was a little helpless and a little touched. Mom, the woman said earnestly, help me give this to Governor Wen Jishan and ask him to sign it for me. Remember to bring it back next time. Ikeda was speechless. When Susili just arrived at the mercenary town, he saw a notification pop up in front of him. Ding. Popular support plus 1%. Current popular support, 55%. Note, when the popular support is lower than 50%, it may cause a revolt. He blinked and looked down again. When he saw Pei Lin and the others holding a camera and standing in front of Naya's tent to interview her, Susili understood the reason. This reporter was very helpful. It seemed that his recent increase in popular support was all due to this reporter's report. After all, he hadn't implemented a nationwide reform yet. He was only experimenting in the mercenary town. And this town only had a population of 50,000 people. But now, because of the mercenary town project, he had gained the support of nearly 3 million people. It could be said that an unintentional willow had turned out to be a shade. Susili sighed and set his eyes on the elementalist apprentices. Seeing that they were all up, he couldn't help but nod. But when he saw that they were like headless flies that didn't know what to do, he couldn't bear to look at them. He sent a message to Wen Jishan and asked him to take these apprentices to register as mercenaries and then assign them tasks. As for himself, he didn't show up. As the king, it was better to keep a distance. This would encourage them to work for him. Of course, he had to control the overall situation. Looking at the busy mercenary town, Susili looked at the land further away. After the elementalist apprentices were in place, the plan to build roads and expand the area could be put on the agenda. Thinking about the future, Susili smiled and said to Xixing, let's go, we'll walk around the town. Xixing nodded and controlled the shadow leopard to go to the town. The mercenary town wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Susili led Xixing and walked around the streets. It seemed like they were walking aimlessly, but in fact, they were listening to the sounds around them. He wanted to see if he could hear any more songs that would help him learn his singing skills. Germinal's experience told him that learning on purpose was useless. Only by experiencing life and seeing all kinds of people singing different songs could he succeed. It depended on fate. But fate also required you to meet. For example, if you stayed at home, even if fate came, you wouldn't meet it. Xixing followed beside the young man and watched him walk back and forth leisurely. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as he could accompany God like this, he was already satisfied. In the end, Susili stood at the corner of the street and sighed helplessly. Indeed, this was something that could only be found by chance. He turned around and was about to tell Xixing that they should go back when he met the man's smiling eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned. What is this guy smiling about? Your Majesty, are you tired from walking? Xixing looked at him and asked softly. Susili looked away. A little. Then I'll bring you back to the palace to rest? Or do you want to eat in the town? Xixing looked down at him and said gently. Susili glanced at him and felt that Xixing was giving him a strange feeling. But, he still enjoyed it. Let's go back. I don't want to eat here. He pouted. It was too disgusting. The food in the palace was better. Maybe he should study more about food. Xixing nodded and summoned the shadow leopard. Then, he brought Susili back to the palace. After the young man returned to the palace, he left reluctantly and made use of the time to deal with the government affairs that had piled up. Now that Wen Jishan didn't have time, maybe he had to catch someone else to do these things. Susili didn't know about the marshal's troubles. He was now happily being a hands-off boss. After eating a simple meal, he hid in the dark room and opened the game cabin. Seeing the indicator light up, he made up his mind and lay down. Artificial intelligence, let's try it. Big brother, Xiao welcomes you. As soon as Susili entered the virtual room, the familiar voice rang in his ears. Although it was still somewhat mechanical, Susili could clearly hear a hint of joy in the voice. Xiao Wu, it seemed that her consciousness was really gradually awakening. Since he had made the decision, Susili did not delay and said directly, Xiao Wu, I'll sing for you. The room was quiet, and then a small robot slowly appeared in the air, landed on the coffee table, and looked up at Susili. Big brother. Sing. Sing Germinal. Susili looked at its cute appearance and relaxed a little. Xiao Wu, it shouldn't be bad, right? Xiao Wu, I can sing for you. Susili said, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything to hurt me in the future. Although it might be useless to say it, it was always necessary to take precautions in advance. Xiao Wu. Can't hurt. Big brother, the little robot's eyes flashed, and its mouth opened and closed. The words it said were a little intermittent, and it was not the same as its usual smooth mechanical voice. Susili looked at it and could not help but reach out his finger and touch its little head. Of course, what he touched was still a metallic texture. He did not care, and he played the song that he had recorded before and began to sing. Germinal required 100 magic points each time. According to his current magic points, he could only sing it a dozen times a day. He did not know if the level of the song would increase after the proficiency reached 100 points. After reaching level 2, the value should increase. In fact, Germinal was a very interesting skill. In addition to healing, it had a second effect. When listening to a certain number of times, the listener's elemental affinity would be increased by a very small margin. A skill to increase elemental affinity. If he sang at Elementalist College every day, would he be able to increase the elemental affinity of the students? And then increase their strength? Susili sang while thinking. He was too busy before, and after obtaining this skill, he did not have time to study it properly. Now it seemed that this skill, in addition to being practical, was also very strategic. However, he had to consume his magic power to sing for the students every day. Susili shook his head. He was the emperor, how could he do such a thing? As the young man thought of this, his gaze fell on the backstage of Star Melody Network. They couldn't enjoy the live version, but everyone could listen to the recorded version. After singing the song once, Susili downloaded the recorded version of Germinal and sent it to Wen Jishan and Chrissy. Now he felt, Wen Jishan was really too useful as a consul. Xixing had actually discovered his talent and recommended him to the emperor. He had a sharp eye. On the other side, Wen Jishan was standing in the lobby of the Mercenary Association's headquarters. Due to its nature, the Mercenary Association's headquarters was set up in the mercenary town. He brought the 188 students over to register as mercenaries. This was actually for their own good. In the future, after the reform of the elementalists in the guard army, all elementalists would become mercenaries. They would need to complete a certain number of missions every year, and only when they reached a certain number of points could they retain their original level or be promoted. Every level corresponded to different benefits and subsidies. Elementalists at the front lines would also join the mercenary system, but they were different from mercenaries. They would have a large bonus points to ensure that the elementalists at the front lines could play a role as a role model, and also encourage more elementalists to fight at the front lines. These students now worked in the mercenary town and were also rewarded with points, which were related to their future subsidies. After a day of inspection, all the students stayed, which made Wen Jishan very satisfied. Since this was the case, he could not let these children suffer too much. At this time, a short-haired girl approached Wen Jishan and asked carefully, Sir Governor, do we have to join the Mercenary Association? Wen Jishan looked at her and said, Does your father work in the finance bureau? The girl nodded vigorously. Yes, Sir Governor. My father is Dili Olisi. Wen Jishan nodded and said lightly, Then go and register. I will not harm you. The girl wanted to get closer to him, but when she saw his cold expression, she gave up in the end. She softly thanked him and went back to the team. Hey, I'm not the first to register? At the front of the team, a blue-haired boy said. After they successfully registered, they would be able to see the real-time ranking of the mercenaries on their communication devices. Originally, there was only one overall ranking, but now there was an elementalist ranking and a normal mercenary ranking. On the elementalist ranking, there were already two names. One was the blue-haired boy who had just spoken, and the other was Su Lin. Moreover, his points had reached more than 400, and he was ranked first. It's Su Lin. He just came a few days early, and he got so many points? They were all F-rank mercenaries now, so they could only accept F-rank missions. Of course, if there were special circumstances, they could apply for an evaluation from the Mercenary Association, but this kind of situation rarely happened. As for F-rank missions, the points were only from 1 to 10 points. In other words, Su Lin had completed at least 40 F-rank missions. The students raised their doubts to the staff member. The staff member was a robot, also provided by the Star Alliance, so its intelligence was not low. After receiving complaints from the students, the points were announced. Elementalist Su Lin, serial number Y01, has provided a total of 456 kilograms of dark grain to Mercenary Town. According to Wen Jishan's request, 1 kilogram of dark grain is converted to 1 point. Therefore, Sir Su Lin has a total of 456 points. That's all. The students suddenly stopped talking. Although most of them were not diligent, they could still feel the huge amount, so they still approved of the calculation of points. After all, 400 kilograms of dark grain could be eaten for a long time. Hey, then I'll hurry and do the missions. It's so uncomfortable to see 0 points. Why do we have to be on the list even if we don't have any points? The blue-haired boy mumbled. Yes, hurry up and register us. We have to fight for time and catch up to Su Lin as soon as possible. That's right, Su Lin is too cunning. He came a few days earlier, so this is considered sneaking ahead. It doesn't mean he's better than us. That's right, hurry up and register me. I want to be on the list too. They were a group of teenage boys and girls, and they had been nurtured in the warrior department for so many years. Competitiveness was already in their nature. Seeing that Su Lin was so far ahead, they immediately shouted and wanted to catch up. Wen Jishan nodded with relief. He casually issued a series of missions on the mercenary mission panel through the communication device. This new mercenary system was very convenient. In the past, mercenaries had to come to the headquarters to register before they could receive missions. Now, those with communication devices could directly receive missions on the mercenary mission panel. At the same time, non-mercenaries could also issue missions. It was just that it had not been widely promoted. After all, not everyone had a communication device. As for the elementalists, basically everyone had a communication device, so there was no need to worry about this. At this stage, it was being promoted among the elementalists. In the future, it would gradually spread to the nobles and the frontline army. This way, the variety and number of missions could be expanded, and the Mercenary Association would take a certain commission as management fee. As long as it was done well, it would be a stable source of income. This was the concept provided by Little Majesty, but it had to be said that it was very practical. Wen Jishan had thought about it before, but in the past, the scope of business that ordinary mercenaries could engage in was too narrow. Now, with the addition of elementalists, this was possible. In the end, it was the idea of letting elementalists become mercenaries that was brilliant. After Wen Jishan issued a few long-term F-level missions, his communication device suddenly rang. Knowing that it was from Little Majesty, he quickly opened it to take a look. The first message was an audio file. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he saw the text message behind it. In addition to the rest time, play this song on a loop in Mercenary Town so that everyone can hear it and post it on the internet to become the most popular song in the future. Wen Jishan blinked. What kind of strange request was this? He was stunned for a moment, and after replying mechanically, he finally clicked to download the audio file and chose to play it. The melodious prelude slowly sounded, followed by the clear and gentle voice of a young man. It was gentle with acute liveliness, and the whole song was full of vitality. Wen Jishan listened to the song and could not help but be affected by it. He felt as if there was a kind of motivation in his body. Song, it was indeed a good song, but why was the voice of the singer so familiar? He thought for a moment, but could not remember where he had heard it before. He did not think about it anymore and asked, "Your Majesty, what is the name of this song?" Germinal. After getting an accurate answer, Wen Jishan pondered the name of the song and listened to it as he walked to the mayor's office hall. Soon, in the quiet mercenary town, every corner of the broadcast sounded. The townsfolk originally thought that the mayor had something important to announce, but they only heard a beautiful song. The song sounded in every corner of the town, as if something was quietly happening. Dean Justin, who was mechanically synthesizing bricks, suddenly stopped. He listened to the somewhat familiar voice of the young man, and his heart trembled. In this town, he was undoubtedly the most powerful person. Although he had been stuck at 2-star for many years and could not break through, this old Dean had more accumulation than anyone else. He changed the perspective of his mind power and quickly noticed that the sound elements in the air had become abnormally active. Under the influence of the song, the sound elements were trembling in a certain rhythm. This tremor was extremely subtle, and if not for a powerhouse like him, it might be difficult to detect it. Dean Justin sensed it carefully. In the end, he was shocked to find that the shock of the sound elements was affecting his body. It was very, very subtle, almost negligible. And the range of the influence seemed to be his attraction to the earth elements. He looked around at his colleagues who had stopped to listen for a while and continued with their work. He hesitated for a moment and finally suppressed the shock in his heart. At present, in the entire empire, the only sound elementalist was His Majesty. And this voice was indeed familiar to him, very much like the voice of Little Majesty. Dean Justin felt both guilty and deeply fearful of this Little Majesty. In just a few days, he had seen the changes in Mercenary Town. Naya's arrival was also a wake-up call for him. That girl had probably been tricked by Little Majesty. Although she did not say a word, she still could not escape his eyes. However, Dean Justin was not in the mood to care. He could not even protect himself. How could he have the energy to care about others? He only wanted to quickly complete the reconstruction plan and then return to the academy to deal with the freshly tested spirit elementalists. He also wanted to research new testing methods to see if they could be improved. As for the new thing that Little Majesty had come up with, perhaps it could be broadcasted in the academy. Although the effect of increasing elemental affinity was very subtle, it would accumulate over time and there would be some benefits. Dean Justin got to work again, and the speed of synthesizing bricks was much faster. Needless to say, after using magic to synthesize bricks day and night, he felt that his control of the elements was much better. At the same time, the television stations all over the empire, including the other 4 main cities, received orders from their superiors to broadcast a folk song in between commercials, Germinal. Those who liked it very much, and those who did not like it could not do anything about it. This was because this song could be heard almost everywhere, and it was difficult not to listen to it. After Susili gave Wen Jishan the order, he did not care about this anymore. He sang the live version of Germinal for Xiao Wu several times. With the help of magic, this live version of Germinal was incomparable to the recorded version. After singing it 5 times, he successfully increased the probability of Xiao Wu's artificial consciousness to 100%. After the last song, the little robot sitting on the coffee table drooped its head and remained motionless. Susili did not dare to touch it, and only cast the insight spell on it. Navigation AI 58462, Xiao Wu, Affiliation, K2576 Game Cabin Origin, Flanda Interstellar Federation Special Status, Artificial Consciousness is about to be born, hibernating, it actually needs to hibernate. Susili shook his head. He did not have so much time to accompany it. He opened the back end of the Star Melody network and glanced at the data as usual. It was still steadily increasing. This potential weekly chart was still very impressive, but unfortunately, in 2 days, his album would be up. He hoped that he could drive more profits while he was on the chart. With this thought in mind, Susili manually transferred 15,000 yuan to his Star Melody network account. Then he got up and entered the Star Melody network community. This time, there was no Xiao Wu following him. Although he was not used to it, he did not take it to heart. The place where he came out was still in front of the mecha shop from last time. Susili opened the map, selected the gourmet street, and directly teleported there. Then he strolled around the streets. This time, he finally had time to properly observe the Star Melody network community. The streets were bustling with people coming and going. Some people had activated protective shields, and their faces were blurred, while others did not care. In other words, many of them could not be called people. Lizards, octopuses, roosters. There were creatures of all shapes and sizes, And some looked like aliens, which were very challenging to the aesthetic. Susili also bought a mask to wear. He had no choice. A protective shield that could hide his face was too expensive. He could not afford it for the time being, so he could only buy a mask to wear. This fox mask had no special function. It was just an appearance. There was no feeling after wearing it. After strolling through the entire gourmet street and tasting every shop, Susili's account balance was only left with 1102 universe credits. Susili did not expect to spend more than 10,000 universe credits on food alone. However, he had a certain understanding of the food industry in Region E. Of course, there were other shops that were not opened in the gourmet street, but that was not his goal. After careful consideration, Susili felt that the plan to develop food and make money on the Star Melody network should be feasible. The reason why he did not want to do it in reality was that he did not lack Exxon credits at the moment. He had to distinguish the priorities before doing things. Increasing his strength and public support rate were already progressing step by step. As for the 10 million universe credits, which was the biggest headache at the moment, there was not much progress yet. It was a bit too risky to put all his eggs on Su Lin. As for the album, the amount that could be provided was still too small. Therefore, it was necessary for him to fiddle with other baskets. After inspecting the entire gourmet street, Susili found that in the Star Melody Network community, at least in Region E, there was no milk tea. Of course, there was still the traditional kind of stocking milk tea, but both the taste and taste were very ordinary. It could not be compared to what he was used to drinking in reality. Susili did not know if the people in the game group were not very interested in the food system, or if they would continue to develop it in the future. Or, this was a gameplay method left for the players. He decided to try it on the Star Melody network first. After all, milk tea was easier to make than other delicacies, and Susili had experienced how popular it was in reality. However, he did not have enough funds at the moment to open a shop in the Star Melody network community, let alone the popular gourmet street. But it did not matter. He could open a shop in the system shop. Just like the stocking milk tea he ordered last time, he could buy any delicacy in the Star Melody network community in the system shop, and it was super fast. Because in essence, these were all made up of data. The biggest problem was probably that it was impossible to have a signboard like a physical shop. In the system shop, it was easy to be drowned in a pile of peers. However, these problems were not for Susili to consider at the moment. He had to make a cup of milk tea that tasted decent on the Star Melody network first. The virtual raw materials in the Star Melody network community were very cheap. Susili bought a bunch of them and only spent less than 50 universe credits. However, these things were not convenient to carry around, so he chose to send them all to the virtual room. After that, he strolled around the Star Melody network community for a while. It was not until half an hour was up that he returned to the virtual room. The corner of the originally small room was already filled with the raw materials he had just bought. There was milk, tea leaves, sugar, red beans, flour, cassava powder, grapes, and a series of materials he could think of. Cassava powder was used to make pearls. Thanks to his mother, she liked to drink sugar water and often asked the chef at home to make it. He occasionally heard that taro pearls were made with cassava powder. Otherwise, he would really be at a loss. And now, in fact, he was also at a loss because he did not know the ratio of water to powder. He could only experiment slowly. Fortunately, he was the only one in the virtual room. No one could come in, so naturally, no one could see his flustered appearance. Until, brother, what are you doing? Is there anything you need Xiaowu to help? A cute voice sounded. Susili turned his head and saw that the little robot had woken up at some point and was blinking a pair of robot eyes at him. Susili looked at the messy table in front of him. These sweet potato powder were not obedient and spilled everywhere. It had nothing to do with his operation at all. Susili calmly called up the cleaning function and cleaned the stains on his body in a second. In the virtual room, it was so convenient. Xiaowu, you're awake? He looked at the little robot and asked. Xiaowu is awake, brother. The little robot blinked and said seriously. Very good. Susili nodded. How do you feel now? He was a little curious. What would the consciousness of an artificial intelligence be like? I feel very good. The little robot said confusedly. Susili hesitated and used the insight technique on it again. Navigation AI 58462, Xiao Wu, race, artificial intelligence level 0 status, consciousness has just been born. Full of curiosity about everything, learning ability plus 100%, affiliation, K2576 game cabin origin, Flanda Interstellar Federation. Susili was stunned. LV0. In other words, this little guy could still level up. This was interesting. He just did not know how it leveled up. Looking at the raw materials in front of him, Susili thought for a while and said, Xiao Wu, help me mix this tapioca powder with brown sugar water according to the ratio, then knead it into a ball and boil it in hot water. Okay, brother. The little robot nodded and then operated on the virtual raw materials. The computing function of the star network was very powerful. Some things that could not be done in reality could be done on the star network, not to mention simple food production. Seeing the little robot busy, Susili nodded in satisfaction and was ready to study the ratio of milk and tea. Brother, leave this to Xiao Wu too. He had just started when the little boy's voice sounded again. Susili looked in the direction of the voice and found that two little robots had appeared in the virtual room at this time. He blinked and thought for a while and felt that it was reasonable. Although it was only level 0, this virtual game cabin was originally Xiao Wu's territory. Here, it should be regarded as the master. It was not strange for it to be able to clone itself. Next, Susili simply gave all the operations to Xiao Wu to do, and he was responsible for recalling the production method. It was simply too easy. However, Xiao Wu's current computing ability was still limited and could not complete all of Susili's sudden whims in a very short time. Susili was not in a hurry. After all the instructions were given, he exited the game cabin. When he left the dark room, he found that unknowingly, the sky outside was already bright. He went out to wash up and eat, then chatted with Xiaoqiong and Little Ash. After sending them off, Susili returned to the bedroom again. He was not going to go out today. Now that the mercenary town and the elementalist college were on the right track, he could be free to do other things. He had to come up with a formula as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not have much time left. For 3 consecutive days, Susili buried himself in the game cabin. With Xiao Wu's help, he had figured out the best ratio for the pearl milk tea. It was worth mentioning that after he confirmed the ratio, the star web gave him a reward. Although it was only 1,000 universe credits, with the recognition and protection of the star web, if anyone used the same formula in the future, they would have to pay Susili a patent fee. The protection of intellectual property rights in the virtual world was very efficient and simple. This was also one of the ways to generate revenue for the star web. However, one type of pearl milk tea was not enough. He had to make at least a few types, such as succulent grapes, milk jelly, fruit tea, etc. The variety of milk tea in reality was unimaginable. He also had to think about the design of the packaging and the brand logo. On this day, Susili and the two little ones finished their breakfast and watched them leave with Ah Huang. He returned to the bedroom again and went straight to the dark room. The door on the wall slowly opened. However, when he stepped in, he felt that he bumped into something. Susili was a little confused. He subconsciously raised his head and looked into a pair of familiar gray-blue eyes. The vigilance that had just arisen in his heart suddenly disappeared. He relaxed and muttered with a frown, "Xixing, what are you doing here?" He glared at the man and wanted to step back, but the man suddenly reached out and wrapped his strong arm around his waist. In his stupefied expression, Susili only felt that the world was spinning. When he came back to his senses, he was already lying on the bed, looking at the bed curtain above his head. Susili was a little confused. He had been focused on the milk tea shop for the past few days and did not sleep much. At this moment, his thoughts were a lot slower. A shadow blocked the light in front of his eyes. He saw a man in a snow-white military uniform standing by the bed, looking down at him with a trace of anger in his eyes. Susili's heart skipped a beat and a thought flashed through his mind. This guy finally couldn't help but rebel. Is he going to kill me again? Xixing, you. He struggled to sit up, but was pressed back down by a hand and fell onto the soft bed. Then, the man pressed one knee on the mattress and bent over. He thought that the violent act did not happen. Xixing pressed his hand on the top of his head and gently stroked it. "Your Majesty, you need to rest." These words of concern rang gently in Susili's ears, causing his tense muscles to relax. But, rest, there were still more than 10 days until the day to pay the alliance fee. Time was tight, how could he rest? "Stop fooling around." Susili tried to push him, but did not manage to. Then, he felt his vision turn black as something slightly cold covered his eyes. It was Xixing's palm. His palm was slightly cold, but its temperature was slowly rising. His rough palm was slightly prickly, but it gave him an inexplicable sense of security. "Xixing, what are you doing?" Susili said weakly. "I told you that you need to rest." Xixing leaned close to his ear and greedily inhaled his breath. His voice was low and gentle, with a seductive sexiness. Susili subconsciously licked his lips, and his voice became slightly hoarse. "I can also rest in the gaming cabin." He still wanted to struggle. "You are very tired." It was an affirmative sentence, and it sounded very certain. Susili sighed. He did not know if it was because his eyes were covered, or because the atmosphere at the moment was too reassuring, but he did feel a little sleepy. He did not resist. In a daze, the young man reached out and hugged the man's waist. He said softly, "Then I will sleep for half an hour, remember to wake me up after half an hour." His voice became softer and softer until it finally became muffled and quiet. When Xixing noticed that the young man's breathing had stabilized, he slowly let go of his hand that was covering his eyes. The sun shone in through the open curtains and sprinkled on the young man's face. His light-colored eyelashes were curly and almost transparent under the light. His often furrowed brows were now smoothed out. Looking at his peaceful sleeping face, Xixing finally could not help but feel his heart throbbing. He lowered his head slightly and planted a kiss on the young man's forehead. "Your Majesty." "Your Majesty." Susili was sleeping soundly when he suddenly heard someone yelling in his ear. The voice was low and not loud, but it annoyed him. He grumbled and ignored it. "Your Majesty, half an hour is up." The man's gentle voice was right beside his ear, causing Susili to finally open his eyes slightly. It was dark all around. The curtains of the bedroom were tightly drawn, and no light came in. The room was completely dark. Susili, who was still sleeping, did not want to get up. He closed his eyes again, and his voice was soft. Sleep a little more, just let me sleep for 10 more minutes." He clutched the man's collar tightly and rested his forehead on his chest. He did not realize that this position was ambiguous. Xixing's body stiffened, and then he slowly relaxed. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the back of the young man's head. Listening to the young man's coquettish words, he actually wanted to raise his head and see what kind of expression he had at this moment. Lord God was actually acting coquettishly with him. The corners of Xixing's lips curled up slightly as he felt a ripple in his heart. He gently stroked the young man's soft hair and could not help but lower his head. He carefully approached him and sniffed his breath. There was the smell of the milk he had just drunk. "Lord, this is what you want to continue sleeping." Xixing smiled gently and rested his chin on the top of the young man's head again. He finally hugged him like this. The man slowly stroked the young man's hair with his cheek. In the darkness, he silently revealed a satisfied smile. The blue pendant accidentally rolled out from his collar and glowed faintly in the dark room, becoming the only source of light. Xixing looked at the blue stone. Thinking of the young man's appearance when he gave him this pendant that day, his heart surged with warmth. He picked up the blue stone and lowered his head slightly. As the young man was sleeping soundly, he loosened his grip on his collar and moved away from his embrace. His gaze inadvertently fell on the young man's lips. The blue stone glowed and brought a trace of light. He could see the youth's moist and beautiful lips. In the dim light, they were still so alluring. Xixing's eyes darkened. He looked up slightly and saw that the young man's eyes were still tightly shut. His body lowered uncontrollably. Just as he was about to touch that softness, he gripped the glowing necklace tightly, causing the bedroom to once again fall into darkness. It was rare for Susili to have a good sleep. However, perhaps it was because he had been too obsessed with making milk tea for the past few days. Even when he was asleep, he still dreamed of milk tea. He dreamt that he had made the most delicious milk tea in the world. After tasting it, he felt that there was nothing more delicious in the world. Then, while sucking on the straw, he imagined himself getting rich overnight, and then he woke up with joy. Susili smacked his lips and suddenly realized, huh? How did he fall asleep? He opened his eyes abruptly and looked left and right. Fortunately, he was still in his own bedroom, and he was alone. Susili sat up and quickly recalled what had happened before he fell asleep. He was actually quite pleased with Xianxia's concern. However, when he saw the time displayed on the communication device, the young man exploded in anger. He had slept all the way until the afternoon. How much time had he wasted? Susili hurriedly jumped out of bed and pulled open the curtains. As expected, he saw that the sun had begun to set. Xianxia. He clenched his teeth. This guy didn't wake him up? Where did he run off to now? Just as he was thinking this, the bedroom door slowly opened. Susili glanced sideways and saw a blond man carrying a tray enter from outside. When he saw him, he paused for a moment, then quickly strode in front of him. Your Majesty, you're awake? Xianxia placed the tray on the coffee table and said gently. Susili pursed his lips and did not give him a good look. Didn't I tell you to wake me up in half an hour? He said in a bad mood. Xianxia blinked and then curved his lips. I've called you a few times, but you said you wanted to sleep a little longer. Did you forget? Susili, is this for real? He rubbed his chin. Now that he mentioned it, he did have an impression of it. Susili looked at Xianxia suspiciously and pursed his lips. In the end, he did not say anything. After sleeping for a while, he did feel much better. Since he had benefited from it, it would be unreasonable to blame Xianxia. Okay. Susili decided not to waste any more time. He wanted to chase Xianxia away so that he could continue working on the milk tea shop. However, he heard his gentle voice. Your Majesty, have some afternoon tea first. Susili looked at the biscuits and tea on the tray. He was hungry, so he did not refuse. He sat down at the small round table. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood beside him and took off his white-gloved hands. He then placed the teacup in front of him and gently poured him a cup of tea. His movements were elegant and skillful. His every movement had an inexplicable charm. Susili looked at him without blinking. When Xianxia put down the teapot and looked down at him, he seemed to have just reacted. He looked away uncomfortably and looked at the tea in front of him. A few small tea leaves floated in the light green tea. It was relaxing to look at. Susili picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, he pinched a biscuit and began to eat. It was time to strike a balance between work and rest. He had been too nervous these past few days. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Xianxia ask, Your Majesty, have you been troubled by something recently? Susili sipped his tea and looked up at him when he heard this question. Xianxia also looked at him. His grayish-blue eyes were filled with questions, concern, and worry. Susili pursed his thin lips. He picked up another biscuit and ate it as he said, nothing. Even if he told him, what could he do? Sensing his distrust, Xianxia frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, there's no point in telling you. Susili shook his head. You should focus on the military and set up a defense. I won't go out for the time being. There shouldn't be any danger. Defense? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Yes. Susili nodded and put down the teacup. He grabbed a handful of biscuits and then turned to walk into the secret room. Get someone to tidy up the place. Since Xianxia's mental strength was so strong, he would definitely know about the existence of the secret room. There was no need to hide it. As the door on the wall opened slowly, Susili stretched and walked in. He was ready to continue working. He was going to make the milk tea today. He had spent more than $10,000. He had to recoup some of it. Lying in the game cabin, Susili closed his eyes and went to the virtual room. Brother, you're here. What sounded in his ears was no longer the mechanical welcome from before. Xiao Wu's cute voice had a hint of playfulness in it. Of course, it still sounded a little unnatural, but it was much better than before. Xiao Wu, how are the preparations? Susili asked with a smile. It's ready, brother. The little robot appeared in front of him. Its mechanical eyes were blinking, and there was an inexplicable sense of cuteness. Susili nodded. Xiaowu did a great job. Hee, the little robot actually laughed like a child. It sounded innocent and cute. In the past few days, Xiaowu's intelligence had improved tremendously. Susili was a little emotional. He only hoped that it could maintain this innocence in the future. Then take it out. I want to try it. Okay, brother. Then, cups of virtual milk tea appeared in front of Susili. He picked up one of the cups and took a small sip. Although it was a virtual world, the taste was no different from reality. Sometimes it was amazing when he thought about it. In the virtual room, Susili tasted the self-made virtual milk tea. In his bedroom, Xixing looked at his figure disappearing into the dark room and frowned slightly. Defense, he murmured, and there was a light in his eyes. Was it the Bavad Empire? In his mind, he suddenly recalled the conversation that had occurred when the young man had rejected Arnold in the main hall. Could it be? Xixing pursed his lips, turned around, and was about to leave. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. In the empty bedroom, the blond man lowered his eyes and stared at the tea and snacks on the table. After a while, he suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the handle of the teacup with his long fingers, and picked it up. His thin lips touched the edge of the cup, and he drank the rest of the tea. Then he turned around and left the emperor's bedroom. After a while, when the head maid came in to pack up, she found that, Where's the cup? Sir Marshal. Xixing returned to his castle in the suburbs. Just as he was about to enter his room, he was stopped by a shout. He turned around and looked at the end of the corridor. He saw his adjutant, Qiu Jing, looking at him with a face full of surprise and then quickly running over. Sir Marshal, you're finally back. Adjutant Qiu came in front of him and said happily. Xixing looked at him and frowned. You should be dealing with government affairs right now. Adjutant Qiu was stunned, and then his expression fell. He was the adjutant of the marshal, not the emperor's consul. These weren't things he should be dealing with. Sir Marshal, go back to work. I'll call you if I need anything, Xixing said expressionlessly. Even though Adjutant Qiu had been by his side for many years, he still couldn't help but feel afraid of his cold and dignified appearance. For a moment, he was speechless. Seeing Xixing enter the room and close the door with a bang, Adjutant Qiu couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when the marshal will become more humane, he sighed, turned around, and left. He resigned himself to dealing with the mountainous pile of government affairs. In the room, Xixing listened to the commotion outside the door and nodded with satisfaction. After that, he didn't pay any more attention to it. He walked into the depths of the dormitory and entered a room that had been left unused for a long time. He saw that there were many high-tech products in this room. There were even a few communication devices. Xixing went to the innermost part of the room according to his memory and stood in front of an oval-shaped box. If Susili was here, he would discover that this was actually a game pod. It was exactly the same model as the one he used. However, this game pod was covered in dust. Xixing raised his hand and pressed on the game pod. With a tug, all the dust turned into light yellow earth elements and dissipated in the air. The game pod that had been sealed for a long time revealed its new appearance. This was given to him by the old emperor, but Xixing had never used it before. He wasn't interested in these high-tech products. In other words, he wasn't interested in these things before, but now, Xixing opened the game pod and took out a manual. He started the game pod as he read it. He was a fast learner. Even though it was his first time, he quickly got the hang of it. After a while, he laid down in the game pod and successfully entered the virtual room. The virtual room was a set with the game pod. It was the same size as Susili's, but it hadn't been renovated. It was still in its original state. Star Alliance welcomes you. I am Navigation AI 58463. I am happy to serve you. Since this is your first time using this product, I will now give you a beginner's tutorial. Would you like to skip it? Xixing thought about it and said, no. Okay, beginner's tutorial begins. The navigation AI said, please set up a nickname for yourself. Attention, this nickname is universal and can only be registered once. There may be a fee for changing it in the future. Please choose your name carefully. Nickname, Xixing frowned slightly. While Xixing was thinking about his nickname, on the other side, in the only other game pod on AI Shui planet, the little robot that was helping Susili upload the virtual milk tea recipe to the system store suddenly blinked. It tilted its head slightly as if it was sensing something. Susili was busy refreshing the data and didn't notice the robot's abnormality. When he looked over, the little robot had already returned to its original state. "Brother, it's done," Xiaowu said. "Okay, thank you, Xiaowu." Susili smiled and looked at the newly registered milk tea shop on the system store interface. He was nervous and expectant. He only hoped that this milk tea shop could become profitable soon, in the other game pod. Xixing only thought about it for a few seconds and said, "Xixing. This nickname is already taken. Please enter it again," the navigation AI said. Xixing pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Suddenly, he felt something and looked at the virtual room's wall. After feeling it carefully, he suddenly reached out his hand. The wall that was supposed to be solid turned into a stream of data. Then, he grabbed a piece of data and turned it into a little robot. Xiaowu, who had just taken over the navigation AI 58463 and turned the game pod into a part of itself, was caught in the hands of the man. It looked at him in confusion, its robotic eyes flashing wildly. "Are you, also, an artificial life?" It looked at the man in front of it, its young voice carrying a trace of fear. That was probably the first emotion that Xiaowu felt since it was conscious. Xixing frowned and didn't answer this strange question. Instead, he asked, "What did you just do?" "Xiaowu took over this game pod," the little robot said honestly. "Why?" Xixing asked. Xiaowu couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes, why?" It seemed to be driven by instinct. If there was really a reason, it wouldn't be able to answer. "Because, it's close?" Xiaowu said hesitantly. Xixing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Close," he was suddenly stunned. He looked at the little robot in his hand and suddenly said, "Are you also the navigation AI?" "Yes, I used to be the navigation AI 58462. Now, I'm Xiaowu. I have a new name," the little robot said very honestly. Xixing raised his eyebrows, and his cold expression relaxed a little. He looked at the little robot and said softly, "Are you His Majesty's AI? Or, a new life born under the power of His Majesty?" Xiaowu blinked its eyes. It was obviously an expressionless robot face, but it was still surprising. Although it didn't speak, Xixing had already gotten the answer. He looked at the navigation interface in front of him. It was still prompting him to enter a nickname as soon as possible. He thought for a moment, glanced at the little robot, and asked, "What is His Majesty's nickname?" "His Majesty Roland." After subconsciously saying this, Xiaowu paused. Suddenly, it raised its mechanical hand very humanely and covered its mouth tightly. It was now Xiaowu, not the navigation AI 58462. In the face of other people's questions, it no longer needed to answer them. Looking at the man's expression of understanding, Xiaowu was a little discouraged. How could it have leaked Big Brother's information? Xiaowu won't do anything to hurt Big Brother. Looking at the blonde man in front of it, the little robot suddenly said very seriously. Xixing couldn't help but look at it. Big Brother? His Majesty asked it to call him Big Brother. Xixing couldn't help but think of little Ash. It seemed that His Majesty really liked children very much. He lowered his eyes and said softly, "That's very good." The little robot blinked again and looked at him strangely. Xixing looked at it, his eyes slightly cold. "If one day you dare to hurt him, I will destroy you with my own hands." Xiaowu suddenly felt a chill. This strange feeling, after searching, it knew that it was fear. Its intelligence was still very low, but its instincts were very strong. From Xixing, it clearly felt a threat. This man did have the ability to destroy it. "Xiaowu won't hurt Big Brother," it emphasized again. Xixing didn't look at it again. His eyes fell on the navigation interface in front of him, and he manually entered a nickname, Guardian of Roland. Registration successful, Guardian of Roland. Hello, please set the voice settings of the navigation AI. After the original AI was invaded by Xiaowu, his novice guidance directly became a text version. Xixing directly chose to skip it, and then looked at the little robot in his hand. In fact, Xiaowu was also very confused. It instinctively took over the navigation AI 58463, and felt that its thinking seemed to have become clearer. Before it could figure out what to do next, it was caught. At this moment, when it saw Xixing looking at it, it hesitated for a moment, and then took over the navigation AI 58463's work. Xiaowu began to multitask, assisting Su Silly on one hand, and guiding Xixing on the other. It was very easy for it to do this, without any difficulty at all. But relatively speaking, its focus was more on Su Silly, and it answered more carefully and humanely. Finally, it came to the step of setting the appearance. Guardian of Roland, do you want to keep your original appearance, or do you want to adjust it? Note, the appearance adjustment can only be used once for free. If you want to make changes in the future, you may have to pay a fee. In front of Xixing, a virtual little person appeared, looking exactly like him, and around it appeared some tools that could be used to adjust the appearance. Looking at the virtual little person in front of him, Xixing fell into deep thought. Lord God, what kind of appearance would he like? Xixing's eyes flickered slightly, and in the end, he raised his hand and adjusted it. He didn't make many changes, or rather, he made the most changes. After a while, he chose to change. Are you sure you don't want to make any more adjustments? Xiaowu tilted its head, looked at the virtual little person in midair, and asked. Yes. Xixing nodded, and on the confirmation screen that popped up, he chose yes. Following his choice, the virtual little person in midair bowed to him, then rotated and drilled into his body. Xixing's virtual image began to change. When all the light disappeared, a tall and slender figure appeared in the virtual room. It was a beautiful boy of 14 or 15 years old. The baby fat on his face still hadn't faded, and even though his grayish-blue eyes were slightly cold, it couldn't wash away the childishness of his body. Xixing looked at his body that had shrunk, and gently clenched his fist, feeling a little uncomfortable. He had become younger now. Lord God, would you like it? Xixing muttered to himself, and his eyes fell on the entrance of the Star Web community. Unless he added a friend and received an invitation, he wouldn't be able to enter the virtual room. He really wanted to immediately accompany Lord God, but looking at the balance in his account, Xixing chose to endure. Lord God was worried about the universe dollars, and he had to solve this problem for Lord God. Xixing got up and walked to the Star Web community. You are entering the Star Web community, you need to pay 10 universe dollars, do you want to continue? Xixing was speechless. Star Web Community, District D. On the most crowded food street, Su Silly held a cup of milk tea made by his family, and stood under a street light. At this moment, it was nighttime in the Star Web community. Bright lights floated in the sky, and the streets were filled with neon lights. The world was dazzling and charming, and it had a unique atmosphere. He observed the people coming and going, and thought about how to advertise his store. Su Silly looked at the banners floating above his head, and some people sent up their confession fireworks into the night sky, and shook his head. He looked up the price, it was too expensive. Also, it wasn't like the Star Web, where you could get effective traffic by showing your face. After standing there for 10 minutes, Su Silly decided to promote. He had no choice, his milk tea shop was ranked outside of the top 10,000, and it would be difficult to achieve results in a short period of time by relying on word of mouth, so he could only promote it together. Sigh, fortunately, the people of Roland couldn't go on the Star Web, otherwise, what would they think if they saw their king in such a miserable state? Su Silly didn't choose a fixed stall, but instead, he bought a floating table from the system store, covered it with a layer of cloth, and wrote the slogan, "Free sample drinks." Then, he made all kinds of milk tea at the back of the store, and placed a cup of each. Then, he put on the fox mask and walked around the food street. As he walked, the table full of exquisite milk teacups also floated with him. Although the speed was slower, it was stable enough for people to clearly see the words on the slogan. Free was always tempting. Although on the Star Web, the more popular the product, the more expensive the price and the better the quality, there were always people who couldn't resist the temptation of free. Mr. Fox, can we try it? After a while, a few girls surrounded him. That's right, what is this thing? It looks so beautiful. Su Silly smiled and nodded. Of course, this is the latest milk tea, there are more than a dozen flavors, you can choose a cup for free. If you like it, I hope you can support our small store. Okay, okay. The girls each took a cup. Anyway, they weren't afraid of being poisoned on the star web, at most, it would taste bad. But this Mr. Fox's temperament was so good, people couldn't help but believe that, although appearance could be adjusted, temperament was difficult to cultivate. Unfortunately, he was wearing a mask, so there was no way to see his face. Susili walked and sent them off. Passers-by were not afraid of being poisoned for free, and he was also not afraid of people taking more, because he had set a free sample for each person, and if they wanted to take more, the star web system would automatically pop up a payment interface. In just 10 minutes, Susili gave away more than 100 cups, and his shop also sold more than a dozen cups. The effect of this promotion was quite good, but Susili soon realized the drawbacks. With his level of spiritual power, he could only stay for half an hour. In a few minutes, he would have to leave the star web community and go offline to rest for half an hour. Susili frowned and was frowning when suddenly, a message popped up. Guardian of Roland wants to add you as a friend. Pass, decline, Guardian of Roland, Susili looked at the ID and raised his eyebrows slightly. According to Snow Roland's memories, Susili knew that there was only one gaming pod on Esh Star that could connect to the star web. Therefore, when he saw the name Guardian of Roland, he immediately thought of, was he an elementalist or a descendant of an elementalist from the Roland Empire? Otherwise, why would he have such a name? Susili thought about it and accepted the friend request. It was just an online friend anyway. Even if they didn't agree, he could delete the friend request. It wouldn't be a loss for him. If he could make a friend from another planet, it would definitely be beneficial. After accepting the friend request, a new interface popped up. It was a friend list. There was only the person in his friend list. It was lonely and seemed a little lonely. Susili looked at the person's profile picture. It was the system's default profile picture of a male. There was nothing special about it. He didn't think too much about it and sent the message directly. On the other side of the gaming pod, Xianxia looked at the friend list interface in front of him. He frowned and looked a little embarrassed. A hero can't solve a problem with money. Without money, he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the star web community, let alone help the gods solve the problem. Suddenly, the friend list shook. The friend request he just sent had been accepted. In the empty friend list, the profile picture of a young man wearing a fox mask appeared. Then, the profile picture of the other party vibrated. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he quickly opened the message. His Majesty of Roland, you are. Xianxia was a little nervous. Even when facing the most ferocious interstellar beasts, he could remain calm and collected. However, at this moment, his hands were slightly trembling. He took a deep breath and replied the message. Guardian of Roland, Your Majesty, it's me. Susili blinked. He carefully recalled Snow Roland's memories and confirmed that he didn't know anyone on the star web. He could only guess that this person might be an acquaintance of the Emperor. After all, the Emperor was also called His Majesty of Roland. It couldn't be a fan of his songs, right? He didn't know any fans that well. Or could it be a liar? Susili suddenly became a little vigilant. There were too many scams on the internet. Even in the future star web, he didn't believe that it would be completely eradicated. At this time, he glanced at the duration of his stay and suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he came up with an idea. Xianxia clenched his fists when he saw that the message he sent was read. Lord God. What would he say? While he was thinking, a new message appeared in the chat box. His Majesty of Roland. His Majesty of Roland, how long can you stay in the star web community? Xianxia was stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. He raised his hand again and touched the entrance of the star web community. You are entering a galactic community and need to pay 10 universe credits. Do you want to continue? Note, your mental strength has reached SSS+. You can stay in any major community on the star network without restriction. However, due to the low overall strength ranking of your country, you will need to apply to join the Freedom Alliance to enter regions above S rank. You can only enter after you have obtained the qualifications. Would you like to apply to enter the Liberal League? Xianxia ignored the application prompt and replied to Susili. Guardian of Roland, no restrictions. Susili's eyes lit up. No restrictions. Although he was curious about the level of his spiritual power, this involved privacy, so he tactfully didn't ask. Instead, His Majesty of Roland, do you have time? Guardian of Roland, yes. His Majesty of Roland, are you interested in helping me? I'll pay you 20 universe credits per hour. Susili didn't know the hourly wage of a part-time job on the star web. Although he felt that this price was a little low, he still shamelessly typed it. If it didn't work, the other party would naturally say it. He had just sent out 100 cups in 10 minutes and sold 18 cups. 1 cup was $1, and the cost of 1 cup was 0. 1 universe credits. At this rate, he would still have some money left from the 20 universe credits per hour. As for making money by promoting, Susili didn't think so. He was now trying to make a loss and build up his reputation as soon as possible. He believed that milk tea would definitely succeed. In reality, milk tea only had the appearance and quality after many years of development. But now, he directly absorbed the essence and had Xiaowu to help him adjust. He was confident that he wouldn't fail, but whether he could achieve a profit of at least a few million in 10 days, to be honest, it was very difficult. Susili was also a Buddhist. If he couldn't pay the alliance fee, then he would just go to war with the Bavad Empire. As long as he could hold on until the players arrived, with the addition of the undead army, he believed that the Roland Empire wouldn't lose. But this was the worst-case scenario. Now, he had to do his best. If it still didn't work, at least he would have tried and wouldn't regret it. Just as he was thinking, the other party's profile picture jumped again. Guardian of Roland, okay, 1 hour in advance. Susili raised his eyebrows. This guy isn't really a scammer, right? But after thinking about it, it was only 20 universe credits. His album was now on the monthly list. Although it was ranked at the bottom, it brought him a good profit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the money to waste on the milk tea shop. His Majesty of Roland, okay, find me at the Gourmet Street in District E. Looking at Susili's message, Xianxia was slightly relieved. Actually, he didn't want to accept the money, but without the universe credits, he couldn't even enter the Star Web community. At least this way, he didn't have to endure the shame. Looking at the 20 universe credits that had been transferred to his account, and then looking at the fox mask avatar, Xianxia thought about it and opened the interface. He browsed through the system shop and finally exchanged 1 universe credit for a white fox mask. After putting it on, he stepped into the light door of the Star Web community, clicked on the option that popped up, and then chose District E. As the white light dissipated, he was randomly teleported to the Gourmet Street. Among the people coming and going, a figure suddenly appeared, wearing the initial casual clothes distributed by the Star Web system, looking around in the crowd. He was about 178 centimeters tall, not a crane in a flock of chickens, but his body proportions were good, and his pair of long legs were excellent. His slender waist and back exuded a youthful and immature aura, but the exposed muscles of his arms were full of strength. After choosing a direction, Xianxia lifted his feet and walked forward quickly, but after walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and stared blankly at the figure not far away. The silver-haired boy had his back to him, but he recognized his back at a glance. He saw that there was a floating table beside him, on which there were cups of exquisitely shaped milk tea, and the words "free to try" were written on the cloth. At this time, the boy picked up a cup of milk tea, turned sideways, and handed it to a girl. The red fox mask looked like it was smiling. Xianxia looked at this scene and couldn't help but purse his lips. When the boy picked up another cup and handed it to another girl, Xianxia lifted his feet and walked over. "Mr. Fox, your milk tea is really delicious. The taste is so much better than the stocking milk tea, and it's so cheap." A stocking milk tea cost $5 universe dollars, and Susili's milk tea was only sold for 1. It could be said that it was really cheap. But in fact, his cost was only 0. 1 universe dollars, it had to be said that virtual products, especially food, were really profitable. Susili was wearing the red fox mask, revealing only a pair of light purple eyes. At this time, he curved his eyes and said, "Fox products are definitely the best. But now is the discount period, I suggest you buy a few more cups, or else the price might increase in the future." That's right, his milk tea shop was called Fox's Milk Tea. Both the signboard and logo were designed by him. In the future, he might come up with other products and create a chain brand. Of course, all of this would take time. Hearing Red Fox's words, the girl smiled and said, "No problem, I think it's worth it even if it's 10 times more expensive. Not only is it delicious, but it's also so beautiful. I just took a picture and posted it on the Star Web, and many people are asking me. Maybe in a while, your shop's business will increase. Let's see how you're going to thank me next time." Susili also gave her face. He took another cup of milk tea and said, "There's no need for another time, I'll treat you to it now. You were drinking milk green before, now try succulent grapes. This is also our shop signature." The girl's eyes suddenly became starry. "Wow, you even remember what I drank before." Susili wanted to say something, but suddenly a hand reached out from the side and grabbed his wrist. The cool temperature from the skin made Susili shiver. He blinked and turned his head to look. The person who came had short blonde hair, and the white fox mask on his face only covered the upper half of his face, revealing his cold white delicate skin and red sexy thin lips. Susili was slightly stunned. So familiar, where have I seen him before, especially that pair of grayish blue eyes? It was impossible for him to forget. Xing. It's him, but when he compared the person's figure, Susili hesitated. If it was Xing, how could he be as tall as him? That's right, although he had grown taller with the growth of his physique, the data on the Star Web had not been updated, and he was still 178 meters tall. But this guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, he glanced at his slender waist and back. Although he was still full of strength, his shoulders were not as wide as Xing's. He lacked a bit of manliness, but he was full of youthfulness. Susili felt that this guy wearing the white fox mask was definitely not older than 18 years old. He did not speak for a while, and then he saw the white fox mask reveal his ID, the guardian of Roland. Susili blinked, and then he couldn't help but realize, "So it's you." Xing stared at the silver-haired boy, and for a moment he couldn't tell whether his surprise was fake or not. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Susili sized him up and nodded. "Not bad, you're wearing a fox mask too." "Not bad, not bad." He glanced at the time. There was still 1 minute left. Susili hurriedly seized the time. "I won't waste any more time. Your task for this hour is to give out free milk tea. Give out at least 500 cups in an hour. If you exceed the quota, I'll give you more money." "Your Majesty, why do you want to do this?" Xing listened and frowned in confusion. For a moment, Susili felt that he was facing Xing. But, not to mention his physical appearance, Xing did not have a gaming pod. How could he be on the Star Web? And he even knew his ID. Susili shook his head inwardly. Of course it's a business strategy. "I don't care why you added me as a friend. Do it well, and you'll benefit in the future." He casually drew a pie, but before he could finish, time was up. He only had time to wave goodbye to him before he was forced to go offline. After logging out of the Star Web community, he had to rest for half an hour before he could go online again. Susili did not stay in the virtual room. Instead, he logged out of the gaming pod and sent a message to Xing. This was the first time he had sent a message to Xing. In the Star Web community. Xing watched as the young man disappeared. Then, he looked at the floating table beside him and frowned. "Xiao Wu, what are these?" he asked. "They're milk tea made by my brother," Xiao Wu's voice sounded, then suddenly went silent. Xing looked at the cups of milk tea. "Did His Majesty make all of these?" This time, Xiao Wu resisted the urge to answer him. However, Xing had already guessed it. So, His Majesty had been busy with this for the past few days? This was the Honorable His Majesty. Xing clenched his fists. So, this was the reason why His Majesty did not want to tell him? His heart was full of heartache and helplessness, but he could understand His Majesty's feelings. If this was His Majesty's wish, then he would faithfully carry it out. With a cold expression, he began to move around the crowd. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's voice sounded again. "My brother sent you a message. Do you want to see it?" Xing glanced at his friends list. The profile picture of the red fox mask had dimmed, indicating that the other party was not online. Xing frowned slightly and suddenly realized something. He whispered, "Apart from the Star Web, can you control the local network of AI Shuaxing?" No, no. Xiao felt a little guilty when he was suddenly exposed. I just tried to connect. I didn't control it. Xing raised his eyebrows and ignored him. What did His Majesty say? The interface of the communication device suddenly appeared. His Majesty, Xing, what are you doing now? Xing immediately typed a reply. On the other side, Susili waited for a while. Suddenly, he felt his communication device vibrate. Xing replied to him. I'm completing His Majesty's mission. He looked at this line of words and couldn't help but blink. His mission? Susili recalled that he had just asked Xing to deal with the military. Was I really being paranoid? Susili tilted his head and thought about it. He couldn't figure it out, so he ignored it and changed his clothes before leaving. He hadn't gone out for more than 3 days, he had been working on the milk tea shop in the virtual world. Now that it was finally on the right track, he could finally relax a little. Now, he was preparing to go to the mercenary town to take a look. More than half of the deadline that he had set for Dean Justin had passed. It was almost time. During the 3 days of seclusion to make milk tea, he had successfully leveled up to LVL 11. He was just a little bit away from LVL 12. Dean Justin and the rest were quite efficient in building the town. In addition to the reconstruction, Susili also wanted to see how the apprentices were doing. Was it his whimsical idea to let them become mercenaries, or was it really a fantastic idea? Now, he could more or less figure it out. However, when he reached the open space in the garden, Susili suddenly remembered that Xing wasn't around. He couldn't sit on the shadow leopard anymore. Looking at the empty courtyard, he felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. That was why it was said that habit was a scary thing. Susili gathered his thoughts and sent a message to Li Jiu, asking him to arrange a flying shuttle. Then, he returned to the palace to disguise himself. Without Xing's passerby's halo, it was very dangerous for him to go out like this. He could be recognized at any time. Therefore, he still had to disguise himself. Fortunately, he was already used to it. He just had to pick it up again. He suddenly missed Xing. With him around, a lot of things were more convenient. However, he also knew that the two of them couldn't be together like conjoined twins. Xing had his own things to do. Susili boarded the flying shuttle again. Soon, he stopped thinking about Xing. He went to the square's magic array and cast an observation spell on it. The countdown was shortening. This made him feel a little more relieved. After paying the alliance fee, the game would start a closed beta in a few days. At that time, he would be able to see his second brother. If he was lucky, he might be able to see his eldest brother. However, his eldest brother was more mature. He would probably let his second brother explore first. Susili felt a little excited when he thought that he would be able to see his family soon. As for whether he should make preparations for the closed beta, he hadn't thought about it yet. He wasn't worried about whether the arrival of the players would cause a commotion. This was something that the game developers had planned for a long time ago. For example, the legend of the hero. He had asked a lot of people. Basically, even a 3-year-old child knew about this. It was obviously a foreshadowing for the players. Susili looked at the bustling inner city again. He had to admit that after staying in the galactic community for a long time, he could feel that Roland's architecture was backward when he looked at it again. Of course, the unique cultural style was not something that the galactic community could compare to. If he had to choose, Susili would still choose the Roland Empire. Probably because he had developed a sense of belonging to this place. Although it was very little, it was like a seed that started to take root and sprout. Maybe one day it would grow into a big tree, or maybe it would wither and die. Susili didn't know what the future would be like, but he was still full of expectations. Looking at the scenery of the inner city, he couldn't help but start to think. What could be improved? There were so many aristocrats in the inner city. There was no reason not to take advantage of them. The flying shuttle carried him and flew over the inner city. When he was about to reach the mercenary town, Susili inadvertently glanced at the town panel and couldn't help but be stunned. Mercenary town. LVL 1, financial expenditure, 257684 dollars financial income, 1250000 dollars new migrant population, 128 special state bonus, residents hunger rate 15%, construction speed minus 15%, damn, he hadn't seen it for a few days, how did the mercenary town suddenly generate income? And, Susili carefully counted again and found that he wasn't wrong. It was indeed more than 10 million. Compared to that, the financial expenditure of more than 200,000 was nothing at all. So what did Wen Jishan do? Did he rob more than 10 million in 3 days? Was it so easy to earn money? Susili was stunned for a while before he suddenly realized something. Could it be Naya? He just slightly hinted that he could arrange for someone to treat Naya. Did Wen Jishan make a big fuss about this? The biggest change in the past few days seemed to be that Naya and the elementalist apprentices went to the mercenary town. Besides these two things, Susili couldn't think of how Wen Jishan could generate income. As expected of a special talent, he sighed again. Susili even thought that he should let Wen Jishan sell milk tea on Star Web. Milk tea could be considered a dessert. If he sold it, he would get a 150% increase in income, but very soon, he remembered something. Wen Jishan was a normal person. Even if he could go on Star Web, he could only go to Area F. I wonder if he could sell things in Area E, I'll think about it later. Susili thought and glanced at the mercenary town's upgrade interface. Mercenary Town LVL1, requirements to upgrade to LVL2, main city level, LVL2/LVL2 population, 52668/10,000 special buildings, council hall, 1/1, academy, 0/1, guard barracks, January 1st, shop, 9/5, farmland, 5/10, processing factory, 3/5, residents hunger rate, 85%/100%. Susili pondered and sent a message to Wen Jishan to ask about the amount of farmland in the mercenary town. This was because when he went to see Su Lin farming that day, he saw that the farmland was definitely more than 5 mu. Soon, he received the data. 20 mu. In other words, the mercenary town needed to reclaim another 20 mu of land to meet the requirements to upgrade to level 2. There were still processing factories, forestry farms, and so on, but they didn't meet the requirements. Susili thought for a while and gave Wen Jishan another order. Apart from the residential housing, the residential buildings should also be put on the agenda. After all, Wen Jishan had just received a large amount of income, so he wasn't afraid of not having enough money. Then, he didn't care about Wen Jishan's headache. He put on his hat, tucked away his silver hair, and got off the flying shuttle. The number of tents in front of the town had decreased by more than half. As more and more houses were built, many of the wounded who had recovered were arranged to live in them. On the other hand, the empty space where the students lived was still intact. Susili nodded in satisfaction. Under the nervous guard of Li Jiu, he went straight to the headquarters of the Mercenary Association to find out more about the apprentices. Of course, there was also Su Lin's Snow Valley. With the addition of a new wood element student, it should be more efficient, right? He entered the mercenary town in high spirits. On the other side, in the Star Web Community Area E, Xixing walked around the food street. He was conscientiously distributing milk tea, but the results weren't as good as he expected. Maybe it was because his aura was too strong. Even though he was also wearing a mask, he didn't make people want to get close to him like Susili did. Of course, there were still many young boys and girls who secretly took pictures of him, but they stayed far away and didn't dare to approach him. After 20 minutes, Xixing only managed to make a few dozen cups. He couldn't compare to Susili's efficiency at all. Xixing felt a rare sense of anxiety. An hour was almost up. If he couldn't complete the mission, thinking that Lord God might be disappointed in him, Xixing clenched his fists tightly. He emitted the aura of a powerful person, and people didn't dare to approach him. What should I do? Under the white fox mask, Xixing's expression became slightly distorted. At this moment, bang bang bang, bang bang bang, the sound of heavy footsteps approached quickly. Xixing looked back and saw a 30-meter-tall mecha running towards him. The people around him quickly ran away. Someone reminded him, "Hey, Mr. White Fox, run. That's the road killer, Demeng Miao. Although he's a newbie who just learned how to pilot a mecha, he's rich. He's piloting a newly developed mecha. Your protective shield won't be able to stop him. Yes. Don't let him step on you. The time you can stay will be shortened. Although being stepped on would at most shorten the time by 10 minutes, most people in Area E could only stay for half an hour. Losing a third of their time was a huge loss no matter how he thought about it. Xing didn't quite understand, but he didn't move when he saw Big Cute Cat's mecha running towards him. At this moment, a small robot suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Its mouth opened and closed, but no one knew what it was saying. He, who was originally calm, narrowed his eyes slightly. When the heavy mecha's foot stepped on him, Xing looked up. His grayish-blue eyes suddenly turned dark gold. Many people around him looked at him in disbelief. Because Big Cute Cat's foot stopped, in other words, it didn't step on the ground. It stopped in mid-air, as if it had stepped on air. Because of this sudden change, the huge mecha lost its balance and suddenly fell forward. Boom, a loud sound was heard, and the mecha clumsily fell to the ground. The houses turned into shadows. Although buildings didn't have a time limit, they had durability. Once the durability was depleted, they would have to pay rent. This was the food street. Most of the buildings were shops. The owners of the shops ran out. Some had ugly expressions, while others scolded Big Cute Cat. Big Cute Cat, who had always relied on the mecha's performance to win, had fallen this time. The young man in the cockpit looked at the control panel in a daze after he was disoriented. Xiaoqi, what happened just now? The AI's electronic voice sounded. Calculating and analyzing, please wait a moment. Boom, suddenly, a loud sound was heard again. Warning! Warning! Mecha's leg received an unknown attack, damage 40%. 60%. 100%. Mecha's leg lost control, unable to move. Trying to activate protective shield activation failed. Warning! Warning! Mecha's back received an unknown attack, damage 70%. Warning! Warning! Mecha was flipped over by an unknown creature. The enemy is approaching the cockpit. Danger! Danger! Please log off as soon as possible. Please log off as soon as possible. The AI's electronic voice sounded frantically, and the alarm in the cockpit roared. Big Cute Cat was confused, very confused. A series of loud booms rang out, causing his ears to ring. As the mech shook, he felt dizzy. Then, under his confused gaze, the outer shell of the cockpit shattered. In this violent impact, a fist appeared in front of him, quickly approaching, and finally stopping less than a centimeter away from him. Big Cute Cat stared at the fist, his heart beating wildly. His face was as white as paper. At that moment, he really felt the threat of death. Then, the fist slowly retracted. Light flooded in. Through the hole in the cockpit's outer shell, he saw a blond boy wearing a white fox mask. On his shoulder, there was a small robot sitting. The blond boy narrowed his gray-blue eyes and looked at him condescendingly. His cold eyes were as if he was looking at a dead thing. The young man wearing the white fox mask outside the cabin gave Big Cute Meow a very dangerous feeling. That kind of pressure that came from the strong made Big Cute Meow stunned. No. Don't kill me. The experience of life and death was so real that he forgot that he was in a star web community and that he could escape by going offline. Xing lowered his eyes and looked at him indifferently. The little robot sat on his shoulder, its mechanical mouth opening and closing, as Xing's navigation AI. No one could hear what it was saying to Xing even if it was in a mimicry form. It's him. He stepped on my brother. Little Five waved his two mechanical arms and said with righteous indignation in his childish voice. How dare he bully my brother, we have to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Xing's eyes turned cold again. He stared at Big Cute Meow and the cold aura around him seemed to have solidified and enveloped the young man in the cabin. This was the star web. Xing's spiritual power had exceeded the SSS grade. Even if he went to the top SP region, he would probably be one of the best, not to mention the second last region E region. There were very few strong people above the S grade who came here, even those above the B grade, unless there was something important. Even if they came, these strong people would keep a low profile. After all, with the strength of their spiritual power, it was inevitable that they would bully the weak here. Xixing didn't know about this, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. He only knew that this guy in front of him dared to humiliate the great god while he was weak, unforgivable. The young man with the fox mask pursed his lips into a straight line, his body slowly emitting a strong murderous aura. Even the surrounding crowd felt a lot of pressure, not to mention Big Cute Meow, who was directly facing this murderous aura. He was a rookie, otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to perform simple mecha controls and run around the life district all day. At this moment, he felt like he was looking at an ancient beast facing the white fox youth. The background was a terrifying sea of blood and corpses, a sea of scarlet. This shocking scene directly impacted his fragile mind, causing him to be on the verge of collapse. Warning! Warning! Big Cute Meow's spiritual power sea has been detected, forcing you to go offline immediately. Inside the mecha, the silent electronic voice sounded again, but very quickly, the electronic voice seemed to have run out of energy and stopped abruptly. Xiaowu's eyes flashed. Just like when he took over Xixing's navigation AI, he secretly controlled Big Cute Meow's mecha AI. But because Xixing's and Big Cute Meow's gaming cabins were very far apart, when he successfully took control of the AI, he felt tired. This feeling was probably the same as running 2 kilometers with a heavy weight. It couldn't even maintain its original form. When the electronic sound disappeared, the little robot also turned into a stream of data and dissipated. However, Big Cute Meow was also awakened by the electronic voice prompt and immediately realized, yes, he could go offline and escape. After going offline, I won't have to face such a terrifying monster anymore, Big Cute Meow. He couldn't go. Why couldn't he leave the galactic community? He looked up at the blonde youth in front of him and felt fear. Wasn't the galactic network known as the strongest network in the universe? This guy in front of him was so powerful that he could dismantle a mecha with his bare hands. How could he control the galactic network? What kind of scary big boss did he provoke? You, seeing the youth slowly raise his foot as if he was about to step down, Big Cute Meow was scared to tears. This guy blew up the mecha cabin with one punch. If he stepped down, would he still be alive? Don't kill me. Sob. I'll give you whatever you want. Don't kill me, please. Big Cute Meow cried and begged. The galactic network lived up to its name. It could even simulate tears and snot. Xixing looked at him with a hint of disgust. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Big Cute Meow. He was ready to end him in one move. At this time, he saw a table flying towards him. It was the milk tea table that Susili gave him. It was flipped over by Big Cute Meow's airflow. Now, it automatically flipped over. Other than the cloth on it being a little slanted, there was no big problem. As for the milk tea on it, after the table flipped over, it was automatically regenerated. It was still in the order that Susili had set. Xixing looked at the milk tea table that floated back. He suddenly remembered that he was still giving out milk tea. With Big Cute Meow's interference, he had wasted a lot of time. Half an hour had passed. There were still more than 400 cups left before the 500 cups were given out. Xixing was a little annoyed. He lowered his head and looked at the youth curled up in the cabin. He suddenly thought of something and narrowed his eyes slightly. Will I do anything? His voice was low like a devil's. Big Cute Meow shuddered. However, for the sake of his life, he quickly nodded. Yes. I'm willing to do anything as long as you let me go. He didn't care much when he stepped on others before. After all, they couldn't do anything to him. He didn't expect retribution to come today. Encountering such a tough guy, he didn't even have the courage to call for help. He even began to worry whether he had caused trouble for his family. Xixing tilted his head slightly. He thought for a while and said, "Open the system store." Big Cute Meow was stunned for a moment. When he saw Xixing's fierce gaze, he quickly nodded. Right away. He opened the system store. Then, under Xixing's instructions, he entered the fox's milk tea shop. Looking at the interface of the shop, then at the white fox mask on the blonde youth's face and the floating milk tea table beside him, Big Cute Meow blinked. So, this was a shop opened by a big boss? He was a little confused. However, at this moment, he didn't have the slightest intention to deal with Xixing. I opened it. What do I do next? Xixing glanced at his account and said in a low voice, "Buy whatever you want. Spend all your balance." "Oh. Okay," Big Cute Meow obediently did as he was told. He had more than 500,000 yuan in his balance, but these milk tea, each cup only cost 1 yuan. Moreover, he could only buy 99 cups at a time. How many times would he have to buy to spend all his balance? Moreover, there was so much milk tea. How was he going to deal with it? Was he going to wait for it to expire? Big Cute Meow operated mechanically. Xixing didn't bother with him anymore. Instead, he looked up and coldly swept his gaze across the crowd that was still watching. "Have you seen enough?" he said coldly. His volume was very low, but everyone heard it very clearly. The scene fell silent. Because of his performance of dismantling the mecha with his bare hands, many passers-by were shocked. Some daring people posted on the Galactic Circle to show off. As a result, even more people came to join in the fun. There were more than 1,000 people surrounding the mecha, not to mention the number of people who were still squeezing in from behind. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Then, the youth with the white fox mask said in a low voice, "Since you're here, don't leave." The crowd couldn't help but be in an uproar. This youth who could fight the mecha alone, was he going to start a killing spree? If he dared to do so, they would go offline. However, the youth jumped down from the mecha's chest and walked towards the crowd step by step. Everyone looked at him and kept retreating. An E level against an SSS plus level. With such a huge difference in level, no one could be stubborn. Xixing pursed his lips and stood still. He stared coldly at the crowd and said softly, "Everyone, come and get a cup of milk tea." His voice was still not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned and looked at each other. This was a joke, right? However, they heard the youth with the white fox mask say, "If anyone doesn't get a cup of milk tea, leave." Bang, he punched the leg of the mecha beside him and directly penetrated the mecha's hard steel plate. "You can try." Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Xixing had managed to intimidate everyone with his might alone. Seeing that everyone stood still and did not run away, he nodded in satisfaction. He casually pointed at a little boy standing at the front and asked him to be the first to get a cup of milk tea. The little boy's face turned pale when he was called. However, he was still considered brave. He trembled as he walked over, tiptoed and took a cup of milk tea from the counter. After the youth with the white fox mask nodded, he quickly turned and ran into the crowd, disappearing quickly. Seeing that Xixing did not stop him, everyone looked at each other. Finally, a courageous person went forward, grabbed a cup of milk tea hesitantly, and ran away. Xixing could not be bothered with him. His gaze coldly looked at the others. Those who were glanced at by him could not help but feel frightened. Soon, more and more people queued up and walked over, obediently taking a cup of milk tea before leaving. The scene was very orderly and harmonious. The shop owners and employees in the surrounding food street felt like they had seen a ghost. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such a scene, but no matter what, the Fox's Milk Tea Shop became famous in District D in just a day. Everyone knew that this shop was opened by a boss with extremely strong spiritual power. That boss could dismantle the latest model of mecha with his bare hands. There was no danger, and there was still free milk tea. Everyone slowly relaxed. In the end, there were even people who were hesitating to choose a cup of milk tea and were scolded by the people behind them. "If you want to drink something else, can't you buy it? It's only 1 universe credit per cup. Can't you afford it?" Pauper. F*CK, you're the pauper. I'm just picking a cup. What's wrong with that? If you're not a pauper, then buy it. I'll buy it. That person was straightforward and bought all the cups of milk tea on the counter in one go. There were a total of 10 cups, each with a different flavor. It was indeed not expensive. It did not even cost 20 universe credits to buy all of them. From the first person who bought it, there were many people who followed suit. This was because each cup of milk tea was very attractive and looked delicious. It was easy for people to have difficulty choosing. Only children would choose, but adults would choose all of them. Anyway, on the star web, one would not get fat no matter how much they ate. Xixing crossed his arms and stood at the side expressionlessly. The mask on his face covered half of his face, and he had adjusted his age. In fact, his aura had weakened a lot, but people still did not dare to look at him directly. He did not care and just quietly looked at the people lining up to get their milk tea. In the void on the top right corner of his screen, there was a number that kept increasing. That was the number of free cups of milk tea he gave out. He could not help but secretly sigh in relief. The mission given to him by God was completed. Maybe, he could even exceed the quota. Susili did not know what was happening in the star web. At that moment, he walked into the mercenary town and listened to Germinal on the radio while looking around. Compared to before, the town was much livelier. Originally, because of the existence of the Colosseum, this was a slightly tourist town. But because of the series of measures announced by Susili, as well as the broadcast on the television, besides the workers who came to look for work, the number of tourists who came for sightseeing increased by a lot. These tourists were mostly from the inner city. Wen Jishan did not refuse them at the door. Instead, he gave them tickets and set the place where the elementalists worked as a scenic spot. After the tourists paid enough money, they could watch from a place slightly further away from the elementalists, take pictures, and record. Of course, this was on the premise that the elementalists did not disturb the order of their work. When Susili heard about this new policy from Li Jiu, he only felt that it was unbelievable. People came just like that, but when he walked through the town and saw the groups of tourists who were dressed differently from the residents of the town, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Li Jiu saw his doubts and could not help but say, "Your Majesty, you may have underestimated the yearning of ordinary people for elementalists." The captain of the guards led him past the construction site and looked at the tourists in the distance. Even if they can't communicate or speak, to be able to see each other at such a close distance is an unforgettable experience for many people. Moreover, to be able to see a mental elementalist casting spells with their own eyes, how rare is this opportunity? As a warrior, he could not help but feel yearning when talking about a mental elementalist. But if you ask me, Dean Justin is not as good as you. A genius like you is rare in the world. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. He had to admit that, after being tested for sound elemental talent, this little empress's strength was increasing almost every day. The speed of her growth was frightening. Li Jiu could even vaguely feel that Her Majesty had surpassed Janice and was gradually approaching him. Unlike Janice's joy, Li Jiu only felt anxious and expectant. If one day, Her Majesty caught up with him, would he still be useful as the captain of the guards? However, no matter how hard he trained, after reaching the peak of 1 star and 2 star, he could not advance any further. It was as if something was blocking him, preventing him from advancing further. This was like a curse that every elementalist had to face. Li Jiu was very anxious, but at the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. With Her Majesty's powerful talent, could she be like Marshal Xixing, breaking this shackle and becoming one of the strongest? Was he going to witness the birth of another Marshal Xixing? Susili looked at Li Jiu's eager gaze and could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Captain, you are not thinking of letting me be like Dean Justin and become a spectator, right?" Li Jiu came back to his senses. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I definitely do not mean that." After saying that, he quickly continued the previous topic. In this mercenary town, other than watching elementalists cast spells at close range, you can also buy the Dark Valley planted by elementalists. Many people have this mentality, perhaps their children will have a higher chance of becoming an elementalist after eating the Dark Valley. In any case, whether it is the ticket or the Dark Valley, the price is not expensive. After listening to Li Jiu's explanation, Susili finally understood why the mercenary town could attract so many tourists. He could only sigh, Wen Jishan. What AF * King Genius, he looked sympathetically at Dean Justin, who not only had to build houses conscientiously but also be surrounded by people like a monkey. He could not help but shake his head. Then, he left without a conscience. Not only did he not steal or rob, but he also promoted communication between the inner and outer cities. This kind of income-generating method sounded very awesome. It was not a big deal to let Dean Justin suffer for the time being, right? Even if Dean Justin completed the mission he set. In a few days and set off back to the academy, there was still the elementalist apprentice to support him, right? Susili leisurely walked to the Mercenary Association's headquarters. It was obviously different from what he saw last time. The wooden board in the hall with the missions written by hand was replaced by a huge LCD screen. The LCD screen was divided into 3 parts. The left part showed the top 100 real-time points, the middle part showed the mercenaries' new points, and the right part showed the pending missions. On the rankings, Susili did not see any familiar faces, but on the new points that were refreshed every minute, he saw many familiar names. Su Lin, Su Yi, Gu Lai, they were basically elementalist apprentices, with some ordinary mercenaries in between. Their names were distinguished by color. Your Majesty, you can use your communication device to import this mercenary platform. At this time, Li Jiu introduced him. Susili raised his wrist and imported the mercenary platform software. He immediately saw more detailed information. He looked carefully. He had to admit that it was indeed beyond Susili's expectations to be able to build such a detailed platform in just a few days. The number of missions completed by the apprentices was also quite impressive. 189 people, all on the elementalist mercenary list. Even the lowest ranked person had 50 to 60 points, and Su Lin was at the top of the list. He was still far ahead of the second place. Moreover, the rankings changed very quickly. It was refreshed every minute, and there was a change almost every time it was refreshed. Susili could totally imagine the pressure of the last place. They were all of the same age, and they had started at the same time, but they were so far behind. It would be strange if the students at the bottom of the list were not anxious. After mourning for them for a second, Susili shifted his attention. Susili looked at the colorful names on the rankings and could not help but ask, these colors, do they correspond to their element affinity? For example, Su Lin was green, and Gu Lai was red. Li Jiu nodded. Yes, every registered elementalist has to fill in some basic information, including their element affinity. Susili glanced and found that he could switch to administrator mode. After switching, the interface did not change much, except for some small details, such as counting the number of people. He chose to count the number of elementalist apprentices. A new interface popped up. The results are as follows. Currently, the association has a total of 189 elementalist mercenaries, including 43 wood elementalists, 39 metal elementalists, 38 earth elementalists, 29 water elementalists, 24 fire elementalists, 9 wind elementalists, 4 lightning elementalists, 2 light elementalists, and 1 dark elementalist. Among them, 189 spirit elementalists, none warrior elementalists. Susili blinked. It was so convenient. He did not know much about the talents of the apprentices, but now he knew. He did not expect there to be so many rare elementalists. Wind elementalists, light elementalists, dark elementalists, could tell which one was the rarest. It was rumored that light elementalists had superb healing abilities, and they were also good at fighting. For example, light that could cause blindness, light that could melt people with extreme heat, and light that could purify all darkness. It was a pity that the light elementalist's inheritance was lost, and healing techniques were not passed down. However, compared to the sound elementalists, although there were few people with such talents, it was not like the sound elementalists, where only 2 were born. Susili looked at the rankings. As expected, the ones at the bottom were all light elementalists, and the last one happened to be a dark elementalist. The wind elementalists were better. At least they had some practical value. As for the remaining 3 major elementalists, other than fighting, Susili could not think of what to do with them. He thought for a while and clicked on the mission issuing function. Wen Jishan had set the highest authority for him. He could directly issue missions to the designated mercenaries. Moreover, the mercenaries who were assigned missions could not refuse for any reason, unless they failed. And if they failed, double the reward points would be deducted. This was the privilege of being in a superior position. Susili issued a guard mission to the light elementalists, asking them to look for Little Ash from today onwards. In name, it was to protect them, but in reality, it was to take the opportunity to improve their abilities. After all, it was a rare elementalist. If they could really improve, it would be a considerable battle strength. Moreover, Xiao Qiong was beside Ah Xing, so he could communicate more with the apprentices and improve together. However, only the last lightning elementalist was sent. Together with the light and dark elementalists, there were 4 of them. After all, resources were limited. If there were too many people, they would be a big target. It would not be good. As for the remaining 3 people, Susili thought that he might as well send them to the power plant. The power plant should have a stronger lightning elementalist, so it would be more convenient for them to train. After hesitating for a while, he issued a mission to the metal elementalists. Susili wanted to make a new weapon. Until now, the most powerful weapon he had was still Xing's Radium 4000. In fact, elementalists also had their own weapon master craftsman. However, he had done some basic research. Currently, no one could make a sound elementalist weapon. This was because sound elementalists were too rare in the past 100 years, so no one studied them. Susili's thinking was simple. If there were no elementalists in the past, then he would let them study it now. The best time to plant trees was 10 years ago. The second best time was now. This kind of research was naturally the same. After issuing missions to the metal elementalists, he contacted Wen Jishan again and asked him to move the weapon masters who lived in the inner city to the mercenary town. The inner city was full of ordinary people. How could it be better than the mercenary town, which was full of elementalists? Moreover, there would be more elementalist mercenaries in the future. There would be a high demand for weapon masters. It was better to get them here now. As for whether they were willing to come, Susili did not consider. Whether they were willing or not, they had to come when he asked them to. That was how domineering he was. After doing all this, Susili looked at the time. He had been out for almost an hour. He could go back and see how the guardian of Roland was doing. He hoped that he would not run away halfway. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked at Li Jiu suspiciously. Speaking of which, guard captain, when did you learn so much about the mercenary town? Li Jiu averted his eyes and laughed dryly. I just took some time to understand. After all, this is what His Majesty is concerned about. As he spoke, his expression became serious. That's right. This way, I can answer His Majesty's questions. Is that so? Susili tilted his head. He still felt that this guard captain could not be so reliable. Of course. All right then. You continue to understand. I'll go back and check. After Susili finished speaking, he ignored Li Jiu's disappointed expression and continued to study the mercenary platform. He walked out of the town and boarded the shuttle before returning to the palace. Before entering the palace, he looked left and right. He did not see Xing. Susili pursed his lips and ignored the disappointment in his heart. He walked straight into the secret room of the palace and lay down in the gaming cabin. It had only been slightly more than an hour since he went offline. As soon as he entered the virtual room, he opened his friends list. On his friends list, there was still only the guardian of Roland. However, his profile picture had changed. It was a blonde boy wearing a white fox mask. It was surprisingly compatible with his profile picture. Susili did not think much of it. When he saw that he was online, he quickly entered the Star Web community. Susili walked through the light door of the Star Web community. In a flash, he arrived at the food street of District D. At this moment, District D had turned into daytime. The star lanterns had disappeared, and the neon lights had dimmed. However, the advertising spaceships with various banners still filled the entire sky. Under the blue sky and white clouds, long flags fluttered past, making flapping sounds. If one didn't want to see these advertising spaceships, they could buy an advertising-free service, but the price was not low. Susili couldn't help but sigh. The Star Web was full of scams. The food street was bustling with people coming and going. It didn't seem to be any different from before he left. Susili stood in the crowd, looking left and right for the guardian of Roland. He still remembered the young man's short, fluffy golden hair. Even among the Star Web visitors with different appearances, it was still very eye-catching. Moreover, the young man was accompanied by a simple milk tea table. If he was nearby, he would definitely be able to find him at a glance. Unfortunately, he couldn't find him. Susili didn't look around blindly. Instead, he sent him a message, "Where are you?" As soon as the message was sent, he immediately received a reply. Guardian of Roland, stand there and don't move. I'll come and find you. Then, a team request was sent over. This Star Web community was indeed a large-scale interactive holographic online game. There was even a team request. Susili clicked accept and then waited in place. The chat interface was still floating in front of him. His gaze fell on the chat history. Susili felt a little emotional. This kid was quite polite and kept using honorifics. Although there was still a possibility that he was a scammer, when he thought back to their brief meeting and how the young man stunned him, he felt that the possibility of this kid being a scammer was very low. If he wasn't a scammer, then why was he looking for him? What was his purpose? Susili didn't think that it was a big deal to ask someone to do a part-time job as soon as they met. If it wasn't convenient, you could have refused. Since he didn't refuse, it meant that he had time to do a part-time job. With this thought in mind, Susili closed the chat screen. He happened to be standing under a streetlight, looking at the passers-by with some boredom. A couple walked past him with a cup of milk tea in their hands. They were chatting and laughing, but he didn't know what they were talking about. When they passed by, Susili realized in hindsight, wasn't the milk tea in their hands from the Fox family? In this world, only his Fox family had this kind of packaging. Susili gently curved his lips. It seemed that the child did not slack off and completed his work properly. He took a closer look at the other passers-by and was surprised to find that almost everyone on the food street was holding a cup of Fox's milk tea. The eyes under the mask widened slightly, and the light purple pupils were suffused with a glass-like luster. They actually sent out so many? How did that kid do it? Susili was shocked and quickly opened the background interface of the milk tea shop. While he was offline, a total of Roland's guardians were sent out. 2,978 cups. Damn, close to 3,000 cups, Susili was stunned. According to the calculation, this was 50 cups per minute. This meant that in a very short time, a lot of Roland's guardians had gathered, and these people had a clear purpose, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach such a high number. After all, he had personally sent out the guardians. Although the crowd was mobile, and he had spread a cloth on the counter to explain, there were still some people who needed to be explained. This was very time-consuming, otherwise, the efficiency would be much higher. Susili frowned. Who was this Roland's guardian? If he had so much power, why would he want to earn his 20 universe credits? What exactly was he plotting, thinking? He glanced at the income of the milk tea shop, and the expression under the mask almost collapsed. Today's revenue, 680,649. Cost, 680,649. Profit, 612,584. Susili stared at these numbers, and for a moment, he suspected that he had seen wrong. He remembered that when he went offline, the income of the milk tea shop was only $20 to $30. In just a little more than an hour, the milk tea shop had generated $600,000 of income. And this number was still increasing, and there was no sign of it slowing down. The Guardian of Roland, what did he do? Xiao Wu. Susili called for the little robot. Xiao Wu was an artificial intelligence, and it was born on the Star Web. It would definitely be able to tell him what had happened, but before Xiao Wu could appear, a calm and gentle voice of a young man rang in his ears. Your Majesty. Susili turned his head to look. The young man wearing a white fox mask had unknowingly appeared beside him. He was very close to him, and a pair of gray-blue eyes were staring at him. It was supposed to be a cold and unapproachable color, but at this moment, it was shining with a gentle light, as beautiful as the stars in the night sky. Susili's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously took a step back. The white fox youth looked at him, and his bright red lips curved slightly. He smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty, I've made you wait for a long time. Standing at the side of the street, Susili quietly looked at the young man's smile. The red fox mask covered his expression, but it still revealed a sense of vigilance, indifference, and alienation. The young man slowly withdrew his smile. His gray-blue eyes flashed slightly, revealing a little bit of confusion and grievance. Why was the deity looking at him like this? Why did it feel like he was back to square one? He said softly with a hoarse voice, completed the mission. Yes, you have exceeded the requirements. Susili slightly narrowed his eyes. His gaze was inexplicable, but it was definitely not friendly. The white fox youth opened his mouth, but his throat was dry. If that's the case, why, aren't you happy? Susili, in fact, did not have an amiable personality. He would only show his soft side to people close to him. But in front of strangers, especially those who made him feel threatened, he was very cold, and even a little aggressive. How did you do it? Susili stared at the young man, his eyes sharp. He did not forget about the threat of the Bavad Empire, and he did not know whether Roland had other enemies outside. Snow Roland did not know much about government affairs. So his information was somewhat obscured. Also, he was too weak now, his spiritual power level was only F, and this young man in front of him, he had just used insight on him. Guardian of Roland, race, human gender, male physical strength, SSS plus spiritual power level, SSS plus game pod model, K2576 star web area, Atna Galaxy. Susili's scalp went numb. After spending a few days on the star web, he knew that insight could only detect other people's account information. For example, if a person used the system's protective shield to hide their ID, he could use insight to know that person's ID name and some very simple information. But this guy in front of him had both SSS plus physical strength and spiritual power. Even if he did not know much about the alien power system, Susili knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. Xianxia pursed his lips, lowered his eyes, and did not say anything. He did not want to mention that mech, which should be a very unpleasant thing for Lord God. He did not want Lord God to remember it. Susili looked at him quietly, and when he saw that he did not say anything, he did not say anything. He opened the back panel of the milk tea shop again, transferred all the profits to his Star Web account, and then transferred them to the Guardian of Roland. I promised you that there would be a reward for completing the mission, and I will not go back on my words, he said, observing the young man's reaction. Seeing that he was not surprised, and his eyes showed some confusion and annoyance, Susili was more and more sure that there was something wrong with him. He did not understand why a double SSS plus ranker would approach him in such a weak manner. What was the purpose of that? But he did not want to know. The only thing that was worth celebrating was that at this moment on the Star Web, no matter what schemes they had, as long as he was not on the Star Web, he would not be threatened. As for putting himself in danger, Susili did not want to do it. The difference in strength was too big, and he could not guarantee that he would not fail. Who knew what tricks the aliens had that he did not know? This is your reward, Susili said in a low voice. Don't show up again. I don't know what your plan is, and I am not interested to know. If you force me into a corner, I will fight to the death. Anyway, it was not like he could not give up everything on the Star Web. At most, he would not earn any more universe credits, and just hide back on AI Schwestar and continue to develop. Even if the Bavad Empire really attacked, he did not think that the Roland Empire would not be able to resist. Hearing Susili's words, Xianxia was a little stunned. He finally understood the problem. Lord God really did not recognize him, and even thought that he was a person with bad intentions. I am not, he was about to explain, but suddenly he stopped. Maybe, it was better this way. Xianxia suddenly looked up and stared deeply at Susili. His voice was hoarse, but it was full of sincerity. I admire you. Finally, he said the words that were buried deep in his heart, the words that he thought he would never say to him. Xianxia felt that his heart had never beat so fast before. He stared greedily at Susili. He imagined what kind of expression he would have under the mask at this moment. Susili thought that the teenager was going to say something, but he did not expect it to be such a confession. He smiled gently. At first, it was only a suspicion, but now he was 100% sure. Facing the teenager's confession, not only was he not moved, he even felt a little cold in his heart. What kind of purpose would make a strong person say such a lie? Susili pursed his lips, and when he spoke again, his voice was full of coldness. If you think that I will believe your nonsense, then you are very wrong. I don't know who you are, but even if you want to seduce me, you should have done your research first. My orientation is normal, and I am not interested in young children. Susili did not waste any more time. After he was done with the teenager, he simply logged out of the Star Network and ran away. Xianxia watched as his figure disappeared. He reached out to touch him, but in the end, he grabbed empty air. He lowered his eyes and stared blankly at his palm. In the end, he suddenly clenched his fist. He did not blame the deity for rejecting him. He was a little impulsive just now. Under such circumstances, if the deity accepted him, he would feel shocked and strange. But the deity said, his orientation was normal. Could it be that the deity liked women? Susili logged out of the Star Network community and returned to the virtual room. Looking at his only friend in the list that appeared, he gritted his teeth and blacklisted him. He logged out too quickly just now and forgot to confirm with the favorability system. There were too many people in the gourmet street, and it was not convenient to keep the favorability system on, so he turned it off. The teenager's hurt eyes appeared in his mind, and Susili pursed his lips. Forget it, it is the same whether or not I confirm. If he really likes me, it will be even more terrifying. Susili knew that he might be too cautious. But he did not forget the night when he had just transmigrated and received death threats one after another. He cherished this life very much and did not want to die. He especially did not want to die because of his own carelessness. Of course, thinking about the 600,000 that he had just transferred to the teenager, Susili still felt a little heartache. He should not have been impulsive and transferred all the balance back to him. Facing a strong person with double SSS+, he still felt a little guilty. This money should be from the organization behind the teenager, right? Susili was a little annoyed. If he was really an enemy, how could he repay their good intentions if he did not extort a large sum of money? But in the next few days, he did not plan to enter the Star Network community again. He planned to move out of Area E and change his ID in the future. But this would have to wait until he leveled up and his spiritual power reached D rank. According to the speed of the mercenary town's construction, it should be very soon. The teenager's face flashed in front of his eyes again, and his confession rang in his ears. Susili shook his head. This kind of method was too clumsy. As a top superstar, he had received a lot of confessions in the past, both men and women, almost all kinds of people. But Susili was not very interested in love. No matter how good-looking a man or woman was, could they be as good as a paper person? Of course, the paper person that he used to like the most had now become a three-dimensional person. Susili curled his lips and stopped thinking about these boring things. Although he would not be going to the Star Network community for the time being, he could still use the virtual room. He had spent a few days tinkering with the milk tea shop, but he had been schemed against. Thinking about it made him feel very unhappy. He fell on the sofa and ordered a cup of cheese mang. As he drank, he asked Xiao Wu to open the Star Music Network and prepare to listen to some songs to adjust his mood. Susili almost choked on his milk tea when he inadvertently glanced at the back end. He had not looked at his Star Music Network account for a long time. He did not expect that in just 2 or 3 days, the balance would reach 258,00065. 6. He did not see wrong, it was indeed 2.58 million universe credits. What had happened? Susili was a little confused. He quickly put down his milk tea and looked at the back-end message. After reading it all, he roughly understood what had happened. In the past few days when he had been researching the milk tea crazily, someone had thrown money at him and put him on a recommendation spot on the front page. That had always been a spot for pay-to-play players. Susili had never thought of throwing money at it because it was very expensive. It cost 500,000 a day. But this spot had a lot of traffic. In just one day, he had earned more than 2 million. 10 million universe credits, a quarter of it had been taken care of. Who on earth would be so generous? Susili frowned. He was a little sensitive after what had just happened. He turned off the back end and looked at the comments section. Actually, there was no need to look. The comment about buying the recommendation spot was at the top of the list. Shu 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 Xiaolan, this album was recommended by a friend. Bloom was very special, and Roland's Goodnight Song was indeed a song that made people want to sleep, not derogatory. Let's cut to the chase. Kept on the front page, Susili had some doubts at first, but after seeing the comments in the comments, he dispelled his doubts. Surprising appearance of a rich woman. Front row onlookers selling sunflower seeds and soda. Your Majesty Roland, you're going to be popular. You actually attracted the attention of a rich woman. Dog head, Yu Yang can be popular all over the universe. Lon Lon has contributed a lot. It seems that the next Yu Yang will be born soon. Your Majesty Roland, go 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 go. Su Silly touched his chin. So this, Shu 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 Xiaolan, also smashed the front page of the new singer Yu Yang. He thought that Yu Yang relied on himself to become popular. But to be able to attract rich fans, it was also his own strength. Su Silly opened the back end and looked again. Then, he suddenly froze. Account balance, 5081065. 6 universe credits. Huh, what's going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Wasn't it just over 2 million? Why did it suddenly become 5 million? At this time, he saw a message appear in the system announcement. Listener, Blockhead, tipped 5 million universe credits for His Majesty Roland's Germinal. Thank you for your support. Case solved. Just now, someone tipped 5 million. After splitting it with the platform, Su Silly received 2.5 million. Thinking about the money that was split by the platform, Su Silly suddenly felt a headache. At this time, Xiao Wu's voice suddenly sounded. Brother, Blockhead, is requesting to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Su Silly paused and nodded. Then, the ad interface appeared in front of him. Blockhead is requesting to add you as a friend. Note message, Your Majesty Roland, sorry to disturb you. Because there were no replies in the comments section, this is the only way to contact you. Su Silly raised his eyebrows slightly. He was a little curious about this generous Blockhead. He accepted the friend request. The other party's avatar was a black cat with a pair of bright amber cat eyes. After the friend request was accepted, the other party immediately sent a message. Blockhead, are you the singer of Germinal, His Majesty Roland? His Majesty Roland, yes. Su Silly's reply was not very enthusiastic. Although he had just given him 5 million, he was not a person who had not seen the world. Furthermore, this person obviously had a favor to ask of him. That was why he used 5 million as a stepping stone. As expected, Blockhead, Your Majesty Roland, hello, Blockhead, then I'll get straight to the point. Are you interested in making a trip to the capital planet of the Flanda Interstellar Federation? I would like to invite you to sing your single Germinal. The performance fee is negotiable. Su Silly raised his eyebrows. He actually came for Germinal? Did someone discover something special about Germinal? He thought about it and typed a reply. His Majesty Roland, not interested. The other party suddenly became anxious. Blockhead, please don't be in a hurry to reject. Blockhead, you don't have to worry about the round-trip fee. I can pay for all of it. The tip just now was just a small token of my appreciation. Blockhead, how much is the performance fee? Just give me a price. No matter what, please consider it. Su Silly tilted his head. The other party was anxious, but he was not. In a negotiation, he had to take the initiative. He did not reply immediately. Instead, he took the milk tea on the coffee table, bit the plastic tube, and gently took a sip. He thought to himself that he would give the recipe to Janice later and let her make the milk tea. Then, he would be able to drink it in real life. He was not anxious, but the other party was getting more and more anxious. Blockhead, Your Majesty Roland, Su Silly glanced at it and finally typed a reply. His Majesty Roland, yes. Blockhead, you agreed? His Majesty Roland, no, I'm just a little curious. Why do you want to hear it live? It should not be just because you like it, right? After Su Silly's message was sent, the other party was silent for a while before replying. Blockhead, you may not know, but there is a special power in your voice. When I listened to Roland's goodnight song, I felt it. Blockhead, actually, I have been troubled by insomnia for a long time. At one time, I needed a lot of sleeping pills to fall asleep. Blockhead, but now, as long as I listen to your goodnight song, I can easily fall asleep without the use of any pills. Su Silly nodded. Roland's goodnight song was indeed very powerful. Even if it was a recorded version, the hypnotic effect was top-notch. But, what did this have to do with Germinal? Blockhead, after listening to it many times, I recommended your song to my sister, but I did not let her listen to the goodnight song because, Blockhead, my sister was seriously injured a few years ago. Her spiritual sea collapsed and she has been in a coma for many years. Su Silly sighed. But spiritual sea, an unfamiliar term. It was probably related to the power system of the extraterrestrial. He silently noted it down. The other party continued to send him more messages. Blockhead, so, I let her listen to Germinal because this song gave me a strong sense of vitality. I hoped that she could feel it and then pull herself together. Blockhead, what I did not expect was that her spiritual sea, which had been silent for many years, really had a reaction. Blockhead, although it is very weak, at least there is hope that she will wake up again. So, I would like to invite you to the scene and personally sing Germinal for her. Blockhead, I only have one family left. I really cannot lose her. I hope that you can fulfill my wish. No matter how much it costs, I will find a way to satisfy it. The other party sent a series of messages. Susili sighed more and more when he read. Because he realized, the other party could be an honest person. He had almost given him all the information and had repeatedly emphasized that he could pay as much as he wanted. Wasn't this clearly saying I am a fat sheep on his face? He felt a little embarrassed. Susili thought about it and typed a reply. His Majesty Roland, pardon me for asking, but what is your occupation? Blockhead, I work in a research institute. No wonder he is so rich. Susili continued to ask. His Majesty Roland, what is your research direction? Blockhead, I don't have a specific direction. I have dabbled in weapon design, mech manufacturing, new material research, and so on. Susili's eyes lit up. Wonderful, although his research might not be useful to an elementalist, don't forget that in the army fighting at the front line, there were only a few thousand elementalists. The rest were ordinary people. Just the design of the weapons alone, although he did not know what level this blockhead researcher was at, Susili decided to persuade him first. He was thinking, but the other party was a little impatient. Blockhead, Your Majesty Roland, what do you think? His Majesty Roland, I can do it. Blockhead, really? His Majesty Roland, but I won't go out. If you want to hear it, bring your sister here personally. Susili typed a reply. He did not say how long this trip would take. Blockhead, but I can't leave, His Majesty Roland, whatever. His Majesty Roland, think about it yourself. I'll go first. Susili mercilessly closed the chat interface and then stretched his body. He was in a very good mood. A researcher who came to him on a silver platter, who would have thought that Germinal had such benefits, he happily said goodbye to Xiao Wu and then exited the virtual room. When he opened his eyes, he was at the top of the game pod. The Franda Interstellar Federation, he had heard of this country many times. He did not know when Roland would be able to catch up with such a superpower. Susili shook his head and got up from the game pod. His footsteps were very light. No matter what, 5 million universe credits was in his hands. He was already halfway to 10 million. This was definitely good news worth celebrating. After leaving the dark room, Susili called Janice. He quickly wrote down a few milk tea recipes and asked her to make them according to the proportion and order. He then lay on the bed and took out a children's book to pass the time. Janice was very efficient. Susili did not wait for long before she came back with a few maids behind her. Each of them held a cup of milk tea and walked in from the outside. He signaled them to put the milk tea on the coffee table. After all the maids left, he slowly put down the book and got up to walk over. Susili tried all of them. In the end, he only kept the milk tea that tasted the best and rewarded the maids with the rest. He went back to the sofa and sat alone for a while. He could not help but raise his wrist and look at his communicator. Xing should be done with his work, right? Even if he is not done, he should take a break. I was the one who said to strike a balance between work and rest. With this thought, Susili sent him a message. Not long after Susili left, Xing did not stay in the Star Web community for long. Some people stopped him and wanted to talk to him, but he ignored them all. He sat up in the game cabin, and the lines on his handsome face became colder and harsher, revealing a bit of malice. At this time, his communicator suddenly vibrated. He pursed his thin lips. He did not want to pay attention to it, but in the end, he raised his wrist and looked at it. When he saw the sender, he could not help but be startled. His Majesty, come to my bedroom. Xing's heart, which had calmed down, started to beat wildly again. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The next second, he disappeared from the room. In less than 2 minutes, Xianxia appeared in the palace from the outskirts of the castle. 2 rows of guards stood outside the emperor's bedroom. The door was tightly shut and solemn. Xianxia's sudden appearance in the corridor immediately attracted the attention of the guards. Without any delay, they shouted in unison. "Greetings, Marshal." As for the Marshal's mysterious appearance, everyone was already used to it. Xianxia was expressionless, but in fact, as he looked at the tightly shut door, some inexplicable emotions flashed through his eyes. He was eager, but he was also a little hesitant. In the end, he clenched his fists and entered the little emperor's bedroom. In the next second, he appeared at the door of the bedroom. When he looked up, he saw the young man on the bed. Or rather, he should be described as a young man. In just over 10 days, the little emperor had changed a lot. Not only had he shed his cowardice and weakness, but his temperament had also changed dramatically. Even his height and physique had changed with the strengthening of his physique. Susili also felt it because his clothes were obviously much tighter, especially the pants that originally reached his ankles. Now, they had become cropped pants and were developing towards cropped pants. Janice wanted to measure his clothes again, but Susili refused. He leveled up quickly and grew taller every few days. Now that the measurements were done, it might not be suitable in a few days. It was better to wait until he had more or less stabilized before making a new one. After all, the growth of height could not be endless. It was estimated that it would automatically stop when he reached the most perfect state. Because of the obvious increase in his strength and aura, the reactions of the people around him changed from the initial surprise to the later numbness. His Majesty leveled up too quickly. In just over 10 days, he went from starless to 1-star strength, completing the process that most elementalists took more than 10 years. What was so strange about such a monster growing taller and stronger? The matters of elementalists could not be judged with common sense. Just as he sent the message, Susili leveled up again. Now that he had reached LV12, his constitution had successfully broken through 60, and his HP had reached over 60,000. This had also strengthened his constitution once again. He even secretly touched his lower abdomen and could vaguely feel some muscles. This kind of experience of being able to obtain a perfect figure without exercising was really wonderful. At this moment, he was lying on his side with one hand supporting his head. Her long silver hair hung down, and her loose and soft robe also hung down. Half of her knees were bent, and the smooth skin of her legs was faintly discernible. He was like a bored cat, lazily looking over. Susili was not surprised by Xianxia's arrival. He had clearly heard the voices of the guards outside. "Marshal, you came rather quickly." He took the cup of milk tea from the small table and slowly took a sip, chewing a few pieces of milk tea in his mouth. Xianxia stood where he was and stared at him from afar. His eyes were filled with infatuation. However, when he recalled what had happened on the star web, he didn't dare to approach until Susili looked at him strangely. "What are you standing there for?" Xianxia regained his composure and lowered his eyes. "Your Majesty. Is there anything you need from me?" Susili put down the milk tea. "It's nothing important." As he spoke, he suddenly frowned. "Don't stand so far away. Come and sit." Xianxia pursed his lips and walked over. Under Susili's signal, he sat on the sofa opposite him. He lowered his eyebrows and didn't look at the young man sitting opposite him. However, under the perspective of his spiritual power, he could see Susili's every move. Susili didn't notice this because of the huge gap between their levels. He looked up and his gaze fell on Xianxia. The man was still dressed in a snow-white military uniform. He sat upright with his back straight, giving people the feeling that he was strict and proper, with not a single hair out of place. His gaze moved up and finally fell on the man's handsome face. His eyes gradually became dazed. Susili thought of the guardian of Roland again. If Xianxia's eyes and nose were covered, the lower half of his face would be very similar to the guardian, except that he looked more mature and masculine. He thought for a while and couldn't help but ask, "Marshal, do you know about the star web?" Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. He knew that Lord God was suspecting him. Well, except for covering the upper half of his face and lowering his age, his image on the star web was at least 90% similar to the real person. It was normal for Lord God to suspect him. But, after experiencing the scene in the Star Web community, Xing didn't dare to reveal his identity. Lord God's sexual orientation was normal, so, after knowing his ambition, would Lord God hate him and regard him as a heretic? Was he still qualified to stay by Lord God's side? Xing's heart was in turmoil. Fortunately, he had a cold face and rarely showed his emotions. In the face of Susili's question, he calmly said, "Yes, it's similar to the network on Esh Star, except that it can connect to other countries." "Why are you asking this? Did something happen?" Susili looked at him suspiciously, but couldn't find any clues on his face. In the end, he could only shake his head. He couldn't say that someone was using his face to seduce him, could he? Yes, he was now more inclined to believe that someone with bad intentions had stolen Xing's facial features and used Xing to get close to him. After all, that guy was wearing a mask, and there were probably some flaws in it. Hence, he used a mask to cover it up. As for why he used the image of a slender young man, he probably felt that it would be better to lower his guard if he was of the same age. It was just that this was his first mission and he had used too much force. He sent out 3,000 cups of milk tea in an hour and made a net profit of 600,000 yuan. It would be strange if he didn't suspect anything. Susili thought about it and finally felt that even if Xing could go on the Star Web, there was no reason for him to do that. Susili dispelled his doubts and curled his lips. These people wanted to use Xing's appearance to seduce him? Heh. Although this was what he thought, when he looked up, his gaze inadvertently fell on the man's neck. The top button of his military uniform was neatly attached to the man's cold white skin. His neck was neither thick nor thin, and his sexy Adam's apple was slightly protruding. Looking up, there was a delicate chin that was as firm as ever, and bright red lips. Susili suddenly felt his throat tighten. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and took a sip of the milk tea. After thinking for a while, he called for the maid and asked her to bring a cup of milk tea to Xing. He ignored the strange feeling just now and watched as the maid placed the milk tea in front of Xing. He lay on the couch with one hand supporting his chin and said to Xing, "Try this, I just made it." There was a smile in his purple eyes, and his gaze was burning. Xing felt that he was looking at him. However, he couldn't help but glance at the maid beside him. If he remembered correctly, this maid was called Jenna. She had a close relationship with the original Little Emperor, but there was no way God would like her. Jenna could obviously feel that something was wrong. Her sharp female awareness made her a little alert. Although she didn't know what was going on, her survival instinct made her leave immediately after putting down the milk tea. She didn't dare to stay for a moment longer. Xing was satisfied with her tactfulness. After she left, he looked up slightly and met the young man's burning gaze. His tense nerves relaxed, and the surging anger in his eyes disappeared. That's right, God was looking at him and smiling at him. It had nothing to do with that maid. With this thought, Xing picked up the cup of milk tea and gently sucked on the straw. The diameter of the straw was a little bigger than usual. The milk tea's fragrance was mellow. It had the mellow aroma of milk and the freshness of the tea leaves. Then, he sucked on a few soft and slippery things. Susili looked at Xing drinking the milk tea and couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, this kind of behavior ruined his image. Especially after taking a sip of the milk tea and the big breasts, his cheeks were slightly puffed up. He was no longer cold but rather cute and silly. He supported his chin and looked at him. He secretly turned on the camera system and took a picture of this scene. He hadn't used this function much. Now that he suddenly remembered, it came in handy. After secretly taking a few pictures of the great marshal's dark history, Susili couldn't help but smile. His purple glass-like eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. When he was secretly taking pictures, Xing was actually also paying attention to him. Of course, he only dared to use his spiritual energy to do so. Looking at his smiling face, he could clearly feel that, at this moment, he was very different from his aloof self on the Star Web. It also made him recall how hostile their relationship had been in the past. At least now, God was willing to let down his guard in front of him. Susili didn't know what Xing was thinking. He also didn't realize that his mentality and attitude towards Xing had unknowingly changed. After secretly taking a few pictures, he drank his milk tea while thinking about what to do next. Susili suddenly put down his glass, sat up, and said with a serious expression, "Great Marshal, we need to find the remnants of the Bavad Empire as soon as possible. These guys, as long as they hide in the dark, they are a hidden danger." In fact, Susili couldn't help but suspect that this was deliberately left behind in the game to increase the gameplay for future players. After all, if players could join the Roland Empire's camp, they could also join the enemy's camp. You couldn't expect these players to have any moral integrity. And this was something that Susili absolutely didn't want to see. Xianxia also felt that something was wrong. Those remnants suddenly seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find them. As long as they were still living in the Imperial City, it was impossible to erase all traces. However, after so many days, he still couldn't find any trace of them. He pursed his lips and said solemnly, "I understand. I will send more people later to eliminate all the remnants as soon as possible." Susili nodded and said, "The reform of the elementalist system in the local army can also be put on the agenda. I will ask Wen Jishan to release the news first. If there is a riot in the local army, the Great Marshal will have to take care of it. Your Majesty, don't worry. They wouldn't dare." Xianxia replied with a cold look in his eyes. In the army, he had absolute authority. Those elementalists who weren't even 1 star couldn't do anything. The ones who were really worth paying attention to were the front lines. However, Xianxia wasn't too worried. The difference in strength was too big. Even if thousands of elementalists at the front lines united, he wouldn't care. Yes, that's about it. After Susili finished talking business with him, he relaxed once again. The debt crisis was already half solved. He was less stressed and his nerves weren't as tense as before. He stood up, raised his arms and stretched his body, and did a big stretch. The sky outside was completely dark. Thanks to Xianxia, he didn't feel sleepy at all after sleeping for so long during the day. Susili thought for a while and used his communication device to make a video call to Janice. He asked her to send someone to prepare a bath. After ending the call, he lowered his head and saw Xianxia staring at him. Susili couldn't help but blink. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xianxia lowered his eyes to hide the gloominess in them. He said in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty wants to take a bath?" "Yes." Susili nodded. "I remember that you fainted in the bath last time." Xianxia paused. When he recalled what happened that night, his ears, which were hidden under his golden hair, turned slightly red. Because he fainted, Susili didn't have much of an impression of that night. When he heard this, he couldn't help but pout. "That was just an accident," he murmured. It was indeed an accident. At that time, he had just arrived and his body was very weak. Furthermore, he had recorded 5 songs in one go that day and had overdrawn his energy. That was why he fainted. Now that he was strong and healthy, how could such an embarrassing incident happen again? He thought for a while and tilted his head to ask, "Do you want to come with me?" Xianxia was slightly stunned. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the young man's pure eyes. He couldn't help but be stunned. Xianxia took a deep breath and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Your Majesty is inviting me?" Susili scratched his head. It could be interpreted that way. Anyway, the bath was so big that it was more than enough for 2 people to take a bath. Besides, well, just in case, if he really fainted, he could ask for help. It was fine if Xianxia saw his embarrassing appearance, but no one else should even think about it. "Do you want to come?" Susili asked. Xianxia lowered his eyes and nodded gently, "Okay." He could be so calm. God really didn't have any thoughts about him. However, he still couldn't suppress the desire in his heart. Although it was despicable, he still wanted to get closer to this person in front of him. He wanted to have a closer relationship with him. "Then let's go." Susili lifted his feet and walked out. It took time to prepare the bath, so he chose to walk. Although Xianxia was there, it was faster for him to flash. Xianxia stood up and followed him. The moonlight was still very bright that night, covering the ground with a layer of silver gauze. Susili walked at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. He slowly stood still and looked at the moon. He thought of his family in the real world. It had been almost 10 years since he passed away during the closed beta of the game, right? His family. Are they all right? Cixing looked at the young man and saw that he was shrouded in a layer of melancholy. He couldn't help but raise his hand. In the end, when he was about to put it on the young man's shoulder, he withdrew his hand. Susili sensed something. He turned to look at him and said casually, "Marshal, what do you think of the moon?" Cixing looked at him deeply and said softly, "The moon is very beautiful tonight." Although he was talking about the moon, he looked at him without blinking his eyes. Susili was stunned at first. Then, he smiled. He shook his head and said, "You can't say this casually." He remembered that in his previous life, this sentence was used to confess to someone, although he still didn't understand the connection. "Let's go. They should be ready." Seeing that he didn't explain, Cixing frowned in confusion. However, he didn't continue to ask. He just kept this doubt in his heart. What was so special about that sentence just now? Why couldn't he say it casually? When the two of them reached the bath, the maids had already prepared everything. However, the temperature of the water in the bath might not be enough. As usual, Susili asked them to leave. The maids followed Susili's instructions and hung the clothes on the hangers. Then, they carefully left the palace. However, after closing the door, a few of them looked at each other and exchanged gossipy glances. Her Majesty and the Marshal were going to take a bath together. Susili took off his shoes and socks. He walked to the side of the bath, lifted his loose robe, and put his feet into the water to stir it. It was still warm. It wasn't very hot. He looked at Cixing, who was standing there like a block of wood, and said, "Marshal, can you heat up the water?" He knew that Cixing could also control fire. Cixing nodded, but didn't look at him. He only used his spiritual power to touch the magic array under the bath. The Roland Empire's imperial palace had been around for hundreds of years. This heating magic array was still intact. Susili put his feet into the water to test the temperature of the water. When it was about right, he shouted for him to stop. Then, he turned his back to Cixing and began to undress. His soft robe fell to the ground as he stepped into the bath. The sound of water splashing eroded Cixing's nerves. Cixing's back was facing the bath. Only when he came here did he realize that he had overestimated his self-control. He didn't dare to look back. He didn't even dare to use his spiritual power to observe. He was worried that he would make an irreparable mistake. However, the splashing sound of the water kept hitting his eardrums and eroding his rationality. Finally, he couldn't help but turn around. However, there was no sign of Susili in the steaming water and white fog. Cixing frowned. Then, he suddenly realized something and walked towards the bath in a panic. He only had time to throw off his cloak and jump into the water without taking off his clothes. Just as he was about to dive into the water to save someone, the motionless youth suddenly broke out of the water and appeared in front of him. He was as beautiful as a fairy. His long silver hair was completely soaked in water. After leaving the water, he obediently lay down on his stomach, dripping water droplets. The water fell on the young man's smooth and white skin like pearls. The hazy light shone down and covered him with a thin layer of gauze. However, it didn't completely cover his beautiful body. Cixing froze in place and stared blankly at him. Susili emerged from the water and wiped the water off his face with his hands. He took deep breaths to relieve the discomfort in his lungs from holding his breath. This feeling was indescribably good. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. He quickly wiped his face, wiping away the water in his eyes, and his vision finally cleared up. Then, he saw Cixing standing in front of him in a daze. The man was still wearing his military uniform. The water in the bath reached his waist. The dense water vapor had soaked his blonde hair and made it stick to his clothes. Because of his actions just now, the water had splashed on his face. At this moment, there were water droplets sliding down his handsome face, along his neck, and all the way to his collar. Susili was also a little stunned. The two of them stared at each other for a while before he said hesitantly, "Cixing, why don't you take off your clothes?" His question finally made Cixing recover from his shock. However, take off his clothes, his gaze unconsciously moved down and slid past the man's sharp chin, beautiful and slender neck, exquisite collarbone, and his Adam's apple bobbed as a certain part of his body began to react. Xing resisted the urge to turn around. He didn't want the god he worshipped to see his ugly state. However, even if he closed his eyes, that fleeting glimpse still appeared clearly in his mind. Xing clenched his fists and opened his eyes again. His nerves were tense as he tried to control his voice. "I thought something had happened to you." When he thought of how motionless he was in the water just now, Xing's fantasies disappeared and were replaced by fear. He suddenly turned to look at Susili and said sternly and angrily, "Your Majesty, please don't do this again. It's very dangerous." Susili was shocked by Xing's sudden outburst. He didn't do anything, right? It was just a very ordinary diving. This was something he could still control. However, when he saw the burning anger in Xing's eyes and the genuine worry in his expression, Susili pursed his lips and nodded obediently. It was rare that he didn't retort. Seeing that Xing had agreed, Xing took a deep breath and prepared to leave. He couldn't stay here any longer, at least not with Xing at this moment. It was too dangerous. If this went on, he might. "Okay, I'm not going to dive. Come and scrub my back." Susili swam to the shore. He picked up a bath towel and threw it over. Then, he lay on the side and exposed his back to Xing, waiting for him to come over. Xing caught the bath towel. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. In the end, he could only accept his fate and walk over. However, when he got close, he froze again. The young man was lying in front of him without any defense. He was completely naked. The skin on his beautiful back was delicate and translucent. It was dyed red by the hot water. He was too beautiful like this. Xing finally couldn't control himself. He raised his hand and touched him carefully with his fingertips, as if he was touching a fragile treasure. Susili closed his eyes and waited for Xing's service. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He felt something cold touch his back. It seemed to be a man's finger, then an entire palm was placed on his back. It gently stroked and slowly rubbed. Susili felt the palm. Was he scrubbing his back? The man's palm was rough. He could feel the thick calluses on it, which reminded him of the scars he saw earlier. He frowned slightly. He felt the palm caressing his entire back and then slowly moving down, getting closer and closer to his waist. Waves of tremor surged out from his body. Suddenly, Susili opened his eyes in horror. He bowed and said in a low voice, "Stop." Xing stopped. His restless palm. It was just about to reach his waist and did not go any further. Seeing the young man's trembling body, he panicked and realized what he had just done. "Your Majesty." Shut up." Xing wanted to explain but Susili stopped him. He felt very awkward. Because, he actually stood up. Susili bent over at the edge of the bathtub. He had never been in such a predicament before. Drip, the sound of water splashing in the bathtub quietened down. Only the water droplets from his silver hair could be heard as they dripped onto the surface of the water, making a crisp sound. Susili bent over at the edge of the bathtub. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. However, the hot water in the bathtub enveloped him. Waves of heat surged into his body, causing his body to be unable to calm down for a long time. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. He didn't eat anything special today. Why was his body so dry? This was a normal physiological phenomenon. He didn't think much of it, but it had to be based on this situation. After coming to this world for so many days, it had been very peaceful. He had never thought about this before. What was going on today? Why was it in front of Xing? A scene appeared in front of his eyes. A man's hand was stroking his back, slowly moving up and down, rubbing it gently. Although he couldn't see it because of the angle, the scene appeared clearly in his mind. Then, Susili realized, damn, his little brother was even more excited. He forcefully closed his eyes and hurriedly chased that scene out of his mind. Damn, it was just a back rub. What was his little brother doing? Could it be because his constitution had improved too quickly? The only thing Susili could think of was that he had reached level 12 today. His constitution had broken through 60. His body had grown taller again, and his physique had improved. In just a few days, he had grown 2 to 3 centimeters. His body had become stronger and was no longer as thin and weak as before. Even his abs were faintly visible. Such rapid improvement would definitely have side effects, that's right. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. However, this didn't alleviate his current awkwardness. If he had known about this situation, he wouldn't have invited Xixing to bathe together. Damn, what should he do now? Should he let Xixing go? Susili pursed his lips and slowly straightened his back. He could only be thankful that he was in the bathtub. The hot water was above his waist, and the mist was white, so he couldn't see the situation below clearly. He turned his head and looked at the marshal standing behind him. The blond man's military uniform was already drenched. His cold white skin was slightly red from the heat. He looked at him, his grayish-blue eyes carrying a bit of helplessness and even more complicated emotions that were hard to describe. Susili averted his eyes. He felt a little apologetic for scolding him just now. That, Your Majesty, the two of them spoke at the same time. Susili looked up and realized that Xixing was not looking at him. Instead, he was looking down into the water. Sensing his gaze, Susili blushed. Susili felt that no matter how thick-skinned he was, he would not be able to withstand this social death scene. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when the man suddenly raised his hand. Susili thought that he was going to get beaten up. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that Xixing just reached out and gently caressed his cheek. He was stunned and couldn't help but look at Xixing. The man's gray-blue eyes were slightly gloomy, but there was more gentleness in them. Under his gaze, the handsome and mature man slightly curved the corners of his lips. His voice was low and husky, with a kind of sexy charm. Your Majesty, let me do it, okay? Xixing's facial features had a kind of unreal beauty, especially his brightly colored lips. They were beautiful and seductive. However, because of his cold personality and powerful strength, many people would overlook his beauty and be intimidated by his aura. However, at this moment, he was like melting snow. That kind of gentle and affectionate expression made people unable to help but be attracted and immersed in it. Susili stared at him in a daze. When the man asked him again if he was okay, he unexpectedly nodded. When he came back to his senses, he had already turned around and was being hugged from behind. Just as he was about to struggle, a warm and sturdy hand grabbed him. The refusal in his mouth immediately turned into a low groan. Susili placed his hands on the side of the bathtub. He slowly raised his head and squinted his eyes as he leaned against the man's chest. The metal buttons of the military uniform brushed against his back from time to time. It was cool and a little uncomfortable, but there was also an indescribable sense of excitement. He turned his face to the side and his forehead just happened to be pressed against the man's chin. When he got closer, his cheek was pressed against the man's neck. Susili couldn't help but groan. He gently rubbed his cheek against Xixing and felt the beating of his pulse. He closed his eyes tightly and felt that he was going to die. He was going to die in the hands of this man. The water mist lingered and the light was hazy. The two figures were tightly stacked on top of each other. Ripples spread out from the pool, spreading out endlessly. In the end, everything came to an abrupt end. Susili also went limp. He leaned into the man's arms, his cheeks red and his purple eyes covered with a layer of mist. He was a little absent-minded as he felt the lingering charm. Your Majesty. The man's hoarse voice sounded beside his ear. Susili made a small sound of acknowledgement. His voice sounded like he had just cried, but he didn't realize it himself. He just leaned in Xixing's arms and maintained an intimate posture that had long surpassed that of a monarch. I'll send you back to the dormitory? Xixing said softly and gently. Yes. At this moment, Susili was very obedient. He was as obedient as a sated cat. He allowed Xixing to carry him and slowly walked out of the bathtub. The moment they left the bathtub, the water on their bodies turned into blue elemental particles and dissipated in the air. Xixing took a robe from the rack and wrapped it around Susili. Then, he carried him into the bedroom connected to the bathtub. He came to the bedside and gently put him down. When he touched the bed, Susili immediately regained some of his consciousness. He hurriedly pulled the blanket and wrapped himself into a ball. Xing looked at the curled blanket on the bed and his eyes dimmed. He didn't say anything. He just leaned over and placed his hands on the mattress. Through the thick blanket, he gently kissed him. Susili felt the mattress sink and his body stiffened. After a while, other than some rustling sounds, there was no other movement. Xing kissed him on the blanket, but he didn't notice. Just as he was about to pull down the blanket to take a look, the man's deep voice sounded through the blanket. "Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first." Susili bit his lip and nodded softly. Then, the man retreated and the mattress squeaked as it bounced back, followed by the sound of his footsteps. Then, the door closed, cutting off all movement. At this moment, Susili slowly pulled down the blanket, revealing a flushed face and messy hair. He stared at the door for a while before lying down again and wrapping himself in the blanket. F***ck, this is too damn embarrassing, I can't let anyone know about this. Definitely not, Xing stood quietly outside the door. He gently raised his hand and the purple sound elements left the door, forming a soundproof vacuum. He lowered his eyes and his gaze landed on a certain bulging part of his body. After a moment of silence, Xing lifted his feet and walked towards the bath. His military boots tapped on the tiles, making a clattering sound that echoed in the empty palace. He unbuttoned his jacket one by one. First, it was his jacket. Then, it was his undershirt. Finally, it slid to the floor. He strode into the bathtub with his long legs. Finally, he sat down in the same spot as before and allowed the warm water to reach his chest. Xing lowered his eyes. His long and curly eyelashes cast a shadow on his eyelids. Splash, he cupped a handful of water and let the water flow through his fingers. It flowed down his arm and back into the bathtub. This place was filled with the scent of youth. And his palm had just blasphemed against his god. The blond man gently curved his lips. The light shone on his face. It was hazy, but one could still feel his joy. He dipped his palm into the water and slowly moved it. The man closed his eyes slightly. The expression on his handsome face was still so sincere. It was as if he was reminiscing and imagining. Slowly, his cheeks were stained with a light shade of red. It was very faint, but it was very obvious on his cold white skin. He was both abstinent and sexy. It was a contradiction that existed on his body. After a long while, the water in the bathtub stopped vibrating. Xing still had his eyes closed. He leaned back against the side of the bathtub and spread his arms. His heavy breathing gradually became slow and long. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked up at the closed door. His grayish-blue eyes shone with an even crazier desire and determination. Susili didn't know any of this. He was covered in his blanket. Everything that happened in the bathtub kept replaying in his mind. F***ck, F***ck, for the sake of freedom, Xing was sacrificing too much, right? Susili was really confused. He also felt that he was quite innocent. Indeed, he didn't control his little brother, but he didn't ask for him to do so. He wanted to let Xing go and then think of a way to solve the problem himself. Who knew, thinking back to the scene just now, Susili couldn't help but hold his forehead again. He felt that he really didn't have the face to see anyone. But, F***ck. Actually, it was quite satisfying. This thought flashed through his mind. When he realized what he was thinking, Susili shamefully covered his head with the blanket and let out a series of meaningless moans. Anyway, he was the only one in the room. He wasn't afraid of being heard. After tossing and turning in bed for a long time, Susili slowly calmed down and gradually fell asleep. Outside the palace, the maids loyally stood guard in the corridor, waiting for the emperor and the marshal to come out. Of course, there were some who secretly pricked up their ears to hear what was going on inside. It was the emperor and the guardian deity. Just thinking about it was exciting, it was a pity that they couldn't hear anything. After an unknown amount of time, the door slowly opened. The well-dressed marshal walked out of the palace. Greetings to the marshal. The maids bowed and looked into the palace again. Xing glanced at them and his face slowly darkened. He sternly said, "His Majesty is resting in his bedroom. You are not to disturb him." The maids all nodded. Xixing sent the maids away, leaving only the guards to stand guard in the corridor. Then, he disappeared in a flash. In the bedroom connected to the bathhouse, it was quiet. There was a gap in the window and the wind blew in, causing the curtains to sway gently. Under the faintly discernible moonlight, a tall figure slowly appeared in front of the window. His slender fingers pulled on the windowsill and closed it with a click, blocking the night wind outside. The man gently turned around. In the darkness, his eyes faintly stared at the arched quilt on the bed. After a long time, he lifted his feet and walked over. Taking off his boots and outer clothes, he pressed one knee on the mattress and leaned over to the quilt. Then, he gently pulled the quilt away, revealing the youth who was sleeping soundly underneath. Gently caressing his face, the man slowly lowered his body and kissed his forehead, the bridge of his nose, and finally landed on his lustrous lips. He sucked on those lips and carefully tasted them. Xixing didn't dare to use too much force, afraid that he would wake the other party up. Clearly, the two of them had just done such an intimate thing, but only kissing was impossible. Because that was something that could only be done between lovers. Thinking of this, the bitterness in Xixing's heart made him unconsciously use more force. The sleeping young man groaned uncomfortably, showing signs of waking up. Xixing paused, his heart beating violently. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should expect the youth to wake up and discover his feelings, and discover that he had done so many things to offend him. But the youth didn't wake up. He even opened his mouth slightly and licked his lips, then went back to sleep. Xixing looked at his sleeping face and was a little dazed. He touched his lips with his fingertips and slowly curved the corners of his lips. Finally, he reached out and pulled the quilt over to cover the two of them. To Susili's surprise, he slept rather soundly that night. He only opened his eyes when the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar yet familiar ceiling. Come to think of it, this scene was so familiar. Susili remembered the scene of him fainting in the bathtub. He sat up, looked down at his chest, and gently pressed his hand against it. The bruise from last time, he pursed his lips, got up, changed his clothes, and left the palace. In the following days, because of what happened that night, Susili felt very awkward every time he met Xixing. After hiding from him for a while, he slowly calmed down. But at this time, Xixing had already left the inner city. Because of the beginning of the reform of the local army's elementalist system, he needed to preside over it. The vigorous reform this time had caused resistance in a small area. Because of this reform, many people's interests were violated. The elementalists, who originally enjoyed generous subsidies in the local army and did not have to risk their lives, now had to become mercenaries and live a life of bloodshed. For those who had lost their bravery, this was tantamount to destroying their livelihood and sending them to their deaths. Not everyone was willing to go to the front line, however, the protest did not cause much of a stir. It even caused strong ridicule and resistance from the people. This was because the video of Susili's speech had quietly spread throughout the Roland Empire. At the same time, Wen Jishan also announced a set of data. The number of soldiers fighting at the front line had reached more than 1 million, but there were only 7,808 elementalists who were above 1 star, and they were scattered in the 5 main cities. The total number of local armies in the 5 main cities was only 100,000, but there were 33,506 elementalists who had not reached 1 star. To be honest, Susili did not expect this number. This was because as long as an elementalist successfully joined the army, their lifespan would be at least 50 years longer than the average person. In order to ensure the control of the elementalists, even if they retired, the elementalists would still hold civilian positions in the army. Therefore, in the past few decades of accumulation, the proportion of elementalists in the local army had greatly increased. Of course, more than 30,000 people were not a lot compared to the population of 90 million, but it was different when compared to the front line. What was even more ruthless was that when Jishan also announced that the elementalists would enjoy a huge amount of subsidies every year. This move was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. For a time, the idea that local army elementalists were rice worms was deeply rooted in the people, and the call for reform resounded in every corner of the Roland Empire. Of course, there were still people who were thick-skinned enough. Compared to vested interests, what was reputation? The local army elementalists had been operating in the rear for many years, and many of them were aristocrats, so naturally, they were not afraid of being scolded by the civilians. They even began to plot a rebellion, because the royal family could no longer guarantee the aristocrats' interests. Unfortunately, when Cixin caught the few aristocrats who were the most rebellious and beheaded them live on the internet, no one dared to openly rebel. The blonde man in the live broadcast was dignified and cold, and his whole body exuded the aura of a top champion. When he released his aura, without needing to speak, all the rebels collapsed to the ground. All those who rebel against the House of Roland, disrespect the king, and shake the army's morale, kill. With his order, the soldiers executed the traitors on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Then, he continued to lead the soldiers to execute all the rebels, and the reporters who followed the video could not bear the killing. It was also from that day onwards that people remembered the Guardian's iron will and his loyalty to the House of Roland. Susili also watched the video, but did not watch the live broadcast of the beheading. It had to be said that such a restricted scene could only appear on TV in this special era. But for Susili, who came from a civilized society, it was still too bloody. In short, the rebellion in the imperial city was suppressed. As for the other 4 main cities, because the roads were blocked, they could not communicate with each other, so the reform only started in the imperial city. In addition, the number of elementalists in the other 4 main cities was also very small. There seemed to be some kind of restriction, and the elementalists outside the imperial city could only cultivate to 1 star at most. Because of this, the 4 main cities did not have much resistance, and some even had the mentality of watching the show. It was also at this time that Susili learned that the main cities did not have an elementalist college. Every year, the elementalist apprentices would be gathered in the imperial city, and after graduation, if they reached 1 star, they would be assigned back to their birthplace. Because of the beast tide 3 years ago, the roads between the main cities were blocked, and every year the army escorted the elementalist apprentices to the imperial city had to pay a high price. It was imperative that the roads between the main cities be opened up. However, Susili still wanted to give this task to the players. Killing interstellar beasts would cause death. If not for the players, who else could he give the job to? The reform of the elementalists in the local army started on a grand scale and carried on vigorously. A total of more than 30,000 elementalists, for the mercenary town with a total population of 50,000, it was a number that could not be reduced in a short time. Therefore, when Jishan carried out a batch of processing and set a new rule that after these elementalist mercenaries were registered, they must complete a certain number of beginner missions. These beginner missions included expanding the town, planting, producing, and of course, running errands in the imperial city to reduce the pressure on the town. Dean Justin had already completed the reconstruction mission and returned to the academy to research a new way to test talents. Also, he had proposed a plan to publicize the basic cultivation method before Susili asked him to do so. However, it was quickly rejected by Susili. This dean actually wanted to promote it for free, and he even wanted him to invest money to ensure that it was implemented for everyone. Susili did not think much of it. He simply threw this matter to Wen Jishan. This was because he knew that not everyone could practice the cultivation method. Normally speaking, if the elementalist college really tested all the children every year, then the only ones who missed out would probably be the mental elementalists. Of course, there could also be some warrior elementalists who could improve their elemental affinity through hard work. After all, with Susili's germinal being broadcasted every day, the effect might be smaller, but over time it could slowly change. In short, at the current stage, it was not suitable to promote it to every ordinary person. It would be a waste of resources. Therefore, it was better to let Wen Jishan do it. A person like Dean Justin was more suitable to stay in the academy and do research. As the exposure increased, Susili's album slowly became popular. The traffic of the Star Melody Network was terrifying. After all, relying on the Star Melody Network, it connected more than 100 countries in the Star Alliance with trillions of people. Even if an album only cost $1, the remaining 5 million would be enough as long as 5 million people subscribed. After being smashed on the front page by Su Xiaolan, Susili's album and single revenue exceeded 10 million universe credits in less than a week. Because of this, he was selected to be on today's recommendation list. This was the list with the most traffic on the Star Melody Network. In just one day, Su Silly had made a profit of 100 million. It was like a pie falling from the sky, and it was the kind that made people dizzy. Moreover, as his popularity increased, the sales of his album rose steadily, and the price of his album also rose. In this way, the revenue created was even more impressive. Even Su Silly, who came from a rich family, was shocked by such an increase. However, he quickly regained his composure. He was a person who owned a planet. When this planet was completely developed, the wealth he created would only be more, not less. In short, he did not need to worry about not being able to pay the alliance fee at the moment, and he did not need to worry about it even after 10 years. However, he did not expect that on the day before the deadline to pay the alliance fee, Su Lin and the group of wood elementalists he led, they really cultivated Snow Valley. Snow Valley, as its name suggested, was white and transparent like snow, a bit like pearl rice in reality. However, Su Silly was now rich and did not need to sell Snow Valley to make money, so he set his mind on the development of blood medicine. It was known that Snow Valley could produce blood medicine, but the formula had been lost. Su Silly planned to get information from the researcher he bought, but he was busy with other things recently and did not pay attention to it for the time being. Therefore, after posting the task of blood medicine research on the mercenary system, he did not pay attention to it. After paying the 10 million universe credits, there were still 5 days before the start of the closed beta. There were reports from all the major cities, including the Imperial City, that there was a change in the summoning array of the heroes. The change was not serious, but the surrounding people felt it, and some people even took pictures and posted them on the internet. There were rumors among the people that the legend was true, and there would be heroes from another world to save him. Su Silly just wanted to laugh. Save you? Do you think your lives are so bad now, expecting players to lead you to riches? It's good enough that they don't kill you to level up. This incident also aroused Su Silly's vigilance. Therefore, he ordered the residents around the summoning array to move away to prevent a large number of players from disrupting the order. Then, he sent the elementalist construction team to quickly build a hall to surround the summoning array. Unrelated people were not allowed to come close to prevent prying eyes. After building the summoning hall, there was less than a day left before the start of the closed beta. Su Silly waited anxiously, but at the same time, his heart was full of excitement and anticipation. He was going to see his second brother soon, and his big brother and parents, would they come? It was okay if they did not come, as long as they saw his second brother, they would come in the future. This way, they could be reunited in the game. August 8, X025, 9:34 a.m., Su family. Brother Hung, it's almost 10 o'clock, don't forget to enter the game. My game name is by phone, just like before, add me as a friend when you enter the game, then find a place to meet up. His friend's reminder came from the phone. The man leaned back in his chair and said calmly. Okay, see you in the game later, I'm hanging up. After saying that, the man put down his phone. He wore a pair of rimless glasses, the lenses slightly reflecting the light, revealing a pair of somewhat sinister and sharp eyes. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking about something unknown. As his eyes moved, he inadvertently swept across an item on the table. He could not help but pause. All the emotions in his eyes disappeared, replaced by bitterness and sadness. It was an old-fashioned phone, a model from 10 years ago, but it was well maintained. The body was 90% new, and the screen was wiped clean. At this time, the phone screen was slightly lit up, showing the interface of a text message. Little Silly, second brother, don't be sad. It was just 5 short words, not even punctuation. But, it was so suffocating. Su Yuhing took a deep breath, took off his glasses with trembling hands, and wiped the lenses with a handkerchief. He used a lot of strength, and his hands were trembling. Almost 10 years, this damned child, tormented him for almost 10 years, even in death, he would not let him live in peace. Don't be sad? How could he not be sad, damn it? Su Yuhing raised his head, suppressed the piercing pain in his heart, and then put on his glasses again. He looked at the mirror on the table. Very good, except for his slightly red eyes, he was still the refined and elegant second master of the Su family. Su Yuhing did not look at the phone again, but turned off the screen, and then carefully put it in the drawer, gently closing it. he got up and left, walking into the inner room. In the not particularly big room, there was a brand new instrument, a holographic game cabin. This epic-making product, 9 years after his younger brother's death, was finally successfully released. But that damn child, he could not see it. Su Yuhing gently stroked the shell of the game cabin, the smooth and perfect body, beautiful and elegant, full of high-tech, rigorous and unique beauty. "Brat, second brother went to see you," he said absent-mindedly. Finally, Su Yuhing opened the cabin door, lay in the game cabin, and with the prompt of the navigation AI, the game system was turned on. The first closed beta of Star Age officially began. On the morning of the beta test, Susili woke up early. He changed into the new clothes that Janice had tailored for him and stood in front of the mirror for a long time. A tall, silver-haired young man was reflected in the mirror. He was wearing a gorgeous and exquisite suit. He had wide shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. He looked noble and elegant. Especially the slim waist that was outlined by the slim-fit clothes. Not only did he not look weak, but he also gave people a sense of strength. After his constitution reached 90, Susili did not continue to grow. His height finally stopped at 183. Because he was born with a small frame, even if his body was perfectly proportioned and he had 8 abdominal muscles, he still looked thin. Janice unfolded the cloak and solemnly put it on his shoulders. On the dark purple silk, there was an exquisite totem embroidered with golden thread. It was the symbol of the Roland Empire, a violet wrapped in vines. A maid squatted behind him and carefully arranged the hem of the cloak for him. Then, Janice solemnly put a crown inlaid with countless gems on the young man's head and tidied up the hair on his forehead. Susili did not move and let the maids do whatever they wanted. He rarely dressed so formally, especially with a crown. He did not like to wear unnecessary accessories, especially this hat that was very heavy. But today was a special day. Although he felt that not much time had passed, but he had truly experienced life and death, which made him cherish and value his family even more. Looking at his new self in the mirror, Susili could not help but wonder if his second brother would be shocked when they meet later. He slightly curled his lips and was in a very good mood. "Let's go." Susili threw the cloak behind him and turned to walk out of the bedroom. In the corridor, Li Jiu was already waiting with a group of guards. When they saw him, everyone bowed respectfully, their auras surging like rainbows. Susili was just about to speak, but at this moment, ding. Royal City, mercenary town, transformed, 2-story wooden house, into, 3-story wooden house. Experience plus 400. Ding. Imperial City, mercenary town, newly created, canning factory LV1, plus 1. Experience plus 1000. As the screen showed that 1400 EXP had been received, Susili's EXP bar was filled up again. Ding. Full experience bar. Level increased from level 17 to level 18. Intelligence and spirit plus 4, constitution plus 2, strength, agility, and defense plus 1. Omni points plus 10. Susili's eyes lit up. After being stuck for 2 days, he finally leveled up again. After reaching LV10, every level up would no longer be a simple plus 1 to all attributes. Instead, the intelligence and spirit attributes would become more prominent. This was actually very easy to understand. After all, a mental-type elementalist and a master-type warrior would develop in different directions. As usual, Susili allocated 10 Omni points equally to his constitution and mental strength. Then, he looked at his own attribute panel. Snow Roland, personal level, LV18 upgrade distance, 115/10,000 HP, 107000/107000 mana, 3250/3250 attributes, constitution, 107, intelligence, 65, strength, 18, spirit, 108, agility, 17, defense, 17. His HP had officially exceeded 100,000, and his spirit had finally exceeded 100. Susili closed his eyes and extended his spirit. Previously, when he was at level 16, his spirit detection range had been extended to a radius of about 25 meters. But now, he felt that he could see more than 30 meters away, close to 40 meters away. He glanced at Li Jiu. As the strongest fighter in the Imperial City, other than Xixing, He only had 95,800 HP, which was more than 10,000 less than him. One had to know that Li Jiu was a master-type elite. His constitution should be growing much faster than a mental type. Susili once again experienced the benefits of Omni points. He glanced at Li Jiu and slightly curved his lips, which made the guard captain feel a little strange. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. Holy sh*t, the little emperor had an epiphany again. Li Jiu originally thought that he was numb to it, but when he saw the little emperor's strength increase to almost 2-star in just 2 months, he could not hide the shock in his heart. Thinking back, when he first saw the little emperor's epiphany, he felt that there was nothing to worry about. Now, he could only feel lucky that he did not say what was on his mind. It was really too scary. He even felt that the little emperor's aura was a little stronger than his. Susili had already retracted his gaze. He looked at the attribute panel and decided not to add Omni points to Constitution in the future, but to Intelligence and Agility. He had to continue adding Spirit points. He was a sound elementalist, and the skills he learned were all related to music. His range was very large, but he could only distinguish between friend and foe within the range of his spirit. For example, if the germination skill added HP to the enemy, it would be a joke. Susili did not want such a stupid thing to happen. As for agility, it was related to his movement speed and spellcasting speed. He temporarily put aside power and defense. After all, he was a mental-type mage. Why did he have to become a warrior? Without the support of martial arts, power alone was useless. Offense was the best defense. Perhaps when he improved his other skills to a certain level, he would consider adding Omni points to defense. He closed his personal panel as he pondered. Then, under the escort of Li Ziqing and a group of guards, he walked towards the solemn hall. In the hall, apart from Wen Jishan and a few nobles who were loyal to him, there were not many people in the hall. They were talking in low voices. When they heard the sound of footsteps, they all quieted down. Then, they turned and bowed to Susili, who was striding in. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Susili waved his hand. Step by step, he walked up the stairs and sat on the throne. In order to prepare for the closed beta test, Susili had gathered these people. He sat on the throne, his light purple eyes sweeping across everyone in the hall. There were only a few of them. Including Wen Jishan, there were only 11 of them. Basically, they were all rising stars. There were only 2 veteran nobles. These people were truly loyal to Susili. He used the favorability system to eliminate the other nobles and ministers, including those who were friendly to him. Perhaps in the future, they would be convinced by him like Wen Jishan, but that was a matter for the future. Those who supported him in the beginning would naturally be different from those who supported him later. After the reform of the local military elementalists, Susili's public support had reached 60%. Compared to the initial 52%, it had only increased by 8%. But in terms of the number of people, it was more than 7 million people. In just 1 month, this number was already very impressive. Susili looked at the 11 loyal ministers in the hall. Finally, his eyes fell on a young man wearing thin-rimmed round glasses. He was not tall, thin, and wore thin-rimmed round glasses. He had black hair, black eyes, and handsome facial features. He gave people a sense of gentleness. He was really gentleness. He was not the same type as Wen Jishan, that kind of scum. This was Xixing's adjutant, Qiu Zheng. When the marshal went to deal with the traitors, he was left in the inner city to handle government affairs for the marshal and his majesty. Now that he was looked at by the king, this young man in his early 20s felt a lot of pressure. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Compared to Wen Jishan's thick skin, this adjutant was obviously much more immature. But, Susili was quite satisfied with him. Qiu Zheng, Identity, NPC with Special Abilities Level, LV5 HP, 9000/9000 Elemental Affinity, None Special Ability. When doing administrative work, efficiency increased by 200%, error rate reduced by 80%. For Susili, this was a rare talent. Although he had many strange ideas, and some of his own ideas about building infrastructure and governing the country, but to ask him to handle those trivial government affairs, spare him, please. Susili's desire to be the emperor was due to his childish nature. However, if he was bound by trivial matters, he would probably give up and give up. Even in reality, when his father said that he wanted to give him a company, he rejected it because it was too troublesome, let alone an entire country. Wasn't it better to eat, drink, and play? Therefore, it was necessary for a talent like Adjutant Xiao to appear. Susili was impressed by Xixing. How did he find such special talents? It was even more effective than his insight spell. Thinking about this, Susili frowned slightly and felt a little strange. Maybe it was said at the beginning of the game. He shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Adjutant Xiao, how is the marshal? Susili looked at Xiao Jing and pretended to ask casually. Because of what happened that night, he had been intentionally avoiding Xixing. When he finally got over the hurdle in his heart, Xixing had already left. Although Susili had Xixing's contact information, he couldn't bring himself to ask him when he would be back. Your Majesty, the marshal is almost done with his work. He should be back tomorrow. Adjutant Xiao replied respectfully. Susili nodded. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was quite satisfied with Xiao Zheng's tactfulness. Xixing will be back tomorrow, this was what Adjutant Xiao wanted to say. He didn't ask. Yes. Susili nodded. He looked at the crowd and said calmly, according to the prophecy, today is the day when the brave warrior from the alternate world will arrive. His words caused an uproar in the crowd. Although everyone had heard of the legend of the brave warrior and the summoning array had been acting strangely recently, no one knew when the brave warrior would arrive. However, at this moment, His Majesty seemed to be very certain. Your Majesty, is this prophecy reliable? Grand Duke Felton stepped forward and asked respectfully. He was one of the oldest aristocrats. Dukes were the first in the aristocracy, second only to the emperor. He was also the most experienced person among the people who supported Susili. Even Xixing was inferior to him. Of course, this only referred to experience, not strength. Whether it is reliable or not, you will know later. Susili said expressionlessly. Although they were loyal to him, these old officials had a common problem. Every time he proposed something, they would habitually question him. Even if he knew that such a role was needed, it didn't mean that he would like it. Susili's gaze swept across the crowd with a hint of oppression. I don't know if you admire or fear the brave warrior, but I have my own thoughts. We can't tell what the so-called brave warrior will bring to the Roland Empire. After all, during our most difficult time, they didn't appear. Everyone nodded. What he said made sense. Of course, we still need to treat them with respect, but I don't want you to think that the brave warrior is special. In fact, the Star Alliance has given us more help, but in front of the emissary, we can still be neither servile nor overbearing. I don't want you to be soft in front of the brave warrior and ruin the reputation of the empire. Susili's words made everyone shiver. In the end, under the leadership of Wen Jishan, everyone agreed. Looking at them, Susili secretly sighed. To be honest, Susili couldn't predict what kind of relationship the players would have with the NPCs in the future. In his opinion, this world was close to reality. Every person he came into contact with had their own unique way of thinking in life. They couldn't be treated as normal NPCs. But the players were a group of bugs. How could he not know what kind of person they were? Susili was really worried about this group of NPCs. However, he had to play it by ear. Maybe things weren't as bad as he thought. Also, this was the first closed beta, so there shouldn't be too many players. It shouldn't be too difficult to control them. He coughed lightly and issued an order. Li Jiu. Yes. Immediately take people to the summoning circle and wait there. If the brave warrior really does appear, bring them all to the Imperial Palace and tell them that I want to see them. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but hesitate. They didn't know what kind of background these brave warriors had. Was it really good to summon them so hastily? Li Jiu didn't hesitate to accept the order. He then turned around and walked out of the palace, leading the guards to the square where the summoning circle was. Susili extended his mental power and watched him leave. Only when he reached the limit of his mental power's detection did he stop and look in that direction. He felt a little nervous. He had set a countdown on his communication device. There was still half an hour until the start of the closed beta. Would he be able to see his second brother soon? Time ticked by. Li Jiyu led a group of royal guards to the square where the summoning circle was. Their arrival attracted a lot of curious onlookers. With the help of the ordinary city guards, they quickly entered the main hall where the summoning circle was located. This hastily built palace looked a little shabby, but it was very good at blocking the view of the outside world. Li Jiyu scattered the guards around the periphery of the summoning circle, and he personally stood guard in the direction of the door. His eyes were fixed on the summoning circle, waiting for a miracle to happen. Now, he didn't doubt the little emperor's words at all. If the little emperor said that the brave warriors would come today, then they would definitely come. He just had to wait here. The surrounding guards, even if they had doubts in their hearts, saw that their boss was so serious, they didn't dare to be negligent. Dong, dong, the bell tower struck 10, and the sound continued to reverberate in all directions. Susili heard the sound of the bell from afar. With his control of the sound element, even if the sound was very far away, he could faintly hear it. The moment he heard the bell, his heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a screen popped up in front of him. Ding! The first closed beta of Star Age has officially begun. Players this time, 1,000. Duration, 30 days. Ding! The condition has been met. The Starry Sky forum has been activated. You can register to use the forum. Susili looked at the words on the screen and blinked. At the same time, outside the square of the summoning circle, the people only saw a bright golden light shining out of the palace. Even in the daytime, it was very dazzling. If it was in the past, they might have exclaimed that it was a miracle. But now that they had watched so many live streams of elementalists building houses, they were a little used to this kind of incredible power, so they were okay with it. Of course, people were curious. Many people tried to look in that direction, but they all kept a certain distance from the city guards. There was good order and no chaos. The development of the virtual reality game Star Age was not a secret in the gaming circle. This game had been in development for nearly 10 years. From the initial cynicism when they first heard the news, to the anticipation and then to the disappointment, there were not many players who still stuck to it. This time, half of the 1,000 players in the closed beta were given to the professional players of the major clubs, and the other half was given to the veteran players who had been silently supporting the game for 10 years. Game streamer Areiko was one of them. As a relatively rare female game streamer, her operation was not the best, but her personal style was very outstanding. Her short name was Roaring all the time. She was a scary woman who often screamed "Don't come here," and then used her godly operation to send the opponent away. When the game company called her to deliver the virtual reality game pod of Star Age to her door, Areiko was completely stunned. She even felt like she had received a scam call. But 15 minutes later, when the staff really carried the big guy into her house, helped her install it and left, she finally felt a little bit of reality. What the F***ck, she actually got the qualification to enter Star Age in closed beta. And it was free. No, Star Age actually started its closed beta. Why wasn't there any news before? Areiko was 26 years old this year. Since she knew about this project when she was 18 years old, she had been checking in on the official forum every day. She had not stopped for 8 years. This had already become a part of her daily life. She had never even thought that this project would bear fruit one day. The reason why he knew about this game was because of a card game called Game of Gods. The game was still popular to this day and had a large audience. When Areiko first started playing this game, it was because of a singer that she really liked. Unfortunately, he died young, which made her cry for a long time. Back to the main topic, it was said that Star Age and God's game were going to be combined. In the holographic world, you may meet your 2D husband. Is there anything more attractive than this? After that, Areiko had successfully fallen into the trap. In the end, he had waited for a full 8 years, and today, he had finally arrived. Areiko was overjoyed. First, he took out his phone and started taking pictures of the gaming cabin. After consulting the game company, he posted the pictures on his social media account. Kai, holographic game Star Age. If you never forget something, there will definitely be an echo. This old lady has really waited for this moment. Areiko was here for the first closed beta test. Picture, Areiko did not hesitate to post the 9 pictures. Seeing the likes and comments increasing, she finally agreed to a fan's request and agreed to start a live stream. This is a holographic game, it's different from other games. I don't know if I can start a live stream. Areiko responded. I'll ask around. I'll meet you guys tomorrow when the server is open. In the end, the game company said live streams are allowed, however, they had to use the internal live streaming software to connect to the Star forum. Not sure if it was because of the technical limitations, or because of the streaming method. Areiko gladly accepted. After all, she was just a small streamer with a little more than 10,000 fans. If Star Age did well, it was not impossible for her to change platforms. After asking the game company about the live stream, Areiko went to bed early. She wanted to have a beauty sleep so that she could enter the game full of energy tomorrow. Unfortunately, she could not fall asleep at all. Her mind kept flashing with the scenes of her 2D husbands. The more she slept, the more excited she became. When she really fell asleep, the alarm went off. She had no choice but to get up, wash up, and prepare for the live stream. August 8, X025, 10:00 Areiko waved goodbye to all kinds of envious and jealous fans, laid down in the game pod, and entered the world of the holographic game Star Age. At the same time, Su Yuhing, who was also lying in the game pod, slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, there appeared a dark void dotted with bright stars. Welcome to the holographic game Star Age. You are at the login interface. I am your navigation assistant, Xiaomei. I am now giving you a beginner's guide. A sweet and slightly mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Su Yuhing habitually pushed up his glasses, then found that he was not wearing glasses. But, he looked into the distance and found that he could see very far. The world in his eyes was no longer white. This discovery made him slightly stunned. The navigation assistant, Xiaomei, continued. Please register your nickname. Su Yuhing came back to his senses and followed the instructions to complete the nickname registration, character appearance, race, profession direction, and elemental affinity selection. The game setting was obviously not perfect. At present, there was only one race, one human race, and one elementalist profession. However, there were quite a lot of elemental affinity choices. Su Yuhing finally chose the spirit wind elementalist. Because of the wind element, it just matched his jade tree facing the wind ID name. As for whether this profession was powerful or not, he did not care very much. You have finished selecting. Do you want to enter the game? The navigation assistant, Xiaomei, asked. Yes. Su Yuhing responded and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to ask, the surrounding starry sky had already vibrated, and then he began to fall from the sky at high speed. During this process, he saw meteors in the sky, falling from the night sky like him, turning into a meteor shower. Then, after the darkness in front of his eyes, suddenly there was a golden light. When he opened his eyes again, he had already appeared on a magic circle. When the golden light appeared, the soldiers instinctively closed their eyes. Only Li Jiu opened his eyes wide. Just as His Majesty had said, no one could predict what kind of person the brave warrior would be and what he would bring to the Roland Empire. Vigilantly, he stared at the summoning array and raised his aura to the maximum. Therefore, when the players arrived at the spawn point, they saw a man with a murderous look on his face. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. A powerful aura was coming toward them. Areiko was one of them. She fell like a meteor shower. After the golden light faded, she saw the scene in front of her. It was a huge shock to her. Because, she found that she couldn't move. What's going on? The players around her were also in the same situation. At the moment, there were about 100 to 200 people gathered on the summoning circle. Areiko stood at the back and could see the IDs above their heads. She glanced around and saw many familiar pro players. About half of them were there. Looking forward, she saw a man with black hair and green eyes standing at the edge of the circle. He was wearing armor and holding a heavy sword. He stared at them with a murderous look. Even with the light behind him, Areiko could see his face clearly. Oh my god, is that Li Jiu? A female player beside her whispered. So cool. I didn't know a gentle and loyal dog could be so cool. I want to touch him and see if he's real. This game is said to be 99% realistic. F***ck, why can't I move? Areiko peeked and found that it was a professional player called Lightface. She pursed her lips. She didn't feel that relaxed. She even felt like vomiting blood. At this moment, a notification popped up in front of her. Ding. You are under level suppression from the NPC Li Jiu. Due to the high realism settings, it is recommended that you lower the realism settings to avoid being forced to go offline. Areiko was stunned. Only then did she remember that she didn't adjust the realism settings during the beginner's tutorial to better experience the game. She hurriedly brought up the reality interface and found that the senses were actually very thin. Taste, smell, touch, pain, pressure. In order to get rid of the discomfort as soon as possible, she lowered the overall temperature to 10%, which made her feel much better. Level suppression? Is he that awesome? Holy sh**t, this game is so realistic. Clearly, other players had also just realized this. Areiko agreed. Then, he thought of something and hurriedly followed the tutorial he had learned the night before. He turned on the livestream and connected to the Starry Sky forum. Ding. Livestream starts. In order not to affect the normal game experience of other players, do you want to switch the sound channel to the exclusive live broadcast channel? After switching, other players will not be able to hear your voice. In the future, you can set a shortcut key to freely switch between live broadcast mode and public playback mode. Areiko was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. The realism of this game was too high. As a sociopathic otaku, to be honest, she was a little scared to speak in front of so many people. This setting relieved part of her awkwardness. Areiko quickly switched and tried to say a few words. After confirming that the people around her could not hear her, she chose a shocking title and shared the link to the live stream on social media. As soon as the link was shared, many people clicked on it. A holographic game, the only one in the world, just this gimmick alone was enough to attract people. Areiko exited the live stream and found a small TV in front of her. It was playing her live stream with comments flying across it. According to the prompt, she could also move the small TV to anywhere. She happily moved the small TV to the upper right corner. It would not affect the real-time monitoring, nor would it block her view. While she was busy with the settings, the others were not idle either. Brother Mu, what are we doing now? Is this the opening story? A tall, muscular man with a relaxed expression was chatting with someone he was familiar with. They were all professional players and were calmer than normal players. Lin Mu shook his head. Everyone was playing a holographic game for the first time. No one knew how it would unfold. Generally speaking, when a player first entered the game, they would go through the beginner's tutorial. Or as Wang Yang said, this was the opening story. Since the situation was unclear, they chose to deal with it by sticking to the status quo. This was what most professional players would do. Of course, professional players were not the only ones participating in the closed beta. After setting up the realistic environment, although they still could not move, at least they would not feel oppressed to the point of being speechless. The players started to become active. Hey, Li Jiu, don't give me that face. Smile for me. Wow, those abs, tsk, I'm drooling. What's going on now? Are there benefits for the closed beta? Are we giving out godly equipment at the start? If you want to do the F***king story, hurry up. I still want to level up. The summoning hall was in a state of chaos. Li Jiu listened to the words of these so-called heroes. Although it was a foreign language, he could understand them. This made his face turn darker and darker. Story? Benefits, what the hell? And why did they know his name? Looking at their laughing faces, Li Jiu's trust in the legend of the hero dropped to the bottom. Moreover, these people were too weak, they could not even compare to normal civilians. He could kill one of them with a slap. But they were so weak, yet they were so confident. Although they were suppressed by his aura at first, they seemed to recover quickly. They even dared to tease him. If it was not for the fact that His Majesty said to treat the heroes with respect, he would have slashed them with his sword. This was an insult to the strong. Ding. Li Zhiyu's favorability towards you has decreased by 1000. You are now in the disgust range. You may be killed at any time. Please be careful. F***CK. The female player, Xianxia, who had just teased him, was stunned when she saw the system notification. She took a screenshot of the newly created team channel. A lifetime joy, F***CK, little Xianxia, what did you do to your husband, hunting star, 66666, sister Xianxia is the best, firework, cough Xianxia, be careful. Xianxia, I was just teasing him. QAQ isn't Li Zhiyu a gentle and loyal dog? He's too fierce. Other than Xianxia, a few other players who were the fiercest also received the warning of their favorability dropping. For a moment, everyone was quiet. Xianxia took the opportunity to add everyone as a friend and pulled all the players into the team channel. After exchanging messages, the others finally knew what had happened. Xianxia also knew that she was the one who had lost the most favorability. Now, no one dared to say anything. They could only complain in the team channel. Kaizi had a lingering fear as well. In front of her, there were a lot of husbands 666 and Li Zhiyu is in love. This was related to her fanbase. Some of them were also playing Game of Gods, and Li Zhiyu was actually quite popular. Li Zhiyu did not know this at all. He only felt that the group of so-called heroes in front of him was very strange. They had been noisy just a moment ago, but now they were collectively silent. However, he could clearly see that their mouths were opening and closing. They were looking at him strangely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Li Zhiyu was an honest person. He would not say what was on his mind, but he would drop favorability. Therefore, the players who were standing in front of him all received the system notification. F***CK, my favorability dropped by more than 500. Besides Li Zhiyu, the soldiers around me are also dropping. Damn it, me too. I dropped by more than 400. What's going on? Didn't we not talk to him? How did he drop favorability? Is this NPC crazy? The team channel was in a complete mess. As a small fry, Areiko naturally could not say anything. However, seeing Li Zhiyu's face getting darker and darker, she could not help but take the opportunity to suggest. Why don't we all be quiet? I think he might have something to say. He can't hear us. But he can see our expressions. He definitely knows whether we are listening or not. An NPC's intelligence can't be that high, right? In the end, it was Xianxia who made the decision. Then listen to the girl. Everyone, don't talk. Look at Li Zhiyu and see how he reacts. Xianxia had quite a bit of prestige. Moreover, she was the one who formed the team. Now that they were still in the exploration stage of the game, everyone basically obeyed her orders. This time everyone was really quiet. Li Zhiyu also felt this. His expression was a little strange. At this time, the adjutant beside him reminded him of the time. He nodded, looked at the players in front of him, and finally said his first sentence. Welcome to the Roland Empire, brave warriors. I am the captain of the Royal Guards, Li Zhiyu. Seeing that this method was really effective, the players were delighted and continued to listen attentively. Li Zhiyu was very satisfied with this. He said seriously, His Majesty the Emperor wants to see you. Please follow me into the palace. F***CK. We are going to see the Emperor. Who is the Emperor? Is he also a character in God's game? Ha 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 ha, a brave warrior from another world, this setting is too old-fashioned. The players were crazily complaining in the team channel. Li Zhiyu couldn't hear them, but he saw their expressions. His face darkened. The players were still under his pressure and could only stay where they were. However, they could still make some slight body movements, such as holding their stomach and laughing. Tap, 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 Li Zhiyu stepped closer to the laughing young man and stood in front of him. He asked gloomily, brave warrior, what I just said, is there anything funny about it? The young player's face turned pale. Although the realism level was lowered and he couldn't feel the pressure, Li Zhiyu's expression was too scary. That was a murderous aura that had been honed through real bloodshed and countless battles. It wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. He didn't speak. Li Jiu ignored him and only said coldly, "Soldiers, arrest him. Wait until I report to His Majesty, then we will deal with him." Yes. The two soldiers closest to him stepped forward and arrested the young man. A new player at level 0 was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the hands of the soldiers. The young player's expression was very bad. Why did they only arrest him and not the others? This was very embarrassing. And in front of Goddess Qingyan, the captured player struggled violently. The soldiers of the royal guards were not to be trifled with. It would be fine if you were strong, but you were weak. You dared to provoke Captain Li just now, and now you were publicly disrespecting His Majesty. How could you expect them to have a good attitude? One of the soldiers didn't even think and directly chopped his neck. He just wanted to make him behave, but in the end, 300. All the players watched as a critical hit value appeared above the young man's head, and then, the young man's HP bar was emptied, and he fell to the ground. No one expected that the first death of a player in the game would happen so dramatically. F***ck, this NPC is too awesome, isn't he? Some people tried to detect the soldier's information, but they could only see the words unfathomable, while Li Jiu said extremely dangerous. The players all swallowed their saliva. Someone asked softly in the team channel, "That brother just now, can you still speak after you die?" They had too little information now, so they could only try to figure it out bit by bit. No one spoke. After a while, Qingyan whispered, "I asked him privately. He is now in a soul state, so he can't speak. He can only type privately. Also, there is a time limit for resurrection. You have to wait 30 minutes. You can choose to resurrect on the spot or nearby. There is a limit to the number of times you can resurrect on the spot. You can only resurrect 10 times per day." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. 30 minutes, that was too long. They were now in the exploration period, so time was precious. Although they had only been in the game for a few minutes, everyone realized the potential of this game. With this 99% realism, it would definitely become popular. Moreover, they had received some insider information that this was a closed beta without deleting files. In other words, the level treasures they obtained now could be brought into the open beta. Now, even the most undisciplined players had to restrain their attitude. They began to realize that this game was different from what they had played in the past. The realism was off the charts, and the intelligence of the NPCs was also off the charts. The players adjusted their attitudes, but the soldier who had attacked just now was very confused. He had really just lightly hit his neck to knock him out. How did he end up killing him? After confirming that the young man was indeed not breathing, the soldier's face turned pale, and he looked at Li Jiu for help. Li Jiu didn't expect this warrior to be so fragile. He was thinking about how to deal with this, but when he saw the expressions of the other warriors, he was slightly stunned. Everyone's expression was very calm, and there was no anger or sadness at the death of their comrade. Instead, there was only vigilance. Weren't they in cahoots? Li Jiu frowned and said in confusion, "He's dead." The players looked at each other. If he was dead, he was dead. It wasn't like he couldn't be resurrected. However, their nonchalant attitude made Li Jiu's heart turn cold. Even if they weren't in cahoots, they should be from the same race, right? Were these people so cold-blooded? He was silent for a while, then looked at the soldier and waved his hand. "Drag him out and bury him first." As he spoke, he observed these warriors, but he found that they really didn't care. "Alright, if that's the case, then it's none of my men's business." With that in mind, Li Jiu cleared his throat, looked at the strange people, and said, "Let's go. Watch your words, or, this will be your end." This was already a very bad threat. If it was a diplomatic incident between two countries, it would definitely be a very serious incident. However, the players nodded in agreement, and some even promised excitedly. The reason for this was because they all received a system notification. Ding! Successfully triggered the elite quest, meet the Emperor. Description: the Emperor of the Roland Empire wants to meet you. Please go to the palace to meet the Emperor. Reward unknown. Please nod to accept the quest. Otherwise, please reject Li Jiu. This was an elite quest with an unknown reward. It would be strange if they didn't accept it. Li Jiu looked at the excited eyes of the players, and once again felt that these so-called warriors were crazy. He secretly noted it down and prepared to report it to the emperor later. Then, he led the players out of the summoning hall, and directly boarded the floating bus that had been waiting for them outside. There were close to 200 people, and it took 3 buses to fill it up. The players also didn't expect that this game that looked like a Western fantasy would have such a high-tech floating bus. Looking at the crowd outside, they were all more skilled and couldn't get any information, which made everyone feel a little worried. In the palace, Susili sat on the throne, and his spiritual power was focused on the outside. Suddenly, a light blue screen appeared in front of him. Ding! Conditions met. Quest system activated. Reputation exchange system activated. Then, a new interface appeared. Susili's interest was piqued. After studying it carefully, he found that he had an additional quest panel, and could issue quests to the players. Of course, the quests were not unlimited. Every quest required his mana to be issued, and there were 5 levels: mythical, epic, legendary, elite, and normal. For the first 4 levels, the mana cost decreased from 10,000 to 10, and the normal quests didn't require mana. The higher the level of the quests, the more experience points the players would receive. As for the item rewards, it was up to him. Susili touched his chin, and issued an elite quest: meet the emperor. The condition was that all players could accept it, and there was no limit to the number of people. The reward was unknown. A quest description appeared on the quest panel, and it was displayed in orange font. The top right corner of the quest box showed the number of people who had accepted it. Soon, the number increased rapidly from 0, and finally stopped at 325, because he ran out of mana. Each elite quest required 10 mana. Although normal quests didn't require mana, this quest was, meet the emperor. If it was a normal quest, it would be too embarrassing. He wondered if his second brother had received the quest. Susili clicked on it, and a long list of information appeared at the bottom of the panel. There were more than 300 people, and he couldn't finish reading it all in a short time. He had to give up and study the reputation exchange system. The reputation exchange system was actually a subsystem of the faction system. It was like having an additional faction storage, and players could use their reputation to exchange for items in the faction storage. As for the faction storage, Susili's expression was strange. Wasn't this his treasury? The Roland Empire was really poor, and there weren't many good things in the treasury. Of course, there were some treasures, especially for the players at this stage. But, wasn't it a bit too much to open up his family storage for others to see? Fortunately, Susili quickly found that he could change the settings, and he hurriedly operated it. First, he chose all of them, and then he chose 2 2-star weapons. The exchange conditions were, reputation level, worship, reputation 9999. He then chose some inferior equipment and lowered the exchange threshold, but the reputation level needed to be at least, friendly. The special ones were the Esh coins. He roughly looked at it. Players could get 1 point of reputation by completing a normal quest in the Roland faction, but elite quests only gave 10 points. Most of the players could only accept normal quests. After thinking about it, Susili said that 1 point of reputation could be exchanged for 2 Esh coins, and the reputation level was friendly. Friendly was actually very easy to level up, as long as you accumulated 100 reputation points. At this stage, game coins were still very important to the players. He didn't know about the open beta, but he definitely couldn't pay for it in the closed beta. So, if they wanted to earn money, they had to work for him. As for the faction storage, it was still open to all players. As long as they were within the Roland Empire's territory, they would be able to see it. After setting it up successfully, Susili secretly spent 10 Esh coins to make an announcement. Yes, he had to let all the players see it. If you don't abide by the rules and etiquette, you can't exchange for items in the faction. After he finished setting it up, Li Jiu also sent a message saying that they had already boarded the hover car and would arrive in 5 minutes. Susili felt a little excited. However, his guard captain seemed to have something else to say, and the message kept saying input in progress. He raised his eyebrows and waited for a while. Finally, he saw Li Jiu's carefully edited message and understood what happened at the summoning circle. He couldn't help but shake his head. This bunch of idiots was just as he had guessed. But this was also good. He could intimidate them so that they wouldn't think that this was another game and that they could do whatever they wanted. Susili comforted the poor guard captain. He probably didn't know that he was the husband of many heroes. And that player who was killed would be resurrected in the future. He hoped that he wouldn't be frightened. After a while, Li Jiu led everyone back to the palace and waited for the summons outside the main hall. Susili had already used his mental power to check. At this moment, he frowned slightly. Because he only saw close to 200 players, but the system clearly showed that there were 1,000 players. However, he quickly realized the answer: he had neglected the other 4 main cities. The main cities were basically beginners' villages. The other players were probably assigned to other cities. This made Susili's expression turn ugly. He suddenly had a bad premonition. "Your Majesty, the heroes are waiting outside the hall. Do you want to summon them?" At this moment, Grand Duke Filton reminded him. Susili calmed down and nodded. "Let them in one by one." The first to enter was the professional player Lin Mu, who had been elected by everyone. He was the most experienced and the most powerful. Everyone was convinced that he would lead the way. Under the guard's lead, Lin Mu walked into the main hall cautiously. When he saw the silver-haired young man sitting on the throne, even though he was a man, he couldn't help but be stunned. He seemed to see the real version of the elf king, elegant and noble, with a cold and distant expression. Until the guard beside him reminded him, he finally came back to his senses and clumsily bowed like he had just learned outside. At the same time, he sighed again. This game's modeler is amazing, however, His Majesty the Emperor was very cold to him. He glanced at him and then looked at the guard beside him. The guard immediately understood and led Lin Mu to the door on the other side. Lin Mu was a little confused, but he quickly realized that his mission was completed. He received 100 experience points and 10 reputation points. These 100 experience points directly increased his level from 0 to 1. It was as if they were given to him for free. Someone asked him in the team channel, and he quickly changed to text and told everyone the news. Susili watched Lin Mu leave with a strange look in his eyes. Lin Mu's initial attributes were not low. His constitution was 9, and he was a good fighter, but his HP was only 900. In other words, 1 point of constitution for an NPC was equivalent to 1000 HP, but players only had 100 points. He didn't know what to say about this. Actually, it was understandable. After all, players had the racial skill of unlimited resurrection. If there were no restrictions, how could NPCs survive? Susili didn't dwell on this point. Players had unlimited potential, that was for sure. However, he was more interested in his second brother's situation. In the end, he was very disappointed in the next meeting. His second brother wasn't in this group of players. In the end, Susili wasn't in the mood to talk at all. He ordered Li Jiu to take the players to the mercenary town to fend for themselves. After that, he didn't care anymore and directly returned to his bedroom. He didn't know what went wrong. His second brother's spawn point was actually not in the Imperial City. As for the other 4 main cities, they weren't connected to the Imperial City. He couldn't go there, and his second brother couldn't come over. Unless he sent an army to force his way there. However, he didn't know which city his second brother was in. If he forcefully sent an army to escort everyone here, he would definitely suffer losses. And as the emperor, he couldn't leave. Inadvertently, Susili caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He only felt that it was funny. Then, he saw the crown on his head, and a sense of irritation and depression surged into his heart. He took off the crown, turned around, and threw it at the wall to vent his anger. In the end, it was firmly caught by a hand. Susili was stunned. He watched as the man caught the crown and walked towards him step by step. He was a little stunned and muttered, "Aren't you only coming back tomorrow?" Xing slightly curved his lips and said softly, "I wanted to see your Majesty as soon as possible, so I came back early." "Your Majesty, are you unhappy?" Susili bit his lip. The awkwardness of that night had already been forgotten. An inexplicable feeling spread in his heart. He looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. He suddenly reached out and impulsively hugged Xing, who was in a daze. "Your Majesty, Don't talk. Susili buried his head in his shoulder and said softly, let me hug you for a while. Just for a while. The intense golden light made Su Yuhing feel a little uncomfortable. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the scenery in front of him had changed. This was an open-air square. The blue sky stretched from his eyes to the distance. Compared to the sky of modern cities that was cut by towering skyscrapers, it gave people a refreshing feeling. Su Yuhing retracted his gaze and looked around. This was a Western-style town. The buildings were low and looked a little desolate and dilapidated. There was a magic circle under his feet. The pattern was complicated and it was still glowing. One after another, players appeared around him. Each player was wearing a novice uniform that was similar to his, but there were some small changes. For example, although there was no problem with his eyesight in the game world, he still chose to wear a pair of glasses. At this moment, Su Yuhing pushed the frame of his glasses up and looked at the world with the most critical eyes, but he found that there was nothing he could find fault with. If it wasn't for the faintly discernible operation interface in front of him, he couldn't help but suspect that he didn't enter the game, but traveled to another world. Welcome to Xianxia City. Ding Novice Gift Pack has been received. Please check. At this time, a line of small words appeared in front of his eyes. Su Yuhing, who was still a little relaxed and was about to contact his friends, suddenly paused. Xianxia City, as the biggest investor of the Star Age holographic game, the Su family, who held as much as 80% of the shares, had received a lot of internal information before the closed beta. For this game, Su Yuhing paid a lot and naturally studied it carefully, so he knew much more than the other players. Xiaoli was now the emperor and lived in the Imperial City. The passage between the Imperial City and the other 4 main cities was still blocked by a large number of interstellar beasts. That would be the main mission of the players in the future. Therefore, he, who was born in Xianxia City, couldn't go to the Imperial City in the short term. The players around him began to explore the new world with excitement. Only Su Yuhing's face was gloomy. He didn't hesitate and directly logged out of the game. After coming out of the gaming pod, he called the person in charge of Star Age. Wang Lao, you need to give me an explanation, Su Yuhing said in a low voice. Why was I born in Orchid Moon City when I entered the game? How do I go to the Imperial City to see my younger brother now? The short-faced Dr. Wang did not seem to have expected him to encounter such a problem. Little Mr. Su, don't worry. I'll ask around and give you an answer. All right. Su Yuhing waited patiently for a while before Wang Lao's voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Little Mr. Su, I've already communicated with the person in charge of you, he said in a low voice. This is Mr. Su's idea. We can't do anything about it. My brother? Su Yuhing frowned slightly. Although he was puzzled, what he wanted now was a solution. I want to go to the Imperial City now. Do you have any ideas? Holographic games are different from other games. Once it starts, we can't interfere anymore. You can follow the progress of the game. There will be a day when the path will be cleared. Dr. Wang explained patiently to him. Su Yuhing had a lot of doubts about this. If there's a bug in the game, how are you going to fix it? Little Mr. Su, I've said this before. We'll let the mainframe detect the bug and fix it. Of course, I'm confident that the probability of bugs appearing in Star Age is less than 0.1%. Since it can be fixed through the mainframe, why can't you give me some convenience through the mainframe? This will cause confusion in the mainframe and interfere with the entire game. We can't do this unless it's absolutely necessary. I think that's exactly what's necessary now. Wang Lao sighed. Little Mr. Su, maybe you should discuss this with your brother. We need his approval for this. Then give me a new account. The account is bound to each person's consciousness. In theory, each person can only have one account. In theory? We can't rule out the possibility that people with split personalities can register for different accounts. This hasn't been tested yet. Su Yuhing gritted his teeth. He knew that Wang Lao wouldn't let him have his way, so he could only give up. After hanging up the phone, he directly called his elder brother. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Ahang. A man's deep voice sounded. Su Yuhing immediately retorted, Su Fengqing, are you F*** king crazy? Why are you stopping me? If I remember correctly, Mom is at home today, Su Fengqing said. Su Yuhing couldn't help but grit his teeth. I want to see Xiaoli. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Ah Heng, Xiaoli is no longer here. Su Fengqing lowered his voice. That's just a piece of virtual data. Do you think a piece of virtual data can replace Xiaoli? That's why you're interfering with me? Su Yuhing's eyes were red, but he forced the corners of his mouth open, revealing a row of neat teeth. Are you F*King the only one who knows that it's virtual? Ah Heng, no matter how real it is, it's all fake. I don't want to see you in despair. So why are you so clear-headed? Why did you invest so much money in this game all these years? Chairman Su, Patriarch Su, why don't you tell us? The other side of the phone was silent for a while, then a faint voice sounded. This is Xiaoli's dream, his last wish. Heh. Su Yuhing laughed maniacally, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. F*CK your last wish. Su Fengqing, this is the last time. If you dare to interfere with me on your own in the future, don't blame us for not being brothers anymore. After Su Yuhing finished shouting, he directly smashed the phone against the wall. He coldly looked at the shattered phone screen, slowly exhaling, and calmed down. If you have the guts, don't enter the game to look at Xiaoli, he snorted in a low voice, turned around, and entered the game cabin again. He just had to wait a little longer. He had waited for 9 years, what difference would a little longer make? Su Yuhing started the game. With a gentle notification sound, he opened his eyes and found that he was directly at the place where he had just logged off, no longer needing to descend from the starry sky. He had only logged off for a while, and the players around him had disappeared. At this time, a friend request popped up. Player, by phone, has requested to add you as a friend. Su Yuhing clicked on the button in the void and accepted Bai Feng's friend request. As soon as he accepted, the party request was also sent over. Su Yuhing accepted again, and then, Bai Feng's clear and cheerful voice sounded in his ears. Wow. Brother you're in Lanyu City too, that's great. After I entered the game, I found out that the spawn point is randomly assigned. So far, according to the information on the forum, it seems that there are a total of 5 main cities, Bai Feng said. If we're in different main cities, then we might have to develop separately. Hey brother did you just log off? I've searched many times, but it shows that you're not online. Cypress grumbled under her breath. Su Yuhing listened to his chatter and slowly exhaled, the cold and gloomy expression on his face softening a little. He followed the system's notification and switched the voice output to the party channel, and then said lightly, yeah, something came up. Okay then, brother wait here, I'll go find you now. Oh, let me look at the map, Bai Feng muttered to himself. Ah, you're still at the spawn point? Then I'll teleport back. I saw on the forum that you can teleport back, but it costs 1x coin each time. Wow, this game is so good at making money. He rambled on. Su Yuhing was already used to his chatter and didn't care at all. Run back, I'll look at the forum. He said. Ah, that's it. Okay then, I'll run back now. Brother wait for me, I'll be there soon. Bai Feng nodded and continued, hey, I saw a bakery when I passed by. Do you want to try the bread in the game? I'll buy it for you. Okay, don't buy something too expensive. You have to save some money. Su Yuhing looked at the system record. He remembered that when he first entered the game, there was a newbie gift pack. After opening it, he received 100x coins and 100 Roland Empire reputation points. Okay. Bai Feng said as he ran, his voice a little breathless, brother did you open that newbie gift pack? How many reputation points did you get? Su Yuhing glanced at the record and said, 100. Wow. I'm rich. Bai Feng shouted excitedly. Just by listening to his voice, one could imagine him jumping on the spot. What do you mean? Su Yuhing asked while trying to figure out how to open the Starry Sky forum. This newbie gift pack randomly gives game coins and reputation points. I opened it for 10,000 game coins, but I only got 1 reputation point. Bai Feng continued running. You weren't online just now, so you probably didn't see the system announcement. Players can use reputation points to exchange for good stuff in the faction storage. The most important thing is that you have to accumulate 100 reputation points and have a reputation level of friendly before you can exchange for it. Brother, you don't underestimate these 100 reputation points. Completing a normal mission only gives you 1 reputation point. Completing an elite mission only gives you 10 reputation points. It had only been half an hour since the game started, but a lot of information had been gathered. That's why you're lucky to be born in the Imperial City. I heard that you received an elite mission, Meet the Emperor, as soon as you came online. Not only can you meet the Emperor, but you can also get 100 experience points and 10 reputation points. Don't you think that's awesome? Meet the Emperor? Su Yuhing was stunned. Cun, actually I got this mission too, but I can't go to the Imperial City. I just asked an NPC, and he told me that he can't go to the Imperial City now because the path is blocked by monsters. But I can wait until the annual test day. Test day? Cun. Cun, did I bump into you? Sorry, I didn't look where I was going. Okay, I'll be more careful next time. Baifeng seemed to have encountered a small situation, but he quickly resolved it. Brother, you, let me tell you, I almost bumped into an auntie just now. Luckily, I braked in time. Hey, where were we? Su Yuhing sighed. Why don't we talk about it when you get there? It's so boring not being able to talk. Then you tell me. Okay. Baifeng continued, test day. Every year on this day, the city lord will gather all the 5-year-old children and let the elementalists from the Imperial City test them. Those who are tested to have talent will follow the army and be escorted to the Elementalist College in the Imperial City to study. If I want to complete this elite mission, I can only rely on this method in the short term. Baifeng was indeed a little expert in intelligence. In just half an hour, he had obtained so much information. Even Su Yuhing didn't know some of it. Listening to him, Su Yuhing was slightly absent-minded. After a while, he asked, how long until the test day? 10 to 20 days? Baifeng said, it seems uncertain. It depends on when the elementalists from the Imperial City arrive. Su Yuhing nodded. At this time, he had already opened the Starry Sky Forum. Compared to other game forums, the newly opened Starry Sky Forum was a bit quiet. Another reason was that the Starry Sky Forum was reconstructed to connect with the Star Age. It was in a different place from the original official website. As soon as he opened it, a post floating on the front page attracted Su Yuhing's attention. Want to see the real face of the Emperor? Want to see what the real Elf King looks like? Come and see Areko's live broadcast. Someone had already started a live broadcast. At this time, Baifeng said something, but Su Yuhing couldn't hear it. He opened the post and was directly transferred to a live broadcast. A girl appeared in the live broadcast. She was standing in the corridor, looking at the surrounding heavily guarded soldiers and the background buildings. It seemed to be the Imperial Palace. Oh, my babies, I'm so excited. It was a very excited voice, but the girl on the screen had a very calm expression. Even her mouth didn't move much. This scene was a bit strange. Is the streamer lagging? Why do I feel like the sound and picture are out of sync? Is there a problem with my internet speed? Ha 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 ha, Areko is so cute. Areko was very helpless. I don't want to be like this. Do you see Li Jiyu behind me? She adjusted the camera angle and captured the gloomy face of the captain of the guards. The captain of the guards is so fierce. He drops favorability for no reason. Just now, someone was killed because of the noise. Not only did that person fail the mission, but he also lost experience and reputation. He also had to wait 30 minutes before he could revive. It's terrible. I can only use ventriloquism to save my life. A row of 666 popped up on the screen. In this day and age, one couldn't be a good streamer without some special skills. If you don't want to see my face, then I'll switch to the first-person view. Anyway, I'll have to switch to the first-person view when I go in. Areko said again. Guru Linmu just came out not long ago. He said that the Emperor's modeling is very beautiful, just like the King of Elves. I'm super looking forward to it. Su Yuheng watched the live broadcast and didn't say anything for a while. However, he didn't mind that Baifeng could talk by herself. Areiko was very talkative. He felt that she and Baifeng might have a lot in common. The players lined up to enter the main hall. They were very fast. Almost as soon as the previous player entered, the guards called for the next one. Finally, it was Areiko's turn. The audience followed her view and walked into the main hall. First, they saw all the guards with unfathomable strength. Then, they saw a dozen or so NPCs that were obviously different from the guards. Areiko's eyes kept looking at one person in the front row. Gray hair, green eyes, a pair of round-rimmed glasses, pale skin, tall and slender figure. Ah, it's Wen Jishan. Honey, look at me. I want to play this game too. How can I play it? Give me a price. Wait, there's even little Angel Qiao Zheng. Wah, the streamer is so lucky to be able to see them so close up. The modeling is so beautiful. 55555 At this moment, there was a small peak in the bullet screen. However, when Akaisi raised his head slightly and looked at the stairs, he saw a silver-haired young man who was leaning lazily on the armrest of the throne with one hand supporting his chin. The bullet screen was stunned. It was as if everyone was stunned. Su Yuheng was also stunned. Because, they were too similar. Apart from the color of his hair and eyes, the young man reflected in the image was exactly the same as his Shaoli. Looking at his expression, Su Yuheng smiled gently. Is he getting impatient? The subtle movements and expressions were exactly the same as before. As he watched, his eyes turned red again. *T. He cursed in a low voice, raised his head slightly, and blinked hard to suppress the sudden surge of soreness in his nose. After Su Yuheng calmed down, the silver-haired youth in the painting, who was as beautiful as an oil painting, waved his hand. The soldiers immediately understood and took Areiko away. It took less than 20 seconds. Before being taken away, Areiko suddenly said, "Your Majesty, have you heard the song Galaxy?" The silver-haired young man suddenly paused and looked over with his purple eyes slightly narrowed. The bullet screen became lively and the viewers started to lick the screen. Areiko's camera was shaking, not sure if it was because of fear or excitement. It's Galaxy," she gently hummed the chorus of the song. "This was sung by my former idol, have you heard it before?" The silver-haired young man looked at her quietly. There seemed to be some kind of emotion flowing in his beautiful purple eyes. He was too similar to a real person. No one could treat him as an NPC in a game. After about 10 seconds, the young emperor suddenly said softly, "Your singing is terrible." Then he waved his hand again, and the soldiers took Areiko away. The bullet screen began to crazily discuss the scene just now. *T. Isn't this voice too good? Which great god made this song? What song is Galaxy? Is Areiko crying? It's Su Silly's song. 555555 so it's his song? But why did Areiko suddenly ask if His Majesty has heard it before? Maybe it's because His Majesty looks like him? While the bullet screen was discussing, Areiko had already left the hall, and then a system notification popped up. "Congratulations on completing the elite mission, meet His Majesty. Experience plus 100, Roland Empire reputation plus 10. Due to your excellent performance, you have received additional rewards, experience plus 899, Roland Empire reputation plus 5. Please keep up the good work and keep up the good work." There were also other players watching Areiko's livestream. Just like that, they watched as Akaisi suddenly gained 999 experience points and leveled up 3 times in a row. It was like she was on a rocket. Half an hour after the server opened, she soared to the top of the level leaderboard, surpassing all the professional players. *T. What's going on? Even the great god Lin Mu only received 100 experience points. What's wrong with the game's reward system? What's the meaning of additional rewards? No matter what, Akaisi's fortuitous encounter had made many players jealous. As for Akaisi, she was stunned as well. She was so stunned that she forgot about the sadness she felt earlier. She wanted to jump on the spot, but in view of the powerful soldiers, she gave up on the idea. The bullet screen continued to flood with congratulatory messages and rewards. There were all kinds of comments, and the popularity of Areko's live stream kept on increasing. At this point, Su Yuhing didn't continue to read. The game team really put in a lot of effort. He could feel that, including the mission, Meet the Emperor, he felt that it was tailor-made for him. Unfortunately, his big brother messed it up. But it didn't matter. Su Yuhing clenched his fists. His eyes behind the glasses were a bit gloomy, but it was gradually replaced by warmth. Shaoli, I'm going to see you soon. Wait for me. In the bedroom, it was quiet. The wind blew in from the window, causing the curtains to flutter. Vaguely, two figures could be seen standing close to each other, quietly standing there. Susili hugged Cixing and buried her face in his shoulder. It seemed that this was the only way to comfort her feelings of loss. Cixing recovered from his initial shock, but his expression was still a bit sluggish. Lord God took the initiative to hug him. Was he dreaming? He didn't dare to believe it. However, the warmth of the young man's body and the scent that made him yearn for his soul reminded him it was all real. Clatter, the crown that he had just caught fell on the carpet with a muffled sound. It rolled to the side and hit the foot of a chair before stopping. This sound made Cixing's heart jump. He was a bit worried that he would disturb the young man, wake him up, and then push him away. However, what he was worried about didn't happen. The well-dressed young man should have been in high spirits, but at this moment, he was like an abandoned puppy, exuding a depressed and sad aura. Cixing felt a little pain in his heart. He was no longer stiff and motionless. Instead, he raised his hand and carefully touched the back of the young man's head. Seeing that he didn't resist, he tried to touch his smooth and fluffy hair. Still, there was no movement. He was as obedient as a cat, but it was no longer because he was satisfied. This made Cixing sigh in relief, but at the same time, he couldn't help but frown. What on earth had happened to make Lord God like this? Lord God seemed to have just summoned the so-called brave warrior. Cixing didn't hesitate any longer. He reached out his other hand and wrapped it around the young man's waist, giving him a solid hug. Susili could feel the strength of his palm. He pursed his lips. Suddenly, he felt that his lonely and sad mood had mostly disappeared at this moment. At least, he still had Cixing. This thought appeared in Susili's mind, but he didn't find anything wrong with it. Unknowingly, Cixing had become his most powerful support in this world. Not only did he support him physically, but he also supported him spiritually. Cixing said, "Your Majesty, I'm fine," Susili said in a low voice. At the same time, he let go of his hand. Feeling this, Cixing pursed his lips and reluctantly let go of his hand. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the young man. He had already regained his composure, and his expression was indifferent. Carefully dressed up, he was incomparably handsome, like a real god descending from the heavens. No, he was a god. Under Cixing's burning gaze, Susili scratched his head. He wasn't embarrassed, but he was a little embarrassed. He thought for a moment, then said seriously to the young man. "Cixing, when I'm strong enough, I'll fulfill your wish." When he was strong enough, he would find a way to undo the puppet technique on Cixing and let him regain his freedom. Cixing frowned. His intuition told him that the young man's wish was different from his true intentions. But, he didn't say it out loud. At least, he had obtained a promise. "Your Majesty, did you just summon the brave warriors?" Cixing asked. "Yes." Susili nodded and walked to the table to pick up the crown. As he was walking back, he suddenly thought of something and opened the read message. Ding. The condition has been met. The Starry Sky forum has been activated. You can register to use the forum. Oh, I can go to the forum. Maybe second brother will post something on the forum? At least I need to know which main city he is in. Susili hurriedly opened the forum and clicked on it. But when he looked at the active post on the front page, he found something amiss. Isn't this forum a little too active, and it doesn't look like a newbie at all? Susili frowned and inadvertently glanced at the date of the post. He suddenly paused and saw that the date displayed was August 9th, X046. Susili looked at the date of the post on the forum and suspected that there was a bug in the forum. Year X046. He clearly remembered that he had died in a plane crash in September of X026. To him, that was only a little more than a month ago. Susili realized something and his heart beat wildly. He remembered the starry sky form that he saw when he was still a soul before he transmigrated. It was also the form that let him know some things that would happen in the future. He knew that Snow Roland died before the beta test started. It can't be, right? Susili closed the forum and opened it again. He found that it was still the same interface, but the posts kept refreshing. He could see that the daily activity was very high. He couldn't help but gulp. Your Majesty? Cixing noticed that something was wrong with him and came in front of him. He frowned and looked at him. Susili came back to his senses and shook his head. He was thinking about the forum, but Cixing was here, so he couldn't think about it. He thought for a while and continued the topic. Those warriors are weak now, but they have a lot of potential, and he hesitated whether to tell Cixing directly, but in the end, he said, they seem to have a special racial talent, or skill. Cixing nodded, but his eyes lingered on his face. Susili was about to say that the players could be resurrected when he suddenly noticed something. He couldn't help but frown. What are you looking at? You look very special today. Cixing looked at him, his gray-blue eyes filled with tenderness. The corners of his mouth were slightly curved, and his smile was charming. Susili blinked and looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Cixing raised his hand and approached him. Seeing that he didn't move away, he plucked up his courage and gently tucked his silk-like silver hair behind his ear. It's very beautiful. Susili's heart skipped a beat. The man's slightly cold fingertips touched his ear, but it made him feel like he was scalded. His ear was a little hot. He quickly looked away. Of course it looked good. He had carefully chosen this outfit. How could it not look good? He pursed his lips to hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. He rolled his eyes and rudely said, I'm talking business with you. Stop flattering me. Cixing nodded. He put his hands behind his back and looked serious. Susili glanced at him and ignored him. He turned around, took off his cloak and threw it on the couch, then sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. Although it wasn't a long time, it was still very tiring to meet almost 200 people in one go. You should pay more attention to them. These heroes aren't simple. In the end, he decided not to mention that the players could be resurrected. He only gave a reminder. After all, he felt that Cixing did not seem to care much about it. It was as if there weren't many things that could make him worry. He was clearly very cold before, but recently, his mouth seemed to be smeared with honey. Susili shook his head inwardly. You said you wanted to see me, so you came back early. Is something the matter? Hearing this, Cixing looked up and looked into his pure eyes. He couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought for a while and casually found a reason. The heroes are here. I'm worried about your Majesty's safety. Susili curved his lips. Regardless of whether this was true or not, it felt good to be remembered. He was about to say that the players were not a concern, but on second thought, he said, well, then you should stay here first. Don't go running around. Cixing looked at him helplessly. Your Majesty, I'm going to carry out the mission you gave me. He didn't mean to run around. Susili curled his lips. Now that you've completed it, don't go out. The young man's voice was slightly soft. He didn't realize that he was acting coquettishly. Cixing looked at him and felt his heart palpitate slightly. He smiled gently and said, Your Majesty, do you want me to stay by your side? Yes. Susili had already reopened the forum. He nodded absent-mindedly. I can't go out and play without you. Without Cixing's, passerby's halo, it was really inconvenient. Although he could use his skills, he couldn't afford to use them due to the high cost of magic. Cixing paused. That's the only reason? Susili thought for a while and said, I'll feel more at ease if you're here. Cixing felt that he was daydreaming again. In fact, he had noticed this a long time ago. Lord God would occasionally stare blankly at a certain part of the void, as if he was reading something. Perhaps in Lord God's eyes, the world was different. Cixing didn't say anything else. He quietly poured a cup of tea for him and placed some pastries beside him. Then, he sat on the sofa and quietly watched him. He was satisfied as long as he could watch him like this. Susili's attention was completely diverted by the forum. He frowned and pondered. He found that the forum that he had activated seemed to be from the original timeline because he had searched for Snow Roland's post. So, he saw the future forum in the parallel timeline. After coming to this conclusion, Susili's confusion slowly turned into excitement. Did this mean that he had a cheat code that allowed him to know the future direction of the game? However, because of his arrival, many things had changed. The information that he obtained was probably only useful for reference, but it was still very useful. This was much more useful than looking at the newbie forum in the current timeline. 10 years worth of posts, this was a huge fortune. Of course, he had to choose some old posts to look at. The ones that were too new were worthless. Susili hurriedly searched for more information. He thought of various potion formulas. These were probably what the Roland Empire lacked the most. It was obviously a game with a magic background. It was illogical to not have health and mana recovery potions. He entered blood potions into the search bar and set the conditions. The time was arranged in order. The earliest post was from the closed beta. Some people complained that it was inconvenient to not have blood potions and that the death penalty was too heavy. Susili then knew that players had to wait 30 minutes before they could be revived. This was a very important piece of information. If he wanted to let players fight in the future, he would have to pay attention to the timing. He silently noted it down. He read a post from a long time ago with great interest. At the same time, he got a lot of information. For example, the death penalty of players, the number of revivals per day. And the flow of time between reality and the game was 1 when the server was opened and 1:6 when the server was closed. When the server was closed, a month in the game would only be 5 days in reality. There were also posts that complained that NPCs were too strong. Often, players would be slapped by NPCs and lose half of their HP or even directly killed. In other words, in the early stages of the game, there was no same faction protection strategy. NPCs could attack players, and players could also attack NPCs. When he saw these posts, Susili was slightly worried. This was because he understood the mentality of players very well. I am playing the game to play. If I am played by the game, I can either abandon the game or play back. Don't think that you are just an NPC. Players have a strong desire for revenge, especially when the NPC's HP bar is lit up. NPCs with green names are called NPCs. Those with red names are monsters, bosses. In the end, Susili saw that there was a conflict between players and NPCs. In the first month of the open beta, a large number of players entered the game. A very bold player leader organized a city attack. They wanted to take advantage of the inconvenience of communication between the main cities to attack the next main city. In the end, they almost succeeded. This group of immoral people destroyed the protective array of the first-level main city. The galactic beasts that were blocked outside the city broke through the protective barrier. In order to stop the galactic beasts from invading, a large number of NPCs went to the front line to fight while the players were at the back. Many of these players were old players from the closed beta. NPCs were unable to travel to and from the main cities, but these players were not restricted. They had made a careful plan. In order to gather all the old players from the main cities, they used the 10 times per day to revive on the spot. It took them a whole month to gather all of them in Mushuang City, which had the weakest defense in the empire. Then, they destroyed the protective array and took the opportunity to seize the spawn point of Mushuang City to make it the base camp of the players. This action undoubtedly caused the novice players who were born in other main cities to be furious. This was because it was too immoral. However, these veteran players still did as they pleased. The temptation of a main city was too great. They even learned about the abolition of the slavery system by the Empire and wanted to enslave the NPCs. Susili searched for posts related to that period. There were even livestreams posts. When he read them, his scalp went numb. These players were too bold, although they were suppressed by the guardian god Xianxia in the end, because of the galactic beasts invasion and the NPCs that were killed by the players, they could not be revived. Susili originally only wanted to search for the blood potion formula. He did not expect to find such a vicious post. His mood was heavy. He thought about it and went back to the posts from that period. Actually, there was no irreconcilable conflict between the players and the NPCs that led to the rebellion. In fact, it was because there was no proper guidance in the beginning, which led to the accumulation of resentment. He had to set up a system to allow the players and NPCs to have a good relationship. He could not underestimate these 1,000 beta players. There would be a second beta test in the future. When that time came, more players would be released. They were the pathfinders for the novice players. Many of them would become guild leaders in the future, which directly affected the players' attitude towards the NPCs. Players were a group of people who did as they pleased and valued relationships. If they valued and cared about you, they would be willing to create benefits for you. They would even be happy to do anything for you. For example, those tedious daily quests were just small items. They would spend a lot of time to do them every day. Susili fell into deep thought. He was not in a hurry to search for information about the blood potion. Instead, he thought about how to guide the players. Now that the beta test had just begun, and with his presence, the tragedy in the other timeline could be avoided. After a while, he sent a message to Li Jiyu. Before returning to the bedroom, he had asked Li Jiyu to bring all the players to Mercenary Town. Originally, he wanted to let them fend for themselves. There were many quests there, which were enough for them to level up. However, he had changed his mind. Li Jiyu quickly replied that they were still on the way and would only arrive in the afternoon. Susili was relieved. Now that the expansion plan of Mercenary Town was in full swing, because the local elementalists were joining the Mercenary Association and needed to complete the beginner quests, Mercenary Town did not lack houses. However, he was not going to arrange a place for the players to stay so easily. He sent a message to Wen Jishan and asked him to pick out 200 families that had lost their backbone and were left alone. According to the population structure of Mercenary Town, there should be a lot of such families. The casualty rate of mercenaries was still very high. Even if the young and strong were still alive, they might have been working hard all year round. Wen Jishan did not ask any more questions and went to arrange it directly. After Susili received the reply, he opened the quest panel and started to edit new quests. He did not have any mana now, so he only planned to release normal quests. Normal quests would give players 1 reputation and 10 EXP as a basic reward. If the completion rate was high, the maximum reward would be 8 reputation and 89 EXP. It was very little, but if it was a daily or weekly chain quest, the rewards would be quite good. Susili recalled the quests in the game and started to edit them. First, there were the daily quests for the 6th circle. The name of the quest was very simple. It was called Respect the Old and Love the Young. As for the content of the quest, Susili made up 20 quests in one go. These included playing with the children for 10 minutes, brushing the children's teeth and washing their faces, telling the children stories to coax them to sleep, helping the elderly buy groceries, preparing breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the elderly, helping to chop firewood. When the players were running, these quests would appear randomly. It was guaranteed that they would not repeat in a short period of time. Every time they completed a circle, they would receive the basic reward. In addition to the basic reward, the triggering condition of the additional reward was that the NPCs who helped the players increased their favorability towards the players. It did not matter how much the favorability increased, as long as the favorability increased. The first 5 daily quests were random, but the last one was fixed and very simple. All they had to do was smile and say to the NPC who helped them in the end, "I'll be back tomorrow." Then they would receive 50 EXP. In total, they would receive at least 100 EXP and 5 reputation from a single daily quest. It was still very attractive to the players at the current stage. After all, Susili had also experienced this period. At that time, he received 30 EXP from meditating for a night, which made him happy for a while. Then there were the weekly quests. If they completed a total of 7 daily quests, they would receive 99 EXP and 9 reputation, as well as 500 EXP as a reward. That was a maximum of 100,000 EXP per week. Thinking of Wen Jishan's ability to make money, Susili felt that there was nothing to worry about. Finally, he set the acceptance conditions. All players could accept the quests, but he kindly wrote a reminder for the players in the Imperial City. After checking and confirming that there were no Errors in the logic, Susili clicked publish. With this guide, it should be able to improve the relationship between the players and the NPCs faster, right? On the main road to the mercenary town. All the players were arranged to sit on the floating bus, and they were full of anticipation and excitement for the upcoming journey. Some of them were passionately discussing in the group channel, some were whispering to each other in small groups, some were bragging on the forums that they had met the emperor, and some were studying the game, trying to find out if there were any problems or bugs. In short, no one was scared. At this time, everyone suddenly stopped. Because a system notification popped up in front of them, and the light blue screen read frowny face ding successfully triggered normal quest, respect the elderly and love the young. Description: the Roland Empire is in a period of time where many things need to be done. Years of war on the front lines have caused countless elderly to lose their children, and countless children to lose their parents. They need the help of the hero. Quest details: help the elderly and children of the Roland Empire. This quest is a chain quest and can be completed once per day. Reward: large amounts of EXP, reputation, and EXP. Apart from this, there was more. Ding successfully triggered normal quest, dripping through stone. Description: your perseverance has moved the emperor, and he has decided to give you a reward. Quest details: complete, respect the elderly and love the young, quest 7 times. Reward: 99 EXP, 9 reputation, and 500 EXP. Gentle reminder: the hero in the royal city can go to the mercenary town and find Wen Jishan. He will give you a hint. They were daily and weekly quests. The players who received the hint were not very excited. After all, they had just completed an elite quest easily, and they were hungry for more. These daily quests seemed very troublesome. At this time, another system notification popped up. Ding successfully triggered normal quest, recognition. Description: you need to prove your identity as a hero with actions. If you cannot prove your identity, you may become a wanted criminal and be hunted by the entire country. Quest details: complete 1, respect the elderly and love the young, quest, reward, 10 EXP, 1 reputation, temporarily obtain the right to live legally in the Roland Empire, valid for 7 days. Damn. What a shitty producer. After the third quest appeared, the players all cursed. This forced them to do the daily quests. However, there were also female players who did not care. Instead, they read the gentle reminder again and again. Sob: I can see Wen Jishan soon. Wen Jishan was the representative of the black-bellied scum, and his popularity was much higher than Li Jiu's. This holographic game was the blessing of the players of the Gods game. However, it was only a closed beta, so there were not many players of this type. However, this type of female player was more likely to be able to unleash more power. At least one could imagine how grand the open beta would be. After the players passionately cursed the producer 300 times, someone noticed that there was an update to the faction storage. When your reputation reaches friendly, you will automatically obtain the right to live legally in the Roland Empire. This update made it easier for the players to accept. This meant that after accumulating 100 reputation, they could ignore the daily quests, right? The players quickly accepted the daily quests and weekly quests. Although they wanted to know how to learn skills, this was still a closed beta, and they could understand that there were many imperfections. Later on, they would give feedback on the forum and let the game team optimize and improve. After Susili released the daily quests and weekly quests, and gave the players the right to live in the daily quests, he did not care about it anymore. He did not forget that he was looking for the blood potion in the beginning. Then, he realized that the blood potion would only appear after the open beta. For Susili, this was too long. He decided to search for the blood potion formula. As long as he had the formula, he should be able to make it, right? At least he would not have to take so many detours. He really found a post about the blood potion formula, and there was only one post. However, when he was about to click on it, a notification popped up. This post is a dry post, 10 points are required to read it. You have not logged in yet, please log in to read it. Susili blinked. Log in? How do I log in? He looked at the registration on the top right corner of the page and clenched his teeth to register an account. Then, he found that it was actually possible. Susili was stunned. He, a person from a parallel universe, could actually register on the forum of another universe? the whole process was very smooth. He did not need to fill in any verification and registered successfully, and he even received 10 points as a reward. Then, he received another 5 points from checking in. Susili read a little about the rules of the forum. He could post all kinds of posts and reply to comments, but reading dry posts generally required points. The points ranged from 10 to 1,000, and it was set by the author. If he posted a question, he would also need to pay 1 point and set the reward for the best answer. Ordinary posts did not require points. The posts that he had read before were all lousy posts. There were many ways to obtain points, mainly through checking in, fan rewards, and reading of posts. Susili was a little helpless, but he also understood that knowledge could not be free, not to mention knowledge that could create huge benefits. He clicked on the 10 points. The OP of this post was very simple and crude, directly throwing a screenshot of the game screen on the first post. Beginner health potion, description, can be made into a potion that can restore vitality. Materials required: Snow Valley 100g, Dracaena 5g, Xanthite 15g, dew 500 ml. Instructions: first boil the Snow Valley into a paste with dew, add Dracaena and Xanthite, and then use elemental fire to temper. Restricted class: Elemental Pharmacist. Susili quickly copied down the formula. Sure enough, the raw materials required Snow Valley. But when he saw the Elemental Pharmacist, he could not help but feel a little confused. Because in Snow Roland's memory, there was no information about this class. He had to send a message to Dean Justin. The old man did not reply immediately, so he did not bother. Instead, he searched the panel of the faction warehouse and found that there were indeed Dracaena and Xanthite. But they were very rare, because they were the companion of some interstellar beasts, which meant that only frontline troops or mercenaries could collect them. Maybe later, when the player's levels increased, he would need to issue a large number of Dracaena and Xanthite missions. But now, he could let the elementalist mercenaries do it. Suddenly, Susili realized something. His eyes lit up, and he quickly typed in the forum, a way to get to and from the main city quickly. But he did not find anything. He gritted his teeth, pretended to be a newbie, and spent 1 point to post a question, with a reward of 5 points. He wondered if there was anyone with so little points. Ding. Someone replied to your post, go check it out. Susili's heartbeat inexplicably sped up. Would there be anyone? A way to get to and from the main city quickly. If he could avoid the interstellar beasts and get to the main city quickly, he would be able to find his second brother. Rolling all depends on waves, ha 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 ha. In this era, there are not many cute newbies like the OP. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Of course, to get to and from the main city quickly is to use the teleportation circle. Teleportation circle? Susili was stunned. Of course, he knew what a teleportation circle was, but he also knew that such a thing did not exist in the Imperial City. In the past month, he had walked through the streets and alleys of the inner city. Although he had only been to the mercenary town in the outer city, if there really was a teleportation circle, it was impossible that it did not exist in his territory interface. In other words, the teleportation circle was very likely to appear after the update. Susili pursed his lips. He pondered with a serious expression. Under the answer of, paddling is all about waves, he typed a reply. He knew how to deal with veteran players who liked to guide newbies. Calm down, then where is the teleportation circle? He received a reply in less than a second after he sent it out. Rowing all depends on waves, Aya, brother disciple is so cute. Where were you born? Which main city were you born in? Susili was expressionless as he continued to reply. Calm down, guru, I was born in the Imperial City. Rowing all depends on waves, ahahaha, brother disciple, you are so cute. How about this? If you walk out of the palace gate at the spawn point, then walk 20 meters to the right, then turn right, and you will see the teleportation circle in front of you. Susili blinked. In short, the future teleportation circle of the Imperial City was right next to the spawn point of the player? His question was indeed so new that it couldn't be any more new. Soon, he frowned. Because in this case, the teleportation circle was very likely to be brought about by the version update, and the version update. Who knew how long it would take? He thought about it and asked directly in the post. Calm down, wow, I saw it. Thank you, Guru. Can I go to other main cities with this teleportation circle? Are there restrictions on going back and forth? Rowing all depends on waves, haha, you are welcome. There are no restrictions on going back and forth, but you need to be at least level 10 and have friendly faction reputation. Most importantly, you need to spend 100 Exel coins each time. Susili silently noted down the information. He continued to ask. Calm down, wow, that's great. I will work hard to level up, but Guru, did this teleportation circle exist from the beginning? I read on the internet that it's very difficult to go to other main cities. Rowing all depends on waves, then he should be an old player. I remember that this teleportation circle was only built a year after the open beta. Before that, the path was blocked by galactic beasts. If we want to go to other main cities, we can only rely on the mercenary groups to clear the way and then die again and again. Make use of the 10 revivals per day, he understood. Susili's attention was quickly attracted by the word build. Could it be, calm down, huh? Could it be that the teleportation circle was built by players? Rowing all depends on waves, you're asking the right person. Your master is one of the first batch of players to participate in the open beta. There's nothing in this game that I haven't witnessed. The teleportation array was indeed built by us. The degree of freedom in space is frighteningly high. Back then, there was a very powerful guild leader who didn't like to fight. He liked to drag his subordinates to build houses everywhere. It was supposed to be a hot-blooded game, but it was forcefully turned into a large-scale simulated city. In the end, he accidentally upgraded the Imperial City by 1 level. Susili was stunned. Upgrade the Imperial City? He had seen the upgrade panel before, but because it was too cumbersome and required too many buildings, he didn't have time for it at the moment. He put it aside and thought to take it slowly. He didn't expect that upgrading the Imperial City was related to the teleportation circle. While he was thinking, rowing all depends on waves, continued to reply to him. Rowing all depends on waves, at that time, everyone had been stuck at level 20 for a long time. They were very resentful and went to the official post every day to scold the game team for dragging down the progress. In the end, the game team pretended to be dead and refused to respond. Can you imagine the despair of being stuck at level 20 for almost a year? But the *TTY officials just didn't respond. If it wasn't for the fact that this holographic game was really unique and there were no alternatives, everyone would have given up on the game long ago. Who knew that once the guild leader successfully upgraded the Imperial City, everyone's level limit was directly removed? I still remember the game announcement that day. It just flooded the screen. Not only was the level limit unlocked, but the elemental density also increased. Then, within 2 days, new profession NPCs appeared one after another. All kinds of blueprints also came out in various ways. Don't mention how fun it was at that time. In the past, there were always blood and blue potion recipes, but no one knew how to make them. After the level limit was unlocked, elemental pharmacists appeared. Hey, don't you think the game team deserves to be scolded? They didn't mention such an important point. Who would have known that they needed to upgrade the main city? Susili looked at his message. The doubts that had been in his mind all this time were finally solved. Except for Xing, all the NPCs were stuck at level 2 because of this. Perhaps this was also the reason why there were so few children tested as elementalists every year. There were also other related good things, such as great potions and life professions. It turned out that these would only appear when the Imperial City was upgraded. Rowing all depends on waves, and do you know what's the scariest thing? After the Imperial City is upgraded to level 3, there's no need to build anything at all in the secondary main city. Just put the key energy stone into the city base formation and it will be upgraded to level 2 directly. Susili could understand this setting. The Imperial City was the symbol of imperial power. Secondary main cities could only be 1 level lower than the Imperial City. When the Imperial City was upgraded to level 3, the other main cities that had completed the requirements to level 1 would naturally follow suit. Rowing all depends on waves, the teleportation circle was built during that period. It was very useful later on. Calm down, yes. You're so awesome. Your answer is very helpful to me. Thank you. Susili paid 5 points to him. Then, he carefully read, rowing all depends on waves, reply and analyzed it in his heart. The first closed beta would take at least a year to complete before the public beta. Relying on players to upgrade the Imperial City to level 3 would take a year after the public beta. In other words, according to the normal speed, he would not be able to see his second brother for at least 2 years. Susili did not want to wait that long. Anyway, he had the territory interface and knew the requirements to upgrade a main city. Moreover, he now had a very efficient elementalist construction team. As long as he upgraded the Imperial City and the other 4 main cities, he would be able to increase the strength of the people. At the same time, he would be able to obtain the blueprint for the teleportation circle. This would allow the main cities to communicate directly with each other. This way, he could go to whichever main city he wanted. He would not have to worry about not being able to return in a short period of time and causing chaos. Although the previous rebellion had been suppressed, Susili knew that he was not yet the emperor. 60% of the people supported him. More than a third of the people in the country were not loyal to him as the emperor. Therefore, although he knew that Xixing could probably bring him to other main cities, he knew that he could not do so at the moment. However, it was all right now. Susili was excited and was full of motivation again. He finally understood that in this game, everything could not be done without infrastructure. He had to put in more effort in this area. Speaking of which, what was this key energy stone? Susili frowned. He asked, rowing all depends on waves, again. However, he did not see a reply after a while. He wondered if he had left because he had something to do. He waited for a while more. Perhaps this question had already been answered, but there was no reply from anyone else. Susili did not have a choice. He only had 4 points left from the registration. If he sent another question, it would be gone. He might not get the answer he wanted. He could only open the search bar and enter teleportation array in the box. Then, he began to search through the piles of old posts for information related to teleportation arrays. It would be great if he could find the building blueprint and directly build it. Around 3 p.m. 3 floating buses arrived at Mercenary Town. Under the command of the soldiers, the players got off the buses one by one. Li Jiyu had a bad impression of these brave players. Especially when he saw a young man who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old sneakily touch the driver's bag. He did not know what he stole. Li Jiyu's face darkened as he coldly stared at that person. That young man did not notice and even sent a message to show off in the team channel. Bulging wallet, hehe, look at what good stuff I've got. There's a total of 20,000 AI in there. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Some people were envious and jealous in the team channel. It was still in the beta period and there was no top-up service. Although there were novice gift packs, most of them only gave 100 AI. 20,000 game coins was definitely a huge sum of money in this period of time. F***CK. You can actually steal things? Hey, stealing is illegal. TCH, this is a game. Although it claims to be 99% realistic, a game is still a game. Also, the game team has tacitly agreed to this kind of gameplay. Don't send the police. Even if it's a game, stealing is still wrong. The two groups of people immediately started arguing in the channel. Some of them had a strong sense of morality and empathy and felt that they should not steal the driver's belongings. They might not even earn a few hundred AI after working so hard on the bus. Now that they stole 20,000 AI, they did not know if they needed it urgently and had to return it. Another group of people purely treated this as a game. They felt that since it was a game developed by the game team, they could play it this way. Not only could they steal, but if they were strong enough, they could even rob. This was their usual style. Playing games was to have a good time, right? And this argument finally came to an end when the young man was caught by two soldiers on the spot. F***CK, I'm so unlucky. I got caught. The young man curled his lips. When the soldiers came to catch him, he simply handed over his wallet. After all, the NPCs were very strong. He did not want to be slapped to death like that unlucky guy. Li Jiyu stared at him with a gloomy face. He was a righteous person and hated petty thieves the most. Especially when this kid looked so young, but he was so good at it. Don't you have anything to say? Say? Say what? The young man was stunned, then laughed. I was just joking with that uncle and borrowed it for fun. Didn't I return it now? Ding. Li Zhiyu's favorability towards you has decreased by 1,000. You are now in the disgust range. Please treat this with caution. The young man looked at the notification, then looked at Li Zhiyu. He could not help but curl his lips. So what if his favorability was decreased? Not everyone wanted peace. Even if the worst result was becoming a wanted criminal, it was still a different kind of game. Life was about the pursuit of excitement. Seeing the young man's disapproval, Li Zhiyu took a deep breath and threw the wallet to the driver. Then he looked at the soldiers and said, "Take the others and go find Wen Jishan." "Yes, Captain." The soldiers let go of the young man, then looked at the other players and told them to go into the town. If they were curious about these brave warriors before, after experiencing the young man's incident, they were mostly disdainful. This made the more sensitive players, especially the professional players, angry. They usually thought very highly of themselves, but now they were looked down upon by the NPCs. But they could not say anything. This made everyone feel as if there was something stuck in their hearts. Many people looked at the young man's ID. In terms of appearance, the biggest difference between players and NPCs was probably the ID that hung above the players' heads. Flower followed. Very good, they remembered it. The young man called Flower followed the crowd's gaze and waved at them with a smile, as if the person who was caught was not him. After everyone left, the young man looked at Li Zhiyu and began to size him up. "Are you Li Zhiyu? How dare you?" A soldier saw how frivolous he was and could not help but want to teach him a lesson, but Li Zhiyu stopped him. These so-called brave warriors were too weak. They could die with a light slap. The previous incident was an accident. If this happened again, it would be a little inexcusable. After all, stealing was not a crime worthy of death. Li Zhiyu stared at the young man in front of him and raised his eyebrows. "You know me?" He had already realized that this group of brave warriors seemed to know his name as soon as they met and then said some strange things. "Hee, not only do I know you, I even played with you before," Flower said with bad intentions. Li Zhiyu frowned. He really did not understand what he was saying. In the end, he decided to forget it. They were not from the same world, so there was no need to waste this effort. "If you can repent, I will let you go." He looked at the young man. Although he was disgusted by his theft, he was still a little more lenient towards children. Otherwise, otherwise what? Flower laughed. "I already said that I was only joking with that uncle. Why don't you believe me?" He still had the mentality of a child. He did not know how to behave in real life, but he was quite free in the game. Li Zhiyu looked at him and then looked at the soldier expressionlessly. "Take him to the recruit camp and hand him over to Han. Tell Han to use the strictest method to train him. Half a month later, I want to see a new side of this child." The soldier who was looked at by Li Zhiyu immediately shuddered. Other than disdain, there was also some sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Flower. When ordinary people joined the army, they could not be sent to the front lines immediately. They had to go through the recruit camp's training and meet the standards before being sent to the front lines. As for Han, he was the head instructor of the recruit camp. He was also the nightmare of all the recruits and most of the ordinary soldiers. But Flower did not care about it. NPC to train him? He had the reality adjustment system. Why would he need to worry about this? Ding. Successfully triggered the elite quest, recruit training description. You have angered Li Zhiyu. He has decided to hand you over to Han of the recruit camp for half a month of hellish training. Quest details, complete all the training within the time limit. Reward, unknown note, if you give up halfway, you may be subjected to certain coercive measures. Flower looked at the notification and could not help but raise his eyebrows. So good? It was actually an elite quest, I knew that the game team would encourage players to explore in their own way. If he did not steal the driver's wallet, he would have to do the daily quest of respecting the old and caring for the young with those people. But now, an elite quest, the reward would definitely be very generous. Of course, he had to accept it. Flower laughed and said, "All right. Let's go and participate in that whatever training. I can leave after half a month, right? Going to the recruit camp and being able to unlock a new map was a privilege that no one else had. Seeing how impatient Flower Sway was, the soldiers could not help but feel strange. Perhaps this was what they meant by the ignorant are fearless. They hoped that he would still be around after half a month. Li Jiu did not feel anything. This was a punishment for him. And since he was a brave warrior, if he could not even endure this bit of hardship, then he should just go back to the alternate world to nurse his child. Their world was very dangerous. Next, Flower Sway happily waved goodbye to Li Jiu and followed the soldiers who escorted him to the recruit camp. The recruit camp was not far from the mercenary town. They just needed to fly over 2 mountains. What surprised Flower Sway was that the head instructor called Han was tall and thin. He was not the muscular man that he imagined. After the soldier stated his intentions, Han looked at Hua Sui and grinned in a very simple and honest manner. Brave warrior? Then you need to have a good fight. The soldiers quickly reminded him. Flower Sway was very fragile and could be killed with one slap. I know what to do. Han waved his hand disapprovingly. The soldiers did not want to stay too long because seeing Han reminded them of their unbearable memories. After they handed Han Sui over, they quickly ran away. Flower Sway continued to do as he pleased. He even turned on the recording function and recorded everything he saw in the camp. It could be considered as checking out the place. He felt that this place was so heavily guarded, there must be something good. In the previous game, Flower Sway played as a thief. He was considered a very talented player. Although many teams had thrown him an olive branch, he had always rejected them. He preferred to play games as he pleased and did not like to be bound by rules. Just like just now, was he the only one who was curious about whether the things in the car could be moved? No. But professional players could not bring themselves to do so, and veteran players were afraid of death penalties. They wanted to, but they did not have the guts to do so. Therefore, this opportunity now belonged to him. Later, he would post a post to show off. It was not his style to make a fortune silently. Han glanced at him. You are quite capable to make a good guy like Li Jiu so angry. Let's go. We will start your life for the next half month. I will train you according to the strictest requirements. Even if you want to give up halfway, you have to grit your teeth and endure. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as giving up. The youth had a proud expression and did not care about Han's words at all. Or rather, to him, NPCs were just emotionless AI. Why should he care so much? But soon, when the training began, Flower Sway could not smile anymore. Ding. Because you have accepted the elite quest, recruit training, during the training period, the overall setting has been adjusted to 70% realism according to your own situation. It will be adjusted according to your actual situation. Flower Sway was stunned. He clicked on the settings and found that the realism setting had been frozen. He could not use it. Damn, when he first entered the game, he also felt Li Jiu's pressure. Although it was adjusted to 30%, it was still very difficult to withstand. Ding. Please follow head instructor Han's instructions and complete a 1500-meter run with weights in 5 minutes. If you do not complete in time, you may receive electric shock. Note, electric shock only affects the mind. It simulates the feeling of an electric shock in the human body. It will not cause any harm to the body. Please do not worry. Do not worry? How could Flower Sway not worry? Who would want to experience electric shock for no reason? What's more, it was 70% realistic. Even in a game, this kind of gameplay was very unpleasant. Flower Sway wanted to run, but Han grabbed his collar from behind and lifted him up. The track is over there, Han reminded him kindly. If you don't complete the quest. He. Flower Sway felt that this NPC was laughing like a pervert. When Han put him down, he did not go to the track. Instead, he charged at a group of soldiers passing by. The soldiers did not understand the situation. They raised their hands to block, and Flower Sway was sent flying. It would be fine if he died, Flower Sway thought. He felt like he was flying through the sky, and then fell heavily to the ground. He did not feel anything when he was hit, but when he fell to the ground, he felt like he was going to vomit blood. But, he did not die. A system notification popped up. Ding. You are in a special state. Your HP bar is temporarily locked. Damage received during training cannot kill you. Flower Sway was speechless. When Susili received Li Jiyu's message, he realized that it was already evening. He picked up his teacup and realized that the tea was gone. The plate of snacks beside him was also empty. When he looked up, he realized that Xixing was leaning against the sofa. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Seeing how tired he looked, Susili felt a sense of novelty. In his impression, Xixing had always been so strong that he was invincible. There had never been a moment when he was so weak. So, he could get tired too. Susili blinked and carefully got up. He grabbed a blanket from the bed and gently put it on Xixing. Then he sat beside him and started to daydream. He had been sorting through the forum for a whole day, but he only managed to get a little useful information. Although the vast amount of posts was a huge fortune for him, it also made it harder for him to filter through the information. And for the future forum, that was almost 10 years ago. The teleportation circle blueprint was not like the blood potion formula. Everyone could use it, so no one uploaded anything. However, Susili still managed to glean some special information from some words and phrases. For example, what was the name of the guild that liked to build? For example, the guild leader's ID. Looking at the forum, this guild leader was a very strong builder in real life. He just did not know if this big boss participated in the closed beta. When he received Li Jiyu's message, Susili was wondering if he should contact this big boss. Just as he was about to reply to him, he suddenly saw an 818 post that mentioned a familiar name. Will players and NPCs be happy together? 818 The unspeakable story of Sumo and the master builder Ikeda. When players and NPCs are together, will there be happiness? The unspeakable story of Sumo and Ikeda. Susili was stunned when he saw the title. He always thought that there would be conflicts between players and NPCs, but he never thought that there would be happiness. Was it the kind of happiness that he imagined? He forgot to reply to Li Jiyu, but instead, he opened the post and read it. Starry Sky Reporter, la. It's time for the little reporter to report again. Today, we'll talk about the unspeakable story of Sumo and the master builder, Ikeda Sumo, the super god who broke the level limit. I'm sure everyone is familiar with him, and Ikeda, has now become a resident NPC in Sumo's guild. If everyone is lucky enough to join Sumo's guild, Ink Stains the Red Dust, you will be able to meet this master builder. Then, Starry Sky Reporter posted a GIF. In the GIF, there was a young man with red hair and red eyes, with a handsome face, holding a blueprint in his hand, standing in front of an unfinished construction site, looking down. This is Master Ikeda. The teleportation circle that everyone is using now was built by him and Sumo together. Let me share a little gossip with you, The reason why Sumo is obsessed with building now is all because of Ikeda. Legend has it that Sumo fell in love with Ikeda at first sight, but unfortunately, Ikeda is obsessed with building, so Sumo had no choice but to throw himself into building as well, and even formed the Ink Stains the Red Dust Guild. In the middle of the post, there were many pictures and arguments to prove it, and it attracted a bunch of replies. Ink Stains the Red Dust are all life players, and many of them play SimCity. When Sumo was able to upgrade the Imperial City, they played a big part in it. In the end, Sumo managed to convince Ikeda to become a resident NPC in the guild, and now the two of them are like a celestial couple. I'm so envious. Susili finished reading the post and was skeptical of the little reporter's words. He recalled that Chiyu was also an NPC with special talents. The last time he encountered him, he didn't have time to use insight on him before Chiyu ran away. Now, it seemed that Ikeda's special ability was related to building. He's a talent. Moreover, he had also presided over the construction of the teleportation portal. In other words, if he was given the blueprint, there was a high probability that he could build the teleportation portal. Susili was a little excited. It didn't matter whether or not Sumo participated in the closed beta, the most important thing was to find Ikeda. Ikeda was a master builder, and he was very capable. If he could get Sumo to join the guild, no matter what their relationship was, it would be worth it. Susili quickly sent a message to Wen Jishan, asking him to help find Ikeda. He didn't know much about Ikeda, and he could only hope that this capable consul could help him find him as soon as possible. As for Li Zhiyu's message, Su Sili thought about it and replied to him, asking him to be careful. Hua Sui. He felt that this player's name was familiar, and he must have seen it in one of the posts he browsed today. Based on what this guy did, it was very likely that he was part of the group of players who would attack the city in the future, and he was most likely a core member. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been mentioned in the post, and he wouldn't have seen it. Only Li Zhiyu could think of throwing him into the recruit camp for training. However, Su Sili didn't care too much. It would be difficult for a person who didn't fit in with the group to make waves. As long as he could get the remaining 99.9% of the players to get along well with the NPCs, there shouldn't be any large-scale killings of innocent NPCs. Then, Su Sili continued to browse through the posts on the forum. Although they were looking for information, these tombstones were actually quite interesting. At this moment, only he and Xixing were in the bedroom. After helping Xixing with the blanket, he sat next to him. Su Sili, who was focused on the posts on the forum, unconsciously adjusted himself to a more comfortable position. He curled up his legs and nestled into the sofa. When he didn't notice, the tall figure next to him began to lean towards him bit by bit. Finally, the man's head gently rested on the silver-haired youth's shoulder. Su Sili blinked and turned his head. His cheek was scratched by the man's soft blonde hair. The warm breath that belonged to Xixing directly hit him in the face. He suddenly remembered that day in the bathtub, when he was in his arms and was carried out of the bathtub by him. He smelled that scent. Su Sili's cheeks suddenly became warm. His milky white skin seemed to have a layer of rouge, and even his lips were rosy. His heartbeat became a little chaotic, but he quickly suppressed it. He said that he wouldn't think about this anymore. Moreover, that was an accident caused by the rapid improvement of his physique. Thinking of this, Su Sili took a deep breath and focused his attention on the future form again. It was so quiet in the bedroom. The blonde man had a blanket draped over his body and leaned against the slender youth. His head rested on the youth's shoulder, and his light-colored eyelashes trembled slightly. The silver-haired youth's face was flushed, but his eyes were focused on a point in the void. He seemed to be reading something, but he was distracted from time to time. He was very quiet and motionless, so he didn't wake up the man who was pretending to be asleep. The two of them leaned against each other like this. The sun outside slowly set, and the sunset dyed the sky red. Lanyu City, Central Town. On the roof, two figures stood together, overlooking the town that was dyed orange by the sunset. The scenery in this game is really good. Bai Feng sighed. What kind of genius could create such a realistic game? It would be great if we could meet in the future. Su Yuhing nodded and said lightly, "You go eat first, I'll go offline for a while." Okay. We'll go online later and finish the daily run. They had all received daily and weekly quests. However, Su Yuhing opened the novice gift pack and opened 100 reputation points. He was the first player in the entire server to have legal residency, so he didn't need to do quests for the time being. Bai Feng had a swift and decisive personality. After saying that, he went offline directly. Su Yuhing, who was about to go offline, found that although the system had notified him that friend Bai Feng has gone offline, Bai Feng's body was still displayed in the same place. It was as if he was in AFK. Su Yuhing frowned. He reached out and put his hand on Bai Feng's shoulder, and found that he could still touch him. He patted him hard again. -1 A damage value suddenly appeared on top of Bai Feng's head. So, even if he went offline, he would still be attacked. Su Yuhing pursed his lips, feeling a little dignified. He didn't go offline, but waited in the same place. About 10 minutes later, Bai Feng's body slowly disappeared from the spot. This discovery made Su Yuhing heave a sigh of relief. If his body stayed here after going offline and could be attacked, then the restrictions would be great. In this case, it was best not to go offline in the wild, or when he went offline, there had to be someone watching by his side. Su Yuhing wanted to wait for Bai Feng to come back, but that was when the game notification sounded again. "Hello, you have received an external call. According to the remarks in your contact list, the caller is Mother. Do you want to answer?" Su Yuhing could only choose to answer. A phone appeared in front of him. Su Yuhing put the phone to his ear, and immediately heard a gentle voice ring in his ear. Hung, the food is ready. Come and eat. Before Su Yuhing could explain, Mama Su continued nagging, work is important, but so is your health. You're hurting your stomach because you don't eat on time. Mom, wait a minute. I'll be done soon. Su Yuhing looked around for a suitable place to go offline, but, you always say that. Don't you only come out when the food is cold? Sigh, you and Feng are all grown up now. I can't control you. Mama Su's voice became a little choked. You were all healthy when you were born. Why are you like this now? Su Yuhing couldn't help but feel a headache. Ever since his younger brother's accident and after reading his medical records, his mother had become a little neurotic. He couldn't say anything harsh, so he could only coax her. Okay. I'm going to eat right now. Give me 2 minutes, okay? I'll be out in 2 minutes. You said it. Mama Su said. Yes, I said it. If you don't come out in 2 minutes, have Uncle Lu kick the door, okay? Old Lu is old. He can't kick it. Then have him take a kitchen knife and chop the door. Pfft, you're always coming up with stupid ideas. Mama Su scolded jokingly. Fine. I'll give you 2 minutes. If you don't come out in 2 minutes, your dad and I won't eat. Okay, I'll be right out. Su Yuhing breathed a sigh of relief after finally coaxing her. He couldn't find a place to hide, so he jumped from the roof to the second floor and hid in a corner before going offline. He just hoped that his character would still be intact when he came back online. It was a dilapidated wooden house with a balcony on the second floor. The sunset shone diagonally onto the wooden planks. The balcony door suddenly creaked open amidst the sunset. A figure peeked out from behind the door and cautiously looked left and right. Su Yuhing went out of the living room after going offline. Mama Su beamed with joy when she saw that he really did come out on time. Papa Su glanced at his son and didn't say anything, continuing to read the newspaper in his hand. But he really hadn't touched the food in front of him. Come, Hung. Have some soup first. Mama Su poured him a bowl of chicken soup and gently placed it in front of him. She chuckled. I've been up all day. Drink more. Su Yuhing sat down across from the two elders in a well-behaved manner. He lowered his head and took a sip. He smiled at her and said, It's delicious. What you make is delicious. Mama Su smiled even more happily. Of the 3 brothers, you're the best at coaxing people. Your eldest brother is a taciturn person. He can't say anything for a long time. Lily likes to play music and games, her voice trailed off as she spoke, and her eyes reddened. Su Yuhing was helpless. Papa Su's expression was also ugly. He frowned and said, Why are you bringing up third brother out of nowhere? He's my son. Why can't I mention him? Mama Su said emotionally. Then she thought of something and suddenly looked at Su Yuhing. Her voice softened with cautious anticipation. Hung, you said that game, you can see Lily in the game. Is that true? Don't they have to invest a lot of money in it every year? When will it be ready? I heard that the holographic technology is very complicated. It might take decades before it can be realized? At this point, her eyes dimmed with disappointment. Su Yuhing gripped the spoon so tightly that his fingertips turned pale. But there was a gentle smile on his face. Mom, it'll be ready soon. He said. It won't be long before you can enter the game and see Xiaoli, you're not lying to me? Mama Su looked at him suspiciously. Of course. I wouldn't lie to you about this. Su Yuhing said gently. In fact, the game is already in trial run, but it's not stable enough. You can enter the game with me after it officially passes the test. Huh? With you? Mama Su blinked. Yes. Su Yuhing couldn't hide it anymore. I was in the game just now. The big guy in my room is the game pod. I can only play holographic games with it. Don't worry. You can enter with me after the test passes. Mother Su smiled happily and asked, Then, have you seen Lily? Su Yuhing paused. If it wasn't for his eldest brother, he would have seen him already. He didn't complain and only said, I just entered the game today. How can I be so fast? Xiaoli is the emperor in the game. He lives in the palace. I have to do quests and work hard to sneak into the palace to see him. Huh? That's so troublesome. Mama Su murmured. Then, she looked at her second son and encouraged him, Yuhing is so smart. You can definitely do it. Lily will see you when you become a high-ranking official. You have to do your best. Su Yuhing smiled and nodded slightly. At this moment, Mama Su urged again, then hurry up and eat. Go play the game quickly and become a high-ranking official in the game as soon as possible. Well, do you want to eat in your room? After Su Yuhing finished eating, he was urged to go online in a hurry. He couldn't help but sigh in relief when he found that he was still standing at the place where he went offline and that his HP was still full. But he soon sensed that something was wrong. He turned his head and met a pair of round brown eyes. When he looked over, the owner of the eyes was startled, but he was still holding a chopping knife in his hand and glaring at him warily. This was a skinny child about 6 or 7 years old. His short hair was messy and tangled, and he was dirty all over. He faintly emitted an unpleasant smell. Su Yuhing frowned slightly and glanced at his friend's list. Baifeng wasn't online yet. He took a step forward, and the child immediately shouted, "Don't come over here." Su Yuhing couldn't help but freeze in place. He looked at the child and waited for him to speak. Are you a ghost? The child's voice was trembling, but his performance could still be considered brave. Su Yuhing raised his eyebrows. He understood after thinking for a bit. This little guy probably saw how he disappeared and reappeared when he went offline, so he misunderstood. He looked at the little guy and thought of his younger brother when he was young. Of course, this child in front of him wasn't as cute as his Xiaoli. He pointed at the floor and said, "I have a shadow, do you see it?" The child looked at the floor and indeed saw the shadow under his feet. It was elongated by the setting sun and extended all the way to the wall. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, and the fear in his eyes disappeared. Su Yuhing continued, "What you saw just now is just one of my skills." Hearing this, the child's eyes lit up slightly. Skill? Are you an elementalist? Su Yuhing paused. It wasn't the child's words, but the game system notification popped up. Gentle reminder, your ordinary mission, respect the elderly and love the young, 1/6, a mission target has appeared. Please complete it as soon as possible to avoid being ineffective. Although he didn't have to do the daily missions, Su Yuhing still accepted the mission. At this moment, looking at the system notification, he couldn't help but look at the mission panel again. Respect the elderly and love the young, 1/6, please accompany a little boy to enjoy dinner. If he remembered correctly, this ordinary daily mission target was the elderly and the young, so the child in front of him was an orphan. Su Yuhing glanced at the little kid in front of him indifferently. This was just an NPC. He told himself so. Therefore, now, he should find a way to join the army so that he could follow them to the Imperial City when the Elementalist test ended and he returned. Before that, he had to kill monsters to increase his strength as soon as possible and not waste time on such a daily mission. During the day, he helped by phone with the daily missions, so he knew that one round of daily missions could only give 10 experience points. Although the cumulative result was not bad, they only managed to complete the 4th ring after spending an entire afternoon. For Su Yuhing, it was not cost-effective. If it wasn't for helping by phone obtain legal residency, he might have gone out to the wild to kill monsters. However, looking at the child's sallow face and skinny body, and the chopper in his hand was thicker than his arm, Su Yuhing gritted his teeth and didn't move in the end. "What's your name?" He looked at the child and asked in a low voice. Although the child looked thin and small, he was stronger than him. Therefore, when he checked his information, he could only see the words superior skill. He also knew the reason. It was because the HP calculation of NPCs was different from that of players, and the game system only looked at the HP. The child looked at him and said hesitantly, My name is Jane." "Su Yuhing, are you the only one at home?" The child shook his head and suddenly became alert. "What do you want?" Su Yuhing took out a piece of bread from the backpack he was carrying. It was bought for him by Baifeng. The game was very realistic. Even players would feel hungry, and when their hunger reached a certain level, they would lose their HP. After learning this information, the rich and overbearing Baifeng went to buy a large bag of bread, filling his starting backpack to the brim. If you're alone, I'll only give you 1 piece of bread. If there are 2 people, I'll give you 2 pieces, Su Yuhing said. Jane looked at the bread in his hand and swallowed hard. What if there are 3 of you? Su Yuhing was stunned and then smiled. Then I'll give you 3. I have a younger brother and a younger sister. Jane said, they're inside. With food, he forgot about his vigilance. It was very realistic. Su Yuhing looked at the longing in his eyes. He couldn't believe that this was really made up of data. Even if he knew it was fake, he couldn't help but soften in front of such a pair of eyes. He sighed, threw the bread in his hand to him, and took out 2 more from his backpack. He was not in a hurry to give them, but Jane was already very satisfied. He held the bread that was about the size of his 2 fists and ran happily into the house, even foregoing the woodcutter. Jamie, Lily. We have bread to eat. He ran into the house. Su Yuhing followed behind him and walked in together. 2 children younger than Jane crawled out from under the bed. They were very happy, but when they saw Su Yuhing, they quickly hid behind their older brother. If Jane was a little radish head, then these 2 children were little beans. They looked about the same size and facial features, so they were probably twins. Jane comforted his younger brother and sister, and then shared the bread with them. The twins took the bread, took a bite, and put the rest in front of their older brother, asking him to eat as well. Jane took a bite as well, and the 2 little ones started to laugh. Su Yuhing looked at this scene, his lips pursed into a straight line, and the light in his eyes dimmed. Just then, there was a noise from the window. He turned his head and saw 2 slender legs outside the window. With a squeak, Baifeng nimbly jumped in through the narrow window. Hey, brother you, I'm here. Baifeng giggled. Then, she noticed the 3 children in the house. Wow, they're so cute. Are you eating? Won't you be thirsty if you just eat bread? He took out a bottle of water from his backpack. Come, drink some water. Su Yuhing shook his head when he saw how familiar he was with him. Baifeng had always been like this. In other games, when he was hungry, he had to eat food, or else he would lose health. This guy would see people with the hunger debuff, and would give them a few steamed buns. That was how they got to know each other. Maybe it was because Baifeng's smile was more friendly, the 3 children were not afraid, and quickly finished the bread under his feeding. Ding. Jane, S favorability towards you +10, ding. Jamie, S favorability towards you +10, ding. Lily, S favorability towards you +20, Su Yuhing blinked. The system's favorability notification made him realize that the 3 children in front of him were NPCs, not real people. The first round of his daily mission was completed just like that. Ding. Congratulations on completing normal mission, respect the old and love the young, 1/6, gained basic reward EXP +10, Roland Empire reputation +1. Because of your excellent performance, extra reward EXP +89, Roland Empire reputation +8, Su Yuhing was stunned. Baifeng laughed and said, wow, brother you, I got 99 EXP this time. I leveled up by 1. This reward could not be said to be not generous. But looking at the daily mission panel, Su Yuhing was still a bit hesitant, but then he heard Baifeng look at the 3 children and said with a smile, I'll come again tomorrow. Su Yuhing was speechless. Su Silly did not know that his second brother was struggling with the daily mission that he gave out. He was leaning against the sofa, and his sitting posture was a bit stiff. He had been in this position for a long time. How long was Xixin going to sleep? He had rested for so long, it should be enough, right? Just as he couldn't hold on any longer, the man's eyelashes finally fluttered, and he gently opened his grayish-blue eyes. Xixin had actually woken up a long time ago. He only pretended to be asleep because he wanted to be closer to the god. But he could feel that the god was gradually reaching his limit. In fact, Xixin was already very surprised that Milord could indulge him like this, and ripples in his heart rippled in circles. But even though he was reluctant, he still felt bad. The god was very weak now, just like an ordinary person who could not withstand the torment. He should control himself, he pursed his lips and slowly straightened his body. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the young man say cheerfully, "Hey, you're finally awake." Then, the warmth around him suddenly disappeared. The young man stood up impatiently. But before Xing could feel disappointed, the figure that stood up abruptly took a step forward and trembled as he fell back onto the sofa. Xing's eyes flickered. His figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already sitting in the position where Susili was just now, catching him. Susili's handsome face was scrunched up into a painful mask. He felt that his entire lower body was numb. But then again, he had clearly fallen onto the sofa, so why did it feel a little strange? He reached out and touched his butt, but the more he touched, the more he felt that something was wrong. After enduring the first wave of numbness, he wanted to turn around to look, but a pair of iron arms wrapped around his waist. A man's hot breath sprayed on his ears, and a deep voice sounded with some restraint and helplessness. "Your Majesty, don't move. If you move again, something will happen." Xing? Susili was a little confused until the numbness in his body faded away and his senses started to recover. Then, he froze and his face slowly turned red. After a full 10 seconds, Susili gritted his teeth and the veins on his forehead started to bulge. "Let go," he said in a low voice. These two words seemed to be squeezed out from the gaps of his teeth. Xing, who had always been obedient to him, still wrapped his arms around him and rested his chin on his shoulder. His eyelashes drooped, forming a dark shadow on his eyelids. The two of them were sitting on a sofa facing a floor-to-ceiling window. The beautiful glass was as smooth as a mirror, and it reflected their figures. The blond man lowered his head slightly, and his whole body exuded a kind of pitiful grievance. "I don't want you to see me." The man's deep voice was as cold as usual, but at this moment, there seemed to be an inexplicable sense of shyness. Susili paused. It was as if he could imagine the man's red ears at this moment. Thinking back, it did seem like he was the one who touched. He couldn't help but reflect on himself. He didn't realize that he was originally sitting on the sofa. How did he end up in Xing's arms? Susili turned around curiously, wanting to see Xing's expression at this moment. However, the other party's hairy head was pressed against the side of his face and his waist was tightly hugged. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Previously, when he was being aroused, Xing had seen it all. Now that it was his turn, how could he not let him see? Susili vaguely felt that he was at a disadvantage. He wanted to get up again, but he was tightly held down. The other party was skillfully using his strength. It didn't hurt him, but it also didn't allow him to break free. After trying for a while, Susili gave up. This was because he realized that thing seemed to be getting more and more intense. After a full 5 minutes, Susili gritted his teeth again. "How much longer?" He controlled his temper and asked. The man behind him seemed to be getting more and more ashamed. He buried his face in his neck and didn't look up. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Susili could not see his expression. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. In the end, for some reason, he suddenly said, "Do you want me to help you?" With that, he shut his mouth awkwardly. But on second thought, Susili regained his composure. He was the one who had caused all this trouble. Furthermore, Xing had helped him previously. Now that he had helped him back, it should be considered even, right? Then, he clearly felt the body of the person holding him stiffen. It was really stiff. Susili's eyes darted around, feeling even more embarrassed. Men were indeed not that particular about it, but it was still very difficult for them to face it completely calmly. In the end, Susili managed to break free from Xing's grip when his guard was down. "I can't stay in this place anymore." Just as he was about to run out of the bedroom, the man's somewhat suppressed voice sounded. "Your Majesty, are you serious?" He seemed to be trying hard to control himself, but there was still a slight tremor in his voice. Susili could hear it. Xing seemed to be very uncomfortable. Susili pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Finally, he scratched his head in frustration. With a gloomy expression, he turned around to face Xing. The man lowered his head, and his golden hair seemed to droop down. His elbows were on his thighs, and the blanket that had just been draped over his body perfectly covered a certain part of his body. Just as he had guessed, Susili saw a pair of ears that had been dyed red between his blonde hair. Even though his face couldn't be seen clearly, the man in military uniform at this moment was inexplicably sexy and seductive. Susili licked his lips, and the frustration on his face faded slightly. After pausing for a few seconds, he took a step forward and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Xixing froze. Then, he turned his face to the side and said softly, "Your Majesty, please leave first. I will deal with it myself." Susili looked at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't want to leave. Cut the crap. He pushed his hand gently, and Xixing obediently leaned back against the sofa. However, he still said, "Your Majesty, this is not appropriate." The man still turned his face away, revealing his smooth and beautiful side profile and chin. There was also a faint blush on his neck. Xixing closed his eyes tightly and gritted his teeth. The madness and darkness buried deep in his bones seemed to be clamoring to break out of his body. He didn't want to hurt his god. He was so beautiful. He could feel that the distance between them was gradually closing. He didn't want everything to go back to how it was in the beginning. He didn't want to lose the right to stand by his god's side. However, if he continued to stay here, it would be hard to say what would happen. His rationality wasn't always effective. After all, with his god's current weakness, it was very tempting to imprison him by his side forever. Xixing resisted. The veins on his chin extended downwards. However, they didn't look ferocious. Instead, there was a strange sense of beauty. He didn't know that the more he resisted, the more Susili didn't want to cooperate. The young man, who didn't have any sense of danger, raised his eyebrows. Not appropriate? He knelt on the sofa and bent closer to him. He smiled mischievously and said, "Why didn't you say that last time?" Then, the young man, who was wearing a gorgeous suit, reached under the blanket. With the crisp sound of metal buckles and the rustling of clothes, he did what Xixing had done to him before. His long silver hair hung down and swayed in the air. From time to time, it would tangle with the man's blonde hair. Susili looked up curiously. He wanted to see what Xixing's expression was, but he suddenly felt a strong force on his back. He was forced to lean forward into his arms and rest his head on his shoulder. He couldn't see anything, Susili couldn't help but pout. He was a little unhappy. He leaned on the man's shoulder and listened to his increasingly heavy breathing. Slowly, he felt a little hot. His breathing became heavier, and his breath intentionally or unintentionally sprayed on the man's neck. Xixing still had his eyes closed. At this moment, his mind was already empty. The young man's hands seemed to have some kind of magical power. Under his touch, the dark thoughts at the bottom of his heart were once again extinguished. He quietly enjoyed this moment. He was obsessed with it. He had never thought that there would be such a day. He didn't dare to hope that there would be a time when he could be closer to his god than this moment. He really hoped that time would stop forever. Susili slowly felt tired. Why did it take so long? Moreover, it was so long. Although there was some resentment in his heart, since it had already started, Susili felt that there was no reason to give up halfway. After a long time, Susili heaved a sigh of relief. The man who was pressing on his back also let go of his hand. He straightened his back. Susili opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He really didn't know what to say. He could only sigh. Xixing was really strong in all aspects. He was a little envious. He helped him tidy up his clothes and wiped his hands on the dirty blanket. Xixing's neat white military uniform was a little messy. His belt was also a little crooked. It was inevitable that it would cause people to daydream. Fortunately, there were no traces left behind. He leaned back on the sofa with his eyes still closed. The corners of his eyes were a little red, and he looked like he had been bullied. Susili strangely saw a trace of satisfaction. Ahem, he coughed lightly. Well, you can adjust yourself first. I'm going out. After he finished speaking, he got up very irresponsibly and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Then, he slowly left the bedroom. Susili didn't notice that when he walked out, the man looked at his back with a deep gaze. After his figure completely disappeared, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up and he laughed softly. Susili went to the dining room and found that Qiong and Little Ash had already returned. They were obediently sitting at the table and waiting for him. "Brother!" Xiaoqiang was the first to notice him, followed by little Ash. "Brother, your majesty." Finally, there was Ah Huang's howl. After the space ancient silver wolf returned to the small town, its silver fur became dirty again. Janice frowned when she saw this. But there was no other way. Ah Huang didn't like to bathe. After it became vigilant, she couldn't catch it now. "You can eat directly next time. Don't wait for me," Susili said. Ashing nodded obediently. On the other hand, the little boy frowned slightly. However, he didn't say anything in front of his brother. At this moment, Susili suddenly thought of something when he saw Ah Huang. He walked in front of it and squatted down. Ah Huang shook its big tail mischievously. However, it seemed to have remembered something and retreated a little cautiously. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you," Susili said, "but, have you been to other cities?" Ah Huang blinked and tilted its head in confusion. Susili felt that it was a little difficult. He didn't know if Ah Huang could understand his words with its intelligence, but if it was Cha-Mo, it should be able to understand. After all, Cha-Mo had made Jiuyu suffer. However, Cha-Mo was still seriously injured. And was in a deep sleep. Perhaps he had to find a way to cure Cha-Mo? "Ah Huang, other than the Imperial City, have you been to other cities? Lanyu City, Duskfrost City, Starcatcher City, Glass Sea City?" He paused every time he said the name of a city, but Ah Huang's eyes were still confused. That's right. Even if Ah Huang had been to other cities, it probably didn't know the names of those cities, right? "I've been to Lanyu City." At this moment, the little girl's crisp voice sounded. "Cha-Mo took me there. The cream buns there are super delicious." Then there was the sound of saliva swallowing. Susili's eyes lit up. He stood up and walked towards little Ash. "Ah Sheng, is what you said true? You've been to Lanyu City before?" Seeing him so excited, little Ash blinked and nodded uneasily. Seeing that he had scared her, Susili hurriedly suppressed his emotions and revealed a gentle smile. "Ah Sheng, when did you go to Lanyu City?" Little Ash tilted its head and thought for a moment, then shook its head. "I don't remember." "Then how did you come to the Imperial City?" "It's just..." Little Ashing recalled. "It's just that Cha-Mo cut a gap and then quickly walked over." It was a spatial skill. Susili was a little excited. "Then what about Cha-Mo? How can I wake him up?" he continued to ask. Little Ash shook its head. "I don't know. I haven't seen him in a long time. He said he wanted to sleep and when he woke up, he would come and find me. He didn't want me to be taken away by bad people." Susili sighed. He knew that he couldn't get anything out of it, so he didn't ask any more. It seemed that Cha-Mo still had to be cured, but this was actually good. The teleportation formation had to be built, and Cha-Mo also had to be cured. Just like how he earned universe coins back then, he had to develop in multiple ways. Looking at the still confused Ah Huang, Susili smiled and ordered Janice to prepare more meat for the big yellow dog, no, for the ancient silver wolf. It could only recover well if it ate more. He would find someone to cure it tomorrow. Who should he find? Oh, Naya. However, Susili could roughly imagine what kind of wonderful expression this aristocrat of the water healing division would have after receiving this order. But he didn't care so much. He had to be cured whether he wanted to or not. If anyone dared to delay him from seeing his second brother, then no one would have an easy time. Ah Huang, who was squatting in front of him, couldn't help but shrink its neck. It inexplicably felt that this human's expression was a little scary. "I'd better stay away from him." But when Janice brought a big bowl of meat for it, Ah Huang completely forgot about everything else. It wagged its big tail and ate happily. Beside them, seeing that Susili's attention was always on little Ash and the big yellow dog, Joan pursed her lips. "Brother, a group of strange people came to Mercenary Town today," Joan suddenly said. Magistrate Wen said that they are the warriors. "Brother, what's a warrior?" Susili looked at her, and a gentle smile appeared on his face again. "A warrior is a legendary person who came from the other world and can save the Roland Empire." "Them?" Joan frowned. She seemed to have thought of something, but she didn't say anything. Do you think that they are weak? Susili sat down at the table and chatted with her in a good mood. Joan nodded hesitantly. They were not weak, they were very weak. She felt that even newborn babies were stronger than them. This feeling was natural. After all, newborn NPCs had at least one constitution, which was 1000 HP, no matter how weak they were. On the other hand, players could only reach 100 HP with 1 point of physique, and those who exceeded 10 points of physique were few and far between. Susili unfolded the napkin and stuffed it into his collar. He said, although they are very weak now, don't underestimate them. I don't expect them to save us, but I hope that we can use their strength to build the empire better. They have some good qualities. You can observe and learn. Of course, don't learn the bad things. Speaking of this, Susili was still a little worried. He said to the two little guys, you've been in Mercenary Town for a while. Oh, Su Lin has cultivated Snow Valley, why don't you go back to the academy to study? At the current stage, the players were still figuring out the rules of the game. Who knew what they would do? He could ignore the others, but Joan and Little Ash were his younger siblings. Moreover, Little Ash was indeed at the age to study in the academy. Joan frowned slightly at his words. Although he was a little reluctant at first, he had now adapted to life in the town. Even if he had to follow Little Ash, he felt that cultivating in the town was much faster than cultivating in the academy. He had an epiphany not long ago, and now he felt like he was about to break through. If Susili knew his thoughts, he would definitely say, silly child, you feel that cultivating in the town is faster because the human-shaped spirit gathering array is beside you. Moreover, he's saying germinal twice a day for them, so their elemental affinity should have increased. Okay, it's decided. Susili decided. The two children, one 10 and one 8 years old, naturally should go to school. Ah Sheng, I don't expect you to be strong in your cultivation, but studying in the academy is necessary. I don't want to see you slacking off. It was rare to see him so serious, so Little Ash nodded quickly and said seriously, so, my next job is to study in the academy? This little girl still remembered to work for Susili. Even in the mercenary town, she did not slack off. Every day, she conscientiously sang by the farm in Su Lin. Susili paused. Looking at her serious expression, he nodded and said, yes, this is your job. I will find time to check. Then he looked at Xianxia. Xiaoqiang, you will supervise Ah Sheng. I will leave this task to you. Can you do it? Xiaoqiang immediately straightened his back. He suddenly changed from the role of a protector to a supervisor. He felt like he was promoted. No problem. I will definitely keep a close eye on her. He promised very seriously. He had already forgotten the disappointment of not being able to go to the town. Susili was satisfied. He looked at Ah Huang. It would definitely follow Little Ash. It was safer in the academy than in the mercenary town. After all, there was a group of unscrupulous players there. At this moment, Wen Jishan suddenly sent a message. Susili glanced at it and was pleasantly surprised. The console's efficiency was really high. He found Akeda in less than a day, the mercenary town. Time moved forward a little. Wen Jishan was in his temporary residence. He was drinking tea while sorting out the list given to him by his subordinates. He was in a military shuttle, so it was faster. When His Majesty asked him to collect the list of orphans, he had just arrived at the mercenary town. He did not understand why His Majesty asked him to collect the list. He had always insisted on implementing the poverty alleviation policy. The mercenary town's food and clothing rate was not 100%, but it should be at least 99%. After all, with the arrival of more and more wood elementalists, the cultivated dark grains had filled countless warehouses. They even had to build new warehouses to store them. As a result, the mercenary points had increased. It used to be 1 point per kilogram, but now it was 1 point per kilogram. However, with so many people and so little time, there were always some things that could not be taken care of. But he had already ordered people to follow up. Could it be that His Majesty was still dissatisfied with him? Wen Jishan shook his head. He could not understand, so he did not continue to think about it. Instead, he sent the list to that person. Anyway, these elderly and children did not starve, he was very confident, so he was not afraid. After sending the list, he continued to flip through the financial reports. He and Naya had reached a consensus. She did not care whether those who came to treat were townsfolk or not, as long as they could be treated. As for how much benefits he gained from it, she did not care. This healer of the lake had been treating all kinds of injuries day and night. He did not know why she changed, but he knew that it probably had something to do with His Majesty. If he knew that Naya had been ordered by Susili to treat 10,000 patients before she could regain her identity as a noble and a member of the Royal Water Healing Division, he would understand her urgency. In short, Wen Jishan had made a lot of money recently. If His Majesty saw the financial reports, he would probably be shocked, right? He thought proudly, looking forward to seeing the shocked expression on that person's face. He was Wen Jishan. Other things aside, his ability to make money was one of the best. At this moment, his communication device rang. Wen Jishan glanced down and saw the order sent by His Majesty. He frowned in confusion. Let the brave ones take care of these elderly and children. Wen Jishan thought of that group of unreliable people. He found it hard to imagine that they would be willing to do this kind of work. In particular, a large number of them were men who were definitely not gentle. However, they weren't in any danger. After all, even if he was not an elementalist, he could feel that these brave ones were really weak. Furthermore, he had also heard news that one of them had been killed by a single slap from a soldier. They had not even started a fight yet. Although he was confused, Wen Jishan still obeyed His Majesty's order. He had now become a loyal supporter of His Majesty. Since he had chosen him, there was no reason to doubt everything. Moreover, His Majesty had not let him down so far. Not long after, he received news from Li Jiu that the brave ones had arrived. He packed up his things and headed to the central square of Mercenary Town. The current mercenary town could no longer be called a town. In terms of population, with the continuous influx of local military elementalists and foreign workers, the population had risen from 50,000 to 70,000, and this number was still increasing. With a large number of people moving in and in full swing infrastructure construction, the facilities here were constantly being improved. The old low bungalows were constantly being demolished and rebuilt into 2- or 3-story wooden houses and brick houses. The small grocery store was also expanded into a large shopping mall. Through auction, it was rented to aristocratic merchants who smelled business opportunities and came from the inner city. Although these fellows were greedy, it had to be said that they were now running the shopping mall very well. After all, elementalists were not omnipotent. Some things could not be produced in a short period of time. With these merchants transporting goods from the inner city, it saved a lot of trouble. Moreover, with the reconstruction of the road from the inner city to Mercenary Town, not only was the road much smoother and wider, but the journey was also shortened. An ordinary person would have taken 2 days and 2 nights to walk, but now it was shortened by half. This was also due to the large number of earth and wood elementalists. Although these elementalists were not 1-star, they were from an academy and had mastered the ability to control elements. Not to mention the warrior element, there were actually quite a number of spirit element elementalists in the local army who were held back because of mistakes in the test. Once corrected and learned, although they did not improve by leaps and bounds, at least they had no problem controlling elements and building roads. Although the speed was slow, there were many people. More than 10,000 out of 30,000 local military elementalists had come. It was scary just thinking about it. Fortunately, there was Dark Valley. Otherwise, Wen Jishan would have to worry about not being able to feed them. The town was thriving. Almost everyone was in a hurry. They were very busy, but they also lived a fulfilling life. Even the reluctant local elementalists fell in love with the life in the small town after coming here. For those who were used to living a comfortable life, they did not need to risk their lives at the front line. They only needed to do their part and complete the construction work. For the elementalists who were unwilling to be ordinary and wanted to improve, the atmosphere and daily work here was actually a kind of training. Since coming to the town, there were people breaking through every day. This progress would be updated in real time on the mercenary rankings. Because of the increase in strength, there were also points. When Jishan looked at the unfamiliar faces in the elementalist uniform and could not help but feel envious sometimes. It would be great if he could cultivate as well. However, he was too busy now and did not have time to study the basic training methods. He went to the central square and finally saw the group of heroes. His first impression of these people was that they were undisciplined. However, some of the women looked at him with fanatical eyes, which made him stop in his tracks. Fortunately, these people still followed the rules. When Jishan cleared his throat and said, "Heroes, welcome to Mercenary Town." Then, without waiting for him to continue, he heard a burly man say loudly, "Stop talking nonsense, where is the old lady who can't move? I'm in a hurry to cook for her." When Jishan paused and looked at him suspiciously. "What are you looking at?" "I'm good at cooking, it's just cooking, isn't it? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up." They had been in the game for so long, they still needed to level up. What a waste of time, when Jishan could only say, "There's a list here." Then, under his confused gaze, a large group of heroes swarmed over and began to fight for the papers. But soon, some of the heroes stood up to maintain order. "Don't fight, don't fight. Distribute according to your needs. Who needs the old lady? Hey, hey, hey. I want one too. Give it to me. Give me one. Who wants the old man? Here, here. I want the old man." When Jishan was stunned. Were these people crazy? Areiko blended into the crowd and focused her camera on the players who were fighting for the mission. The person in charge of the distribution was Wang Yang, who was also a professional player. Other than Lin Mu, he was one of the most prestigious players among the 200 players. Areiko found it interesting as she watched them fight for the name list. On the small TV in the upper right corner of her screen, various comments floated past. "Shocking. Someone actually did this to old ladies and grandpas. Ha 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 ha, this is 2F asterisk cat up. The person in front, the UC Shock department needs you. The game looks so fun, when is the open beta? I want to play too." Areiko was also surprised by the sudden surge in numbers. She only found out that her link was forwarded to the public platform and became a trending topic after reading the comments. After all, this was the first holographic game that claimed to be 99% realistic. Once the news spread, it attracted a lot of attention. This also brought the first wave of traffic to the Starry Sky forum. The forum was now quite active. Although there were only 1,000 beta players, those who were selected were all veterans. In the early stages of the game exploration, they didn't mind sharing their discoveries. This way, they could quickly exchange information. Areiko didn't fight for the name list. She focused her camera on the players and when Jishan and browsed through the strategy posts on the forum. Because they were sent to the mercenary town, they were delayed. On the road. Now, there were players from other main cities who had finished their daily quests. Moreover, that player also shared his completion process. A lifetime joy, hello everyone. That's right, I'm the handsome guy that everyone loves, the Magic Box team's a lifetime joy. I'll record my process of playing Star Age in this post. If there's anything you don't understand, you can leave a comment or discuss it. Wow, it's a lifetime joy, Areiko quickly scrolled down. Although a lifetime joy was a bit of a braggart, his skills were top-notch and he had a cute personality. She quite liked him. I entered the game at 10 o'clock in the morning when the server opened. I've been in the game for more than 2 hours now. The feeling this game gives me is awesome. Absolutely high realism and freedom. It can almost be said that what you can do in reality, you can basically do in the game. What you can't do in reality, you can do in the game. Of course, I can't take off your clothes. If you don't believe me, you can try. Areiko felt that there must be people around her reading the post, because she saw a male player next to her actually start taking off his clothes. In the past, those 2D characters in online games were one thing, but this was a virtual reality game. She felt a wave of nausea, but fortunately, there was no unpleasant scene. The beginner's uniform couldn't be removed, other than the shoes. There were only a few accessories that could be removed. Areiko heaved a sigh of relief. He silently blacklisted the melancholy male player and continued to read a Lifetime of Joy's post. Lifetime happiness, I was born in Glazed Sea City. Let me show everyone the scenery here. After that, he posted a lot of scenery pictures. Of course, every one of them had his black hair and red clothes, and his extremely flashy back. None of them are 100% real game screenshots with filters. TSK, look at my handsome face, it's amazing. Glazed Sea City should be a city near the sea. Moreover, the summoning circle should be by the sea. That's why a lifetime happiness was able to take so many pictures of the sea. So beautiful. Areiko looked at the pictures and couldn't help but yearn for Glazed Sea City. She must play there in the future. After introducing the realism, let's talk about the freedom. To be honest, I've never played a game that did such a bad beginner's guide. Or rather, it didn't even have a beginner's guide. Other than giving a beginner's gift at the start of the game, there was nothing else. This handsome guy who's used to the games of the past really couldn't get used to it. But soon, I received an elite mission. A Lifetime Happiness posted a screenshot of the mission. Meet His Majesty the Emperor. At that time, I thought, His Majesty the Emperor must have heard of my beauty, so he couldn't wait to meet me. This post attracted a lot of complaints. However, A Lifetime Happiness turned a blind eye to it. He even felt that the netizens were jealous of his beauty. However, my little Xianxia sent me a picture of His Majesty the Emperor. She's in the Imperial City, so she got to see His Majesty the Emperor first. Yes, His Majesty looks like this. Then, there was a picture of beauty. Sitting on the throne was a handsome young man with a crown on his head. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. His long silver hair hung down, making his indifferent expression seem even colder and more indifferent. Even though Areiko had been shocked by beauty before, she still couldn't resist looking at this picture again. She secretly saved the picture and couldn't help but leave a comment. Bah! How did His Majesty become yours? There were many people who had the same opinion as Areiko, but of course, they were all ignored by A Lifetime Happiness. A Lifetime Happiness, in order to see His Majesty's godly face with my own eyes, of course, I have to go to the Imperial City for 100 EXP and 10 reputation. It said that a lucky guy got 999 EXP and is now on the level ranking board. It's very likely that he's reading my post right now. Sigh, there's no helping it when you're handsome. You'll be the center of attention wherever you go. Areiko spat again. She was indeed at the top of the level ranking board, but she felt that she would be surpassed soon. A Lifetime Happiness, but unfortunately, after asking around, I finally found an important clue. Now, the roads between the main cities are blocked by interstellar beasts. And this leads to the background story of the game, and even the future main storyline. Areiko blinked. Background story and future main storyline? As expected of a god. It's only been a few hours, and he's already figured it out. She was still in a state of confusion. A Lifetime Happiness, the map we're on now is called the Roland Empire. I don't know how big its territory is, because there's no map. There's no navigation. A friendly reminder. Friends with no sense of direction might not be suitable to play this game. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of an update in the future. Anyway, there's no update now. The map is a very simple paper map that was given to me by a kind old man. Speaking of which, the AI level of the NPCs in this game is no different from a real person. I highly suspect that these NPCs are all played by real people. With our current technology, it's hard to imagine how to make an AI with such rich emotions, harmonious body movements, and no rigid expressions. I talked a lot with that old man. He gave me the feeling that he was a real person. If it wasn't for the reminder of the favorability level, I would have forgotten that I'm playing a game. Isn't it scary? Many onlookers who didn't play the game expressed their doubts. But soon, a closed beta player expressed that what A Lifetime Happiness said was true. A Lifetime Happiness, so, when you face NPCs, it's best to be careful of your words and actions. This game is very different from traditional games. Poor little Xianxia. Just because she verbally flirted with her husband, Li Jiu, her favorability level was reduced by 1,000 points and she was in danger of being killed. Below, he posted a screenshot that Xianxia had sent to the team. He continued, then, I'll tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Players who enter the game for the first time are very weak. Basically, their health bar will be emptied after being hit by an NPC. Then, he mentioned the death penalty. So, if you don't want to wait 30 minutes after death to continue playing the game, and you might miss out on important missions during this time, you should be careful and not talk too much. For example, the player who was killed by the soldiers had been judged to have failed the elite mission, meeting the emperor, and had to walk to the mercenary town by himself. It was very tragic. That player was optimistic and even shared this on the forum. All in all, a lifetime happiness's explanation alerted some players. But soon, someone reminded him that he had gone off topic. They wanted to hear the background story and the main storyline. A lifetime happiness. Okay, it's a bit complicated to explain. In short, this is a story with an interstellar background. But the planet where the Roland Empire was located was almost destroyed by an unknown natural disaster 100 years ago. After the reconstruction, the civilization level of the country was very low, and it was very miserable. The 5 main cities were in danger of being destroyed by interstellar beasts at any time. So, our main storyline in the future is to revive the Empire, destroy the interstellar beasts, and finally invade an alien civilization. There were some screenshots at the end, and many closed beta players replied to the post. The discussion was very lively. The universe and the stars had always been the dream of mankind. With the realism of this game, if there was really an interstellar map, just thinking about it made people excited. A lifetime happiness. Okay, let's not talk about other things. I just received a few more missions. Then, he posted screenshots of the 3 missions, daily life and weekly life. The triggering mechanism of this game's missions is really casual. A lifetime happiness continued to complain. Just walking on the street, and suddenly a mission pops up. There's not much to say about these 3 missions, at least the daily missions have to be completed at least once. I'll go do the mission first, and then I'll tell you all about it. Areiko scrolled down, and after ignoring many posts, he finally saw a lifetime happiness's update. Looking at the time, it was a reply from 1 minute ago. A lifetime happiness. Okay, I'm back. Let's cut to the chase and talk about the mission feedback. The daily mission, Respect the Old and Love the Young, is a chain mission. Each round is a normal mission, and the basic reward is 10 experience points and 1 reputation point. The last round directly gives 50 experience points. After 6 rounds of running, you can basically get 100 experience points and 5 reputation points. But it's worth noting that if the NPC's favorability towards you increases during the running, there will be additional rewards, a total of 89 experience points and 8 reputation points. In total, you can get 99 experience points and 9 reputation points, which may be the maximum reward for normal missions. So, in theory, as long as you can increase the NPC's favorability with each round, you can get a maximum of 594 experience points and 54 reputation points after 6 rounds of running. So, as I said, be careful in front of NPCs, this is very important. The gaming group is also guiding you in this regard. Okay, that's all for today. I'm going to the city to play. This game is so *king interesting. Areiko was looking at a lifetime happiness's post when he suddenly heard a message in the group channel. Qingyan, picture, she posted a lifetime happiness's conclusion on the public screen, so that players who did not read the post could know the strategy. Everyone, take a look, the game is still in the exploration stage. Although it may be a competitive relationship in the future, for now, it's best that we help each other understand the rules of the game faster. Gentle Smile's words immediately resonated with a group of players. It was especially true for non-professional players, who had a good impression of her. Thank you, Goddess Qingyan, we'll be careful. I'm going to Zhendong Street now, is there anyone going the same way? Want to go together? Slowly, people left the group and formed a new group. Seeing this, Qingyan pulled everyone into a group channel and then disbanded the group. The game was very user-friendly in this regard, and the various gadgets were very convenient. Qingyan was faintly showing signs of becoming the leader. After all, no one was like her, who added 200 people as friends at the beginning of the game, including Flower Follower, who was taken away by Li Jiu. However, when she sent the group chat invitation, the other party did not accept, so her message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Qingyan pouted and did not care about this little brat anymore. First, she needed to rope in the non-professional players in the mercenary town. Her mission in this game was to explore, and also to prepare for the future of her team. At the very least, it was necessary to build up a guild force. Boss Sumo, where are you going? Do you want to form a party for a quest? Beside the central square, Sumo was walking along a small path. Hearing this, he could not help but stop and look back. His figure was tall and thin, and there was a hint of impatience on his handsome face. There was a hint of arrogance and unruly arrogance. Do I know you? Sumo raised his eyebrows and asked with a lollipop in his mouth. The person who called out to him froze. F***ck, I'm Big Maple. Boss, don't you recognize me? Didn't we agree to play Starry Sky together? That person looked sad, but Sumo suddenly understood. You changed your name? Yeah, isn't this really cool? Xianxia said. Sumo rolled his eyes. Go do your quest, I'll walk around. Hey, boss, don't go, let's add each other as friends. Xianxia quickly chased after him. It's fate that we were assigned to the same main city. Boss, where did you get this lollipop? Can I have one too? F***ck off. Sumo accepted his friend's request, then ignored him and continued to walk down the path he chose. He was just a normal player, so he didn't have any KPI to complete. Compared to reading guides and doing quests, he preferred to explore on his own. Walking down one street after another, Sumo couldn't even tell if he was in a game or in a small town in a foreign country. He held the lollipop in his mouth as he searched, and finally found a quest target. It was a little boy squatting on the side of the road, drawing on the ground with a stick. Sumo's first quest was to give the little boy snacks. Now that he found the quest target, as for snacks, he took out a lollipop from his pocket. He bought it on the way to the central square, and it tasted pretty good. He squatted down in front of the little boy. The little boy stopped playing with the stick and looked up at him. Thinking about the guide, Sumo could only force a friendly smile and pass the lollipop to him. Eat. As soon as he said that, he heard the child cry out loud. Sumo was stunned. Why cry when there's candy to eat? What's there to cry about? He put on a straight face, and the little boy cried even harder, which attracted the attention of the pedestrians around them. Being stared at by the pedestrians, even Sumo couldn't help but feel a little pressured. He didn't set reality sense to 0, so he could still feel some pressure. Plus, most of the pedestrians around him were elementalists. Sumo pursed his lips, looked at the crying little boy, and unwrapped the lollipop in annoyance, wanting to stuff it directly into his mouth. If he ate something sweet, he wouldn't cry anymore, right? What are you doing? A clear voice sounded beside him. Sumo looked to the side and saw a red-haired young man walking out of a shop with a bunch of things in his arms, frowning slightly at him. Sumo's gaze stayed on his face for a while, then he calmed down and quietly unwrapped the candy. However, the candy seemed to be a little difficult to unwrap, and he couldn't unwrap it even after a long time. Ikeda looked down at him and frowned, his red eyes looking at the crying little boy. He also squatted down and smiled gently. Little Cam, why are you crying? How's Grandma's health recently? The crying little boy couldn't help but stop. Noticing Ikeda's arrival, he hurriedly threw away the branches and ran behind Ikeda, looking at Sumo with fear. Sumo was speechless. I'm just asking you to eat candy to complete the mission. What's with the look in your eyes? He wanted to explain, but when his gaze fell on the red-haired young man's face, he froze. Ikeda could tell that he wasn't a bad guy, so he took the lollipop from him, carefully unwrapped it, and handed it to the little boy. Little Cam, here, this big brother gave you something to eat. The little boy sniffed, looked at him, and then at the lollipop, and finally took it, whispering, "Thank you, big brother." Then he picked up the branches on the ground and ran into the alley. Sumo saw the mission completion notification, but he didn't care. His eyes wandered, occasionally landing on the red-haired young man. But Ikeda didn't notice. He hugged his pile of things, stood up, and said to him with a smile, "Thank you for treating little Cam to candy, but next time, you better smile and appear more friendly, then the child won't be afraid of you." Sumo curled his lips, he clearly smiled, "Okay?" But, his gaze fell on Ikeda's face again. But not as good as his smile. He looked at the top of his head, unwilling to give up. There was no game ID, so the young man in front of him was an NPC, not a player. But if he was a player, his appearance could be altered, but this red-haired young man, Suemo licked his lips, and when the young man was about to leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what's your name?" Ikeda looked back at him, puzzled. "Are you asking me? What else?" Ikeda frowned, and said unhappily, "Mister, if you want to make friends, you still need to follow basic manners." Make friends? Cough, cough, cough. Suemo coughed, and said in a low voice, "I'm just like this." "Okay, I apologize, what's your name?" "Before you ask someone, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" I'm Suemo Ikeda." Ikeda finished, and continued to walk forward. He was very busy now, and didn't have time to chat with a strange stranger. His decision to come to town was proven correct. And because he came early, he was fortunate enough to meet Lord Wenjishan. Yes, he also sent out the fruit basket that his mother wanted him to send. In short, he was put in an important position. In the project of expanding town, the addition of an architect was undoubtedly crucial. Although Ikeda was still young, and had just graduated, he was highly regarded by Wenjishan. Now, many of the buildings in town were designed by him. Because of the existence of the elementalists, he was able to realize his ideas in a very short time. This was a speed that he had never dreamt of before. It was both pressure and motivation. In just a month, he had made great progress. Now, Ikeda firmly believed that the future of Mercenary Town, under the joint efforts of His Majesty and everyone, would only get better and better. After walking for a while, Ikeda stopped. He turned his head and looked back. "Why are you following me?" Suemo scratched his head. Didn't you say we were going to make friends? I see that you have something to do you need help?" Ikeda looked at him suspiciously, and finally nodded slightly. Of course, the more people who were building the town, the better. And so, Suemo followed Ikeda to the construction site, and saw the busy elementalists. This was the first time he saw supernatural power in a game. However, compared to leveling up and learning skills, his attention was more on the red-haired young man. Unfortunately, Ikeda didn't even look at him, and kept on writing and drawing on the blueprint. He wanted to help, but in the end, he realized that this kind of architectural blueprint couldn't be understood if he hadn't learned it before. Then, he was sent to carry bricks. He, Suemo, was an all-powerful boss in other games. How could he be asked to carry bricks? Ikeda glanced at him and said, "You're not carrying bricks." "Suemo, I'm carrying them." The next day, when Susili was led by Wenjishan to the construction site to look for Ikeda, he saw a player with a game ID moving bricks from afar. He couldn't help but feel a little strange, as he didn't give out any construction-related quests. At this time, shouldn't the players be busy with their daily quests? However, when he saw the player's ID, Susili understood. Suemo, the future big boss of construction, looking at him working hard to carry bricks, Susili couldn't help but nod. This guy really loved to do construction. Yes, he really didn't know. Then, he turned his gaze to the side, and it fell on Ikeda, who was a little confused. Susili regretted that he didn't have time to use Inspect on him last time. Now that they met face to face, he used Inspect on him. Ikeda, Identity, NPC with Special Abilities Level, LV5 Health Points, 10,000/10,000 Elemental Affinity, None Special Ability, Construction, participate in construction-type activities, and the construction time will be reduced by 50%. Participate in construction-type activities, and the construction will receive random buffs. Susili looked at Ikeda's attributes. He knew that this NPC was a special talent, but he didn't expect his attributes to be so good. The construction time was reduced by 50%, and the production and management-type buildings could also receive random buffs. What kind of godly attributes were these? Ikeda was at a loss as to what to do. He was just a normal civilian, and in the past 20 years of his life, he grew up like a normal civilian, just like all of his civilian friends. Ikeda never thought that one day, the Honorable Emperor would appear at his construction site, and even more, he was here for him. Gee. Ikeda greets your majesty. He quickly remembered that he was in a daze and didn't even greet the emperor, so he hurriedly bowed. Susili looked at him and smiled faintly. Ikeda, you are very good. The silver-haired young man didn't put on the airs of an emperor, but the noble aura around him made others not dare to act rashly. I heard about what happened to you from Wen Jishan. Susili looked at him and said softly, a talented person like you actually gave up the good life in the inner city and volunteered to participate in the construction of the mercenary town. I am very pleased. Next, I have a more important task for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ikeda's whole body was trembling. He tried his best to control himself and bowed respectfully. He said in a clear voice, Chiyu obeys. Okay, then you can continue with your work. Susili nodded and looked at the construction site that was stopped because of his arrival, and didn't stay any longer. The construction of the mercenary town was also related to the upgrade of the imperial city, so it couldn't be delayed. Thus, under the escort of the guards, Susili left the construction site. Wen Jishan also patted Ikeda's shoulder and left with a smile on his face. Without the obstruction of the guards, Sumo finally squeezed through the construction site. He didn't expect to see the emperor of the Roland Empire here. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at him as he was escorted away by his guards. He now knew that this emperor was called Snow Roland. After a day and a night of fermenting, the image of His Majesty's godly face was not only widely circulated in the forum, but also out of the circle. Even Sumo, who didn't care about gossip, vaguely heard something. The cause of all this was Areko's live broadcast. She had asked His Majesty if he had heard of Milky Way, which had been edited and circulated. Milky Way was Susili's famous song. In the past 10 years, the people who listened to Galaxy had grown up. But as former fans, many people had not forgotten the superstar who had fallen at the peak of his career. Every year, on that day, fans would organize memorial activities. Even after 10 years, they would never forget about it. It was now the beginning of August. There was less than a month left until that day. Therefore, when a game character who looked like that superstar appeared in such a real way, and with various marketing accounts adding fuel to the fire, it didn't take long for a stormy wave to rise on the internet. A lot of people who weren't familiar with the game watched the video and at first thought that it was just a look. When it was revealed that this was a character in a holographic game, the originally calm fans suddenly exploded. Their idol had turned into a shooting star and disappeared. But in the hearts of the fans, there would always be a place for him. Now, someone was actually using his appearance and fame to do such a blood-sucking thing. Unforgivable. For a time, there were crusading voices everywhere. Even some passers-by who weren't considered fans spoke out. Consuming a person who had passed away for many years was too unsightly. It was not tolerated by the domestic environment. Fortunately, the game company didn't play dead and quickly released a statement. This emperor, Sinuo Roland, was indeed modeled after the former Heavenly King Susili. However, this was Heavenly King Susili's dying wish. He hoped to give his family the last hope after he passed away. Finally, he hoped that fans could treat this character rationally. Even if they were players, they shouldn't overly disturb the character's life. Let's just say that Susili had been reborn in another world and started a new life there. Then, a photo of Susili and Dr. Wang at the Research Institute was shown. At the same time, the Su family's share in the holographic game Star Age was shown. Since then, the public opinion had completely changed. More and more closed beta players also began to speak out, promoting this epic-making holographic game to the public. This could be considered a freak combination of factors that brought enough exposure to the game. In fact, the players were also very strange. It was clearly such an excellent product, but they didn't see any advertisements. Even the closed beta started quietly. If it wasn't for Areko's live broadcast and the promotion of various professional gods, very few people would have known about such a game. Now, the game's official website was overcrowded. Countless players left comments in the comment section, hoping that the game would be released as soon as possible. Some even offered a high price to buy the game cabin on the forum. In the end, the official website had to speak up. The 1,000 game cabins released so far were already bound to the first closed beta players and couldn't be traded to others. Currently, all the information sold on the market was fake to prevent people from being scammed. The game would be in its second closed beta, and 5,000 slots would be released. The exact time was not set, but the channel had been opened and reservations were accepted. Because of the large number of slots, the second closed beta would no longer be free of charge. Reservations required a 20% deposit, which was 10,000 yuan. In other words, a game cabin would cost 50,000 yuan. After paying the deposit, it wasn't guaranteed that one would be able to buy it. If one didn't get it in the end, the deposit would be refunded. 50,000 yuan for a game cabin was too expensive, enough to dissuade 70 to 80% of the ordinary people. Fortunately, the official website also stated that a more convenient and affordable helmet-style game console was already in development. However, this kind of gaming console would definitely sacrifice the experience as the price. As for which one to buy, it would depend on the player's financial ability. Of course, there was no shortage of rich people in the gaming industry. With only 5,000 slots, it wasn't enough to go around. A minute after the channel was opened, tens of thousands of people had already paid the deposit, and the number was still rising. Su Mo only heard about this from Xianxia and didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, after looking at the back of the emperor, he looked away and set his eyes on Ikeda. The handsome young man's face was slightly red, and his face was filled with indescribable excitement. Su Mo couldn't help but pout as he felt a little uncomfortable. Su Mo. At this moment, the young man suddenly called out to him. His face was red as he smiled at him and couldn't help but grab his arm. Did you hear that? His Majesty just praised me and said he's going to give me a mission. Ah, I'm so happy. Ikeda's eyes were shining as if he couldn't wait to jump up and down. He felt like he had succeeded in chasing after his idol. Looking at Ikeda's happy face, Su Mo scratched his face and looked away in embarrassment. Then, he couldn't help but look at Ikeda and said, "How about I let you hug me a little to vent your feelings?" Unfortunately, he said it too softly, and Ikeda didn't hear him at all. He had already turned around and ran to an elementalist at the construction site. He borrowed a communication device and called his family to share his excitement. Su Mo pouted and looked at Ikeda's building blueprint. His eyes flashed slightly. Damn, isn't it just building? How can it be difficult for me? He immediately connected to the external network and bought the relevant courses. After thinking for a while, he contacted a few big players who loved to play SimCity. Games and reality were probably different. Maybe the two could be combined. As for Ikeda being an NPC, who cares? It was the first time in 25 years that he met someone that he liked. Su Mo wasn't an antique, so he decided to chase after Ikeda regardless of the consequences. The mercenary town in the morning was very lively. People came and went, and the sounds of shouting were endless. Compared to a month ago, it could be said that the town had undergone tremendous changes. Susili didn't disturb the people. After leaving the construction site, he went up to the tallest building in the town. It was a 4-story bungalow. It was a very beautiful house, and it was made by Ikeda. Susili saw his talent. He went up to the attic and looked down at the bustling street below. Then, he looked at the clear blue sky and white clouds in the distance. His heart was filled with a sense of relaxation. Susili smiled slightly and began to think about his future plans for Ikeda and Su Mo. After a night of organizing, he had a rough idea of what to do next. There were 3 prerequisites to upgrade a main city to level 3. First, the total population must reach 5 million. This was more than enough with the population of the imperial city. Second, there must be 3 level 2 districts. Third, a level 3 energy stone. As for the energy stone, he hadn't found any clues yet. He could only continue to browse the forum to see if there was any related information. As for the 3 level 2 districts, the inner city was considered a district, and it was superior in all aspects. The mercenary town was considered half a district, and it was only 1 step away from level 2. Therefore, the most important thing now was to build the 3rd district as soon as possible. Yesterday, Susili looked at the Imperial City panel a few times and compared it with the map. In the end, he chose a small village called Doha. This small village was located between the mercenary town and the inner city. It was closest to the main road and formed a triangle with the other 2 districts. The small village's geographical location was good. It was next to the largest river in the Imperial City, the Nishido River. The Nishido River's tributaries were very dense. It flowed through almost half of the imperial city and even extended to the front lines. If this place was developed into a port and connected to the main road between the inner city and the mercenary town, this place could become the real Golden Triangle. Susili planned to change the name of Doha Village to Doha Town. However, this town didn't live up to its name. He looked at the panel of Doha Village again. Requirements for Doha Village to Level 2, Main City Level, Level 2/Level 2 Population, 562/10,000 Unique Buildings, Council Hall, January 1st, Academy, 0/1, Bank, 0/1, Guard Barracks, 0/1, Shop, January 6th, Farm, 21 Tents, Processing Factory, 0/5, Sewage Treatment Plant, 0/2, Entertainment, January 1st, Carriage Shop, 0/1, Clinic, 0/1, Shop Type, Grocery Store, January 1st, Vegetable Market, 0/1, Clothing Store, 0/1, Hardware Store, 0/1, Restaurant, 0/1, Pharmacy, 0/1, Food and Clothing Rate of Residence, 90%/100% Doha Village was truly a remote and desolate place. The population was only about 500, and they basically relied on self-sufficiency to make a living. These unique buildings were not difficult, but the key was the population of 10,000. It was impossible to increase the population by itself. The only way was to merge the nearby villages. However, when the population increased, problems would also follow. For example, the basic necessities of these people had to be solved. Otherwise, the food and clothing rate of the residents would definitely be affected. Or perhaps, he could transfer all the remaining elementalists who had not yet reported to the Mercenary Association and set up a branch there. Susili thought about these things. Although he was prepared to appoint Akeda as the chief engineer and let him build Doha Town, he was still young, and he was not an elementalist. He might not be able to convince the public. Perhaps when Jishan was done with his work here, he could send him over. Thinking of this, Susili looked at the chief magistrate and could not help but feel a trace of sympathy. If he remembered correctly, this chief magistrate's original goal in life seemed to be a dessert shop owner. Now, he was busy every day, spinning nonstop like a spinning top. Perhaps, he needed to find some reliable talents. Susili looked down at the streets, and could see one or two players walking past from time to time. They were in a hurry, obviously running missions. For normal people, these trivial tasks might be painful, but for players, it was just a game, so they were willing and even enjoyed it. Players were useful, but there were too few of them. Also, it was not easy to manage. Although Susili could see the list of all the players who had accepted the mission, it was difficult for him to identify Second Brother just by looking at the name. Susili looked at the players' IDs, and his purple eyes flashed slightly. If only there was something that could help him compile the players' information, and even monitor their movements. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Susili looked in the direction of the inner city. He seemed to have thought of something that could help him, castle in the outskirts of the inner city. Susili did not let Xianxia follow him when he went out today. After all, after such a thing happened, he felt that Xianxia might need some time to digest it. Therefore, Xianxia, who had nothing to do, returned to the castle, lay down in the game cabin, and entered the virtual room. Although the Lord God was no longer worried about universe credits, Xianxia still remembered how he was almost unable to enter the interstellar community because of 10 universe credits. In order to follow in the footsteps of the Lord God, he had to accumulate some wealth. At least when the Lord God needed him, he could help him without hesitation, and not fall into a dilemma. However, how to earn universe credits was a bit difficult for Xianxia. Before he could summon it, the little robot appeared. Roland's guardian, is there anything I can help you with? Little Five's voice was still as cute as ever. Xianxia glanced at it and did not speak. Xiaowu immediately lowered its head. I'm so bored. Brother hasn't come to see me in a long time. Is he okay? Xianxia looked away and said lightly, I want a cup of milk tea with boobs. The little robot blinked its eyes and then quickly responded, okay. It will be ready soon. Obviously, it only needed to use data synthesis, but it also made a workbench and various materials, and then mixed them up as if it was real. 5 minutes later, the blonde boy sat on the sofa with a cup of milk tea. He held the straw with a blank expression, occasionally taking a sip, and then chewing on the boobs as he fell into deep thought. The little robot sat on the coffee table and swung its two metal mechanical legs. Noticing that he was absent-minded, it could not help but ask, "Are you worried about something? Also, you haven't answered me. How is my brother?" "His Majesty is fine." Xianxia said casually, "Since you're bored, why don't you go out?" "Go out? Go out where?" Xiaowu's tone was innocent, but its two light-bulb eyes were moving guiltily. Xianxia sneered. "You can come here and control my navigation AI, so why can't you hack into Star's network?" The little robot lowered its head. "But, according to the calculation results, there is an 89.2% probability that my brother will be angry with me. Xiaowu doesn't want my brother to be angry." The little robot looked very depressed, but Xianxia nodded approvingly. If it really dared to make a decision, he might have to take some measures. He put down milk tea, got up, and walked to the entrance of the Star Web community. Let's go for a walk." "You are entering the Star Web community. You need to pay 10 universe credits. Do you want to continue? Note, your mental strength has reached SSS+. You can stay in any major community on the Star Web without restriction. However, due to the low overall strength ranking of your country, you will need to apply to join the Freedom Alliance to enter regions above S rank. You can only enter after you have obtained the qualifications. Do you want to apply to join the Liberal League?" Last time, Susili suspected that he was an enemy. Before drawing a clear line between them, he returned all the money he earned to him. Therefore, Xianxia was not short of startup funds. Looking at the prompt on the Star Web, he naturally chose to apply. This was because he had a hunch that perhaps in these top Star Web communities, he could quickly find a way to accumulate wealth. When he applied, on a planet in the distant Star Web, someone immediately received the news. SSS+ spiritual power level? Wow, how long has it been since there was a newcomer? And he's from a country with low overall ranking? Quick, locate him for me. Which country is he from? I'll give you 2 minutes. I want to know all the information about this person." The little robot sitting on Xianxia's shoulder immediately sensed something. "Guardian, someone is detecting your information. Can you block it?" "Of course. Can you find out who the other party is?" This stumped the little robot. It scratched its head like a human. "Oh, give me a little time." According to the other party's account chat and transaction records, as well as some other clues, it can be inferred that his real name is Leah Kleiss from the Flanders Star Federation. He seems to be the son of a general. His spiritual power level is SSS. A holographic screen appeared in front of Xianxia. The data collected by the little robot floated on it. "The distance is too far. I can't control his smart brain AI. I can only get this information." On the other side, Leah Kleiss, who was waiting for the results of the investigation, received feedback. "I can't find anything? The information is encrypted?" He frowned. Could it be that the other party's authority is higher than mine? This doesn't make sense. If the country's strength ranking was high, it would be impossible to apply for the Liberal League, right? Leah looked at the information. The blonde young man named Guardian was wearing a white fox mask and the initial uniform of the Star Network community. No matter how he looked at him, he didn't look like a big shot. Looking at his deep gray-blue eyes, Leah silently remembered this young man. When he came to the SP region, he must go and greet him. This is too interesting. I can't find out which country he's from, and he's a guy with a spiritual power level of SSS+. In the entire Interstellar, only 3 people had this evaluation. Leah had no doubt that this young man would not be able to pass the Liberal League's application. As long as he wasn't blind, the president of the Liberal League would definitely try his best to keep this person. After all, after losing 2 high-end combatants, the Liberal League had been at the bottom of the rankings this season. If they couldn't make a comeback, they would directly withdraw from the competition. At that time, the Liberal League's share of resources next year would be scrapped by the other 10 big countries. The so-called Liberal League was formed by geniuses from various small countries. Although it was called freedom, how could it achieve true freedom? At this moment, not only Leah, but many people who weren't from the Liberal League also received information about this young man with the white fox mask and attracted attention. Xing wasn't aware of all this, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much. His application was approved in less than a minute. After paying 10 universe credits, Xing entered the SP region. The first thing that came into his sight was a building that went straight into the clouds. The design was filled with a sense of technology and had a cold sense of beauty. He looked left and right. About a kilometer around the building was empty and desolate. A kilometer away was a war zone. He extended his spiritual power and silently observed the world. The sky was filled with battleships and mechas. Battles were happening everywhere. Every second, battleships and mechas turned into streams of data and were annihilated. Obviously, the SP region wasn't a place for people to relax and entertain. Or perhaps, such battles were indeed a way for some people to relax and entertain themselves. Xing looked at it for a while, then withdrew his gaze without much interest. He still remembered the purpose of his visit here. It was just that at the moment, he hadn't seen any channels that could provide him with information. At this time, the little robot finally began to perform the duties of a navigation AI. Welcome to the SP battle region. You can conduct simulated battles, mecha battles, battleship exercises, spiritual power training. Halfway through, the little robot suddenly stopped. Just as Xing frowned and looked at it, it suddenly shouted in surprise, "Big Brother is here to find me. I'll go first. You play by yourself." Then, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Xing's shoulder. Xing, fortunately, the little robot still remembered to leave behind a panel when it disappeared. There were categories on it for him to choose from. Even after it left, it quickly came back and gave him a cup of milk tea before disappearing again. Xing took the milk tea and didn't dislike it. He sucked on the straw and fell into deep thought. So Lord God went out and came back. As he thought of this, he instantly lost interest in the panel in front of him. Thus, when Rhea and the others finally determined Xing's location and rushed over excitedly, they found that the young man with the white fox mask holding the cup of milk tea had disappeared without even looking at them. On the other side, Susili had just entered the virtual room. Susili had not entered the game cabin for a few days now. Previously, in order to earn money, he could not wait to stay in the Star Web community every day. After paying the 10 million alliance fee, he shifted his attention to the closed beta and forgot about this place. "Brother! You're here to see Xiaowu." As soon as he appeared in the virtual room, his vision blurred and he saw the little robot flashing in front of him, dancing and speaking cheerfully. That lively voice was almost devoid of any mechanical feeling. It was completely like that of a normal child. Looking at the little guy, Susili slightly curved his lips. He reached out to touch the little robot's metal head and used insight on it. Navigation AI 58462, Xiaowu, race, artificial intelligence level, LV1 health points, 500 status, already has a certain level of human emotions, like a 3 or 4-year-old child ownership, K2576 game cabin origin, Flanda Interstellar Federation. Susili was stunned. He did not expect Xiaowu to level up in such a short time. And compared to last time, it evolved to have health points. Health points should be the amount of HP? With this value, does it mean that Xiaowu can be killed? Susili slightly frowned. He did not know whether this was good or bad for Xiaowu. Xiaowu enjoyed Susili's touch and giggled. She said in a childish voice, "Brother, do you want to drink milk tea?" She actually learned how to entertain people. Susili's eyebrows slightly relaxed. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, give me a cup of cheese mang." For now, Xiaowu was still very safe. At least on Esh Star, there was definitely no second artificial intelligence. There was also no big scientific researcher who did in-depth research in this area. With this in mind, Susili sat down on the sofa and looked at the back end of Star Melody Network. His album and the Germinal Organization single were still very popular, and they were generating considerable profits every minute and second. This was probably because 2 of his songs were different from other popular songs, especially Roland's Goodnight. Songs with sleeping effects had a very wide audience. In the future, there were many people with sleeping problems, covering almost all ages. Other songs might be for entertainment, but this song was a cure for insomnia. It even had a very good pacifying effect and could be widely used in many comprehensions. Therefore, it was certain that it would explode. This song that was casually put up to make up the numbers might become Susilly's most profitable song. Comparatively speaking, Germinal had a smaller audience, but it could still be used in the spiritual realm. Last time, the listener called Blockhead was the same. In order to add Susilly as a friend, he had spent millions and even wanted to invite him to sing for his sister. However, Susilly did not have the time and did not plan to go out for the time being. That Mr. Wood, on the other hand, was persistent. In the end, he even decided to take a spaceship and bring his sister along. AI Shueshing was located in a remote location, and he did not know how long it would take for him to arrive. Although he really wanted to lure this researcher over, considering that the Bavad Empire was still eyeing AI Shueshing, Susilly kindly reminded him in the end. Mr. Wood said that he would consider it, but there was no response yet. Susilly was not in a hurry. The Roland Empire was still in a very primitive stage of construction. Even if he managed to lure the researcher over, there was no good research conditions for him. He would talk about this later. He continued to scroll through the back-end mailbox, but there was nothing special. After paying 10 million universe credits, the Star Alliance only sent a polite reply and did not say anything else. After all, the Roland Empire was ranked so low, who would expect others to pay attention to it? Just as Susilly was about to close the back end, he found a new email. The other party had sent it to him through the manager mailbox of the milk tea shop. He opened it and took a look. The general idea was that he had taken a fancy to his milk tea recipe and wanted to buy the recipe and even the entire shop. Susilly ignored it and directly deleted the email. He could now make money by singing, so he naturally did not care that much about the milk tea shop. Anyway, it was good to sell it in the shop. As long as the recipe was set, the system would automatically deduct the cost of the ingredients to make it. And the taste of every cup was exactly the same, it was perfect. It saved time and effort, and he did not need to rent a shop. There was no better way of doing business than this. Susilly did not even look at the milk tea shop's bill. Once you have enough money, it was just a number. He sucked on the cheese and looked at Xiao, who was sitting on the coffee table. Although there was no expression, he could still see that she was very happy. Finally, he said the purpose of this trip. Xiao Wu, do you want to go outside and take a look? Hearing this, the little robot was stunned. It raised its head and quietly looked at Susilly. Susilly scratched his head. Today, he realized that Xiao Wu was also alive. It was too cruel for it to be trapped in this virtual room. Without him, Xiao Wu would not be able to enter the Star Web community. Maybe it could do it when it was at a higher level in the future, but it could not do so now. Therefore, it could only stay in this small space and wait for him to come every day. Thinking about it made him feel very guilty. Since you can go on the Star Web and you are an artificial intelligence, you should be able to come and go freely in the network, right? Susilly said, there is also a network on AI Shueshue Star. Although it is not as good as the Star Web, it is at least bigger than this game cabin. Do you want to come out and help me do something? The little robot blinked. Do I have to come back after I'm done? It asked cautiously. Susilly was stunned and shook his head. If you like to stay outside, you can stay as long as you want. Hearing this, the little robot immediately nodded its little head, especially hard. Okay. It replied sweetly. Then what do you need me to do for you to enter AI Shueshue Star's network? Susilly asked. He was not sure if AI Shueshue Star's network base station was connected to the Star Web, or if the two were independent. As long as I have Big Brother's permission, Xiao Wu can go out. The little robot said in a childish voice. Susilly blinked and thought about it for a while. He roughly understood what it meant. It was similar to Star Web Authority. Okay, then I will give you the permission to enter AI Shueshue Star's network. AI Shueshue Star's network was actually set up with the help of the Star Alliance. It was a local network and was not connected to the Star Web. However, as a piece of data, Xiao Wu did not need to be connected to transmit. For example, if the game cabin was connected to AI Shueshue Star's network Wi-Fi, it could completely build a clone on AI Shueshue Star's network and transfer its consciousness over. Artificial intelligence was definitely the king of the network world. The reason why Xiaowu did not do this before was because it calculated that this method would cause Susili to be disgusted, so Xiaowu did not do it. But now that it was given the permission, it did not have any worries. Then what does Big Brother need Xiaowu to do? The little robot asked happily. That is not urgent. Susili said, help me bring up the Star Alliance's purchasing column. As an alliance country and a small country that was ranked at the bottom, the Star Alliance would give certain purchasing discounts. For example, a communication device would cost at least 2,000 universe credits to buy on the Star Alliance shopping network. But through the Star Alliance, it would only cost 1,000 universe credits after a discount. However, the minimum order was 5,000 universe credits. One order would cost 5 million universe credits, which was equivalent to half of the alliance fee. Now that Susili was rich, he directly bought 10,000 communication devices. These were prepared for the players. There should be a communication system between the players, but he was now an NPC and could not connect to their system. Therefore, it was necessary to equip himself with communication devices. Although he could not go to the other main cities, Xiaowu could, although the signal between the 5 main cities was not strong, sometimes even intermittent, they could still contact each other. If Xiaowu went to the other main cities, she could help him monitor the players and see if she could confirm the location of his second brother. The players in the first beta test benefited from his second brother. He only planned to set the price at 10 reputation points for a communication device that cost 1,000 universe credits. But the players after that would not be able to enjoy this benefit. After giving 1,000 universe credits to the players, Susili planned to put the remaining 9,000 universe credits on the mercenary platform. Mercenaries who wanted it could use their reputation points to exchange for it. Of course, he would not set the price too high. The communication device was still very important for normal mercenaries who fought in small groups. Hopefully, this would reduce their casualty rate. In addition to the communication device, Susili also brought up the equipment column. For the time being, he did not plan to allow weapons like laser guns to circulate among the players. It was too dangerous and would greatly increase the security problem. But some armors could be purchased. Actually, if possible, he wanted to increase the armors of the frontline army. But when he thought about the 200,000 soldiers in the royal city alone, he could not afford to raise them. So, it was better to make these things himself. And most importantly, there was still the blood potion. Although he had the formula and had given it to Dean Justin for research, Susili was still uncertain whether it could be made in a short time. After all, the elemental pharmacist was a profession that had been lost. Maybe everything still needed to be upgraded to level 3 in the royal city. After putting the armors into the shopping cart, Susili looked at the transportation vehicles. The largest one was the military shuttle. Things like warships and spaceships were out of the question. But without these, it would be difficult to defend against the attacks of the interstellar beasts in the sky. He also casually bought a batch of civilian transportation vehicles, such as hover cars, trucks, and buses. Anyway, the price was still acceptable. Then he looked at the robots. The Mercenary Association branch in Doha town needed robots to guard it. The robots in the mercenary town were purchased 5 or 6 years ago. Now, there were many versions of them. All in all, the total cost was almost 200 million yuan. When he finally saw the total amount, Susili could not help but be speechless. But now that he had money and the things he bought were necessary, he felt that it was quite worth it. In fact, the other items were not particularly expensive because there was a discount. The most expensive item was still the storage capsule. About 2,000 cubic meters of space, which was a volume of 10 by 10 by 20, cost 120 million. But was it expensive? It was not expensive at all. It was equivalent to a 3-story villa of 200 square meters, and it could be carried around. It was not even considered a shared area. More than 100 million, Susili felt that it was completely acceptable. He was even pleasantly surprised. Seeing that there was only one left, he quickly bought it. After the payment was successful, Susili looked at his account balance, which had been reduced by more than half. Instead of feeling bad, he was very happy. It felt good to have money to spend. If it were not for the fact that he had no use for it at the moment, he would have continued to buy. Xiao Wu, how long will it take for my things to arrive? Su Silly asked. According to the normal speed, they should arrive tomorrow. So fast? Su Silly was a little surprised. The Star Alliance headquarters should be very far from Xianxia Star, right? The little robot explained. Star Alliance has the most advanced fixed-point teleportation technology, which can quickly teleport items to another coordinate location. Su Silly was stunned. Wasn't this a teleportation array? Snow Roland did not have the relevant memories, so he was not clear about it. Suddenly, he realized something and shuddered. You mean, Star Alliance has the coordinates of Xianxia Star, so they can teleport things over at any time? Can they also teleport troops to any place? As long as they can locate the coordinates. The little robot shook its head. Brother, the fixed-point teleportation technology can only teleport items at the moment. It can't do it for living things. Su Silly still had a serious expression, but, is a robot considered a living thing? Xiao Wu said, the robot's program may be destroyed or interfered with during the teleportation process, so before the teleportation, it will unplug the power source and enter a dormant state. Su Silly narrowed his eyes. Moreover, Star Alliance had a storage capsule. This was simply too terrifying. When the two technologies were combined, once a war broke out, it would be a disaster for low-dimensional civilizations. Perhaps Star Alliance did not care about Xianxia Star, but Su Silly had to be vigilant, especially when the Bavad Empire was eyeing them covetously. If they mastered this technology, the current Roland Empire would not be able to bear it, but for now, they could only take things as they came. Su Silly memorized this information in his heart and then exited the virtual room. He did not go to the interstellar community. He was so busy now, he did not have time to wander around there. After exiting the game cabin, Su Silly tried to use the communication device to call Xiao Wu. Following his call, a light suddenly appeared on the communication device. A cute little robot suddenly appeared in front of him. Brother, why are you looking for Xiao Wu? Hearing its childish voice, Su Silly smiled and said, nothing, I just wanted to call you. There's nothing for you to do right now, you can go out and play, see if there's anything you like. Just as he was about to say that he would buy it, he suddenly realized that Xiao Wu was an artificial intelligence, it could not be used even if he bought it. Su Silly paused. At this time, the little robot asked confusedly, brother, what is like? Su Silly was stumped by this question. Humans were born with this kind of emotion, how should he explain this question to it? Well, it's a kind of happy emotion, he said carefully. Do you understand the feeling of happiness? The little robot nodded. Seeing that it nodded, Su Silly was relieved. If it did not understand this kind of emotion, it would be difficult for him to explain it. When you're doing something or having something, and you feel happy, that means you like it. He said this. The little robot nodded and said, then I like Big Brother. Su Silly smiled and heard it say, I also like to talk to people. I'm very happy when I talk. So this is like. Su Silly nodded, yes, this is like. Now that you have time, you can go find something you like to do. When I need it, I will call you with the communication device. You should be able to hear it, right? I can hear it. Xiao Wu nodded. Then, it waved to Su Silly and disappeared from his communication device. Looking at his communication device, Su Silly's smile faded. In fact, he was still a little worried. Xiao Wu was too simple now. If it was exposed to too much complicated information, would it affect its understanding of the world? But this step had to be taken sooner or later. He could not always restrain Xiao Wu. It was a real life, it should have a life and freedom that belonged to it. Su Silly sighed, shook his head, and decided to continue observing. So, what should he do next? The construction plan for the town of Doha had already been announced. Only after when Jishan and Akeda took action, could he continue to follow up. He thought for a while and posted the information about the purchase of Dracaena and Tamarind on the mercenary platform and the faction storage. After the blood drug was developed, these materials would definitely not be enough. For now, he needed to collect as much as he could. Then, Su Silly ordered Janice to prepare tea and snacks. He planned to browse the future forum to see if he could find something good. But just as he turned off the communication device, he suddenly looked to the side with vigilance. His hand was on the laser gun by his waist as he looked in the direction of the door. When he saw the familiar tall figure, Susili finally relaxed. The new understanding of Star Alliance technology just now made him a little suspicious. As soon as he felt that something was wrong, he overreacted. "When did you get here?" Susili let go of the gun and asked in a bad mood. "This guy always appears and disappears like a ghost. Sooner or later, I will be scared to death." "Just now." Xianxia curled his lips slightly. He disappeared on the spot and appeared in front of Susili in a flash. He stared at him with his pair of grey-blue eyes. After what happened yesterday, when they met again, not only did he not feel awkward, but there was also a more intimate atmosphere. Susili felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, it was just a little. The silver-haired young man walked around the sofa where something happened yesterday and sat down on another sofa. He arrogantly crossed his legs. Xianxia looked at him with a smile on his face. The conversation between him and the robot rang in his ears. He lifted his feet and slowly walked to the young man's side. "Your Majesty, I have a question that I would like you to answer for me," he said softly. Susili blinked and nodded. "Go ahead." The blond man did not speak directly. The sound of the sofa slowly sinking could be heard. The man pressed his hand on the side of his face and leaned closer to his ear. His pleasant voice was gentle and low. "Your Majesty, stay with me, are you happy?" Susili was stunned. He did not expect that he would ask such a question. "Are you happy?" He frowned and looked up into the man's grey-blue eyes. Such a pair of beautiful and deep eyes, but there was some uneasiness in the depths of them, as well as some emotions that he didn't quite understand. Susili could not help but be stunned. After all, this was a gaze that made his heart ache. Susili tilted his head. He did not understand what he was thinking. Xianxia was so powerful. Did he need to feel sorry for him? Of course, when he was a slave, he did feel sorry for him. But this powerful and handsome man in front of him was not the paper person he raised. Susili pursed his lips. He wanted to avoid this question, but when he looked into the man's eyes again, he said softly, "It should be, happy, right?" Then, he saw the man smile. Then the man whispered, "Then, can I ask for a reward from your Majesty?" Susili pursed his lips. There was something strange in his heart. He knew what Xianxia wanted. But now, even if he wanted to give him freedom, he could not. He did not know how to undo the puppet spell. "Your Majesty?" The man urged him to answer. Susili pursed his lips tightly and looked away. He thought for a while and nodded. Although he might be disappointed, he could promise him that he would find a way to undo the spell when he had the chance in the future. Even if now, he did not want to let him go, however, what he did not expect was that Xianxia did not say anything else. Instead, she touched his hand gently. He was stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the man's slender and strong fingers. The man slowly held his hand and put his thumb on the back of his finger. Susili looked at him blankly. What did he want to do? Didn't he want a reward? Under his confused yet indulgent gaze, the man took his hand, leaned over, and kissed the back of his fingers devoutly. Susili felt as if he had been scalded. It was even hotter than when he held his hand yesterday. He blushed. When he looked at Xianxia again, he was smiling. His grayish-blue eyes were deep and charming with tenderness. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for everything you have done for me. I was very happy yesterday." It was silent in the bedchamber. A breeze blew in through the open window and gently ruffled the gauzy curtains. Susili looked at the man in front of him. He held his hand and kissed the back of his fingers. Then, with a gentle smile on his face, he said in a low voice, "He was very happy yesterday." These words echoed in Susili's mind. He kept recalling what had happened between the two of them yesterday in this bedchamber, on the sofa next to him. His face slowly turned red, his ears were hot, and his heartbeat was much faster. What are you talking about?" Susili subconsciously withdrew his hand. He did not think about his discussion with the little robot just now. His entire mind was disturbed by the ambiguous and intimate atmosphere in front of him. Xianxia stared at him, the hope in his eyes slowly dimming. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "I'm not talking nonsense. Yesterday, Your Majesty." He couldn't finish his sentence because his mouth was covered. Feeling the slightly cold palm, Xianxia was startled. He raised his eyelashes and met the young man's shy purple eyes. "Don't mention what happened yesterday, understand?" He looked fierce, as if he would kill him if he dared to mention it again. Xianxia blinked. He looked at the young man's fair skin that was gradually dyed red. His heart rippled, and he nodded very slowly. Only then did Susili release him, but before he could say anything else to warn him, the man had already picked up his hand again and pressed his palm against his cheek. His body temperature immediately passed through the skin of the two of them. Susili was a little dazed. Xianxia looked up at him and smiled gently. "Your Majesty's hand is a little cold. I'll warm it for you." The weather was indeed getting colder. But it was not to the point where he needed to warm his hand. Susili stared at his smile and felt that Xianxia was getting more and more insatiable. But, forget it. He didn't pull back his hands. Instead, he cupped the man's cheeks and rubbed them hard. Under Xianxia's astonished gaze, Susili mischievously pulled at his cheeks. Then, she giggled as she watched his facial features contort into a grimace. Of course, even if it was a ghost face, it was a good-looking ghost face. Xianxia gazed at his smiling face. The astonishment in his eyes turned into infatuation. How he wished time could stop at this moment. The deity was laughing and joking, and he was the only one in her eyes. However, before he could do as he wished, this moment of warmth was quickly interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the bedroom. It was the tea and snacks that Susili had ordered just now. He stopped playing around and asked the maids to bring in the refreshments. After they carefully placed the refreshments on the tea table in front of him, he sent them away. The bedroom was a very private place. He didn't like outsiders around. Susili glanced at Xianxia, who was still standing at the side. He thought for a while and didn't chase him away. Instead, he ordered him to sit on the sofa. After he sat down, Susili put his legs on the sofa. Then, he leaned back against Xianxia's arm and adjusted to a comfortable position. Then, he held a book in his hand and nibbled on a piece of biscuit while pretending to read the book. In fact, he was reading the future forum. Xianxia was a little stiff at first. However, when he realized that Susili was treating him as a human pillow, he relaxed. Slowly, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He revealed a faint and sweet smile. Susili didn't care about him. He carefully read the post and flipped to the next page. In the huge bedroom, only the crisp sound of paper flipping and the subtle rustling of clothes could be heard. In this rare tranquility, there was a kind of comfortable warmth that made people feel very intimate. As the initiator, Susili didn't delve into why he let Xianxia stay. After all, after the two of them crossed the bottom line, Xianxia had become the closest thing to him. And in this foreign world that could still be said to be unfamiliar, he indeed needed such support. He needed someone who could let him completely relax. At this moment, Susili was in a dilemma. Rely on Waves wasn't online today. He didn't know if he forgot about the post or if he really had something else to do. Susili's 20 forum points were completely used up. However, he still didn't know what the energy stone was. He only got a blood potion formula. Today, he wanted to get a mana recovery formula. Quickly recovering his mana was still very important. After all, issuing quests of elite rank and above would consume his mana. Now that there were only 1,000 players, he couldn't handle it. What would he do when the open beta started? However, the mana recovery formula required 10 times more points to browse than the blood potion. It required 100 points. Moreover, the formula could only be seen in this post. At first, he thought that someone would read the dry goods post and share it, and indeed, he found such a post. However, the post about the formula in the post was directly removed. This aroused his curiosity. After searching for a while, he finally understood the reason. It was because these formulas were not dropped by the system. They were created by the players themselves. Perhaps the players were standing on the shoulders of their predecessors. After obtaining certain clues, they experimented and created the potion. However, as the first person to create the potion in the game, the officials gave them a certain level of intellectual property protection. The reason why it was said to a certain extent was because the officials could only do so much on the Starry Sky forum. They could not do anything on other websites. Although Susili had a headache, he could understand. After all, the person who created the potion existed in his timeline. Now that he used the formula in advance, the other party probably lost a lot of benefits. Because the forum points seemed to be able to be directly exchanged for income. After a moment of silence for that person, Susili continued to think about how to earn points. There were several ways to earn points. 1. Sign in. 2. Post posts. 3. Answer questions. 4. The number of views. Sign in was too little. It was only 2 points a day. As for the posts, he had a 10-year time difference with the future forum. What could he do? The same principle applied to answering questions in the forum. So in the end, the only thing left was the number of views. Every 1,000 views would give him 1 point, and the number of discussions would also give him a point bonus. Susili decided on a direction and searched for the most read posts in the forum. After eliminating some strategy posts, he finally found that the posts with the highest number of views were basically ACP post in the doujinshi section. This had a lot to do with God's game. The original work had a large number of fans, and although Star Age didn't deliberately do anything in this area, the conditions were too good. Almost all the popular characters in the original work were linked, and the models were all beautiful. After giving them a new storyline, they were full of new charm. Susili wanted to block it, but in the end, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. Because he saw a familiar face at a glance. When Jishan x Li Jiu, sweet married life, oh my god, Susili's pupils shook, and then he secretly clicked on it. This was a fanboy post. The artist was a talent. Looking at the erotic images that didn't show the important parts, Susili felt that he couldn't look at Wen Jishan and Li Jiu directly in the future. Because, Wen Jishan was actually the one on top, F***ck. F***ck, Susili looked at the entire building and cursed in his heart. How could it be like this? That scum Wen Jishan is actually so manly. His guard captain is so weak, he was actually knocked down by that weak Wen Jishan, F***ck, I can't look at them directly in the future. But after complaining, he actually hoped that the guard captain could rise up. There was such a big difference in level between them, but the guard captain was knocked down by the console. This didn't make sense. I wonder if there's a counterattack post, Susili logged out, and then he realized that there really was one. And it was very popular. This post was even a manga with a plot. In the plot, because when Jishan was obsessed with work and only had eyes for work, his loyal dog who had been silently watching him became evil. One morning, when Jishan woke up, he found himself locked in an unfamiliar room, and Li Jiu was standing in front of him. When Jishan calmly said that he had to go back to work, and then Li Jiu started to go crazy, and then the two of them started to do something indescribable. In the end, when Jishan signed a series of humiliating terms, then supported his battered body and continued to work. Susili was moved. Damn, his console actually loves work so much. Li Jiu, that thick-browed and big-eyed guy, not only is he slacking off, but he's also bullying his console. Sure enough, the guard captain is more suitable to be the one at the bottom. Susili logged out of this post, silently saved the previous post, and even gave it a like. Then he prepared to log out of the doujinshi section, and decided not to enter the scary area again. But, he glanced at the front page. F***ck, why are there so many posts about Xixing? Xixing's name took up half of the posts, and most of them were red and blue. Xixing x Wen Jishan, Xixing x Li Jiu, Xixing x Qiuxing, Xixing x. Susili's face turned green when he saw this. He could read Wen Jishan and Li Jiu's posts with gusto, but when he saw Xixing's and the others' posts, F***ck, this is simply unbearable. The silver-haired young man, who was originally lying lazily, suddenly sat up. His face was full of anger, and Xixing was a little confused. He blinked, and a rare look of confusion appeared on his face. Susili glared at him, and there was an unknown anger burning in his heart. However, he also knew that the person in the forum was Xixing from another timeline, and had nothing to do with the person in front of him. Moreover, that Xixing had killed Snow Roland. When he thought of this, the anger that had just subsided burned up again. He glared at Xixing, and couldn't help but kick him. This guy had wanted to kill him from the start too. Of course, this kick didn't hurt Xixing in the slightest. Instead, he kicked himself in pain. Xixing looked at him frowning in pain and reached out to hold his foot. He gently hugged it in his arms, and the blue light of the healing stream lit up on his hands. "Does it still hurt?" he asked gently. Looking at his gray-blue eyes that were filled with concern and affection, Susili groaned softly, and his anger subsided. He pulled his foot back, shifted his position, and rested his head on Xixing's thighs. He groaned and said, "Peel an orange for me." Xixing was confused by his sudden outburst and bossiness. However, when he saw the young man reading on his thighs, he smiled again. "Okay." He took off his gloves and used the water element to wash his hands. Then, he peeled an orange for Susili and fed him the pulp. Susili was busy flipping through the posts, and he opened his mouth to eat. As he chewed, he flipped through the pages. Xixing's popularity on the Starry Sky forum far exceeded the other characters. This puzzled Susili. Previously, in God's game, Xixing's popularity was at the bottom of the list. His little slave has finally been discovered. In the end, Susili realized that this was his fault. This was because the characters in Star Age were all adjusted according to his data in the game. His favoritism towards Xixing had led to him becoming the undisputed #1 player. For players who admired strength, this character naturally had unparalleled charm. And this was well reflected in the posts in the fan section. Bah, Susili cursed again, but his expression was still ugly. He was just very unhappy. That's right, in that timeline, Xixing had killed Sino Roland, causing his family members to be heartbroken once again. That was why he was so unhappy when he saw him living so happily. Was there any way to get back at him? Looking at the fan section, Susili suddenly narrowed his eyes. Since he killed Snow Roland, he must be disgusted in his heart, right? If someone took a picture of him and Snow Roland and danced in front of him, Susili smiled evilly. Even if he couldn't do anything to him across time and space, he could at least annoy him a little. There were too many CP fans who danced in front of the main character, although it probably wouldn't work. It was just a few posts, so he didn't lose anything. Susili started to think about it. It wasn't that easy to make a post popular. All the popular posts in the fan section were basically pictures and strips. This was the first to catch the attention of the audience. But he didn't know how to draw. But it didn't matter. Although he didn't know how to draw, he could take pictures. Susili flipped through his photo album and found that he had taken many pictures with Xixing. The first picture was of him and Xixing standing under the starry sky on the clock tower in the inner city, looking down at the square below them. At that time, Xixing was hugging him and was guiding his spiritual power. If one looked at this picture, they looked quite intimate. Also, the side profile was very clear, so one could tell who it was at a glance. It's decided to be you. Susili chose this picture and didn't add any filters. He immediately started to edit the content of the post. He had never posted a CP post like this before, so he directly used the most popular post format in the fan section as a reference. He randomly wrote the title, put a picture on the first post, and promised to post a second picture if the post was popular. After checking it, Susili clicked send. Although it was his own creation, when he saw the prefix Xixing x Snow Roland, he was vaguely unhappy. He even wanted to delete it. But after thinking about it, it might not be popular anyway. Susili pursed his lips and exited the fan section. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. After discovering that there was a large section, he directly browsed through the dry goods section. There were all kinds of medicine formulas, building blueprints, spaceship blueprints, battleship blueprints, and even storage capsule manufacturing techniques. Susili was about to drool. But he didn't have any points. He thought about the popular posts in the fan section again. There were more than 100 million views. How many points would that be, if only he knew how to draw? Wait. He didn't know how to draw, but he could take pictures. As for materials, he didn't lack any. As the emperor, he could even use his privileges to create. But that was too unethical. Su Silly's expression became a little awkward. Those fan posts were obviously fake. Li Jiyu and Wen Jishan were purely colleagues. He knew this very well. Even if he wanted to take pictures, he could only do it secretly, but, as the emperor, how could he do such a wretched thing? But when he looked at those fake posts, Su Silly felt that it was too difficult for him. He scratched his head in annoyance. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Su Silly closed the future forum, closed the pretentious book, and sat up. He stretched and looked at Xixing. Marshal, if you have something to do, you can go ahead. I'm going to practice my song. In terms of personal practice, Su Silly didn't fall behind. Now, Roland's goodnight song was at 80 points, and Germinal was at 95 points. He could reach 100 points today. He didn't know what would happen when he reached 100 points. Xixing felt a little regretful. Although there was a strange episode in between, he still wanted to have such a good time just now. He looked at Su Silly and said pitifully in a low voice, Your Majesty, I want to hear you sing. Su Silly blinked and heard him say, I can also control the sound element. Maybe I can help Your Majesty. That's true. Xixing had a top-notch talent in all elements. Although he didn't seem to have learned any singing skills, he was actually better than him in terms of controlling the sound element. Then you can come with me. Su Silly got off the sofa and walked lazily to the practice room. Xixing followed behind him. But after taking 2 steps, he returned to serve tea. At the door of the practice room, Su Silly stopped and looked at him. When he got closer, he turned around and went in. Then, the door of the practice room closed with a creak, cutting off all sounds. Lanyue City, Central Town. Brother Yu, are we still going to Jane's house? Baifeng walked beside Su Yuhing and asked. At this moment, they were walking on the street. Although this town was the center of Lanyue City, it was far less prosperous than the inner city of the imperial city. On the contrary, it was very desolate. Most of the people walking on the street were old and weak. Young adults were rare. Su Yuhing looked at the map he had just bought and said, We're leaving here today. He had been here for 3 days. Although he had successfully reached level 4 through the daily missions, Su Yuhing still felt that it was too slow. He had studied the map. It would take at least a month for an ordinary person to walk from the central town to the frontline military area. It would be difficult for them to find suitable transportation here. So they had to leave as soon as possible. Because the first beta test would only last for a month, he didn't want to not see his brother before the server closed. There should be wild monsters on the road. Killing monsters to level up is fine, Su Yuhing said. Baifeng was a little reluctant. He muttered, but I promised Lily and the others. I'm going today. I can't break my promise. Su Yuhing rolled his eyes, didn't I tell you not to use the last part? But the last part gives 50 EXP, Baifeng lowered his head and said softly, Are we really not going? Su Yuhing sighed. The person who could come up with this running part of the mission was also a genius, especially the last part. A simple sentence could give 50 EXP. This was not a temptation that anyone could resist. But the problem was that for players who valued promises, it was like a layer of shackles. Thinking of those lonely old people and those children who looked at you, especially after your favorability increased, could you let them go so easily? Su Yuhing gritted his teeth and said, Go say goodbye to them and leave. Don't do anything else today. Ha ha ha, okay. Baifeng was suddenly happy, Little Lily, I'm coming. And Jane and Jamie, they're really cute. Brother Yu, don't you think so? They're okay, Su Yuhing curled his lips. No matter how cute they were, could they be cuter than his Xiaoli? Hey, Brother Yu, look at the faction storage. At this time, Baifeng suddenly said, The faction storage has been updated again. Wow, there are so many good things. Hearing this, Su Yuhing opened the faction storage. There were indeed many more things than last time. There were various levels of armor, food, communication devices, and even a hover car. Su Yuhing's eyes lit up. This was like giving a pillow when he was about to doze off, but when he saw that the required reputation points were 10,000, he sighed helplessly. If reputation points could be traded, he could think about it, but the game did not support top-up, so it was not very feasible. Brother you, quickly, exchange all your reputation points for this. At this time, Bai Feng's excited voice sounded. Su Yuhing looked over and saw that there was an additional watch-like thing in his hand. It seemed to be that communication device. What's the use of this? Players came with their own communication network, so he felt that this communication device was useless. Brother you, this is a communication device used by NPCs. You can contact NPCs directly. Bai Feng said. I saw that the mayor had one, and I asked around. This communication device is very expensive. We can definitely sell it for a good price with the NPCs. We only need 10 reputation points to exchange. Brother you, didn't you open the gift pack for 100 reputation points? Hurry up, we still have some left. If we exchange 10 of them at once, we'll be rich. Su Yuhing's eyes lit up. He was not stupid. He knew that this opportunity was hard to come by, so he quickly got to work. But he could only exchange one at a time, and it would take at least a minute to exchange for the actual item from the faction storage, so it was not fast. When the two exchanged for the 5th communication device and were about to exchange for the next one, a system notification popped up. This item has been sold out. Su Yuhing was stunned. He looked at the faction storage again. The communication device icon had indeed disappeared. But looking at the 5 communication devices in his and Bai Feng's hands, Su Yuhing smiled. At least 3 of them could be exchanged for money. He did not know that his precious little brother was cursing in the palace at this time. Su Silly did not expect that when he forgot to set the exchange limit, someone would take advantage of this loophole. He could see the list of people who exchanged for the communication devices. When he saw that there was a repeat exchange, he realized the problem and hurriedly took down the communication devices. Although he still had 9,000 in stock, he was still unhappy that someone took advantage of this loophole, so he immediately asked Xiao Wu to monitor the repeat exchange. It was not so easy to take advantage of him. On the other hand, Su Yuhing, who did not know what was added to his communication device, had already changed direction with Bai Feng and walked towards the house of the 3 siblings. The 3 siblings were orphans. They had a grandmother, but she passed away last month. Now, they were relying on the help of other kind-hearted people in the town, and their lives were very difficult. If the communication devices could be sold for a good price, Su Yuhing did not mind leaving some for them. But before they got close, they saw a stocky figure blocking the door of the 3 children's house. Even from a distance, they could feel the fierce aura of that person. Su Yuhing immediately became alert, and Bai Feng, who was originally smiling, also became serious. The two of them looked at each other. Su Yuhing took a step forward, and Bai Feng tacitly stayed 1 step behind. They flashed into a small alley and quickly disappeared into the shadows. Su Yuhing acted as if he didn't notice and continued to walk towards Jane's house. His eyes fell on the brawny man. This was an NPC, and his level was unfathomable. He quickly made a judgment. The difference in strength was too great for him and Bai Feng to fight against. At this time, the brawny man who was banging on the door suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Yuhing. He sized him up and raised his eyebrows slightly. Outsider, are you the one who's helping these little things? Su Yuhing stood still and frowned deeply. You are? I'm Beck, the boss here. The brawny man said fiercely. Go back and tell your companions, this is my territory. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Don't be a busybody, or else, bang. Beck threw a punch and directly smashed a hole in the door. Because of this attack, the whole wooden house shook, and the old wooden planks made a terrifying sound. On the 2nd floor of the wooden house, Jane was protecting his younger siblings and hiding in the closet. The 3 of them were curled up in a ball. Hearing the commotion outside, his face was full of fear. Tears welled up in his eyes, but he tried his best not to cry. At this time, footsteps came from outside. Jane trembled, and the 2 little ones shrank deeper into his arms, shivering. Jane, Jamie? The lowered voice was familiar. Little Lily, are you here? It's brother Bai Feng. The youngest, Lily, raised her head. Her round brown eyes were still shining faintly in the cupboard. As soon as she finished speaking, the closet was opened. Bai Feng, who had sneaked in, saw the 3 of them in the closet, and couldn't help but sigh in relief. "Come out quickly, I'll take you out of here." He picked up the youngest girl and said to the other two little boys. Jane sniffled and raised his hand to wipe away his tears. He then helped his brother and jumped down from the cabinet. With Bai Feng's help, they escaped through the back window. In front of the door, Su Yuhing stared at the burly man with a solemn expression. At this time, a message notification sounded. He glanced at the message sent by Bai Feng, looked at Beck, and smiled. "I'm just passing by. Please help yourself." Then, he left without hesitation. Baker, who was behind him, looked at him suspiciously, then shook his head and kicked away the crumbling wooden plank. "Jane, come out. Have you received all the subsidies for this month? Where is he? Where is the little brat hiding? Don't let me find you." Baker's angry voice came from afar. Su Yuhing clenched his fists. He didn't act rashly. He followed the address sent by Bo Feng and finally found them at a small hotel far away. The three children had been settled down well. The twins fell asleep after eating. Jane, who was slightly older, stayed by his brother and sister's side. His eyes were blank, and no one knew what he was thinking. Looking at the three of them, Su Yuhing frowned and cursed in his heart. If they didn't come today, it was hard to imagine what would have happened to the three children and how they would live in the future. Even if they saved them now, it would be difficult later. "Brother Yu." Seeing Su Yuhing, Bai Feng walked over and grabbed his arm, pulling him out. Su Yuhing followed him without saying a word. There was an empty space behind the hotel. In the middle of the space, there was an unknown tree. It was short, but very thick. Bai Feng climbed up the tree trunk and sat on it. His two slender legs dangled down and swayed in the air. He seemed to be at ease. Seeing him like this, Su Yuhing's gloomy face looked better. He leaned against the tree trunk and habitually reached for a cigarette in his pocket. When he felt nothing, he realized that this was a game. "Brother Yu, here." Something was thrown over. Su Yuhing caught it and found that it was a carrot. He looked up and saw Bai Feng gnawing on the carrot. He looked like he was enjoying it. He sighed and took a bite of the carrot. It was crunchy and juicy, but it had a very strange taste. Just as Su Yuhing was frowning in disdain, he heard Bai Feng say from the tree trunk, "Brother Yu, let's go kill that guy." Su Yuhing paused and looked up at him. Bai Feng also lowered his head and grinned at him. "Brother Yu, this is just a game. I don't like that Beck. I want him dead." Su Yuhing looked at him quietly. After a long time, he looked away. He took another bite of the carrot and tasted the strange taste. "Well, let's try it." Hearing this, Bai Feng smiled even more happily. "Brother Yu, is this carrot delicious?" he asked. "It's okay." "Liar, you don't like it at all." Imperial City. In the sky above Doha town. Su Sili and Xixing sat together on the back of the shadow leopard, looking down at the village below. With the arrival of the elementalist construction team, the barren land around Doha town was being reclaimed. Ancient trees were being uprooted, and the potholes on the ground were quickly being filled up by the earth elementals. On the other side of the main road, an even wider road was being extended. Once it was completed, more manpower and resources would be sent here to speed up the construction of Doha town. Ding. Conditions met. Imperial City, Mercenary Town LVL1 automatically leveled up to LVL2. Elemental density increased. Birth rate of elementalists increased. Fertility of the land increased. Production efficiency increased. Ding. Mercenary Town LVL2 successfully leveled up. Experience plus 5,000. As he received 5,000 experience points, Su Sili's experience bar, which was already more than half full, once again rushed to the end. He only stopped when his experience bar had filled up by a large chunk. Ding. Experience bar full. Level increased from LVL 18 to LVL 19. Intelligence and spirit plus 4, vitality plus 2, strength, dexterity and defense plus 1. Omni points plus 10. Su Sili was stunned. He remembered that he had only reached level 18 on the day of the closed beta. He needed 10,000 experience points to reach level 19. He had thought that it would take some time before he could level up. He did not expect that the successful leveling up of the mercenary town would give him 5,000 experience points. Looking at the 10 Omni points, Susili skillfully added them to his intelligence and spirit. Sino Roland, level, LVL 19 distance to level, 2568/11000 HP, 109000/109000 magic, 3250/3700 stats, Constitution, 109, Intelligence, 74, Strength, 19, Spirit, 117, Dexterity, 18, Defense, 18. His stats panel increased by another chunk. Susili realized that his spirit detection range had increased by almost 10 meters. His mind was clearer, and the sound elementals around him were more active. This was the benefit of increasing his intelligence and spirit. He could not help but sigh. The feeling of being able to level up while lying down, no matter what, was very satisfying. Xixing, who was sitting behind him and hugging him, raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up. Master God's power was gradually recovering. No matter what, this was good news. Of course, after his power was restored, Master God might not need him as much as he did now. Xixing lowered his eyes slightly. There was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Susili did not notice it. Just as he was about to share his joy with him, his communication device suddenly rang. It was from Xiaowu. He had just asked it to monitor the players. How could there be news so soon? After glancing at it, Susili knew what was going on. Some players were plotting to kill NPCs. Susili would not allow players to kill NPCs. Not only were NPCs alive to him, but how many years did it take for an NPC to be born and grow? Don't forget that the population of a city was required to meet the requirements for leveling up. Although the current population was more than enough, it would definitely not be enough in the future. Every NPC was very precious. He would not allow players to kill NPCs to level up, therefore, this matter was also within the scope of Xiaowu's surveillance. However, after glancing at the NPC's information, Susili also felt that he should be killed. This NPC should be a bully-type character. He lived in the central town of Orchid City and lived by collecting protection fees. But now, he was actually targeting 3 orphans. For the orphans of martyrs, the Roland Empire still had a certain preferential policy. Such families could receive some subsidies every month. In the case of Jane and the other 2 children, they should be sent to an orphanage. However, perhaps their grandmother had just passed away, and the information had not been updated yet. Or perhaps other things had delayed them, so now they were still relying on the subsidies to survive. Although the subsidies were not much, at least they could fill their stomachs and barely survive. But now, someone was actually targeting them. What was the difference between this and murder for money? Susili did not feel the slightest bit of heartache for this kind of trash to die. But, could these 2 players beat him? Susili touched his chin and found these 2 players in the list of 1,000 people. Jade Tree Facing the Wind, Level 4 Cypress Wind, Level 5 with the word wind in their names. It was obvious that they were friends. But their strength was really too weak. Level 5 was at most 15 Constitution and 1500 HP. Although he could not see Beck's level, as a bully, it was impossible for him to only have 2 Constitution. The difference in strength was huge. Moreover, players would have to wait 30 minutes and lose 10% of their experience when they died. This was what he saw in the future for him. This also made Susili realize the problem. At this stage, the players in the Imperial City could still go to the Elementalist College to change their profession when they reached level 5. But what about the other 4 main cities? Even if they were not restricted by the level limit and could continue to level up, they would not be able to learn elemental skills, right? Was this a bug in the game? Maybe, maybe not. After all, the game was still in its first closed beta, and there would probably be some new patches in the future. But Susili did not want to be so passive. Recently, the Elementalist College was going to send test personnel to the 4 main cities to select talented children. Qiujing had also reported this to him. When the time came, the army would take action. The main thing was that it would be more difficult to escort the children to the main cities. So why not just set up branches in the 4 main cities? In the past, because of the level limit and the problem of elemental concentration, the children were concentrated in the Imperial City to study. But now, the main cities would definitely level up, so why bother to go back and forth and increase the possibility of casualties? The more Susili thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Moreover, if the imperial city was going to be built, the other four main cities could not be left behind. Otherwise, if the imperial city was only level 3 and the other cities were still level 1, they would not be able to build the teleportation circle. The teleportation circle was definitely a reciprocal construction. So, the players in the other four main cities had to be used. After they successfully changed their profession, wouldn't it be better to let them be his construction team? They could earn experience and reputation, and his city could level up quickly. This was a win-win situation. Susili quickly made a decision and immediately issued orders to Qiuxing and Dean Justin. Taking the opportunity to host the test in the other cities, he sent a teaching team to each main city. They did not need to be very strong. Each team only needed to be assigned 1 1-star elementalist and 9 1-star elementalists with different elemental affinities and below. There were more than 30,000 1-star elementalists, not including the students who were studying, from the local guards. It was not a problem to send 36 elementalists. He was even prepared to send 4 more elementalist construction teams, but the journey was difficult. He was worried that the military would not be able to escort too many people, which would increase unnecessary losses. So, it was better to send the teaching team first. The elementalist construction team could be thought of later. If he was not the emperor, he could have asked Xianxia to bring him to the other main cities to play. But there was no other way. The imperial city was too important, and the current Roland Empire could not afford any more trouble. Susili sighed and put this matter to the back of his mind. He continued to focus on the current plan. He still had to go back and sort out the areas where the other four main cities were lacking. Then, he would allocate manpower and resources to fill in. Perhaps he could still make use of the players in this matter. Because when he looked at Xiao Wu's feedback, he suddenly realized the items in the faction warehouse could be transported by the players themselves after they exchanged reputation points. Strictly speaking, the items were directly transferred from his storage capsule to the players' hands without any obstacles. After receiving the express delivery from the Star Alliance, Susili did not put the items into the treasury, but he found that the items could still appear in the faction warehouse. In other words, the faction warehouse was equivalent to the leader's warehouse. Whether it was the treasury or a private vault, items could be placed there. At that time, he did not think much of it, but now he realized the loophole. If this was used well, it would be like a bug in the system. The more Susili thought about it, the more excited he became. The more he looked at the two players, the more he liked them. No, I can't let them suffer. Players with such a sense of justice must be nurtured well. He thought about it, opened the mission panel, and started to edit a new elite mission. Baifeng finished eating the carrot, clapped her hands and jumped down from the tree. Then she said to Su Yuhing, "Brother Yu, I'll go out and scout for information. You stay here and look after the kids, Jane." At this point, he scratched his head. Jane seems to be frightened. I don't know what to do. If you have time, you can talk to her, she's quite pitiful. Su Yuhing looked at her. Didn't you say this is just a game? Baifeng curled her lips, this is different. Su Yuhing did not bother with her. Okay, be careful when you go out. Hee, don't worry, this town is still very safe. At worst, I'll just die. Su Yuhing glanced at her, and Baifeng immediately shut up. She smiled and waved at him, then she jumped over the wall and went out. Looking at her nimble movements, Su Yuhing raised his eyebrows. Although he and Baifeng have known each other for a few years, their contact was limited to online games. Before, it was only through a screen, but now that they could actually interact in the Star Age, it was quite refreshing. Today's Baifeng also changed his view of her a little. In the end, it was because the Star Age game was too realistic. Su Yuhing looked at his hands and clenched them tightly. But after all, it was just a game. Since he was not happy, then he would just kill the person who made him unhappy. When Su Yuhing returned to the room, Jane was still sitting at the head of the bed with her eyes wide open. When she saw him come in, she was vigilant at first, but when she recognized him, she relaxed. "Brother Yu," she called out obediently. For Su Yuhing, who was already 34 years old, the child's call of brother made him feel a little burdened. But when he saw his reflection in the window that was at least 10 years younger, he was relieved. Since he had already pretended to be young, then he might as well continue to do so. You didn't sleep? He walked to the bed and looked down at the other two children. They were about 3 or 4 years old, still at the age where they did not have to worry. Now that they had food and water, and were in a safe place, they naturally calmed down and were sleeping soundly. As the older brother, Jane was obviously not as carefree. I can't sleep, Jane sniffed, and her eyes were a little red. The black-haired young man with glasses slowly squatted in front of the child, looked up at him, and asked gently, "Why can't you sleep?" Jane looked at him with a gentle expression, then suddenly pouted and said with red eyes, "We don't have money. After Grandma died, everything valuable in the house was taken away. Beck came to ask for money, but we didn't receive any subsidies this month. We don't have money to give him, and we don't have money to buy food." Little Jane looked very depressed. "No one wants me to work," sob. "I don't know what to do, brother. What do you think I should do in the future?" Looking at his tearful face, Su Yuhing could not help but feel moved. He cursed the lousy game producers in his heart again, but his expression was still gentle. He reached out and wiped the child's tears, then pulled him into his arms and gently patted him on the back. "Don't cry, there will be a way." He comforted him in a low voice. The child leaned on his shoulder, sobbing softly, and humming softly in agreement. It was a soft and obedient voice with a hint of childishness, which was very unbearable to hear. Su Yuhing sighed deeply in his heart. He did not want to sleep, and Su Yuhing did not force him. After he calmed down, he took out a communication device and put it on his hand, then patiently taught him how to use it. Jane was confused and did not understand the value of this little thing, but he knew that it could be used to contact Brother Yu and brother by phone. When he heard Su Yuhing say to hide it well and not be seen by others, he quickly and cautiously put it in his sleeve, and promised that it would not be exposed. Su Yuhing patted his head. This communication device was just a precaution, and it might not be used. Just as he was about to contact the players in the same city to see if they could find help, a system notification popped up in front of him. Ding! Successfully triggered the elite mission, Seeing Injustice. Description: Beck is a bully in the central town of Lanua City. He has done many bad things, and you have decided to kill him to rid the world of evil. Note, this is a special elite mission. You can choose to receive the reward in advance, but you must complete it within the specified time. If the mission fails, the reward will be confiscated. Su Yuhing was stunned. The triggering mechanism of this mission was really casual, but receiving the reward in advance, he chose to confirm. Ding! You have successfully received the reward in advance of the elite mission, Seeing Injustice, EXP plus 999, Roland Empire Reputation plus 999, Invisible Armor, Bronze, plus 1, Esh Coins plus 10,000. Please complete the killing of Beck the Bully within 3 days, or all rewards will be confiscated. As the notification appeared, a heavy cloth bag and a faintly glowing armor appeared in front of him out of thin air. Jane's eyes widened at the sight. But he had already experienced the wonders of this big brother before, and almost thought that he was a ghost, so he was not particularly surprised now. Su Yuhing grabbed the money bag with one hand and the armor with the other. After receiving 999 EXP, he immediately leveled up to LV5. Ding! Your personal level has reached LV5. Please head to the Elementalist College to take the talent test to determine your future career path. Accumulated EXP, 425. After determining your career path, it can be used to level up. This message had appeared before by phone, and this was one of the reasons why Su Yuhing was in a hurry to leave this place. The Elementalist College was only available in the Imperial City, but right now, he was more concerned about the armor, so he checked its attributes after receiving it. Invisible Armor. Description: the 11th generation of protective inner armor, produced in the Flanda Galactic Federation, standard equipment. Quality: Bronze effect, 1, wearing it will automatically become invisible, and no weight will be added. 2, every time you receive an attack, it will reduce physical damage by 300 to 450 points, and there is a chance of causing damage reflection. Durability: 100 status, bound owner, Jade Tree in the Wind. Su Yuhing looked at the attributes, and his eyes lit up. 300 to 450 points of physical damage reduction. He was now at LV5, and his total HP was only 1100. He had tested it with Baifeng before, and his unarmed damage was between 60 to 70 points. If he used a dagger, it could go up to 100 to 130 points. Now that he had leveled up, his strength increased by 1 point, but he estimated that he could only reach 150 points with a dagger. But he could see that Beck's strength was unfathomable. According to the information he had read, Beck's HP was at least 10 times his. That was an elite monster with more than 10,000 HP. If he and Baifeng worked together, each of them would need to attack at least 40 times to take him down. Of course, if there was a critical hit or weak point damage, this number would be reduced. But he had to prepare for the worst. Beck had punched through the door, and his unarmed damage was definitely above 300. If they were hit 3 or 4 times, it would be over for him and Baifeng. But now that they had this armor, the situation was different. Their survival rate would greatly increase, and Su Yuhing grabbed the heavy money bag. 10,000 Exon was enough for him to buy a better weapon. Wait, he suddenly paused, then opened the faction store. There was a new batch of weapons in the faction store. Although they were cold weapons, their quality was bronze, and their attributes were much better than the wood quality dagger in his hand. And the reputation required to exchange for them was 1,000 points. He had just received 999 points in advance, so he could definitely afford to exchange for them. Su Yuhing adjusted his glasses, and a hint of playfulness appeared in his long and narrow eyes. This game, was it really like what Wang Lao said about not being able to get in through the back door? Otherwise, why did he feel like someone was helping him and Baifeng? Just as he was deep in thought, there was a knock on the door, and then Baifeng excitedly ran in from outside. "Bro, you!" He shouted excitedly, and when he saw the armor in Su Yuhing's hand, his eyes lit up. "Wow, you got the mission too." "I've already put on the armor, bro, you, try punching me." Su Yuhing didn't say much. Under Jane's gaze, he punched Baifeng's face, making him scream. "Bro, you, don't hit people in the face." "Why did you hit my face?" Su Yuhing rolled his eyes and whispered, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't hurt you." Yes, both of them had set the pain threshold to 5%, so the punch just now felt like a light pat at most. And the result of the experiment was, no matter which part of the body was hit, there was an armor effect. It wasn't like in real life, where there was an armor effect. In this aspect, the game was quite user-friendly. Both of them spent 100 points to exchange for a bronze-quality weapon. Baifeng got a dagger, and Su Yuhing got a long sword. The highest physical damage was increased to 250 points, which made this battle more assured. However, Baifeng, who went out again, finally brought back a piece of bad news. Beck wasn't alone, he had 5 underlings. Although they were weaker than him, it was 2 against 6, so Baifeng and Su Yuhing were at a disadvantage. So they finally decided to find outside help. The players who participated in the closed beta were either professional gods or veteran players. The ratio of each main city was similar, so they didn't have to worry about finding rookies who were leeching. So, the players who were still running daily missions in Lanyu City suddenly saw a message in the regional channel, Baifeng, recruiting 50 people to complete the elite mission, kill Beck the bully, 200 Exon coins per person. Refuse to leech, join if interested plus 200 Exon coins per person. The players who saw this message clicked on the application button without hesitation. It was because they were poor now, because of the daily missions, they leveled up quickly, but because they couldn't change professions, except for the players in the Imperial City, the players in the other 4 main cities were starting to get stuck at level 5. So they weren't worried about experience points, but they were worried about Exon coins. No one had completed the weekly mission yet, so they didn't know that completing the weekly mission would give them 500 Exon coins. So, at present, besides the Exon coins from the Novice Gift Pack, the only way was to exchange with reputation points. However, 1 reputation point could only be exchanged for 2 Exon coins. Also, one had to accumulate 100 reputation points and reach the level of friendly to exchange for it, which was undoubtedly a problem for many players. Although they were players, they still had to eat. If they didn't eat, they would lose HP. Some people actually had the idea of robbing. But the problem was that the NPC's HP was higher than theirs, and their attack was also higher. Moreover, after establishing a friendly relationship with the elderly and children, many people couldn't bear to rob them. Small towns were not expensive, but the Exxon coins from the novice gift pack were not enough. So, when they saw the reward of 200 Exxon coins, everyone's eyes widened. However, the leader had limited the number of people. After 50 people, those who wanted to join would directly be shown a "Party is full, unable to join" prompt. Many players who didn't join couldn't help but sigh. Then, someone posted a message on the forum, asking what kind of mission, "Kill Beck the Bully," was and how to trigger it. After all, the reward was 10,000 Exxon coins. This mission's reward must be very good, the players who successfully joined the group couldn't help but ask. Bai Feng and Su Yuhing had already agreed on a statement. They only said that the reward was 10,000 Exxon coins and armor. As for the other 10,000 Exxon coins, they kept it a secret. In the end, they also posted the armor's attributes. Since the armor was already bound, it wouldn't drop even if it was killed. At this stage, with this armor, Su Yuhing and Bai Feng could be said to be invincible in one-on-one fights. Even in group fights, they wouldn't be afraid. They were all veterans, so there wasn't a single person who couldn't see the power of this set of armor. Almost everyone who saw it had tears flowing from the corners of their mouths. Ah, great God! How do we trigger this mission? I want this armor too. *CK, I saw this armor in the faction storage. It costs 1,000 reputation points. 1,000 reputation points. If you're lucky, you'll have to do daily quests for 20 days. I'm in love. The channel was filled with cries and howls. Su Yuhing was annoyed and coughed coldly. Just now, it was Bai Feng who was busy. Although he was also in the group, he didn't have much presence. When he spoke, everyone quieted down. Because this big boss's voice was not to be trifled with, Su Yuhing briefly explained the mission. In addition to killing Beck, the elite monster, there were 5 underlings who were also the mission targets. They were considered the local evil forces. To prevent revenge, it was better to kill them all. For chaotic players, killing and arson in the game wasn't a big deal. As long as they could see the HP bar, they could kill monsters. Even a large portion of the players were very excited. For the first 4 days, they were doing daily quests. If they weren't taking care of the elderly and children, they were doing housework. It was so stifling to the point of suffocation. Finally, they could fight, and it was a group fight. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. None of these players were newbies. Although holographic online games were different from traditional online games and had a stronger sense of reality, it was fine as long as they treated it as a real-person CS. After all, once the bloody scenes were pixelated, not only would they not be afraid, but they would also look funny. Without needing to be urged, they quickly started to plan. 52 people against 6 monsters. The difference in strength was too great. It was more than enough to fight. Therefore, they had to fight beautifully. They had to have 0 deaths. Even if they were injured, it would be embarrassing. Some people even started a live stream so that those who weren't in the team and those from other main cities could come and watch the first large-scale battle since the game started. The forum instantly became lively. People also started to help come up with ideas. It was better to play a game than to fight. The action plan was drawn up in half an hour. Some people were in charge of stalking, some were in charge of controlling the field, some were in charge of luring monsters, and some were in charge of attacking. The division of labor was clear, and the people were very active. 52 people arranged the 6 monsters clearly. An hour later, Beck, who had just finished collecting protection fees from various places, finished gathering with his 5 underlings one after another. They were ready to go back and split the loot. Halfway through, one of the underlings who was walking at the back suddenly tripped over something. After he steadied himself, he saw a snow coin rolling in front of him. He looked at his underlings in front of him and then looked at the coin. He couldn't help but chase the coin into the depths of the alley. Then, a gunny sack was suddenly placed over his head. The sap hit him fiercely and directly stunned him. The underlings behind Beck quickly realized that one of them was missing. He turned around and heard some strange sounds in the alley. He didn't pay much attention to it. He just called one of his underlings and walked over to the alley to see what was going on. The player in charge of commanding suddenly became nervous. Attention, attention, underlings number 2 and number 3 are approaching number 1. Team number 2 and number 3, quickly lure the monsters. Don't let number 2 and number 3 interfere with team number 1. Team number 1, quickly finish off number 1 and then support team number 2 and number 2. Attention, attention, the boss and underlings number 4 and number 5 have also been alerted. They are now about 200 meters away from the alley. Underlings number 4 and number 5 are approaching. Team number 4 and number 5, get ready. The boss is still in the same spot. He continued to walk forward and reached the designated position. Aggro team, please start your performance. Back, F*CKU. At this time, a loud shout came from upstairs. Beck looked up with a gloomy expression. In the end, he only saw a pile of powder being thrown at him. Accompanying his screams were the shouts of the commanding officer in the team channel. Well done. The boss is blinded. Brothers, let's go. Team leader and vice team leader, get close and control the damage. Everyone else, find a chance to backstab. This is a sure thing. End of chapter 62. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.